The menacing, deadly weapons are raised high into the dark sky, where a bright, snow-white full moon reigns. Set against a backdrop of black trees and white light, armored warriors stand ready to charge and destroy the demons. With a lightning-fast leap, their lone but powerful enemy appeared in the clearing. The young blonde guy stared intently at the enemies in iron armor. A moment later, the opponents rushed to attack, frantically wanting to destroy each other in this battle. But there was almost no direct confrontation. The fair-haired guy stopped abruptly near the main knight, who was driving his soldiers into battle. The young fighter, with the help of unusual dark red magical assistance, dealt a powerful blow to a formidable opponent. With his own powerful cry, the young man summoned a battle magic that his dangerous opponents could not resist. While the lone warrior was fighting his enemies, an unexpected but sharp crack was heard. The boy slammed his hand on the ground to let the magical power help him defeat his enemies on this battlefield. In an instant, the knight in iron armor standing in front of the warrior was engulfed in intense flames and exploded. The outcome of the battle was predetermined, because all the other opponents of the lone young man were also consumed by magical fire. An incredibly powerful blow was heard, and absolutely all the knights at the battle site were eliminated. The magical beams continued to fly across the field, and the young warrior received some injury on his face. Touching the ground, the boy collected magic. Next to him were his 3 magical assistants, and the stars were smoldering in the sky. The young man looked forward with difficulty, which was understandable, since he felt very tired because of this battle. Even though the battle had been fought, the boy still firmly grabbed his combat weapon. He had to sink down onto the black ground, bending his right knee and hanging his fair head. Something was happening in the clearing, and the young man looked up in surprise, trying to understand what was happening. When the warrior decided to get to his feet, the man standing opposite him began asking him his questions. It was also a red-haired girl clad in iron armor who wanted to know why the young man had done all this. The guest suddenly appeared and asked why the warrior had betrayed them and made a deal with the devil. The daredevil named Knox von Reinharber continued to stand imperturbably against the backdrop of the tall black castle, holding his weapon. The one-eyed magical assistants looked at their master, and his ears pondered the words about betrayal. And he decided to agree with the girl's accusations, because he believes that this is exactly how it looked in the eyes of her and others. But the brave soldier does not think that he has betrayed them, because on the contrary, it was his old comrades who treated him treacherously. Hearing his red-haired acquaintance demand that he stop this and answer the question of why he became like this, the young man looked at her with a sad smile. And the warrior, tired after a hard battle with formidable knights, had to tell everything from the very beginning. The inscription on the monitor indicated a complete cleanup of the first part of Inner Lunatic, with a total of 27 corresponding passages. The young man, sitting at the dirty desk where the computer stood, considered this result not the worst, but even quite excellent. The active gamer, who smoked a lot of cigarettes, also received a ton of loot in the game this time. The results on the computer monitor showed that this guy had completed the hidden tasks, which he was very pleased with, except for the fact that he was going to die next month, as indicated by the number on the room calendar. 2 years ago, as Yu Chang's patient, he was seen by a doctor who asked him not to panic, but to just listen. The young man, mentally imagining the most terrible diseases, looked at his doctor with a frightened look. It was a familiar warm day, and the medical clinic continued to operate and accept all sick people in need. Patient Yu Chang sat on the sofa and studied the contents of a piece of paper with a sullen look. When he called, the doctor asked if he had been to University Hospital XX and other clinics, because they had already conducted many tests, but the results were the same. Doctors decided to prescribe several painkillers for the unfortunate patient so that he could take them when the pain became too much. The guy heavily lowered his hand, which held a sheet of paper with a verdict from medical specialists regarding his illness. The very same bottle of medicine that the doctors prescribed flew to the floor with the lid open. Sitting on the chair in front of the computer, Yu Chang lowered his right hand to the lying container of painkillers. The young man remembered that 2 whole years had already passed since those events related to his life and health. Memories took over the man's thoughts, and he turned his head to the right, directing his gaze towards what was causing the important reminder. There was a cabinet with drawers near the wall, and on its surface was a calendar with a bad date for its owner. The guy immediately had negative associations. He covered his mouth, and at that moment the unfortunate man almost vomited. Looking at his hand, he saw blood there, and the poor fellow was immediately struck by the heavy thought of his imminent death. At the same time, the guy understood that it was unlikely that anything would change just because he would simply think about it. The young man saw a notification appear on his smartphone screen and picked up the device. The announcement stated that XX University Hospital had confirmed an appointment for an examination of a patient named Yu Chang. Despite all this, he felt very sad about the lack of people with whom he could simply talk. Leaning against the wall of the chair, the guy remembered that no one had contacted him after he lost his memory, and he himself had no one to contact. Clutching a handkerchief with the remains of blood, Yu Chang understood that in this state he had nowhere to go. The guy stared in surprise at the newspapers and magazines in front of him with essays on various topics. One publication reported on a meeting with patients with late-stage cancer, a second suggested enduring everything with faith, and a third inquired about the possibility of working with someone in hospice. Feeling a feeling similar to anger, Yu Chang furiously crumpled up all the printed publications lying in front of him. The next moment he scattered them around the room and sadly lowered his head, indulging in difficult thoughts. Heavy thoughts overwhelmed this unfortunate young man, who no longer knew how to live. Visibly sweating, the guy raised his head and stared hard at the monitor of his work computer. Inner Lunatic offered the sullen player a new game to play, and he decided that this was the option he needed most right now. The young man didn't take long to think and, using the mouse, immediately began a new virtual adventure. The next requirement of the system was a request to enter information about the user, who decided to call himself Carl. Arriving in a frustrated state, Yu Chang thought about the character's features for the new game. The system offered the gamer to select the desired character trait from several options. His character could have become either a mana-sensitive genius or also a genius, but in combat and swordsmanship. The guy stared at these two options and carefully considered their prospects for his character. If he chooses 2 or more genius traits, he will receive a penalty, so he should choose 1 or none at all to avoid punishment. The character Yu Chang desired was terminally ill, which is his negative and neutral character trait. The young man continued to look at the computer monitor, and many doubts prevented him from making a quick choice. A sudden thought struck the unfortunate man, and he laughed because his character was terminally ill, just like the boy himself. A bright flash appeared on the computer monitor, and the system offered to start playing with the selected character. Gamers decided to take a risk and clicked on the game mouse button to proceed further. Something unusual happened, and the young man opened his eyes wide, continuing to look at the monitor. Suddenly, an unusual glow appeared in the room, as if cosmic stars had appeared in the room of the endlessly amazed Yu Chang. The boy who had started the virtual game was still sitting at the table, but he could hardly feel his own body. Something strange began to happen to the young man. He could barely distinguish objects in front of him, and the monitor seemed blurry in his eyes. As if detached, Yu Chang waved his hands and even thought that his death, which had previously seemed so far away, was coming. The system successfully created a hero, and the guy at that time thought that he had come to terms with his death, but wanted to die the way he wanted. While the unfortunate player was undergoing incredible metamorphoses, the system forcibly changed the character's name, and the synchronization increased. An incredibly bright white light illuminated the balcony and the room with open doors in the large house, and the synchronization stopped at 71%. The system finished setting up the character, and the young man's hand suddenly trembled. He was no longer in front of his computer, but lying on a large, soft sofa in a room unknown to him. Then he rose up and, dressed in his night clothes, began to examine the room where he was. The fear that was gradually taking hold of him made the young man sweat a little, and he gradually began to understand what was going on. The guy had a feeling of déjà vu when he rose from the sofa and began to examine in more detail the room, where there was a lot of furniture and a carpet on the floor. Doubts continued to plague the recent gamer who stepped onto the floor of the room, wondering if all of this could have been real. He began to walk around the room, which was foreign to him, and look around carefully. The young man looked at himself in one of the mirrors and suddenly understood everything perfectly. He touched the glass, his hands were shaking, and he realized that he had become the worst character. And he realized that he had become Knox in this damn game, and the poor guy's expression showed fear and shock. Knox von Reinheiber was the youngest of 5 siblings of the third dark and famous family, closely connected to the most feared criminal organization, Lunatic. The Reinheibers, who owned a huge house, produced talented children who excelled in magic and swordsmanship for centuries. But Knox himself was the only child of this family who lacked talent, which did not please him. This boy began to resent his lack of talent and ended up signing a contract with the band Devil, becoming the worst villain in the history of Inner Lunatic. Suddenly realizing that he had become Knox, Yu-chan grabbed his head in fear and even thought that he had fallen into a dream. While the guy was in a depressed state, a virtual window from the computer system appeared in front of him. The boy learned basic information about himself and some character traits. He was a genius with sensitivity to mana and a talent for fencing with a steel mentality. He didn't like the endurance characteristic parameter, which the computer rated at only 2 points. He is also disappointed with the negative features of his own hero, including incurable diseases, the curse of the weak, and cold hands and feet. Studying the characteristics, the unfortunate gamer was horrified by the thought of what kind of character he had created. Being terminally ill in real life, the boy was upset to think that he had the same physical condition in the game. Yu-chang didn't know why he did it, but looking back, he finally understood what was going on. In reality, the young man wanted to create a character that would be very similar to him. When the gamer was still at the computer, he imagined himself as a terminally ill hero who was dying and therefore had no one to rely on. At that peaceful time, the boy could not have imagined that he would become this nondescript character. And he was very surprised when the computer notified him of the arrival of an unread letter, which it invited him to read. The system on the virtual monitor called the guy by his real name, but announced its intention to now call him by the nickname of the game character. The trembling young man looked at the screen and did not understand how the computer knew his real name. His parents named him Yu-chan, but the unfortunate video game lover himself didn't know where they were now. The prisoner of this game looked at the virtual monitor and could not understand whether the system knew about the guy's past, which he himself could not remember. The computer knows that the guy won't remember him, but the next moment he says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Yu-chang was very surprised by this, but the next moment the system reminded him of how well he had done over the past 2 years. In her opinion, he deserved to be here, which made the surprised boy open his mouth wide, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his face. The poor guy stood there looking at the monitor where the computer was welcoming him back into the game, but he didn't understand which one. This indicated that the world he lived in was not real, but Yu-chang did not know what kind of place it was. He squeezed his trembling hand and thought about all the stupidity that was happening now. The system stated that it was temporarily unwilling to reveal everything about itself, but expressed hope to help the boy. He was offered to enroll in the Elydian Academy, develop his power, and stay as close to the main story as possible. The whole truth would be in that place, but the highly excited Yu-chang was more interested in how it would end. The upset guy grabbed his head, groaned, but decided to first calm down in this situation. He looked in the mirror and realized that his current character had become the main boss in a game called Inner Lunatic. And the phrase about the need to stay closer to history, but it's almost the same as if the computer told the guy to just die. And again, he remembered when the computer called him by his real earthly name. The next moment he corrected himself and declared the need to call him by his virtual name. Well, if the game Inner Lunatic is actually real, then Yu-chan can't refuse so that he can restore his memory. He must stay close to the main story by any means necessary and then regain his lost memories. Yu-chan will be able to connect with this character, survive, and become the game's greatest villain if necessary. The hero grinned and thought that little had changed in his relationship with his own reality. 2 years ago, when he first lost his memory, the boy was already a terminally ill person. Every second was a countdown to the death of a guy who spent his time in fear, wondering when he would die. The young man found himself in a world he was quite familiar with, but only the environment itself had changed. At the request of the user who entered the game, the system reminded him that today is the 4th of February, 1812. Closing his eyes and smiling slightly, the gamer realized that his death had also changed in the game itself. Finally, overcoming his sadness, Yu-chan decided to start all over again on the 28th try. He walked decisively up to the door of the room and took hold of the handle, opening it slightly, and grinned. But immediately I heard some suspicious crunching sound, as if something strange had happened to my hand. Yu-chan, aka Knox, stopped moving and became alert when he heard strange sounds. The system reminded the player of the negative effects, causing them to suffer a level 1 wrist sprain, which requires rest to heal and recover. As he wandered through the corridors, the boy held one hand over the other and compared himself to a sunfish due to his supposedly fragile body. Suddenly, he ran into a young girl dressed in a maid's uniform in the corridor. The cutlery she was carrying with her instantly fell to the floor and was shattered into numerous pieces. The suddenness caused the maid to find herself on the floor, looking forward and not understanding what had happened. Both the rest of the servants who followed her and the girl herself were surprised by the appearance of young Master Knox in this place. As the pain throbbed, the boy was sure that he knew this brunette with light golden hair who could bear the name Ron. The maid, bursting into tears, fell to her knees and asked the young master for forgiveness for having harmed him. Rona is not a major character, but she often discussed Knox behind his back with the other housekeepers at the estate. The guy couldn't help but believe that a girl with such an innocent face could gossip about him with her colleagues. With a snow-white smile, Knox lowered himself to the still trembling maid and promised to forgive her this time. The next moment, becoming more gloomy, the guy wanted to finish telling her what would happen if she made the same mistake, but he didn't have time. But Rona no longer listened to him, but only smiled joyfully and broadly, agreeing with the young gentleman. Looking around the room and the people in it, the guy noticed how suddenly it became quiet here. The young servant girl standing in front of him suddenly began to tremble, and the man in the suit behind him also felt fear. Silence reigned in the room, and the housekeepers looked at the young gentleman with some apprehension. Knox, kneeling, wondered how he, being the family trash, managed to live his life. The maid, who continued to kneel, was interested in where her young master was going early in the morning, and learned of his intention to go to the gym. The servants continued to look at Knox with fear, and the unfortunate Rona did not understand anything at all. Having given the workers his snow-white and wide smile, the guy asked the maid to follow him. The girl was struck as if by lightning, and with an enchanted look, she agreed to go. Just let no one in this huge estate tell Rona that Knox will probably beat her with a wooden sword. They walked along a large, long corridor with high windows and impressive antique columns. Rona walked behind the young gentleman and looked after him with a hint of fear. As he moved, the guy, focused on his own thoughts, knew that first and foremost he needed to survive here. Remembering how he fell with his chair near the computer, the young man was even more sure of this, especially being at death's door. Tears flowed like a river from his sad eyes, but the guy himself still didn't want to die. To survive, he needs to quickly adapt to the circumstances in which he now finds himself. Knox, lost in thought, understood that this did not mean that he had no chance at all. Rona, with her eyes wide open, looked questioningly at the seriously thinking boy. As a professional who had played the game 27 times, he knew more than just its hidden secrets. As soon as the gamer who had entered the virtual world remembered about the status window, a screen from the system appeared in front of him. The demonic and divine game Inner Lunatic features a conflict with the main empire and has numerous fandoms around the world. What's special about Inner Lunatic is that there are multiple character development paths with countless combinations of stats. While there are many low-ranking stats, there are rare and common ones that can be picked up. There are even some genius features, and only one of them can be chosen. Knox and Rona walked down the steps into the courtyard, and the system continued to remind them that excellent stats made it easier to develop abilities. At the beginning of the game, the gamer had to choose 2 skills. This is because there are penalties in the game. There is a system that applies increasing sanctions in cases where the limit is exceeded based on personal characteristics. The more characteristics you select, the higher the limit, so Yu Chong was able to select 2 genius characteristics. If you are a genius of the sword and martial arts, you can use swords and other bladed weapons, which helps you reach the peak of basic military skills. And being a mana sensitivity genius allows you to increase your magic sensitivity, which will help you achieve maximum efficiency when circulating your mana. Knox thought about it and chuckled, because he knew there were even more useful things in the game. The mind's eye allows you to view other characters' status windows thanks to the protagonist's advantage. And the position of a master of acting, by its very name, allows one to understand the increase in the artistic qualities of a player. While on the streets, Knox realized that having a steely mentality allowed him to maintain a calm mind in combat or dangerous situations. The guy chuckled, realizing that the problem lay in the character's negative characteristics. The system reminded him of an incurable disease where there was only 1 year left depending on the universal characteristic, and this worried him. The system's virtual display once again indicated the presence of negative parameters, including frequent illnesses, curses of exhaustion, possession, and cold extremities. Even though Knox felt like a walking hospital ward, he kept smiling, even though cold sweat was dripping down his face. With cold hands and feet, it is almost impossible for him to move into the ice zones without a warming skill. And as long as the character is often sick, he will have to continue to faint in the game in front of others. Walking behind, Rona looked warily at the already smiling young gentleman, who thought that with such health he would not be able to do anything. Knox looked at the large estate and accepted the idea of solving all issues and matters one by one. Seeing that they were in front of the gym in a large house, the maid could not understand whether her companion intended to go inside. The girl's eyes widened noticeably, and she continued to look at the young gentleman with surprise and fear. And he stood silently in front of the building, casting a peaceful and calm look at it. Continuing to stand behind the guy, Ron's maid did not take her eyes off him. Knox creaked the gate open and entered the room, where he saw the family coat of arms on the wall and crossed swords. It will start by removing the curse of exhaustion, which imposes a strong innate penalty of exhaustion on the body, cutting growth speed in half and making the player more vulnerable. Raising his wooden sword, Knox understood perfectly well that the outcome would be the same, no matter how much he thought about it. The guy, quickly tired of waving the weapon, knew that everything would be very bad. Sweat poured down the face of the very frightened young man, who continued to hold his sword in his hands. Collapsing to the floor from nervous and physical exhaustion, Knox could not even imagine that this curse was so pathetic. Raising himself up on his hands in the classroom, the boy noted the presence of at least a sufficient number of weapons here. He knew that the history of the von Reinhofer family began with this magnificent sword. When it comes to the family, despite the positive statements, it is best described by the title of the Great House of Blade and Darkness. They earned it by combining their weapon skills with dark magic to destroy their enemies, known as the Commander's Sword, or the Tyrannical Blade of Darkness. This martial technique was passed down from head of family to head, and the tradition has survived to this day. But this didn't apply to Knox, because there are other advantages of aristocratic origin besides swordsmanship. Continuing to remain in a sitting position in the hall, the young gentleman remembered such an advantage of the nobility as money. This was the coolest thing for the smiling boy, whose mood was dramatically improved by such thoughts. The Reinhafers, who own a vast estate, are one of the most famous families in the history of the empire, and they are simply obscenely rich. Moreover, this family was so wealthy that even their useless offspring had enough money to never work. It was probably Theo, Knox's father, who had no interest in how their money was spent here. This is the kind of character Knox is, the youngest son of a noble family, and it is obvious what kind of person he is. After such heavy thinking, the guy rose to his feet with great difficulty, but felt unsure. He held his knees with his hands, feeling an unpleasant pain in his limbs. Even though Rona begged him not to ask her for anything strange, Knox wouldn't be able to run away until he completed the task. A few minutes ago, a young maid rolled a cart with the things the masters needed for the son up to him. She reported to the young master about the delivery of a wooden sword, a towel, water for washing and tidying herself up. Rano stood obediently next to Knox, her eyes downcast and her expression resigned. The next moment, she raised her clear pattern, not understanding whether the young master would really train now. Wanting to make sure there was no one around, the guy extended his hand towards the bent-over maid and ordered her to come to him. The unfortunate girl became frightened and very nervous, assuming that the gentleman would now try to beat her. Clenching his hand into a fist, Knox grinned and looked at the maid, not understanding her behavior. She became even more worried when the guy grabbed her by the ear, as if wanting to bring her closer to him. Rona was very surprised when she heard what the young master whispered in her ear, and she was shocked by the owner's intention to use the money to acquire all sorts of abominations. She immediately heard Knox demand that she shut up and start working, after which she asked him not to yell at her. The offended girl rushed to the exit, realizing that this guy had not changed at all. Approaching the cart, he hoped that the maid would have everything ready by tomorrow, although he was not sure how quickly she would finish it. The young gentleman took the jug in his hand and began to pour tea into his cup. Who would have thought that everything would be so bad for him, and that he still had to do something about the curse and his endurance? When someone approached the young man and greeted him politely, the guy's eyes widened in surprise. Standing before Knox was the head butler of the Rodwell family, Ernark, whom he immediately recognized. He was one of the managers of the Reinhafer estates, and the young master would not be able to treat him like a commoner. This is Father Knox's advisor, Theo von Reinhafer. That's who he is. For the young man, whose cup trembled in his hand, this was one of the most difficult tests on his path. While the head butler would normally not pay attention to Knox, he could now notice something strange in the boy's behavior. The guy decided to put the cup of tea on the tray and try to fix everything. When he reminded the man who came in about his duty to serve the head of the family, he thereby activated the positive trait of the master of action. Having bowed to the young owner of the estate, the butler reported receiving the order and arrived to deliver the news to him. Then he repeated these words again and announced the need for Knox to take part in his family's dinner. He just smiled in response, although he still didn't know anything about this family, and they were already inviting him to dinner. The young man asked to convey that he couldn't make it today, but Rodwell continued to look at him with a stony gaze. And here, the butler was interested in why the master invited the young gentleman to a dinner party. But he told him out loud about the arrival of a lady from the Stilliner family to participate in nightly training. Rodwell was confident that if his own offspring were absent from the family dinner, the master would be very angry. Upset by the order, Knox was forced to agree to carry it out. Seeing the sad expression on the boy's face, the butler looked at him questioningly. Rodwell thought something had changed in the young master, and he asked his servant to continue speaking. Ernark remembered that his master's son had previously disliked swords, but today he had come to the training hall on his own. The slightly worried butler wants to know the reason for such a change in the young man's character. The silent Knox von Reinhaver decided to clarify something here to the old servant. With a proud posture, the guy ordered the man standing opposite him not to dare put himself above his own masters, because he was a simple butler. Whatever this nobleman's son does or thinks, it shouldn't worry Rodwell. The guy will decide everything himself. Hearing these words, the man became slightly nervous, and a bead of sweat appeared on his cheek. Holding his hand to his heart, he bowed slightly and apologized to the young master. This didn't interest Knox much, so he turned and walked towards the exit of the room. The butler could only follow him with his astonished and slightly frightened gaze. When the door closed behind the guy, Rodwell decided to report what had happened to the head of the family, believing that the man who left might have noticed something. While the nobles were sorting things out with the servants, the weather outside was beautiful, and snow-white clouds floated across the sky. Knox, after an altercation with the family butler, entered the room and closed the door with a trembling hand. The guy, who was in great fear and anxiety, didn't even think that such a cruel thing could happen. Fearing Rodwell's pursuit, the young man suddenly became curious about how things would end if the possession mode were activated. And then he remembered the young lady from the Stilliner family, about whom the servant had told him in the training hall. He couldn't figure out what this red-haired girl was doing in their family estate. Evening came, and the sun in the sky was replaced by cold, bright stars with dark clouds hovering above the estate. The teenager sitting at the table complained that he didn't understand how to eat now because of the fool's appearance. This was said about Knox, who was present, sitting there with a sad look and not eating anything. Twin Alan believes that the younger von Rayhofer is attached to the family, and his brother Hardy echoes this, mocking him maliciously. Hardy, who had already given up hope of seeing Knox again, still couldn't believe that he was standing in front of him. The guests, who were not known for their kindness at the moment, discussed the alleged flirtations of the young master of the house with the servants and laughed about it. The boy, visibly upset by what was happening, did not understand this, because he had not even done anything yet. At this time, the maid standing near the door bowed, and someone announced that everyone had already arrived in the room. Knox began to stare intently towards the entrance, waiting for the one who said all this in a commanding voice. It was Theo von Reinhafer, with the bearing of an officer and the appearance of a true aristocrat, who kept his hand on the hilt of his saber. The boy immediately recognized this serious man, but he did not enter the room alone. A beautiful girl with red hair and a dress of the same color entered with him, greeting the boys and telling them her name. According to the owner, a young lady from the Stilliner family has requested nightly training, so she will be living in the estate for some time. The malicious twin guests looked with some admiration at this beautiful woman who had become the highlight of their evening. Theo von Reinhafer asked the boys to take care of the girl, while his son carefully examined the fan of nightly training. This is Talia, a character from Inner Lunatic, who acted as the heroine during the game against the villain Knox. It was this man who would pierce Knox with his sword in the near future, but he was more wary than frightened by this. In an unperturbed tone, the head of the family also noted Knox, who had honored everyone here with his presence. The boy became slightly nervous, but did not show his excitement in front of the others in the hall. Thalia also looked questioningly at what was happening at the table, but then the call to dinner sounded. Meat and vegetable dishes were served on the table, as well as exquisite desserts that melted in your mouth. Knox continued to look at the brothers he disliked, and Alan and Hardy also kept their eyes on him. Turning to his father, Alan declared that it was time to announce the decision on who would be going to the academy next. At these words, Knox again became slightly nervous, but did not say anything out loud. Theo von Reinhafer, propping his chin on his hand, thought that indeed such a time had already come. The students of Eldine Academy, a key location in Inner Lunatic, face various circumstances and fight demons, which is what the story is built on. Listening attentively to the boys and his father, Knox firmly understood for himself that he had to get there. He wanted to go through the story being described and find allies among the local students at the academy. Von Reinhofer Sr. is confident that his children know that only 3 people from each generation can enter the Eldin Academy. According to the head of the family, this is necessary to control the influence of the nobles. And now they have only one lucky ticket left, because the man has already sent his first and second sons to study there. Knox smiled slightly. He really needed this chance to find loyal allies. Continuing to announce his decision, Theo von Reinhafer stated his intention to adhere to old family traditions. A smiling Knox believes his father wants to see his younger children fight. The man turned to the boy with a surprised face and did not think that his son would answer him first. According to him, this is true, and everything will be decided in a month. The winner of the duel will be the last student of the Eldine Academy. Hardy advised Knox to keep a low profile so as not to screw up. Alan is sure that those weak who did not hold a weapon in their hands would not be able to cope with the two of them. The boy, confused by such attacks, didn't even notice how Thalia, who was standing next to him, was looking at him. Quickly getting ready, Knox took the glass in his hands and asked the guys to say that only if they won. One of the twins cried out angrily. Did the boy really think he could stand against them? This duel is another test that Knox must pass to get into the academy, and he does not intend to tolerate this ridicule. With a confident look, the guy announced his mandatory admission to Eldine. Hearing these words, Theo von Reinhofer looked at the boy somewhat warily, and the twins Alan and Hardy did not hide their hatred for their future enemy. And then, unexpectedly for everyone present, their charming red-haired guest reminded them of herself. Thalia, now radiating good nature, admitted that the young master was confident in himself. And while the girls smiled cheerfully, Alan and Hardy switched the entire flow of their anger onto her. The stars shone in the dark sky, and Knox suddenly realized that he had attracted the attention of the wrong person. On the desk of the head of the von Reinhofer family in his office lay a pile of new documents. Theo agreed with the butler in front of him that something had changed in Knox. Rodwell, who had put on his glasses, bowed slightly to his master and agreed with his words. If the senior master hadn't seen everything himself, he wouldn't have believed it, but he doesn't know what influenced the child. The man really hopes that his youngest son is not possessed by a demon. Well, Knox's actions attracted the attention of his father, who asked Rodwell to continue to monitor the boy. The next morning, the young master began training, which was noticed by numerous maids. Observing the boy's physical activity, the maids knew about his duel, which would take place in a month. They couldn't understand why all he did was run back and forth across the family estate. Knox heard their entire conversation, but he did not understand the reason for it, because he did not have the corresponding ability. But the next moment he forgot about the servants' gossip and continued his training. The virtual system notified the guy that his stamina level had increased by 0.1, which noticeably disappointed him. The future duelist was drenched in sweat, but continued running around the parade ground because it increased his endurance. The condition for using swordsmanship and combat skills was achieving endurance of at least level 4. The athlete was once again reminded of such traits as genius swordsmanship and combat, genius sensitivity to mana, nerves of steel, an incurable disease, obsession, and others. The circle-spinning athlete can use them at any time if he doesn't consider himself as weak as the real Knox from the game. With the curse of weakness, it would take the guy a whole month to raise his level to 1.9. After the run, he stopped and, dripping with sweat, decided to catch his breath a little, thinking about all this. A characteristic trait such as the curse of weakness slows down the development of a game character by as much as 2 times. Knox is very disappointed because he has run so far, and his endurance level has only moved by 0.1. And since the disease cuts the effect in half, the young man needs to put in 4 times more effort than other athletes. After so much effort, he was unable to raise his stamina level beyond 15 points due to restrictions. His mana is already at 30. The servants were already pulling a cart for Knox with the things he needed after sports. It was Rona who brought for the young master everything that he had asked her for earlier. Everything went faster than Knox thought, and with this help, he will be able to move forward in his business faster. The maid brought him the golem core, the poison of the 3-headed gorgon, the dew of the fairy of memories, the scroll of rapid growth, and now the guy was thinking about how to increase his endurance level. Taking the bottle of the memory fairy's dew in his hands, Knox wanted to solve this problem using the knowledge from the game. After some time, he came back to the training room where he had been before and discussed work issues with Rona. She didn't understand why he needed the core and other things that were hard to find, and people try to avoid poison and the like. The girl thought that the only thing that was useful was the scroll, but Knox assured her that no one knew how to use it. The maid, her big eyes wide with surprise, became curious about how to use this device. The boy turned to the left and looked at the contents of the cart that Rona had rolled in. And then he picked up the purple bottle, clearly wanting to demonstrate something to the girl. And the next moment, unexpectedly for the maid herself, he began to drink the contents of this incomprehensible bottle. The poor girl screamed in horror and reminded the young master that there was real poison inside. Beads of sweat ran down Knox's face, and he thought that the poison in the container was actually real. The guy looked at the new notifications from the computer system with expanded purple icons. She reported that the character had encountered the poison of the three-headed gorgon, as a result of which his health would be temporarily increased by 1.5 times. Furthermore, the countdown to Knox's death was started, which was the most terrifying thing. Having received this message, he lowered his cold and sweaty hand with difficulty onto the edge of the cart. Rona announced her intention to call the butler here, but the young master demanded that she stop and grabbed the cannonball. After that, without any hesitation and with a firm face, he bit off a piece of this substance. The terrified maid clutched her head and screamed that she couldn't eat the golem's core. The system immediately notified those present in the hall that the body of anyone who had consumed the core was beginning to turn into stone. Hidden information was also announced about the reaction of the three-headed gorgon's venom with the golem's core. Knox, noticeably tired after the experiments, was pleased, because everything worked as he wanted. Initially, the golem core was used to increase defense against humans or to create new golems. The system activated a special effect, neutralizing the poison of the three-headed gorgon, after which the curse of weakness disappeared. Knox clenched his fist in satisfaction, glad to be freed from such a stupid curse. Rona, who looked at the guy with big and frightened eyes, did not understand this behavior of the young gentleman. While she was wondering if the guy was okay, he was thinking about the final step in this matter. The unfortunate maid could not come to her senses, and the new thoughts of the man standing opposite her horrified her even more. To her surprise, the young master, who had maintained his composure, began to slowly unbutton his shirt. Rona, flushed with fear, watched as the young gentleman picked up a new container of liquid. After that, he closed his eyes and doused his hair and face with the dew of the memory fairy. The system reported the petrification of the body was cancelled due to the golem core and its reaction with the fairy dew. Knox's expression was now satisfied. He was smiling, even though he was experiencing strange sensations. Information about the temporary reward of the user with the blessing of growth was also discovered here. This will double the user's development rate until they reach level 5 stamina. Knox clenched his fist with great glee because this was exactly what he had planned. There was one last step left, and the boy reached out his hand for the scroll lying on the cart. He tore open the scroll of rapid stamina growth, after which his development doubled. Having overcome the curse, the boy received a blessing that neutralized the debuff from the disease and a scroll of development. The current rate of progress should be twice that of normal humans, so Knox will be able to increase his stamina faster. Suddenly, Ron's maid pounced on him, almost knocking the unsuspecting boy off his feet. The girl, continuing to hold the young master, asked if everything was okay with him. When he suddenly began to undress, the maid thought that the guy had some strange intentions, and he rudely demanded a towel. The unfortunate girl had tears in her eyes from such extreme harshness on the part of the young gentleman. A smiling Knox had finished his curse and was thinking of going easier on the unfortunate maid. He laughed and assured the frightened girl that everything was fine now. Rona inquired about the need for the butler to provide assistance to the boy, and asked if the young master needed rest. Knox didn't need any help, and the maid was curious about what he would do now. Encouraged by his recent successes and achievements, the young man intends to continue running. White clouds raced across the clear blue sky while the residents of the huge estate went about their business. A slightly uneven Knox continued to run around the estate. For some reason unknown to him, his faithful maid, Rona, ran after him. From the side, behind the iron fence, Other residents of the house watched the runners. A young guest who had recently arrived at the estate was interested in Knox's runs. She couldn't understand how or why someone so weak would take the fight against his brothers. The maid Emma asks Milady Talia not to look at young Master von Reinhofer in such a way. In her opinion, it was rude, but the young lady continued to stand near the iron gate. An indignant Talia didn't understand why Knox just ran and didn't even think about picking up a sword. Even when the knights of the family offered their assistance to the young master, he continued to refuse. Talia admitted that at this rate, in a month her opponents would make a smash out of Knox. The girl, upset and crying because of this, is sure that this is how everything will end for her new acquaintance. Continuing to stand near the metal fence, she could no longer do this, but she was very worried about the guy. The maid Emma noticed strange changes in her mistress and tried to attract her attention. A nervous Talia left, but promised her faithful maid that she would return soon. Ahead of the noblewoman appeared the large gates of the estate where Knox had been jogging today. Soon the shadow of a noble girl appeared on the cobblestone surface. A moment later, Thalia stood in front of the boy who had crouched down after the run, whom the unfortunate Rona had been unable to catch up with. The cheerful red-haired beauty gave her name to the young owner of the estate. He looked at the approaching guest with some surprise. Deep down, he was outraged by her appearance right next to him. The guy is interested in what she wants, and he already heard the girl's name last time during dinner. Talia continued to look at Knox with embarrassment, naively not understanding where such a chill in the conversation came from. And now I am absolutely sure that the guy is shocked by her beautiful appearance. It is obvious that he is. The girl was interested in whether Knox was confident in his abilities to win against his brothers, since he agreed to fight. While the young master looked at her with displeasure, the beauty doubted her chances of defeating her opponents if the boy was just running around. Rona, who had been closely following the situation that had arisen, mentally agreed with the guest. The noblewoman suggested that the boy turn to her for help, and she would definitely help. Unexpectedly, Knox refused the girl's services and expressed the hope that now she would leave him. An angry Thalia cried out, "How dare this young man respond to her good intentions like that?" Smiling Rona was sure that at this rate her young master would never have a girlfriend. The red-haired noblewoman continued to be angry and was already demanding that Knox forget her proposal. She had already offered the guy to do whatever he wanted, but he only saw the departing lady off with a smile. Left alone, Knox was approached by Ron's maid, who believed that the young master did not understand anything. After this incident, he suddenly became sad, afraid that now things would become even more difficult. The system indicated that Talia had 6th level endurance, 3rd level mana, 5th level luck, 7th level will, and other characteristics. There was also a delusion of grandeur, an inferiority complex, nobility and genius in swordsmanship and combat, which spoke of the girl's crazy talent. Most adult men have stamina around level 4, and yet she has such an incredible value. Knox stood and carefully analyzed these parameters of the power of his new acquaintance, whose help he easily refused. In the guy's opinion, even all this could hardly compare to the continent's 3 swordmasters. Or one of the 4 great mages, but Talia has good potential to catch up with them. The young master did not rule out the possibility that his new friend would be able to deal with the sorcerers thanks to her fire attribute. The fire element magic that Talia uses will awaken into the white flame attribute, which will soon burn away the demonized Knox. If he lures the girl to his side, as in a game of chess, the plot will change dramatically. The guy needs to find another way to follow the script, but avoid death. But he doesn't know how to get along with the man who is supposed to kill him. The bright sun shone through the large windows into the rooms of the von Reinhofer family estate. Thalia walked down the corridor with a firm and confident gait, holding her sword in her hands. She looked ahead with distrust and suspicion, as if she had seen something unpleasant. She swung her sword and received a storm of praise from the knights, who were delighted with how quickly she was learning. The enthusiastic young warrior expected exactly this from the young talent of the Stilliner family. Having heard the last words, the girl silently looked into space and somewhat alienatedly. Suddenly, the big, beautiful eyes of this incredible girl lit up with a bright red flame. An episode came to mind when her own sister cut her sword with one powerful blow during training. It was him that the lady remembered now, and did not know why such a strange obsession had appeared. Against the backdrop of these memories and unexpected experiences, she only firmly gripped the hilt of her sword. Sadly hanging her head down, the girl seriously doubted her own abilities to become a knight. Such a warrior must not be greedy and must remain humble while risking his life for a good cause. One must learn to wield a sword to become a worthy warrior, and Talia wasn't confident in Knox, who only ran around. The next day, Knox stood across from his brother in the training hall, with the estate's residents gathered around them. The von Reinhafers, the butler Rodwell, and Talia watched the proceedings from the balcony. The head of the family's first wife, Facilia, came to watch a training match involving boys. Her husband asked his faithful butler for his opinion regarding the outcome of this training confrontation. Rodwell thought for a moment, not even knowing how to properly answer such a question from the gentleman. But below, a young fair-haired man acting as a judge demanded attention. This duel between the boys who have already taken up swords will show who will go to Eldin Academy. Knox's face showed determination, although he was still nervous before the first battle. Finally, the duel began, and the twin rushed at the boy, raising his long sword over him. Theo von Reinhafer repeated his question about the forecast for the final of the fight to his butler. Considering the young master Alan's previous battles, Rodwell is confident of his victory today. The head of the family, in a thoughtful state, agreed with this assumption of his faithful servant. The nobleman's wife, Facilius, also closely followed the training duel. The butler believes his master is confident of a different outcome, but young Master Knox is unlikely to win, even though he has changed. According to Rodwell, it is impossible for an unprepared young man to gain the upper hand in a fight. One day he himself embarked on the path of a knight, and he knew that the art of the sword could be both a tortuous and a very simple path. The warrior's level is determined by the duration of training and how he evaluates his own skill. The butler knew of one chance for the one who was far ahead to end up on his knees before the weak. It's impossible to get past such a wall, but there is an incredible talent that could be young Knox von Reinhafer. Continuing to watch what was happening below, Rodwell did not yet know whether his master's son was born with such a gift. The flow of his logical thoughts was disrupted by the words of the head of the noble family. The father did not rule out the success of his youngest son, who has Reinhafer blood in his veins, meaning he could become the future emperor of the sword. The guy's genius trait of swordsmanship and combat turned out to be inactive, which greatly disappointed him. Angry at himself for his lack of luck, Knox remembered his high luck statistics, but admitted that this was luck for problems. In the end, he was unable to raise his stamina level to 4, but the system increased it by 0.1% and activated the effect. The young man's endurance level was now 3.8, which did not make him happy at all. The sound of women's footsteps could be heard on the parade ground in the courtyard of the estate, and someone was calling the young master. It was Ron's very upset maid who really wanted to run around with the young master. Knox said it would be too boring if she did, but he hesitated and Mock reminded who would take care of him if not the maid. The maid thought the young man wanted to say something else, but he held out his handkerchief, calling it a mission for her. While the girl looked at him questioningly, Knox risked admitting that she was even mentally cursing him. She had to take the handkerchief in her hands, and the maid bit her tongue in surprise. Knox looked mockingly at his maid, who continued to stand behind him. At the same time, he noted the servant's good endurance and allowed for the possibility of testing her sooner. The system showed that Rona's endurance level was 4.5. She was stronger than a grown man, and this shocked Knox. The guy is completely upset because the maid's stat is higher than his, although the young master has been training for a whole month. It was getting dark, and the maid advised the young man to go and rest before tomorrow's duel. He looked at the fading sky and realized that there was no time left to prepare. When the brothers were already standing opposite each other with swords, Alan suddenly turned to Knox. The guy, absolutely confident in his own strength and smiling, suggested that the weaker opponent surrender. Alan considered Knox a disgrace to their family, but he did not want to treat his younger brother too harshly. It was hard to believe that the younger brother wanted him to capitulate, while he really only wanted to impress his dear guest, Stilliner. The angry teenager hoped his brother would give up the fight, but Knox didn't know if that was the right thing to do. The boy cannot defeat Alan, whose endurance level is 8, using normal means. While Knox was pondering what to do next, the judge announced the start of the duel for the right to enter the Adlane Academy. The judge called on both guys to accept the result of the fight, whatever it was, without taking into account any claims. For the worried younger brother, if he loses, everything will end, but he must get his memories back. He needs to find out who sent that message, because there is only 1 year left before his own death. Both participants were ready for the upcoming fight, so the referee announced the start of the match. Hearing the referee's command, Alan raised his sword with a smile on his face and rushed at his younger opponent. The elder von Reinhofer towered over his weaker opponent and almost sensed victory. Just one kick, and the outcome of the battle seemed to be finally determined. Knox watched the enemy's movements closely and was ready for his attack. Having correctly assessed the situation, the boy crouched down on the floor and prepared to parry the blow of Alan's attacker. Clenching his hand into a fist and holding his sword out in front of him, the boy was not going to give up the victory easily to his opponent. Alan von Reinhofer appreciated his younger brother's good defense and was already ready to attack him, anticipating a victory. The elder rushed forward, the younger defended himself, and the inhabitants of the estate watched the progress of the duel from the balcony. If Knox loses, he loses. If he wins, everything will be different, and this is an invariable feature of the inner lunatic game. The situation was getting tense, but unexpectedly for the guy, the system showed an increase in his endurance by 0.1/10. This immediately raised the spirits of the young man, who, if he won the competition, would take everything for himself. The appearance of a smile on his opponent's face confused Alan, who attributed the change in his brother to a strong kick. And to make things easier for Knox, Alan decided to strike him again, but the boy was able to parry the dangerous attack. Theo von Reinhofer's wife, who was watching the battle, worried in vain that her youngest child had changed. The last person to leave their family and enter the Elden Academy would be her son, who at that moment attacked Knox with all his aggression. The woman kept her eyes on the fight and didn't even hear her husband's comments regarding the confrontation. The head of the noble family watched the battle taking place with all attention and sternness of his gaze. An evil smile appeared on Facilia's face as malicious thoughts appeared in her head, affecting this family. The father so wanted to see positive changes in his son, but his current abilities were not at all encouraging. It was Rodwell who proposed stopping the fight, because the young gentleman would have to take a long time to recover if it continued. Theo knew that Hardy and Alan had talent, but compared to his eldest son Garen, it was nothing. The dark dominant blade gives one the ability to lay everything at one's feet and overcome one's opponent with overwhelming force. Knox, noticeably tired by this time, still tried not to take his eyes off his opponent and continued to hold the handle of the ball tightly in his hands. Theo von Reinhofer remembered the Dark Clinic's technique, but he didn't know which of his several sons would inherit it. Lost in sad thoughts and worried about his child, he was about to stop the brutal battle. Unexpectedly, Knox's ball mastery and combat mastery trait was activated, and his stamina level was increased by 0.1. Realizing that everything on the battlefield was about to change in his favor, the young man smiled slyly. Noticing the changes in his younger brother Alan grinning maliciously, thought he had gone crazy. As the Genius Hour skill activated, Theo von Reinhofer stared at Knox. With his powers greatly increased, the head of the family's youngest son was ready to defeat his enemy. The atmosphere in the battle was getting very tense, and Theo even rose from his place on the balcony so as not to miss any important moments. Unsuspecting, Alan held the sword confidently in his hand and was ready to rush at his opponent again. Knox knew that geniuses and talents have their time, and now is the time to gain the upper hand in their favor. It was as if time had stopped, and the skill began to slow down everything within the perception of the young, brave fighter. The enemy's slow movement and Knox's speed boost were different things, so it was difficult to use the perk to its full potential. But if the younger warrior's sword genius is activated, then it's all over for the evil Alan. With great alacrity, Knox raised his formidable weapon, preparing to unleash its full force upon his adversary. And with his first lightning-fast blow, he knocked the sword out of the hands of the unsuspecting Alan in front of the entire audience. He found himself almost in a state of shock and was pressed against the wall, not expecting such a turn of events. And opposite him stood the already confident fighter, Knox von Reinhofer, who considered the duel almost won. The sword of the almost defeated Alain continued to make circles in the air, promising to soon fall to the ground. Rubbing his slightly injured arm, he looked at his victorious brother with an aggressive gaze. And he, in spite of the defeated enemy, merely raised up his iron weapon which had led him to victory. Knox's eyes were truly shining. He felt amusement at the sight of his defeated opponent. Meanwhile, Alan couldn't take his furious gaze off the winner whom he hated so fiercely. The very next moment, the younger von Reinhofer regained his cool composure, realizing that he shouldn't relax now. The combat skill only lasts for 5 minutes, so the guy needs to finish the duel in his favor at all costs. Knox looked at his brother, with whom he had tried to be as easy as possible during this confrontation. To the further surprise of everyone present in the hall, he threw up his hands and said how boring it all was for him. And then, with a smile on his face, he suggested to his older brothers that they finish this and attack him together. Alan and Hardy's mouths dropped open in surprise, not expecting this from the younger one, and they didn't know what to do. Knox, assuming a proud posture, raised his sword and solemnly addressed his father, asking his permission to fight 2 brothers at once. Theo von Reinhofer's worried expression showed how deeply moved he was by the fight and the boy's unexpected request. No less surprised was the butler Rodwell, who heard and saw perfectly well what was happening on the battlefield. Talia was also very worried about Knox, her gaze blazing, not understanding at all what her favorite was doing. Confident in the change in his son's energy, his father believes that he still has aces up his sleeve, so he decided to watch the duel for a little while longer. Theo stood up from his seat, walked to the edge of the balcony, and allowed Knox to fight alone against the 2 brothers. This decision did not please his wife, who was very worried about her own children. Before Hardy could even enter the battle circle next to Alan, Theo announced that the battle would continue. Not quite prepared for this turn of events, the embittered loser picked up the sword that lay on the ground. Hardy, who was oozing no less aggression, did not raise the issue of why Knox was underestimating them, especially in front of his father. The young master ignored the insults coming from his relatives and was ready for the next stage of the duel. The brothers, determined to take revenge, took up their swords and asked their upstart brother to get ready. Hardy and Alan gathered all their strength and rushed at Knox with their gleaming iron weapons. A split second, and the hall sparkled as the swords of 3 fearless opponents crossed. A real fight was taking place between the guys, which seemed to decide the most important questions of life and death. Alan, eager for revenge on his younger brother, demanded that Hardy quickly move to the left in order to quickly hit the enemy. But he, not expecting such speed from Knox, could not carry out the order and asked him to remain silent. Their opponent, who seemed weaker, tried his best to remain calm and fight off the blows. The special effect of the Hour of Genius increased the effectiveness of the Dark family's swordsmanship, which pleased Knox. Thanks to the increased power, the guy began to see better the movements of his opponents wielding swords. During the confrontation, he found himself behind Alan and with a deft blow struck him in the shoulder, causing pain to his opponent. For a second, all participants in the duel stopped their brutal confrontation under the watchful eyes of spectators from the upper balcony. Unsettled, Talia remained on her feet the entire time and was very worried about the brave Knox. And he looked at his enemies with a victorious smile and could not believe how the family's shame could change so much. But the extremely aggressive expressions on Hardy and Alan's faces showed that everything was written on their foreheads. Alan continued to hold his injured left arm and looked somewhat warily at Knox standing in front of him. And then he looked away in surprise to the left, as if he saw something important there. Knox had already approached the two brothers with a reminder about the need not to be distracted during an important battle. Alan and Hardy, enraged by such impudence, again began to fight the guy whom they considered an easy opponent. The Trinity once again entered into a battle that could hardly be called a simple training duel. Knox, now waving his sword with much more confidence, parried the blows of his opponents and rushed towards victory. Even though it was a battle where a lot was at stake, even just swinging a sword was a lot of fun for him. Knox seemed to become obsessed with this battle and could hardly see anything or anyone around him. On the balcony, everyone was watching with wild excitement what was happening below, but Talia was the one who was most worried about the guy. Their father, whose face showed intense tension in every muscle, kept his eyes on the boys. The duel went completely differently than Alan had imagined, with him already shouting about the impossibility of his opponent's victory. But the next second he was lying prostrate on the ground, experiencing intense pain of defeat. Both losing brothers were on the floor, looking at their winner with a sense of fear. The Genius Hour skill was disabled, but by that point, Knox had already defeated the boys and was silently looking at them. Tired, he looked at the losers without anger, realizing that that was it. The duel was finally won. On the balcony, Facilia, beside herself with horror, tried to shout to her sons, who had lost the battle. Knox wanted to hear confirmation of his victory from the judge, and he got it instantly. In a loud voice, so that everyone who attended this incredible confrontation could hear, the referee announced the winner. A sudden excitement came over Knox, who it would seem should now be rejoicing at his own triumph. He let go of the sword hilt, and the iron weapon hit the floor of the room with a loud sound. For several seconds, a metallic ringing sounded, symbolizing the victory of the new warrior. The winner and the losers were watched with a stern gaze by their father, the nobleman Theo von Reinhofer. Knox, who had been tasked with inflicting nothing but merciless defeat on his opponents today, looked at him a little slyly. At this point, the young man decided to take his leave of his parent and the rest of the spectators who had watched his debut fight. And after that, the young master turned around and headed towards the exit of the mansion's training room. Thalia, who still couldn't find a place for herself, continued to feel nervous as she watched the young man leave. And he was already standing on the threshold and in a few seconds would have disappeared from the sight of his red-haired admirer. Feeling a strong need to stop Knox and talk to him, the girl decided to catch up with him at any cost. A beautiful evening sunset illuminated the noble mansion, whose residents had spent an incredible day today. Knox, very tired, bowed his legs a little when he had already stepped outside the training room. The guy feels like he used the skill for too long today, and it led to some negative consequences. Raising his left hand, which he had used less during the heavy fighting, he saw blood on it. The Genius Hour has a slight drawback where you may experience so-called kickback if you exceed the usage time. Due to the skill's repercussion, the user's lifespan was shortened by 2 days and 17 hours, increasing his susceptibility to illness, despite the fact that he was already ill. It's a good thing Knox's consequences didn't appear in front of so many people, because then his admission to the academy would certainly have been cancelled. The guy turned and cast a displeased glance at a certain person who had disturbed his solitude. Thalia, who had been so worried during the fight, approached him and asked if her comrade was injured. The agitated girl was very worried about whether Knox had been injured during the battle with his brothers. He did not show open aggression towards Talia, but was unhappy with her appearance in this quiet place. The next moment, it seemed to him that he had been caught after all, and that it was Talia, although no one else would know about the recoil anyway. He tried to make a verbal attack on the girl, but heard from her words of criticism and inspiration as he defeated the brothers with a sick body. While I was taking all this in, I fell into a momentary stupor from surprise and didn't know how to respond to the bold beauty. The girl's expression indicated that she was genuinely worried about the young fighter in the duel. The visibly embarrassed and blushing girl felt as if she had misunderstood everything. During the entire month of observation, The attentive Talia became convinced that Knox never once picked up a real sword. The girl believes that it is impossible to win without true talent if you wave a wooden sword in an awkward stance during classes. Talia felt obliged to ask how the young man had awakened it within himself and how he had managed to develop the skills. And then she remembered how the duel ended and how after it this lonely figure headed towards the exit. But now it was not that elegant winner who stood before her, but some strange boy clenching his hand into a fist in front of her. Talia looked at him and didn't understand why Knox looked like that, because he couldn't have overexerted himself to fight his brothers. At that moment, the young warrior looked alienated, but he was not an ignoramus, unlike the rumors about him. The red-haired beauty looked at him with some confusion, knowing about the boy's hard work to get a chance to enter the academy. Now he raised his fist to his mouth and coughed, which caused further concern on the part of the girl. A worried Thalia waved her hand and approached Knox, wanting to make sure he was okay, but the guy wasn't very keen on that. She wanted to touch the young man, but he held her hand, demanding that she not touch him now. Because he spent 2 years sitting in his room playing games, Knox now has problems communicating with other people. After all, from the very beginning, he was the character who was destined to die in the gameplay. Continue to remain in a nervous state, Talia crumpled her fingers and tried to justify herself to the guy. Clutching her hands to her chest, the girl lowered her head in embarrassment and apologized to today's winner. Knox, not expecting this, asked his guest in surprise what she meant. Talia didn't know that her comrade was born very weak, but he takes the sword as a weapon extremely seriously. She had also heard about the young man's endurance training, so she apologized for any misunderstanding. She also remembered the words of the maid Emma that anyone can make mistakes, so the guy probably wasn't being rude on purpose. Knox looked at the young lady and didn't know how to react to all this, but she was serious, just like in the game. She may be a noble but stubborn duchess, and it is not easy for such a person to admit her mistakes to others. Well, if the lady really thinks so, then Knox would be very happy if she didn't tell anyone what she saw. Talia didn't think long and immediately agreed to the young man's proposal, not wanting to upset him. Continuing to look at the guest with distrust and fatigue, the guy hoped that now he had nothing to worry about. Repeating that she had promised to remain silent, Knox turned and silently walked towards the entrance of the mansion, while the girl watched him. Her face remained red and expressed sadness due to the unsuccessful conversation with the young man who was pleasant to the lady. Soon it became noticeably darker, and bright stars and white clouds floating in the sky reigned over the noble estate. Theo von Reinhofer was in his office and realized that his assumptions had come true. Turning to the butler Rodwell, he asked what the talent of his youngest son, Knox, was like. The faithful servant himself did not understand why the young man first took the blows, and only then showed his strength. According to the man, the youngest child of the head of the family is the best among all the other young masters of his age. It seemed exactly the same to the thoughtful Theo. He did not understand where such a strange feeling came from. But at the same time, the nobleman believed that there was something much greater hidden in his son than what they saw today. Turning back to the butler, he ordered him to continue to watch Knox, but only to observe and nothing more. The butler accepted the assignment, but his master was already interested in another, no less important question concerning his youngest son. Remembering such an artifact as the Black Sword, he wondered, not knowing whether Knox could inherit this weapon. In the midst of his heavy thoughts, the head of the von Reinhofer family clenched his fist and thought that there was almost no time left. Speaking about his faithful Rodwell, Mr. Theo told him about the most important role of the butler in this matter. Outside the window, night was approaching, and the butler, bowing in response, promised his master to try to work hard. Darkness seemed to envelop the sky, across which large clouds floated to unseen distances, and their path was illuminated by bright and numerous stars. In one of the many rooms of the von Reinhofer family's vast estate, a bright light was burning. Knox completed a training quest, during which he won his first fight in the world that became his reality. And I got 3 free stat distribution tickets. but I spent a whole month increasing my stamina to level 2. Just when he started thinking about the place where all this would be useful to him now, he was forced to start looking at the messages from the system. Among other characteristics, the luck level immediately increased to 10 points, although he expected to see endurance here. But this is explained by the fact that the value of such a parameter as luck is higher than anything else in the game Inner Lunatic. Upon testing its effectiveness, Knox will receive multiple player perks, a random stat gacha ticket, and a one-time use ticket for a specific skill. The boy looked at the virtual window and made sure that the bonus system also worked in this game. And now he has made the unexpected decision to try to play without knowing all the specifics of the project. An unusual purple structure with a large ball appeared in front of Knox von Reinhofer, inside of which something magical was happening. For the boy, who was deeply moved by this, it was quite incredible to see this in real life. As he was about to put his plan into action, he touched the rectangular lever on the structure. When luck is pumped up, there should be a 95% chance of being at a medium or higher level. While Knox was lost in thought, the large ball on the mysterious machine continued to glow with bright colors. A gray scroll is needed for low level, a silver one for medium, and a gold one for high. And for the highest level, there was a rainbow copy, but Knox wanted gold or rainbow for himself. Knox looked back at the purple machine and saw a cover open beneath the switch, revealing a large red button. Suddenly, a strong and bright glow appeared in the room, coming from behind the car. The young nobleman began to examine what was happening in the room with a keen gaze. He held the golden scroll in his hands and realized that this was exactly the thing he desperately needed. When he unrolled the scroll, the system congratulated him on completing the assessment and provided the young man with a high-ranking characterization of the Almighty's power. The information received greatly pleased the smiling Knox von Reinhofer, who could hardly believe his luck. The power of the Almighty reduced the enemy's total stats by 20% if the sum of the character's points was less than the enemy's, and this delighted the guy. He couldn't believe that the system had given him a skill as a debuff, and that wasn't all the reward he had. The young warrior was also offered the opportunity to use a one-time ticket for a specific skill, which could be obtained here. This is one of the secret fragments of the Reinhofer family's legacy, and Knox needs this skill to obtain it. The young man plans to use his new skill after Theo calls his eldest son to him. Come to think of it, Gran was about to return to the noble family estate. It's been a long time since he graduated from the academy and fulfilled his knightly duties, so this son of Theo should be halfway home. With heavy thoughts about his legacy and Gran, the unfortunate Knox had no moment of peace in the current situation. The only thought that calmed him now was that he wouldn't have to deal with Talia now. This kind girl is not one to break her own promises, and she no longer has any reason to seek communication with Knox. It was late evening, the stars were shining in the sky and fast clouds were running, and the lights were on in the windows of the von Reinhofer estate. Rays of light illuminated a large, luxurious room with expensive chandeliers, each of which had candles burning. Knox stood in this room and wanted to think that his red-haired girlfriend did not want to talk to him. This beautiful woman, a lover of knightly training, was now standing in front of him and looking at the guy himself. According to the young man, they had already discussed everything yesterday, but he assumes that something could have happened to them now. The lovely lady was in a somewhat embarrassed state and tried to say something to Knox, who was standing opposite her but could not. And he looked at the girl a little frightened and asked her to tell him about all the things that worried the lady. Openly panicked, Thalia didn't know what she could do to become stronger so quickly than she already was. Her friend only remained sadly silent and did not know how to react to such a verbal attack from the agitated girl. Knox reminded him about how he trained for a whole month, and Talia was wandering around nearby and could see everything. The unfortunate girl was very surprised by such not particularly pleasant words, opening her large, bright eyes wide. She began to catch up with her departing friend, reminding him of one fight, and asked him to show her how she should train. Knox knew very well that Talia was the kind of character who longed for her own sister's recognition. Finally, he turned to the girl and stated with displeasure that, before interrogating her and, especially, training, she needed to know something else. In the opinion of the young warrior, his friend should think about her own fighting abilities. Taken aback by this turn of events, Thalia only looked at Knox with great surprise. Lost in thought again, the young man remembered that he had never been involved in calming other people before. And before leaving the room for good, he asked the young lady not to compare herself with other people. The unfortunate Talia could only watch her heartless friend, who was not ashamed of his expressions, go. She looked at Knox as he left, and her face expressed extreme surprise and regret at what she heard. At that moment, the girl felt sad and hurt, and her eyes just wanted to burst into tears from regret. The weather outside was wonderful, warm and nice, and snow-white clouds were running across the blue sky. Knox walked along a beautiful alley with flowers and looked back, hoping that Talia would definitely fall behind now. While some meeting was taking place in the yard, the guy remembered that this girl would kill him, and therefore there was no point in showing her every step he took. Among the people present at that meeting was the head of the family, Theo von Reihafer, who was looking in Knox's direction. The boy now realized that this was one of the 3 best places on the continent where thoroughbred horses were bred. And seeing these noble animals walking around the fenced clearing, I thought that this was the Reihafer family's stable. Meanwhile, the butler approached Theo and greeted him. The head of the family announced that everyone was finally assembled. Standing before his sons, he expressed confidence that his heirs understood why they were here. According to the parent, today his children will have to choose the horses with which they will spend their entire lives. And Knox at this time smiled sarcastically. He thought so, realizing that his time had already come. In Inner Lunatic, horses were sacred animals not only for the von Reinhofers, but for the entire continent. If a person plans to become a knight or a magician, he must choose a horse in childhood to be his companion for the rest of his life. Horse riding takes a special place in the academy, and in the second part of the game, there is a whole bunch of battles. If a horse dies, a new one has to be raised from scratch, and teleportation magic is expensive. Knox understood that this was not profitable at all, since horses are a very important aspect of transportation. Smiling slyly, the guy came to the conclusion that he needed to choose the best horse. Unexpectedly, Theo turned to him and, calling his son by his full name, offered to be the first to choose a horse, due to the fact that he was the winner of the duel. Alan and Hardy, who were nearby, said unkindly that Knox had only one chance to make the right choice. And he only looked at them in response, but his facial expression could not tell the evil brothers anything. And then he stepped over the fence and headed towards the stall where his family's horses were grazing. And Theo looked at his offspring and wondered who his youngest son, who had recently won a duel, would choose. One of the estate workers, who was working in the stables with the animals, had already bowed to the guy walking in the direction of the horses. The horses saw a stranger approaching and looked intently in his direction. One of the horses Knox really liked, although they were all very good in his opinion. The young nobleman hesitated a little, because now he was looking for a special animal for himself. And with some unease, he cast a keen glance at one of the ungulates in the stall. Knox chose a horse that stood out from all the others with its thick black mane and unusual color. He headed towards the animal, which was looking attentively at the person he didn't understand. Turning to his father and brothers, the young man informed them of the choice he had made regarding the horse he liked. This caused great anxiety and fear in Hardy and Alan, who looked at Knox with concern. Theo von Reinhofer seemed shocked by his youngest son's choice and looked at him tensely. To everyone's surprise, including the butler Rodwell, the head of the family allowed his son to make a second attempt at choosing. Knox looked at his father with a bit of disbelief, not understanding why he was giving him another chance to choose. The boy believes that his parent felt like he had screwed up by deciding to take this unusual horse for himself. However, he decided to take another look at the display of the selected horse's status window. The system spoke of the obsidian horse's rank as high, with darkness being the main element. Living creatures are usually divided into ranks, and with age a horse can rise to a higher rank. Knox smiled because, in other words, In the future, this would be at least a companion of a much higher rank. In addition, it is obsidian in color, and such horses are identified with black precious stones and are considered the most expensive breed. According to Knox, even if the relatives had seen this window, they would have taken the horse for themselves long ago. Continuing to reflect on his own choice, he was not worried about the fact that his horse did not look very good now, because it was still weak. The positive trait Stamina Steel has been deactivated due to a debuff, and the line of predetermined death is activated, which is 2 days, 16 hours, and 20 minutes away. Even though this timer looked sadder than the one Knox had, he still smiled. He turned to his father and firmly stated that he was not going to change his own decision because he had chosen this particular horse. Looking at the animal that had become his property, the boy knew that with his knowledge, he could save the horse. Theo von Reinhofer continued to stare at his son with intense intensity, not understanding why he had made such a choice. Considering him an ordinary child susceptible to compassion, the head of the family allowed the boy to identify himself with this weak stallion. For the first time today, Theo's expression became confused, and he hoped that his son would not regret the choice he made. He walked forward, passing the surprised Hardy and Allen, as well as the butler Rodwell. Not understanding their parents' behavior, the frightened sons began to call him, and the timid servants silently looked at their master. The other young masters were also asked to choose horses, but Knox had no idea that his father had been so shaken by what had happened. While the boy was thinking, the butler Rodwell approached him and asked him to name his horse. The young nobleman was just about to say what name he had chosen, but suddenly a horse reached out to his hand. Knox looked with some embarrassment at such movements of his new faithful companion, with whom he would have to participate in battles. He then got down on one knee and decided to name the horse Carl, as that was the name he used for inner lunatic, and it meant a lot to the guy. After the viewing, the young man brought the horse to his room, where he laid it on the sofa and covered it with a blanket. No one should see what Knox intended to do, and that is why he placed his new comrade in his bedroom. Knox looked very carefully at his horse, which was to become his faithful companion. Carl responded to him with a surprisingly, incredibly devoted look, as if he wanted to say something important. For Knox, this was all unsurprising, because the horse's eyes showed that it had not given up at all. The guy who wanted to survive in the current situation realized that his new companion wanted the same. Suddenly, the guy called Rona, who was very close, and threatened her if she did not answer him now. The unfortunate maid was already sitting on the floor, and next to her was a fallen trash can with a broom. The girl was interested in how Knox knew that she had arrived, and he was puzzled as to why she kept falling. Very surprised to see a horse in bed, the maid received orders from the young master to look after the animal for a little while. The maid's disappointment knew no bounds, because her young master would not be able to do the rest of the cleaning himself. Laughing, Knox von Reinhofer asks to take care of Carl because he is currently ill. The horse seemed to understand that he was now the main character in this room, and looked at the two people. Rona looked at the animal with surprise and fear and promised the young man to look after it. This was quite problematic for Knox, and everything that happens next could be quite shocking. Watching from the side as the maid approached Carl and offered him something to eat, the guy doubted that she would be able to handle the task. 3 days later, a wild female scream was heard on the grounds of the von Reinhofer family estate. As the crying Rona told the young master, Carl, who had his face buried in her dress, was not breathing at all. To a puzzled Knox, the girl cried as if the horse had actually died. To be honest, the kind maid looked after Carl well, so the young man sincerely felt sorry for her. The young nobleman looked at what was happening with confusion and knew from the very beginning that this was how it would be with his horse. As Knox looked at the horse that had fallen to the ground, he knew that it was beyond saving, and he demanded that the maid stop crying, explaining that he needed to concentrate now and that Ron was distracting him. The girl continued to cry, but the young nobleman asked her not to worry, because very soon Carl would stand next to him again. Looking at the young master with regret and sadness, the maid assumed that he had simply accidentally hit his head. But Knox understood perfectly well what he was talking about, and, having control of the situation, demanded that the maid simply step away. And, reaching his left hand into the inside pocket of his jacket, he pulled out the golden scroll he had mentioned earlier. Having already risen to her feet, with the same face that expressed incomprehension, the maid stared at this paper. Knox opened the scroll, on which was drawn a strange, mysterious circle with some kind of magical design. And everything around suddenly began to glow with an incredible magical flame, but Knox simply introduced mana into this scroll. These incredible events alarmed Ron's maid, and she cast a frightened glance at the young master. But Knox didn't look like he was afraid. On the contrary, the guy was now experiencing joy from his actions. Rona slowly approached him, daring to guess that her young master had used mana. Knox suddenly had problems controlling his magic, and if the maid continued to scream, he would accidentally kill Carl again, which would remain on her conscience. The young man fell silent and realized the need to focus on the problem at hand. His faithful housekeeper was forced to quickly cover her mouth with her hands out of fear and continue to watch what was happening. But without knowing how to use mana properly, Knox couldn't even activate his genius sensitivity. Here, anyone who is not a member of the imperial family is forbidden from practicing magic until they are 15 years old, so her children have better magical skills than ordinary students. And now the young nobleman found himself in a very difficult situation and was thinking about how to get out of it in the best possible way. All he could do now was continue to release mana in an uncontrolled stream. Knox realized it was mana when he began to feel a faint energy at the tips of his fingers. And then he smiled slyly from unexpected joy, as he himself realized that he had begun to use a one-time skill ticket. The guy had no room for error, so now he decided to use black magic, having received the skill of the killer's book. His hand, as if turned into a skeleton, lay on a large book through which magic passed. After all these actions of Knox, the system informed him about the possibility of Carl rising from the dead. Having received the offer to use magic, the young man continued to be in the center of the magic circle, and a horse lay next to him. Risen characters in Inner Lunatic are brought back to life through dark mana and black magic. And if they are reborn, this does not mean that they lack an ego, because moreover, these characters are born as even stronger creatures. And these creatures demonstrate favor and trust towards their owners, which only played into Knox's hands. The game featured the Dark Marvus family, who were the only ones capable of creating them, and that was the whole problem. The noble family of von Reinhofer bears a similar title, but unlike the Marvas, they are knights. The Marvas are dark mages who specialize in controlling the dead, but it is unclear whether players unrelated to this lineage can use such skills. Knox smiled wickedly. Now he knew perfectly well that he would be able to obtain a one-time skill. It's all about such a rarity as the Necronomicon, which is known to everyone as the Book of the Killer. Suddenly, creepy black hands began to appear in front of Knox, who had offered to sit in the epic circle. A terrible magical whirlpool swirled near the young nobleman, engulfing his beloved horse, Carl. It was as if the demons of the underworld had broken out, and were eager to turn the unfortunate horse into an obedient creature of hell. And Knox's face hardened, as if he were becoming one with the madness that was happening. Poor Rona was at the limit of her emotions, and fearfully called out to the young master, who did not take his eyes off the horse. And he continued to look closely at the demonic whirlwind. It seemed to the guy that just a little more and it would all end. Continuing to hold his hands on the magic circle, Knox suddenly felt some strange changes in it. Suddenly, a strange realization struck him that he had no magic mana left at all. Knox continued to hold his hand on the circle, but everything was going completely differently now, and his grip was gradually weakening. At that moment, he did not lose his sense of confidence, and continued to resolutely watch the witchcraft that was taking place. And suddenly something absolutely incredible happened, when the seemingly dead Carl suddenly jumped to his paws and laughed loudly. The horse was more alive than ever, indicating the successful activation of the skill so essential to its master. Knox looked at his resurrected comrade with noticeable weariness, because he had put a lot of effort into reviving his life. Having risen from the dead, the horse was filled with vital energy and continued to prance in front of its owner. The animal's large eyes glowed with a bright fire, which directly testified to its new strength after resurrection. Knox was incredibly exhausted after such magical adventures, but his plan worked, which pleased the young man. The maid Ron, who was standing behind him, was still frightened, but decided to call her master. Clenching both hands into fists, she watched as Knox von Reinhafer, his horse, rose to its feet after the magical resurrection ritual. The young man's face took on a thoughtful look, for he really began to think about his horse. And then he called Carl, after which the horse, slightly bowing its head, began to approach its own owner. Now the horse had the theft of stamina, loyalty, courage, but its predetermined death would be cancelled with a limited time increase of 1.5 times. Realizing that from now on he was Carl's master, Knox looked at him and was confused. It turned out that the horse was looking at his owner with some special look, as if he sensed something bad. Suddenly, Ron's maid ran up to the animal and its owner and hugged them both, which embarrassed the guy. Knox was very surprised by such an unexpected embrace, not understanding what his strange maid was doing. The unfortunate girl could not contain her emotions and finally burst into tears, continuing to hug the young nobleman and his resurrected horse. She simply thought that something bad had happened and did not understand how one could use mana so easily, and as a result, she suspected that Carl's health had worsened. The horse understood perfectly well what the maid had said and deliberately turned away from her in protest. Disappointed by the horse's behavior, Rona, who was almost in tears, began to assure the animal how much it meant to her. And then she jokingly ordered that all the carrots that she had brought to Carl earlier be returned to her, hearing in response only Carl's neighing, from which Knox only smiled humbly. And now, as the young man who had solved an important problem today thought, it might be time for an Easter egg. A few days later, in the evening, Knox climbed the steps and walked in the direction he knew and needed. The horse in the stall immediately smelled the scent of a familiar person and began to neigh loudly. Knox walked through the dense foliage of the trees, and in the sky a full, bright moon shone, illuminating his mysterious path. In his hands he held a mysterious white stone, which the young man needed to achieve his goal. Among the things he took on the road was also a sheet of paper that served as a road map for the nobleman's son. Stopping to examine it more closely, Knox came to the conclusion that the road here was almost the same as it was in the game itself. Having put the bag in the map, the guy was a little happy because at least this was something good in his journey. He didn't go any further for now, because he decided to think everything over carefully and analyze the characteristics of his things. He must at all costs obtain the second relic of the von Reinhafer family, which is the key to alleviating the consequences of the boy's incurable illness. Suddenly, a strange rustling sound was heard in the bushes that were already behind Knox, which caused concern in the young man. Preparing for the appearance of all sorts of enemies, the guy grabbed his sword, which hung at his waist, with his left hand. Although Knox expected the worst, he also hoped that his worries were completely in vain. Unexpectedly for himself, he saw a small board without an inscription, which was nailed to a holder driven into the ground. The guy looked at it with tension and realized that this was no longer a game world, but his new reality. And when he looked closely, he saw that there was an inscription on the tablet indicating Knox's presence in the forest of missing children who die here. While the system warned the character about the risk of his death in case of failure to complete this zone, Knox passed the sign and went deeper into the forest. The Forest of Lost Children is the only place in the Reinhafer domain where entry is prohibited, as the darkness makes it difficult for even professionals to navigate. From the name of this place, a visibly worried Knox realized that everyone here got lost like little children. As he continued to march through the forest, Knox was also well aware that there was another mysterious catch to this. It was clear that even if an adult killed a monster here, he would not be able to obtain the necessary artifact from it. Moreover, the older the experienced person, the stronger the monsters, and Knox himself died several times trying to cleanse this place. So the forest difficulty is definitely at least 2.5 stars. If you count the maximum 5 at once, overall, the game is disgustingly labor-intensive. Knox himself, to tell the truth, wasted a lot of time in order to find this place, not even suspecting what he would get in return. And if you think about it, it's just the perfect item for a terminally ill character in the game. But now the young man didn't really want to think about it, and continued walking further through the dark forest. Darkness filled the forest thicket, and to light his way, Knox lit a large torch, continuing to march through the grass. A powerful glow appeared, and it became as bright as day around Knox von Reinhofer, who was walking through the forest. The young man moved on and thought about the main trick for getting through this forest. To successfully cross it, the nobleman's son had to go in the direction of the smoke floating ahead. It suddenly dawned on the guy that he should move in the direction opposite to the smoke from the torch fire. Knox's thoughts were inexhaustible, but suddenly the joy on his face was replaced by an expression of sadness and frustration. And before going further, the focused guy again took hold of his sharp sword. Now he wonders how long the stranger plans to hide, and whether it would be better for him to come out of the bushes. No one answered Knox's call, but he continued to stand and wait for some time. And then, with a face that expressed complete indifference, the boy decided to play to the end with the stranger. Not ruling out a possible attack followed by a clash with the enemy, he resolutely took up his sword. The winner of the recent duel did not think for long, and with a loud cry cut through the air near the bushes where his opponent was hiding. Meanwhile, a sad Talia couldn't believe that her beauty had no effect on Knox. She looked at her attractive appearance in the mirror and thought that this simply couldn't be true. The equally saddened maid Emma begged the young madam to stop harassing Master Knox like that. The continuation of all this greatly worried the maid, because she would definitely be punished for the actions of the young mistress. Talia asks her faithful housekeeper not to worry and promises to make sure she doesn't get fired. But that is not what poor Emma had in mind now when talking to her virtuous mistress. The young lady has enough talent to earn recognition as the next matriarch, if only it weren't for Miss Shell. Emma was very curious as to why she was so jealous of her own sister and behaved so impatiently. Even though she assumed the girl had probably already gone to bed, she still opened the door to her bedroom and peered into the darkness. With a burning candle, Emma entered the room and walked slowly through it, looking at what was ahead. And here the devoted servant saw something that caused an indescribable fear to appear on her face. She didn't want to believe that her little mistress had gone out at night to look for young Master Knox. The windows of the large von Reinhofer estate lit up as Emma began waking the residents to search for the young lady. But Knox, who was in the dark forest and waving his sword, did not expect that the beautiful Thalia was hiding behind the bushes. The young nobleman was completely puzzled when he suddenly saw his new girlfriend in the middle of the night forest. He put the formidable weapon into its sheath and became curious about what the young girl would do here at such a time. Talia immediately became embarrassed and didn't know what to answer her night training partner. And he stared as if he was drilling his gaze into the unfortunate girl, waiting for her to answer his question. And then, hearing a new rustle in the forest, Knox grabbed Talia and held out a burning torch, demanding that the enemy retreat. And the first thing the boys saw were the large gray paws of a forest predatory animal with sharp claws. And then a large, massive tail appeared, which clearly indicated who was in front of the guy and girl. A gray wolf appeared in the clearing, growling at Knox and Thalia, and the meeting with him did not bode well. As the two of them thought, this forest was the territory of a predator, and the guy only had that dagger with him. While Knox continued to hold Talia, fearing for the girl, the wolf began to walk around them, not taking his burning eyes off them. The beast's grin was truly terrifying, and its gaze seemed to ignite malice towards the surrounding world. Stepping aside, the wolf raised his sharp muzzle to the sky and began to howl at the bright light moon, as if calling someone. The wolf howl continued for some time, and Knox and Thalia continued to stand in front of the predatory animal, as if mesmerized. A large moon shone brightly in the sky, its light penetrating the dense forest thicket into the clearing. The wolf standing in front of the boys amazed them with its majesty and terrible howl, which caused indescribable trembling and horror. But in this seemingly hopeless situation, Knox von Reinhofer suddenly smiled, clearly planning something cunning. A very frightened Thalia seemed to forget about her companion, and looked only at the terrible howling wolf. And the next moment she experienced even greater horror when Knox rushed towards the dangerous predator. The girl saw only a large gray beast with glowing eyes and a mouth from which hellish flames seemed to be erupting. The predator, who did not manage to attack first, ended up receiving a powerful blow from the person who attacked him. It was impossible to survive after this, and before Talia's eyes the animal collapsed to the ground with its paws raised high. For the young beauty, what happened was incredible, even though it was only one wolf, but such a clean kill. Thalia looked at Knox with surprise and fear, who had once again emerged victorious from another duel. And he stood in the clearing with an unperturbed look, only the blood from the battle was visible on his face and clothes. Knox had previously considered the possibility that his brothers might show up here, but he still wondered what the girl was doing here. Smiling, the young guest of the noble estate said that she had just gone out for a night walk. Lighting the clearing with a torch, the young man asked Talia not to deceive him, otherwise he would simply leave her here in the forest. The answer she received greatly frightened the girl, who did not want to be in this terrible dark place herself. To rectify the awkward situation, she took her brave savior by his strong hand. Without washing the blood from his face, Knox looked at the girl, not knowing her motives for coming to the dark forest. Talia wanted to become as strong and cool as he was, but after looking out the window, she became interested in his movements at night, thinking that Knox had a strange method of training. Continuing to smile, the young man finally calmed down and was sure of three things. This girl has only a high opinion of him and is not hostile, which is still for the best. Knox thought of Talia as a child who didn't understand the dangers of following strangers into the woods late at night. And since she was one of the main characters of the game, the brave guy could not leave her here, so he called her to follow him. Since such a matter had arisen, the brave man decided to bring clarity to what was currently happening between them. But Knox isn't trying to help Talia now, he just wants to solve the problem so as not to tarnish his own family's name. The unfortunate girl looked very embarrassed on the outside. She had to apologize to her companion and admit her guilt. In his heart, Knox von Reinhofer rejoiced, mentally expressing the hope that his acquaintance would no longer get into danger. Lagging behind her savior, the red-haired beauty called out to him, feeling awkward about what was happening. When the young man turned to her, an embarrassed Thalia, lowering her head, expressed words of gratitude to him. The guy, not expecting this, cast a surprised glance at the girl accompanying him, and she wanted to continue expressing her own thoughts, but suddenly fell silent, opening her eyes. It turned out that in front of the boys stood a whole pack of dangerous wolves with glowing white eyes. With each passing second, dangerous predatory beasts approached Knox and Talia, surrounding them on three sides. Keeping an eye on the dangerous animals, the girl grabbed her companion with both hands in the hope of salvation. Still holding the torch in front of him, Knox asked the rather pale girl to move away from him. And then he explained his unpleasant behavior. If he had to fight, then Talia would prevent him from swinging fire at the wolves. The guy looked ahead. He had to concentrate now, despite some unforeseen circumstances. They haven't lived to see the beginning of the story yet, as they are at the prologue stage and facing a pack of bloodthirsty predators. And as Knox knew very well, there shouldn't be a boss monster in the form of a huge and terrible wolf here. But at the same time, he understood that a monster of a lower rank would definitely appear today, and it would be an evolved gray elite wolf. But knowing his enemy doesn't make things any easier for the young nobleman, who had only a burning torch and a dagger in a sheath to fight off the pack of predators. When the dangerous animals rushed at the guy, he began to fight off the attack with powerful blows of a cold weapon. Sometimes the only chance for salvation is when a warrior is cornered. Knox von Reinhofer looked at his enemies with a cold gaze, preparing to fight against them. The wolves rushed at their opponent for the second time, who was about to fight off the attack again with a bloody sword. Holding the weapon with both hands and looking attentively at the predators, the guy decided to repeat what he always said as Yu Chang and playing inner lunatic. He called himself a weak man, but at the same time he dealt blow after blow to the bloodthirsty forest predators that rushed at him again and again. At one point, Knox lowered his head and sighed heavily for the first time in the entire battle with the wolves. Talia was sure that the young man had not even tried to fight at full strength, but then, in the duel with the brothers, his technique was much more powerful. Of course, the young girl didn't know if her knight companion had encountered gray wolves before today. Her thoughts immediately flashed back to the scene that had happened a few minutes earlier, when Knox, with a torch, asked his friend to step aside. The sad expression on Talia's face is evidence that Knox still considers her a weak girl. The unfortunate girl was very frightened, and bitter tears were streaming down her face in heavy drops. But she continued to hold the burning torch in her hands, while Knox von Reinhafer defended her and himself from the bloodthirsty wolves. And then, with a tired face, he continued to look forward and finally waited for the one who was supposed to come today. With heavy steps, the main enemy of the brave Knox today began to appear in the clearing where the battle took place. The paws of this monster were truly huge and terrifying, and its black claws promised only death to the wolf's opponent. Even the entire pack turned towards the arriving elite gray wolf as a sign of respect. The residents of the large estate of the von Reinhofer nobles lit as many torches as possible and went to look for the young master and the young lady. As they walked, they came across a sign that was already familiar to Knox and Talia, warning against small children entering the forest of lost children, where they risked death. And when they looked carefully down at the ground, they saw traces of 2 small pairs of feet, which looked very much like those of the young gentleman. One of the servants told everyone involved in the search for the children that the young master had entered the forest of lost children, and this greatly horrified Emma. The unfortunate maid was in a panic that her lady Talia was there too, not wanting to believe it. The housekeeper, who was no longer restrained and devoted to her mistress, did not know what to do now to save the children. The butler Rodwell, who was among the others in the search party, tried to calm everyone down, assuring them that the children could not have ended up in the forest of lost children. Because even the Reinhafers, on whose territory this forest is one of the most difficult places to cross, couldn't cope with this place. The Reinhafers were unable to clear this area, which speaks volumes of their incompetence. Furthermore, the forest does not allow adults, so only children can clear it. Butler Rodwell, who was thinking hard about what was happening, could not understand why the young master entered the dangerous forest. He didn't think that the boy was lured by a monster with a mind control skill, because the boy walked very carefully, judging by the tracks on the ground. And there is not even a hint of outsiders entering the territory of the estate of the noble von Reinhofers. Having carefully analyzed all this, Rodwell came to the conclusion that the young master had deliberately gone into the forest. Realizing his mistake, the butler realized he had to admit that Master Knox was no longer the weak and fragile boy he had been. And wanting to make things clear, Rodwell informed those participating in the search that the boys had 2 ways to get back. The butler understood the need for the young master to think carefully and find a way out of the terrible forest. Sweat and tears were streaming down the face of the unfortunate Emma, who was incredibly worried about her young mistress. Along with the rest of the von Reinhofer estate's residents, she stood in front of the forest of lost children. The maid was in such a depressing state that she even suggested that Miss Talia would die because of her. Meanwhile, the boys remained in the clearing in front of the pack of wolves, and Knox's companion grabbed his combat dagger for a fight. Noticing this, the warrior asked the girl not to swing her sword in vain and not to interfere, but he was pleased that the beauty did not lose concentration. The nervous guy demands that his companion save her strength and use it to escape if she is suddenly attacked. In his opinion, only in this case will Talia's chances of survival at least slightly increase. The new warrior believed that killing an elite gray wolf was not so dangerous. After all, he only had 2.5 stars. And again remembering the girl behind him, Knox considered it necessary not to lose momentum and to react sensibly to everything happening around him. Even though he perceived the girl as well-trained, he still couldn't trust her with his back in the current situation. And now it was necessary to resolve it in his own favor, so the young man activated the Genius Hour feature. Feeling his powers increase, Knox plans to use this skill and quickly deal with the elite gray wolf. This leader of the pack was a real monster, covered in thick gray fur and frightening with his glowing, eerie eyes. Although the guy was ready for a difficult battle, he felt nervous looking at this wolf. Even more frightened was young Thalia, for whom such a confrontation was the first time in her life. And the other wolves from the pack continued to frighten people with their scary faces and menacing grins. Watching his deadly opponent, Knox smiled unkindly, and mysterious thoughts arose in his head. And the next second, the elite gray wolf suddenly rushed at his enemy, wanting to tear him to pieces with his fangs. And he almost succeeded, but Knox, who was in full combat readiness, struck the predator. Taking a quick glance at the other wolves, he saw them suddenly, and for some reason stop. Knox looked in surprise at the other animals, who for some reason did not rush at him to help the leader of the pack. On the ground sat a huge wolf with powerful paws and a strong body, as well as a damaged left eye. Animals rushed at Knox from all sides, but the magical fire surrounding the boy helped him in the fight against the dangerous predators. A powerful blow followed from the young warrior, and the beast, roaring in wild pain, flew into the air. While Knox was confronting one wolf, another terrifying opponent was quickly approaching from behind. This wolf was truly scary, and his bared mouth contained so many sharp fangs that it seemed death would overtake the guy. Out of the corner of his eye, the young knight noticed this monster approaching and was about to fight it as well. The deadly predator lunged at Knox, preparing to sink its sharp fangs into the boy's body. But something unexpected happened that could change the course of the battle, and he took notice of it. Talia was nearby, gathering her will into a fist and demanding that her comrade be more careful now. Even though Knox told her to run away if it became dangerous, the girl couldn't do that now. She hid from the forest monsters on a tree branch and was ready to help her friend. Casting a tired glance at the girl, the younger von Reinhofer was a little surprised by her desire to help in the fight. The girl sitting on the top branch of a tree was very worried about Knox and asked if everything was okay with him. She was very worried and hoped that her companion had not received any injuries from the vicious predators. Looking at the girl again, the young man couldn't even believe that she had decided to help him now. Something alarmed him again, and the young man looked away to the side where the terrible enemies were. 2 strong wolves rushed at him at once, but Knox destroyed them with confident and powerful blows of his dagger. The defeated opponents lay lifeless on the ground, but the guy was ready to fight on. The brave warrior hastened to reassure Thalia, who continued to sit on the tree branch, that everything was all right with him, but he did not want to be distracted by such thoughts. Hearing these long-awaited words, the young noblewoman finally felt the long-awaited relief. Knox, his face filled with bewilderment, thought that he had just made himself look pathetic in front of this girl. And at that moment he felt something that he didn't particularly like, and even opened his mouth in fear. The rollback will begin soon, and this is very bad, because fighting the dire wolves will now be much more difficult. The guy still had some time left, but the decisive moment was approaching, as that same gray elite wolf was coming out to the warrior. This monster was enormous. Its grinning fangs and burning eyes made the blood run cold, and victory seemed impossible. The appearance of the most powerful enemy only brought a smile to Knox's face. He was pleased that this beast had risen from the ground. Clearly distinguished not only by size but also by intelligence, the wolf walked slowly past the young knight without rushing at him. Both man and animal kept an eye on each other, preparing their own forces for the final battle. The decisive battle between them never began, because the wolf continued to walk near Knox without attacking him. The eyes of the terrible predator were burning, and 3 large scratches on his eye indicated that he had already participated in difficult battles before. But at that very moment he suddenly started from his place and rushed towards Knox, who was tirelessly watching the wolf. The young man realized that the enemy was advancing. His gaze feverishly followed the movements of the huge enemy. And to Knox's surprise, the elite gray wolf simply passed by without landing a single blow on his opponent. This frightened the guy, who became noticeably nervous, as he expected a lightning-fast attack from the predator. Knox continued to stand with the bloody sword and watch the wolf's movements, guessing why he was acting so strangely. But he realized this too late and was unable to do anything against the cunning and strong beast. The very next second, he made a quick throw and delivered a powerful blow with his claws to the opponent's hand. Drops of Knox's blood were found on the animal's paw, meaning that he had come across a truly intelligent and strong animal. The battle that took place did not escape the eyes of Talia, who screamed, worried about her comrade in arms. After landing a powerful blow, the elite gray wolf quickly ran to the side, preparing for another attack. Having received his first serious wound, the first in this battle, Knox held on to his left hand and did not let go of his sword, expecting a new attack. He understood perfectly well that this beast was truly strong, although the system said that it only had 2.5 stars. The forest clearing where man and beast had fought seemed empty, but Knox remained attentive. The elite gray wolf turned out to be more cunning than in the game itself, and this was a revelation for the young man. And at that moment, the young warrior realized that he had screwed up, because he had blinked and allowed the predator to inflict a wound. Knox, upset by this turn of events, could have realized this when the pack leader took control of the other mobs using the terrain advantage. The wolf didn't go anywhere, and the guy had to continue to carefully monitor the noise in the forest, expecting an attack. With his eyes wide open, he looked around the forest and knew he had to defend himself again from the terrible animal. Suddenly, the elite gray wolf appeared again after the young man, and it seemed to him as if he had hit the predator with a sword. But the huge wild beast remained invulnerable and continued to walk frighteningly past Knox without attacking him. Von Reinhafer Jr. looked at his evil enemy with wide eyes and was amazed at his size and strength. Gathering all his strength with an evil grin, the leader of the wolf pack rushed at the man, intending to destroy him. The predator waited for the perfect moment and the slightest gap when the guy would swing his cold weapon at him. Without losing his composure, Knox continued to hold the steel blade with both hands to repel the attack of the evil wolf. And then he cried out in anger and indignation, not losing faith in himself and hoping to defeat a strong opponent. Well, then Knox felt something was wrong, and, opening his eyes wide in surprise, he realized that the very same failure of his power had occurred. As if sensing the deterioration of the enemy's condition, the elite gray wolf, its mouth open, rushed at the guy. He didn't expect this, perhaps due to carelessness, because he had played this game many times already, although he can do whatever he wants in it. The young nobleman, who had not lost his courage, continued to stand on his feet with his sword, and thought of these thoughts as a stupid delusion. It seemed that the predator would destroy Knox with one blow, but suddenly he heard some strange sound. The forest beast screamed in wild pain, opening its bloodthirsty mouth. Someone stabbed its right eye with a dagger. If a four-legged enemy attacks Knox's weak points, he can use the same tactic to eliminate the enemy. Only he is ready to do this not with his own hands, but with the help of his faithful companion Talia, who is nearby. Anticipating a quick victory, Knox gathered all his strength into a fist and with a wild cry rushed at the almost defeated enemy. With his sword, he pierced the body of an elite gray wolf, emerging victorious from this difficult battle. The large predator growled in terrible pain, but its days were already numbered, and the beast could do nothing to Knox. Continued to roar loudly, the leader of the wolf pack fell to the ground with his mouth wide open, Thalia's dagger still in his eye. Having destroyed the formidable beast, Knox sank to the ground and touched it with his right palm, as if giving thanks for the unknown help. In this position, he spent some time near the dead predator, which no longer posed any danger to people. Thalia screamed, still worried about her savior and hoping that he was not hurt. Suddenly the girl fell silent and looked away in fear, as if the danger had not passed the boys by. Near the trees, there were two wolves who saw everything that ultimately happened in the clearing with their leader. Realizing that they had suffered a complete defeat due to the death of their leader, the predators fled as far as possible from this place. Thalia jumped down from the high branch to the ground very quickly and ran to Knox, because she had been worried about him throughout the entire battle. Approaching the young man, I asked if he was okay and received a short but positive answer to my question. Looking tiredly at his friend, the young man wiped the blood from his face and was ready to be thanked for her great help. Becoming serious, he wanted to tell her that he survived only thanks to her, but he was never able to fully express his thought in words. But was he really going to thank his own enemy, who would kill him in the future? Instead, he continued to silently wipe the dirt and blood from his face, asking the girl simply not to worry. Although Knox wanted to appear completely calm and active, 3 severe scratches indicated his changed health. Thalia, seeing them, screamed in horror, because she suspected that her comrade had received injuries as a result of the fight with the elite wolf. Handing her a burning torch, the young nobleman dismissed the injury as just a small scratch and assured her that he was fine, despite the girl's screams. Having calmed down a little, Talia smiled for the first time in a long time and was glad that Knox was not hurt anywhere else. But the next moment she looked at the young warrior again with noticeable concern, as if she suspected something terrible. The unfortunate girl's eyes were full of horror, as if she had seen terrible, creepy forest spiders. And Knox himself, frightened, looked nervously at his friend, and even suspected that some monsters were still here. Suddenly, Thalia threw herself into the arms of her companion, as if terrible evil still reigned in the forest. The wolf-slayer looked with confusion at the young girl, who seemed to have gone mad, not understanding what was happening to her. But then she quickly calmed down and, wearily lowering her face, pointed to the many-legged spider she had seen. And then this small black insect really did appear on the young man's body. Almost screaming, Rona continued to hold on to Knox, who was so tired from the hard battle with the wolves. The guy was surprised that the girl was scared of the spider and did not understand how long she was going to stick to him. If such a trifle frightens her, then it is unclear how she decided to follow the young man into the dark forest. But Talia continued to be worried only about that black spider, and she only reminded the exhausted Knox about it, talking about her fear of the insect. In the opinion of Knox, who couldn't help but smile, his girlfriend would definitely not become a real knight. The blushing girl didn't like the young man's words at all, but she finally let go of Knox. The boy suddenly fell silent and covered his mouth with his hand, which caused another wave of concern on Talia's part. Considering the past confrontation with the wolves, the lady was worried about the guy and tried to find out if everything was okay with him. A tired Knox immediately remembered the recoil and repeated that he had already asked his companion not to worry about anything. But I decided to look up at the girl and came to the conclusion that she had come to her senses after the terrible events of today. The young warrior closed his eyes dreamily and smiled, knowing that it was thanks to her that he had survived today. Even though the black spider prevented Knox from telling this to the wonderful girl, he still owes her a big thank you. The boys looked ahead, and now all they had to do was find a way out of this terrible forest where they almost lost their lives. They were thinking about how to get out of here and had no idea that in the forest there was another predator just as large and evil as the elite gray wolf killed today. Sitting near the thick trees, the maid Emma cried and blamed herself for the death of her beloved young lady. Rodwell, who was next to her, assumed that the boys had failed in the forest and that Talia's disappearance would create tension between the two families. And he had heard rumors about the incompetence of the von Reinhofer family, because many children were disappearing in this place. Suddenly all the servants became alarmed, and one of them pointed his finger at something strange in front of the butler. The fog disappeared, and the forest of lost children was filled with bright heavenly light, making it easier for people to find the missing young masters. The maid Emma had already stopped crying, and Rodwell's face expressed extreme surprise, and it was clear that this forest had been cleared. As she rose to her feet, Milady Thalia's maid suggested that the mana was fading, and the butler immediately agreed with her. The loyal servant of the von Reinhofer family knew full well that the forest was now safe for people who entered it. The only chance that all the residents and guests of the estate who were looking for Knox and Talia had hoped for had successfully come true. The maid Emma immediately thought of young Master Knox, but she covered her mouth with her own hands, not wanting to say it out loud. And almost immediately, they saw Knox and Talia walking from the forest, which no longer seemed gloomy, in the direction of the estate. After a tough fight, the young man seemed to have matured and was no longer perceived as the inexperienced youth he had been the day before. The servants couldn't believe their eyes when Knox walked out as if nothing had happened after clearing the forest of lost children. Rodwell looked at the young winner and couldn't help but smile, thinking about his own. Now the estate's butler was sure that the von Reinhofer family's succession hierarchy was about to be shaken by what had happened. When Knox saw the servants at the edge of the strange forest, he was very surprised by their appearance in this unusual place. But the maid Emma did not see anyone around her, and only when she noticed young Talia did, she screamed from great excitement. Unable to restrain herself, she ran forward and embraced the young girl in her tight embrace, for whom not only the maid but all the other servants were very worried. According to Rodwell, many were worried when they discovered the young master was missing, although he did not believe that anyone was still interested in him. While Knox found his family's reputation in tatters, the maid Emma continued to sob next to Talia. She grabbed the young lady tightly and asked her to follow her, wanting to remind her of the 71st rule of the family. The girl, who had experienced dangerous moments in the terrible forest today, felt ashamed in front of her faithful maid, and she asked her for forgiveness. Emma unexpectedly smiled, because how could she blame the lady, but she said that the Patriarch would personally teach her. Watching this, Knox already knew about his companion's incredible endurance, which was 4.5 points. Then Emma turned to the young nobleman and thanked him for saving the young girl, bowing respectfully. Thalia looked at her companion with embarrassment, who had not planned to take anyone with him into the mysterious forest. The winner of the dire wolves thought the girl had done well, so she shouldn't blame herself too much. She could only silently react to such an attack from her brave savior, without saying anything in response. A travel bag was thrown onto a comfortable soft chair in his home room, and next to it stood a sword that had been in battle. Knox, who had returned back to the estate, was glad to have completed the work he needed to do in the forest. Who would have thought that Rodwell would be with the knights waiting in the forest? This life is full of surprises for Knox. But even so, it all worked out, and it brought a smile to the young man's pleasant and noble face. The system notified the young knight of the receipt of a new artifact called the Black Flame Ring, a lower mid-tier accessory that had stamina and could be used by those who could use dark mana. With the ring, if you defeat a target, you can take part of their life force and turn it into your own, and the stronger the enemy, the more of their life energy you can get. Knox knew that the only artifact capable of such a thing was the Ring of Black Flame, which now belonged to him. But he understood that the mere presence of this artifact did not mean that the young man would have a long life. Looking at the ring with all due attention, the young knight understood that life cannot be prolonged indefinitely. And given that the ring steals a minimal amount of strength, it is unlikely that it will be easy to overcome a fatal disease. Knox, putting on the ring, decided that as long as he tried and developed, it would be better than a hopeless life on the brink of death. Understanding all the advantages of this artifact, the guy thought about his future prospects in the game. And when I put the ring on my finger, I immediately began to feel how my life force and mana began to grow. Hearing the maid Ron making noise outside his bedroom door, he demanded that she come in to see him for a while. The door opened a little and a maid appeared behind it, who even believes that her young master can see through things. As Knox joked, anything is possible, but at that moment his face was actually completely serious. The poor girl was very frightened, and almost in tears, suggested that the young gentleman could see her even without clothes. Hearing these words, Knox became angry and hit the girl on the head with his fist, causing her to complain of pain. After a while, Rona calmed down a little, and it seemed to her that the blow the guy had dealt was stronger than usual. Knox demanded that she stop talking nonsense and suggested they play arm wrestling, which surprised the maid. If she wins, the maid asks for a salary increase, and if she loses, she is prepared to take a 20% pay cut. The opponents sat down at the table, held hands, counted to 2, and began to confront each other. Knox looked at the girl and smiled, anticipating a quick victory over the servant. And suddenly, on the count of 3, the young gentleman, with a sharp and powerful blow, placed the girl's hand on the table, emerging victorious. She looked at the young master. Sweat was running down her face like a river, and the housekeeper seemed not to understand what had happened. Now she believes that it would be shameful for the son of such a respected family to lower the salary of a common worker by 20%, to which Knox unexpectedly agreed. While Rona was grieving over her loss, the young knight was discussing the rumors that were circulating about him and being spread by evil tongues. And laughing, he announced his intention of no longer caring about things like honor, which only made the poor maid cry. Then suddenly the arm wrestling winner stopped having fun and looked ahead with a frightened look. As a result of the activation of the incurable disease trait, Knox suffered a level 2 wrist fracture and a level 1 cold. Sensing something was wrong, he asked Rona to bring him some ice and a wet towel instead, reversing the pay cut. While the maid pointed out the young master's unattractive appearance, Knox was glad that at least he had acquired the ring and could finally rest. He remembered the stupid 1+1 promotions and one person he knew named Yu Chang. It had been 6 months since Knox had received Carl and the Black Flame ring, but unfortunately, there had been no chance to take advantage of it yet. The young man was punished and was very unhappy about it while in the room of the family estate. He didn't have any particular problems, but before that, the guy had cleared out the forest of missing children and couldn't believe that instead of a reward, he had received punishment. Then he remembered the maid Rona and turned to her, asking whether she agreed with the young master or not. The poor girl didn't object, but she was a servant belonging to this family, so they would cut her salary if she told everything honestly to the head. To the housekeeper's great surprise, Knox promised to personally lower her salary if the maid did not act in his interests. While Rona reminded him of the Patriarch, who surely understood Knox's feelings, he reflected on how hard he was trying to master his new life. He also diligently monitors Carl's growth, but this cannot continue any longer, because the young man's life is shortening every second due to an incurable disease. The system, which reminded him of his illness, was more interested in the life of the young knight than he was himself, which made him feel very ill. Having resolutely risen from his chair, von Reinhofer Jr. could not stand it any longer and decided to go to his father to obtain permission to go out. A visibly agitated Rona had just warmed up the water for the young master when their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a knock on the bedroom door. The butler Redwell entered the room and, bowing to the young master, announced that the Patriarch himself had summoned him. Knox's face as he sat back down in the chair expressed concern. He had not expected such an order from his parent. Near the partially covered fence lay the corpses of knights, and their bloody swords were stuck into the ground next to them. In the middle, holding a cold weapon in his hands, stood the young warrior Theo von Reinhofer, who was looking up. His heavy gaze indicated that he could see something so important in the sky that it was necessary to resolve it at any cost. Terrible gargoyle monsters with huge wings descended to the earth, wanting to destroy the brave nobleman. It seemed as if the black sky had broken through and all the devilish forces had burst out of hell. The past battle had taken a lot of strength from Theo, but he continued to grip the hilt of his sword with determination to fight the monsters. The young warrior kept an eye on those who emerged from the other world to fight against the bright humanity. Sitting in his office with his eyes closed, he remembered how demons flocked from everywhere, and many people fell at their hands. Then it really was a night of bloody murders. It was a crazy catastrophe for everything human and Theo in particular, who, after the memories, opened his eyes and looked forward. These memories were truly difficult for the nobleman, and they weighed heavily on him. One day, one of Theo von Reinhofer's sons will surely master the technique of the supreme dark sword. You can't rely on chance, it has to be real talent, because one of them has to kill his own father. On the wall hung the family coat of arms of the von Reinhofer family, which was a black, white, and blue shield with crossed swords. The butler Rodwell appeared, who was about to enter his master's office to be present during the conversation between the senior and junior gentlemen. Finding himself in the audience next to the master, the devoted servant announced that the young master would soon be here. The father thought his son was late, so he asked Rodwell to let the boy into the office as soon as he arrived. At one time, Theo was unable to clear the forest of missing children. Who would have thought that Knox would cope with this task? It would be fair to somehow harm him. The reason Theo is doing this so late is because his family's vassals have protested. They did not believe in the changes in Knox, known for his fearlessness, and began an investigation to find out whether the boy had really cleared the forest. Even Theo couldn't ignore the opinions of his family's vassals, so an investigation into this matter was necessary. The nobleman raised his eyes and looked at the one who opened the doors slightly, trying to enter his study. Knox von Reinhofer entered the audience, bowed and expressed his respects to the patriarch himself. Looking at him, the parent asked his offspring to raise his head, and he easily followed his father's order. The father was confident that Knox was aware of his wrongdoing, to which the young man immediately agreed. However, Theo's job as a patriarch is to judge all actions on their merits, even if it affects those who fall behind. It was for this reason that he had called the boy here to discuss the reward, and Knox raised his head in surprise, looking at the head of the family. Theo von Reinhofer, smiling, promised to fulfill any wish of his own son, who had recently cleared the forest. The young master did not believe that this man would give him everything he asked for now. Having lost a ton of hours in Inner Lunatic, this was the first time Theo had ever given out a reward, as he was usually just stern and scary. The guy felt as if someone had shot him in the head, or rather, as if he had been hit on the back of the head with something heavy. Knox turned to the man questioningly, not believing that he could actually fulfill any wish. The head of the family looked at the young man who had won the duel standing in front of him, a little surprised. And then, rising from his seat, the man confirmed his own intention to give the boy anything, because he was the Patriarch von Reinhofer. Passing by the family crest, the nobleman guaranteed the fulfillment of any son's wish, and then swore an oath by the great name of the dark sword. Looking at this older, determined man, Knox didn't think he was serious, but it seemed he was telling the truth. Of course, if a guy asks for something ridiculous, his father's opinion of him will change, so he hopes to receive a wish that is not at all stupid. Knox, smiling at this turn of events, agrees with the man and asks him to give him just a little time to think it over carefully. Theo von Reinhofer did not object at all, and even allowed the boy to leave the family estate. But at the same time, Knox must not get into trouble like last time, and must never forget that he is part of the Reinhofer family. The next day, near the steps of the estate, the young man stood opposite Talia and her maid Emma, surrounded by loyal servants. The maid of the daughter of the Steiliner family watched the events with a smile, rejoicing at the safe return of the girl. Leaving home and dressed up, Talia invited her new friend to meet at the academy next time. Knox, feeling both indifferent and sad, simply turned his head away in response. Thalia, who seemed not to notice this, continued to smile sweetly and hoped for a new meeting, while her comrade remained silent. The butler Rodwell tried to bring the young gentleman out of his stupor by asking him to answer if the young lady asked a question. With great difficulty, Knox agreed to a future meeting with the girl, but only if she had already become a full-fledged knight by that time. Arriving fully motivated, Talia didn't know how fully fledged a warrior she needed to be by that point. Knox spread his hands philosophically and said that it was enough to no longer be frightened by the sight of spiders. The poor girl remembered that fateful moment in the forest with the missing children and frowned, almost blushing. A little offended by the young man, Talia wanted to punch him in the torso, and having felt it, the evil boy sighed heavily from the unpleasant pain and would never say such a thing again. Well, The winner of the duel, who continued to stand as if nothing had happened, thought that it would be better to say something about wolves, and that would be better than mentioning spiders. Unable to contain her emotions, the heated Talia promised to become a real knight and suggested that Knox prepare his head. Hearing these loud and unpleasant words, the guy felt sick, and he thought that the girl had already decided to kill him. The maid Emma, who was standing next to the young lady, thanked her for everything, and especially young Master Knox, but he did not understand anything. The maid, who was expressing the most sincere goodwill, was truly very grateful to the young man for saving Miss Talia. Knox was very surprised by these words, and looked at his new friend's maid in silence for a while. He himself knew perfectly well that this was not done on purpose, wanting the guests not to talk nonsense and to finally leave. The high gates of the von Reinhofer family estate opened, and a carriage with 2 guests drove out. The boy was glad that there was no one else in the house, and began to feel as if he was slowly getting used to this strange life. He looked at the sky, raised his head up, and again found himself among hundreds of his thoughts. And even without knowing the exact reasons, the young man, a lover of games, felt that he was beginning to like it. The next moment, Knox began to worry about the system's notification that he had 146 days to live due to an incurable disease. The large, luxurious palace of the von Reinhofer family sparkled in the sun's rays, and the young man decided that now was not the time to rest. A few days later, Rona came into Knox's room and informed him of the need for new servants for the young master. The guy thought about it, and his faithful maid found this idea quite interesting, even though he had a servant. The butler Rodwell also came down to the bedroom, wished him good morning, and immediately bowed to the young master. He wondered why the butler was there, and he said that a maid from the academy had arrived at the estate for Knox and would be working with him from today. The girl who entered the room greeted the young gentleman. Her name is Dietrich de Lovilla, and she is the guy's personal servant. Shocked by this news, Knox von Reinhofer gave his full name and looked at the new housekeeper. Staring at the girl, he began to recall details that concerned him and her from the game's plot. According to the system, 15-year-old Dietrich had determination, compassion, 8 levels of endurance, 5 levels of mana, and was a professional liar and spy. The maid's passive skills included excellent housework, and her real status was to monitor the player under the orders of Theo von Reinhofer. The system reminded him of the 141 days he had left to live due to his incurable disease, and with limited time, Knox felt like it was passing quickly. The only positive thing for him here is that despite all the bad things, the guy is developing quite quickly. While in his own room, the young man looked intently at the point that interested him. Knox, who would soon be entering the academy, wanted to go out onto the balcony, where the bright, warm sun was shining. Rona, who was standing nearby, wondered if her young master was worried, because in 2 months he would finally begin studying at the Eldon Academy. The disappointed guy thinks that his maid is only happy about the fact that the young master is about to leave the estate. The poor girl immediately burst into tears, explaining that she had already begun to miss her dear Knox. He turned to her and asked her to stop behaving like that, because he was not going to lower the maid's salary. The guy didn't have time to bully the girl. If he didn't improve his stats at least a little in the next couple of months, he wouldn't survive at the academy. Eldine was the best academy in the Empire, where the strongest cadets from all over the country gathered. After passing this place and the beginning of the main story, the young warrior will have to play the role of the villain Knox von Reinhofer. These thoughts caused the guy noticeable irritation. Everything was now so difficult for him. And unexpectedly for him, Rona announced the need for new servants for the young master. Knox had a servant, so this message from the maid caused him confusion. Butler Rodwell entered the bedroom, bowed to the young master, and greeted him good morning. In response to the master's question about what had happened, the servant reported the arrival of a new maid from the academy for Knox, who would be working with him starting today. The girl who bowed to her new master is named Dietrich de Lovilla, and from now on she is his personal servant. The young nobleman looked at this maid as if she aroused a feeling of mistrust in him. He gave his own name and wanted to know as much information as possible about this servant. The system, which worked quickly, showed Knox various positive and negative characteristics about Dietrich de la Villa. Excellent housework was a passive skill, the active ones were unknown, and the real status was marked by monitoring the player under the orders of Theo von Reinhofer. Dietrich's maid promised to try to support Knox, but he came to the conclusion that he would not be allowed to leave the estate peacefully. Theo von Reinhofer was one of the greatest villains and one of the most powerful people in the world. When discussing his current situation, many are wondering whether it is all down to his ball-handling skills, as Theo is such a professional that few doubt it. And the main reason why he was able to lead his family was that the man did not trust anyone or anything in his own circle. When the new maid, Dietrich de la Villa, appeared before him, the owner of the estate said that he had high hopes for her. The dejected girl bowed to Mr. Theo and accepted his order with sad eyes. If she does well, the Reinhafers will spare no expense to restore the maid to the line of succession of the La Villa family, from which she was pushed aside. Hearing this, the maid bowed again and, with her eyes closed, promised to serve young Master Knox sincerely. Suddenly, the necessary thought appeared in her mind, and the girl wanted to tell her boss about it. Opposite her stood the menacing Theo von Reinhofer, whose appearance showed that he was not to be trifled with. The unfortunate girl could only look at him with frightened eyes, hoping for the master's mercy. Continuing to sit on the floor, Dietrich put her hand on her heart and promised to watch Knox's every move and report everything to Theo. When she found herself in her room, she closed the door with relief and remembered the instruction not to forget who her master was. The new maid was having a hard time. She was almost crying and clutched her chest as if it was becoming difficult to breathe. Dietrich grabbed the top of her work shirt as if she wanted to unbutton it so she could get some air. But instead, she pulled out a gold object on a chain that could have been either a watch or a keepsake. With a sad expression on her face and almost crying, she looked at this important object in her life. Inside was a photograph of a man and a woman, and Dietrich knew that from that moment on, she could no longer hesitate. Evening came, and the lights came on in the rooms of the huge estate of the noble family von Reinhofer. Knox lay on his large sofa and analyzed the moments that had happened to him today. In his opinion, Theo probably wanted to make sure whether it was really Knox in front of him or not. In Inner Lunatic, demonic possession was common, and Knox was possessed by the evil spirit Baal in the original story. In any case, everything is fine for the young man until Theo von Reinhofer realizes who this guy really is. He again began to remember the events of today, where the new maid occupied a special place. In the young man's opinion, the whole problem lay precisely in this smiling and slightly modest Dietrich. Even if she wasn't in the main story, it would be a shame to just throw out such a person. This girl was originally supposed to be the next head of the La Villa clan, but her father and mother were killed by her uncle. As a result, Dietrich lost her position in her own family, and it is obvious how everything ended for the unfortunate lady. She became a servant in the Reinhofer's house and left her home, although she looked positive and smiling, but inside she was exhausted and rotten. Knox, in his bedroom, knew full well that she was the character who was about to break down, and the last straw for this unfortunate girl will fall before the main plot begins in the form of suicide. The guy, lost in thought about all this, and with his face buried in the blanket, didn't know what to do with it. If he changes the plotline and saves someone who is supposed to die, it is unknown whether this will be called the right decision. And all this despite the fact that the noose around Knox's own neck could tighten even more as a result of difficult events. While the unfortunate guy was lost in difficult thoughts, night fell outside and the sky was covered with clouds and stars. The next day, the young master called Rona and Dietrich to his place for an important conversation. He promised that from now on they would hunt monsters in the forest and on the territory of their huge estate. And when Knox announced his intention to take the maids with him to help him, one of them was horrified by what she heard. The thought of having to hunt monsters made Rona decide to take a day off because she suddenly started feeling unwell. And unexpectedly for Rona herself, Dietrich, who was standing next to her, calmly agreed with the order of her boss. The frightened maid took her colleague by the hand and pointed out the need to not agree to all of the management's demands. But the two maids responded immediately, which pleased Knox, who was eager to fight the monsters. With a solemn and cheerful look, the young master informed Rona that he knew how she had used all her weekends. Therefore, she will not be able to escape from helping von Reinhaver Jr., which upsets the poor maid even more. He reminded her of how Rona had previously called him trash and promised to lower his salary in case of disobedience, offering to cut it in half. Completely defeated, the maid had no choice but to choose between a bow or a sword for hunting monsters. Knox was truly enjoying the situation and was pleased with the way poor Rona was acting. But he suddenly became serious when Dietrich de Lovilla approached him and wanted to tell the young master something. Could she inform Sir Rodwell that Knox was leaving the estate before he began his preparations for the monster hunt? The guy grabbed his head and thought. He really liked the direction of Dietrich's maid's thoughts. After all, for now, Knox's main task is to increase his allotted lifespan in this game, and when the young nobleman escaped into the forest, he could now go anywhere, and only the two maids asked him to wait for them. But the three of them were not alone. Theo von Reinhofer was watching them from the large window of the estate. The owner of the estate watched, as if enchanted, his youngest son and his two maids riding horses. And Knox, like a fish in water, surrounded by magical mana, was ready to carry out the great deed he had planned. A few days later, the boys found themselves in the forest of missing children, which after being cleared resembled an ordinary one. Having been here for some time, Knox fought with the terrible wolves that lurked in the forest. He then gathered all his strength and, almost without losing his composure, deftly fought off the attacks of the terrible predators. When a large gray wolf rushed at him, Knox was able to kill the terrible monster with one blow. As a result, the young warrior gained a very small amount of the gray wolf's life force, receiving only 2 hours of life. Having eliminated the dangerous beast, the young hunter looked around, wanting to make sure that he had killed everyone here. In one part of the clearing where the battle took place, the boy noticed a predator lying there with no signs of life. Since one attempt to destroy the wolves cost 2 whole hours of life, we can consider the hunt to be quite successful. Knox had been hunting for an hour now, and Dietrich, who had come up to him, was worried about whether he was tired, presenting the young master with a flask of water. While the maid looked at the guy with a questioning expression, he thought about his state of life. Without the hour of genius, an event like today's would have taken too much time for a young warrior. Knox finally took a flask of nutritious liquid from the hands of the new maid to strengthen his strength. So he's only up for an hour, even though he thought things wouldn't go smoothly. But that's too much. You can't just kill the monster all at once. The main problem for the conqueror of the forest wolves was that the number of monsters was limited. While Rona was terrified by the sight of the slain predators, Knox was confident that there were no monsters in the forest due to the hunt for them over the past few days. At this rate, the plan of the already unsettled guy could fall apart at any moment. Not seeing the maid's towel in front of him, the young man regretted that there were so few monsters here lately. Smiling Dietrich can't believe that her young master thinks this is a problem, because if anyone heard him, they would definitely think he was weird. A frightened Rona did not understand how her boss could say such a thing, and Knox himself looked intently at his servant. The cleared forest now delighted people with its dense foliage, tranquility, and rays of sunshine that came from the heavens. Dietrich immediately agreed with the leader's order to return back to the estate, since everything had been done for today and there was nothing more to be done here. The new maid is ready to prepare a bath for the young master with water at a comfortable temperature. Knox, who had fully expected this from the support genius, would like to have time to wash up before dinner, so they need to move faster. With a sincere smile, the maid asked the young master to rely on her in this matter. Standing behind her, Rona demanded that he not forget about her, promising to clean up the room for the young master, to which she received his consent. And after that, with a determined look, grabbing a basket and a bow for shooting, she headed towards the estate. Dietrich could only watch his hot-tempered colleague go with a smile. And then she turned her attention to young Master Knox, who was demanding something from the new servant. Looking a little tired, he said that he had a question for his recently hired housekeeper. The young man has become somewhat detached, but he is interested in who his Dietrich serves. The maid looked at Knox with wide eyes, looking horrified, as if she had been caught in the act of committing some crime. The system reported the presence of the positive trait of supporting a genius, as well as negative ones such as determination, duplicity, pity, and others. With the support of a genius, no matter how good the sword is, if Dietrich can't use it, then he will definitely throw it away. Lost in her thoughts, she forgot that young Mr. Knox was waiting for an answer to the question he had posed. The nervous girl almost blushed and fearfully said that she hadn't said anything yet. And just as she decided to answer the young master, he interrupted her, because he knew what she wanted to tell him. Von Reinhofer Jr. asked Dietrich de Lovilla not to worry anymore, as there would be no interrogations against her. Knox was even grateful to the servant standing before him, almost in a state of panic. At least she hadn't deceived him. No matter who Dietrich serves, the nobleman's son promises to consider her his man in the estate. The maid only listened silently to her boss and could not say a single word in response. As he left the clearing, Knox offered to use it if necessary for the girl, and that was all he wanted to tell her. Dietrich continued to watch the wolf conqueror in silence as he hurried towards the estate. He wondered if, instead of blind faith, it would not be better for them to have mutual benefit. After all, the young nobleman and his new maid, who sat with a sad face in a forest clearing, had exactly this kind of relationship. This interesting day ended for Knox and his servants, and when night came, the full moon appeared in the sky. The estate of the noble von Reinhofer looked idyllic against the backdrop of the starry sky. In the servants' quarters, Rona informed Dietrich that Master Knox was overdoing it with his orders. Doesn't the new girl agree with her about Mr. Knox not finding it fun to run together every workout? In the company of her colleague, Dietrich was not as sociable as with her young boss, so she smiled slightly and modestly agreed with her. After this, the new maid turned her gaze to the window, outside of which was the starry night sky. Rumors that the young master had changed reached her even while she was still in her own family. At that time, the girl considered it all to be fiction, because such radical changes are rare for people. But they said that he defeated the twins in a duel and received the right to study at the best academy of the empire. Dietrich realized that in front of her was the man who was strengthening his own position in the noble family. In her understanding, Knox is not at all like herself, who has finally lost the opportunity to become the legitimate heir of the family. As she replayed the events of the day in her mind, the new maid recalled the words of her young master. Just like now, Knox stood in front of her and allowed her to use him if the girl needed it. Continuing to write something on a piece of paper, Dietrich continued to think about it, not understanding what the boss meant. Very soon, rumors began to spread throughout the ancestral estate of the von Reinhofer nobles regarding their new servants. They discussed the maid, Dietrich de Lovilla, who was thrown out of her family and therefore supposedly did not deserve to work in her new place. After receiving the letter, the girl continued to hold it in her hand, lost in thought. This message began with an appeal to the girl herself from a familiar sender. The author called her an incompetent matriarch who sold out her own family and therefore will have to answer for her sins. The poor girl, in a fit of bitterness and disappointment, clutched the unpleasant letter tightly in her hand. Tears streamed down the unfortunate woman's beautiful face, and she was informed that she had been deprived of all rights as a descendant of the direct line of inheritance. With great difficulty, the girl managed to smile and realized that she could no longer stay here. This was expected, because the Reinhofer family is one of the best dark families in the history of the empire. Even if Dietrich is just a servant to a worthless son, as a commoner who lost her family, she is not worthy of serving him. The girl was sure that she would soon be laid off here and would end up working for a completely different person. When a new working day began, the maid opened the kitchen door and greeted her colleagues. Seeing how frightened the other maids were, Dietrich realized that the rumors had already reached everyone. The new girl, who continued to look sadly at the maids, had long since become accustomed to these contemptuous glances. Suddenly, a loud female voice sounded from somewhere behind, calling the girl, which made her feel uneasy. It was Rona, who was looking everywhere for a new friend, who invited her to go with her quickly. Dietrich looked at her colleague with a more kindly face and thought that she knew nothing about what had happened. As proof of the need to go faster, Rona took the unsuspecting maid by the hand. The new girl immediately became frightened and didn't know whether Ron was ignoring her or whether he really considered her his friend. In the opinion of the new girl, who could barely keep up with her colleague who was running ahead, she was acting very stupidly now, no matter what. But now both sad Dietrich and today's cheerful Rona, as well as young Master Knox, are doing stupid things. Meanwhile, von Reinhofer Jr. sat in a chair in front of the window, enjoying the sun's rays and thinking about the predetermined end. And not only for Dietrich, Theo probably also received such a message, as did his new housekeeper. Knox knew perfectly well that all the crimes attributed to his maid's father were fabricated. Seeing a colorful butterfly flying near the window, the guy came to the conclusion that he was unable to help it. Because no one knows what the butterfly effect will be if Knox is able to save her. Black crows flew over the dark forest as if they were harbingers of something terrible. A loud howl was heard from a large gray wolf, defeated in an unequal battle against a brave man. The winner of this fight was again Knox von Reinhofer, who wielded his frank, sharp sword. Watching the battle from the bushes, Rona asked Dietrich if she thought the young master was being cruel to himself today. To me, the frightened Rona, their young master, seemed to have been a little more merciful in battles before. She wanted to say that Knox was especially scary today, but she didn't say it, continuing to look at the clearing with fear. The maid's excitement seemed to be transmitted to Dietrich, who was standing nearby and almost began to share her friend's opinion. And then the new girl turned her gaze to the battlefield, feeling some kind of heaviness in her own heart. With the help of his sharp sword, the young master once again managed to eliminate the evil forest predators. Splashes of wolf blood continued to fly across the clearing, but they no longer bothered the monster slayer Knox. He was hoping for the appearance of the main monster, who might not show up for battle again today. In the Forest of Lost Children, there is a monster that appears randomly when about 20% of the monsters remain in the zone. It is a hidden boss. The nobleman's son was already thinking about killing him in order to quickly raise his status, but apparently it was not meant to be again. Suddenly, a noise was heard in the dense forest which greatly alarmed Mr. Knox. Something completely incredible was happening now, but the brave warrior could not understand what it was. This strange force developed its own speed on a completely different level, causing Knox to feel both admiration and irritation at the same time. And the next moment, the young master smiled, realizing that this was the power of the special boss he had been waiting for. This terrifying monster was the royal wasp, which amazed with the incredible size of its body and limbs. Quickly starting the battle, Knox appreciated how problematic it was, but still, it was not a level beyond his capabilities. A female voice called him, and the brave man automatically turned his gaze in the direction from which it sounded. A terrible picture opened before the eyes of the brave warrior, which he was absolutely obliged to prevent. The maid of the estate, Dietrich de Lovilia, threw herself at the royal wasp in order to protect her master. Even without the help of this girl, Knox would have been able to dodge this attack or block the terrible monster. He looked at the maid with incomprehension, not understanding the reason why she saved him now. The guy wondered how many people would actually run forward to meet the huge monster. The young master decided to take advantage of this chance and save the maid who so desperately protected him. After activating the Hour of Genius skill, Knox gathered all his strength and was ready to rush into a dangerous battle again. One day as a child, little Dietrich was crying while sitting on the floor, so her parents wondered why their sweet daughter was always falling. Relatives always said that there was not a single day when the girl's knees were healthy and her abrasions never healed. This concerned not only the knees, but also the wounds on the heart, but maybe then they already knew what awaited their daughter in the future. Dietrich remembered the recent words of her young master Knox, who had asked whom she served. With a sad smile on her face, The girl repeated these words of her brave master over and over again. A pleasant, cheerful image of a young man she knew appeared before the unfortunate girl's eyes. And then her uncle, who killed Dietrich's parents with a sword and bowed over them, called them his own family. She remembered her recent meeting with Theo von Reinhofer, Knox's offer to use him, and then the guess that he would use her too. And suddenly her friend Rona and Mr. Knox leaned over the maid, and for some reason they called her by name. While the system announced that the monster had been defeated, which would result in a special reward being given to the winner, the young master asked for a little patience. Looking at Dietrich lying on the ground, the slayer of the wolves spoke of the end of the fight and his intention to take the girl home, with which Rona agreed. Out of the corner of her eye, she looked at Knox. The victim didn't believe that a person who was going to use someone could have a kind expression on his face. Badly injured after her encounter with the King Wasp, the girl didn't understand why she was feeling a slight tremor now. She also felt a strange malice in Knox's voice, seeing the vague outlines of his face before her. And at that moment the girl completely lost consciousness, and a large, bitter tear flowed down her cheek. Theo von Reinhofer, who was in his office, read the letter and agreed that the points described in the message were problematic. According to Rodwell's investigation, the contents of the letter are true, and the Lavilia family has decided to finally abandon Miss Dietrich. The main reason why the owner of the estate accepted the girl was to acquire the new servant's family. Since they had lost their leader and were in an unstable state, Theo saw it as a great opportunity to take control of them. If the situation within the family was unstable, and the heir's position was precarious, under the influence of the von Reinhofers, they would certainly submit. But it is unknown what will happen if Dietrich is expelled from the family before Theo begins to implement his plan. Having come to the conclusion that nothing could be done about it, he asked his butler what they should do with the girl. Rodwell believes they will be looked down upon at Eldian Academy if they leave a homeless person with young Master Knox. And after that, he suggested that they quietly resolve the matter on their part, to which Theo, who had similar thoughts, agreed. Suddenly the office door opened and someone loudly and nervously called for the owner of the estate. The angry butler asks how the servant dares to barge in without permission, but he quickly apologizes. The news that young Master Knox had brought back a servant who had been seriously injured while hunting upset Theo. The boy reported it because the master used a very expensive antidote without permission to treat a maid who was poisoned and in critical condition. A disgruntled Rodwell doesn't want to hear that it could be a mandrake cleansing potion, but that's exactly what it was. Hearing these words, the butler was immediately horrified because the medicine costs a lot of money. And the father of the family immediately assumed that his youngest son had already become attached to this new servant. No one in the huge, noble estate knows what such feelings can lead to. Rona stood over the unconscious Dietrich and tried her best to wake her up. When the unfortunate maid opened her eyes, her friend, unable to contain her emotions, burst into tears of joy. A plain-looking Dietrich didn't understand what had happened, but she hoped that young Master Knox was okay. She remembered how she had thrown herself at the huge King Wasp, but she did not understand the reason for such a wild act. Tears continued to roll down the face of poor Rona, who reported that the young master had brought the patient some kind of mandrake antidote. I don't remember the exact name, but the maid is sure that it was a good medicine from the master, who ignored the doctor's refusal and ordered the medicine to be used. While Rona was thinking about the master's dark past, which was making itself known, Dietrich did not understand why he was acting this way. Taking hold of the blanket, she wondered if Knox had simply planned to use his new maid. The patient tried to sit up, but her friend advised her to lie down a little longer, asking if she felt any pain anywhere. He told Dietrich that Knox had gone for the chamberlain, and Rona became worried because the guy had asked to let him know when the victim woke up. Standing at the door, the maid promised to return soon and reminded her friend not to dare get out of bed and to rest. Without listening to the maid, the sick Dietrich de Lavilia nevertheless sat down on the edge of her bed. Then she walked over to her suitcase, which was lying on the table, and opened it slightly. To put it together, the girl began looking for her own things, starting with her own books. And when she had laid them down, she took hold of her clothes, carefully laying them out next to the literature. Dietrich shouldn't be here. She knows she doesn't deserve to be in this world. With great sadness on her face, the girl threw her suitcase onto her back and got ready for the difficult journey. I remembered my golden pendant, then opened it and looked again at the photograph of my deceased parents. Dietrich suddenly pulled out a picture of her family, something she had never done before in her life. In a letter written to Knox, she expressed hope that the girl's pendant would recoup the cost of the antidote. As she prepared to leave the estate, the maid took the suitcase with both hands and was grateful for saving her life. When Dietrich was walking down the corridor, she unexpectedly met Knox, who asked where she was going under cover of night. The girl stopped, not knowing how to answer him, and looked at the young master in his hiking gear. Knox, now very serious and stern, wondered where she was going on a dark night. Another evening had arrived, and at the von Reinhafer estate, the proceedings between the doctor and Knox were underway. The doctor denied the gentleman's accusations that he was worried about the cost of drugs when a person nearby was dying. If the young master does not have permission from the Patriarch to use these medicines, he cannot use them. A bloodied Dietrich lay on the hospital bed, and Knox continued to argue about the patriarch of his family. Now he demanded that Rodwell answer whether the butler in this family really stood above his young master. They continued to stand by the bed where the unfortunate maid Dietrich lay until the doctor apologized. Young Master Max promised to personally tell his father about this and ordered the doctor to begin treatment. He was forced to agree, and obeying the order, took a flask with an expensive antidote to administer to the patient. When he poured the liquid into Dietrich's mouth, he calmed Rona, who was worried about her colleague because he neutralized the poison. The poor maid finally felt relieved to hear the good news and looked at Knox, who was looking away. The young boss's behavior surprised the housekeeper, and she hastened to address him. As he left the medical room, Knox asked the maid to personally report to him when Dietrich woke up. The light was brightly burning in Theo von Reinhafer's office when his youngest son came to see him. The owner of the estate is interested in why a guy who rarely appears here decided to visit him. It seems to him that Knox, who had knelt down, appeared before his parent for the sake of the new maid. When the young man was about to speak to the nobleman, the system activated the master function. Theo von Reinhafer was ready to listen attentively to his youngest offspring, who came here with his problems. Continuing to sit on the floor, the boy reminded his father of his words about his readiness to fulfill one wish, to which the man immediately agreed. In a serious tone, the young master declared his desire to obtain Dietrich de Lavilia, who had been exiled from her own family. The head of the family lowered his sad gaze and began to mentally study the request of his youngest son. Knox immediately had the butterfly effect in mind, which would have an impact on the main story. The young man also remembered the assumption about Theo being a spy, but now all of this was no longer important to him. When Knox saw Dietrich trying to save him in the clearing today, he realized something. Returning to that situation again, Knox remembered how he received no answer from the new maid to his question. Then, in the clearing, Dietrich responded with her own actions to save the young master from a huge royal wasp. Knox's gaze was filled with a firm determination to find out the truth about this girl's actions. And unexpectedly, Theo von Reinhafer agreed to his son's request. If that was his wish, then so be it. Hearing the cherished words, the boy rose to his feet and bowed to his own magnanimous father. And now he, like an unworthy son, wants to say something else to his patriarch. Surprised by the actions of the brave guy, the head of the family, Theo, allowed him to express a new thought. No sooner had Knox begun than the system issued a warning about the decline of his acting skills due to overexcitement. Having received the unpleasant notification, the young man became frightened and mentally asked to stop. Theo von Reinhafer sat in a large chair with Knox nearby, wanting the virtual mechanism to stop playing with people. After this conversation with his father, the young man met Dietrich in the corridor, who was trying to escape from the estate. The girl announced her desire to leave because she doesn't think she has the right to be there. Still holding the handle of the suitcase with both hands, the maid thanked Mr. Knox for everything he had done for her. He had to repeat the question of where the girl had gone when she was supposed to be helping the young master as his maid. Unhappy Dietrich lowered her head. She thought that young Master Knox already knew the answer well enough. Gathering all her willpower, the sobbing servant told how the Patriarch ordered her to watch his youngest son. Dietrich lied to Knox and doesn't understand why he's trying to detain her now, since she lied to him. The poor housekeeper was already at the very limit of her moral capabilities when she shouted these words. She had nothing to say to the young master, even if he was chasing the girl with tears streaming down her face. With a barely perceptible smile, Knox realized what Dietrich really was, and that this was the side of her that resembled a human. Someone who decided not to give up and move forward, despite the darkness and pain that lies ahead, where people often deceive each other. Dietrich, who continued to cry, reminded him that he had committed a serious crime. Knox didn't mind, that was what he was thinking about right now, so he didn't want to let the girl go. He wonders if after the girl did this, she needs to pay for what happened, so no one says she can leave. Hearing these words, Dietrich could not believe it and looked at the young man in confusion. He doesn't know what his father is thinking, but he doesn't want to see the Lavilia family mentioned in the maid's name, so she stays here. Now Knox needs the real talents of the girl who looked at her young master in surprise. That is why she is needed by the guy who wants to see support from the maid until she manages to atone for the sin she committed. And further, in the role of his maid, Dietrich will continue to assist the young master in his future affairs. The poor girl again could not hold back her bitter tears and agreed to the order of young Master Knox. When they broke up, the girl promised to be by the guy's side until the very end, supporting him. Knox closed his eyes and smiled. He got what he wanted and heard the answer he needed. Unexpectedly, Dietrich reminded the young master of his question about whom she served, causing the boy to stop in surprise. The smiling girl with sad eyes wonders if the guy really knows who he is talking about. Von Reinhafer Jr. turned around. He was well aware of everything, now for sure. In the morning, while cleaning the estate, Rona told how the young gentleman threatened the doctor, promising to kill him. Excited by her own story, the maid was about to move on to the most interesting details, but did not have time. Knox came up quietly and asked not to slander him when he was right in front of the talkative maid. The grinning conqueror of the forest wolves believes that Ron's maid is not even going to deny it. Noticing the owner and the recovered Dietrich behind her, Roan had no choice but to cover her mouth with her hands. Immediately switching to my colleague, I asked her how she was feeling and asked her not to burden herself so much. Having declared her intention to do the laundry herself, Rona went to dry the clothes and ran away from there. A frustrated Knox, clutching his head, does not understand the reason for his housekeeper's problems. I asked Dietrich if she knew that in 2 months she would be going to Eldine Academy with them, but I heard a positive answer. The smart maid prepared books, medicine, essential items, clothes, a cadet uniform for going out. The master would need all of this. As she continued to reminisce, Knox noticed that the maid no longer forced a smile when she was near him. The brave warrior knew that the girl was tired of pretending, because she was still not succeeding. He liked her better this way, because there was no need to overwhelm each other with meaningless compliments or force unnecessary dialogues. But it is also possible that a situation will arise where both the young master and his faithful companion will be driven into a corner. Knox decided that in such a situation, even when they had to stand back to back, the guys would not betray each other. Realizing that this was enough for their relationship, the hero of battles with forest wolves smiled kindly. Having come to such pleasant conclusions, Knox sat down on a leather chair and opened a book, while Dietrich stood next to him with a teapot. There were several books on the trolley, but the maid was interested in whether her young master was all right. "Continue the binding in your hands." Knox looked suspiciously at the girl who said such words. A worried Dietrich stood next to him and was forced to report that some unpleasant rumors had recently spread. A visibly agitated Knox is surprised by the emergence of some new gossip, not understanding how it could be worse than what already exists. According to the girl, people say that he still keeps her as a maid because he likes the maid. The young master's hand fidgeted on his leather chair at the unpleasant sound of this rumor. The boy looked at all this and did not think that he would experience such great shame in the form of this Knox von Reinhofer. He had to apologize for this, because the girl was dragged into such a matter because of him, but Dietrich did not tell everything for this reason. Due to the spread of such gossip, the girl's face was extremely sad. It seemed to her that such rumors might make the guy uncomfortable. The youngest nobleman's son reminded Dietrich of previous rumors in which he was described as a good-for-nothing idiot, an insignificant offspring of the family. The girl just wanted to tell him how things weren't so bad, but the strict Knox promised to fire her if she tried to deceive him. Sadly, lowering her eyes, Dietrich decided to tell her master about even more terrible rumors. Gathering all her willpower into a fist, the maid recalled the gossip that her young master was a pervert, but she didn't know if it was true. Hearing such terrible words about himself, Knox only covered his face with his hands and remained silent for a while. Sitting back in his chair, he decided that he looked much better now, since before he had been called a reckless, good-for-nothing weakling. And now evil tongues simply call him a clever brat who thinks too highly of himself. Having thought everything through carefully, the young man came to the conclusion that it was necessary to maintain a balance. Looking at his hand, he remembered Knox's villainous status, so in order to help the protagonist shine, he needs to remain bad. Clenching his fist tightly, the young man looked ahead with a frown, realizing that he was not a hero here. And immediately, he returned to the state of an indifferent man, asking Dietrich to forget about it and stop talking about rumors. The winner of the duel and the wolves stunned the surprised new maid with the task he had for her. So she already knows that in order to survive at the Eldine Academy, not only she but also the youngest master, Knox, needs to prepare. Not expecting anything like this, Dietrich does not understand what kind of training her young boss is talking about. The maid's one-sidedness indicates that she has complete trust in a certain person, so if Knox tells the girl part of his plans, there will be no problems. Wanting to tell more so that it would be easier to give tasks to the maid in the future, Knox intends to begin studying magic before entering the academy. He wants to get Dietrich's help in this, but she is shocked to hear about such a desire from the master, who is aware of the illegality of such an action in the empire. In the maid's opinion, the young master was behaving so insolently, and he, smirking, reminded her that he was supposedly good for nothing and was a pervert. The maid lowered her gaze, sighed with relief, and thought that Knox was clearly offended now. His face instantly became serious, but the girl decided to agree to her boss's proposal. Dietrich is sure that there is a reason for the master's decision. She will look for basic books that can help him. Now the young master looked at the maid with a satisfied look, glad that he could rely on her, as always. Suddenly, Knox heard someone demanding that someone move faster and faster, not understanding what was happening now. Finally, he stood up and walked to the window, telling Dietrich about the possible problems that would arise if she did not cope with the problems. Suddenly, the servants announced the return of young Master Gran from Eldine Academy, which greatly surprised Knox. Looking from the balcony at the carriages arriving at the estate, the young man almost forgot about such an important event. He was delighted, realizing that he finally had a chance to prolong his own life here. Placing his hand on the table, he turned to Dietrich, who was standing nearby and watching the movements of the young master. With a cheerful expression on his face, the guy announced the possible need to go on a long mission for some time. The girl bowed her head and asked the young gentleman what he was up to again. She stood next to Knox, who was leaning against the balcony and continued to watch the procession of Brother Gran returning to the estate passing below. The sun was shining brightly outside the window, and on the table stood glasses of wine and prepared dishes intended for the lords of the estate. Theo von Reinhofer, who was present at the head of the table, congratulated his son on his graduation from the Eldine Academy. Gren, his second son and one of Knox's older brothers, thanked her father with a smile for his kind words. And the winner of the duel and the wolves himself sat at the table with an important air, wanting to say something. The young master's eyes burned with a bright and powerful fire as he looked at what was happening. As had happened before in similar cases, the system showed Knox information about his brother. 16-year-old Gren had dark accomplishments, an accurate sense of detection, and was a lustful man who became enlivened by the sight of practical women. Knox was amused that he was an opportunist, a supporter of aristocracy, prioritizing social status, contemptuous, but quickly aware of the situation and having a careful calculation. The only reason Gran wasn't exposed was because Knox was even worse. The brother was good at establishing relationships in the political world, and this made the recent conqueror of the wolves very happy. By making good use of his talent for playing politics, Gren easily graduated from the academy, which is very difficult to graduate from. Fewer than 1,000 people take the exams, and only half of them will be able to graduate from the institution. Knox's thoughts were interrupted by Theo, who asked his son, who had just arrived, whether the date for his departure to Chad had been chosen. He wanted to use his spoon for its intended purpose, but stopped for a second because of his father's question. The next second, Gren informed his parent of his intention to leave for the region in 3 days. According to the father, if his offspring was going there at this time of year, it must be on a monster hunting mission. Chad is located near the Rheinhafers, being a neutral southern zone, and borders on the west with Tadzaline, which uses the undeveloped deserts as its border. This barren land is inhabited by monsters, the influx of which must be stopped by Gren, who received such a mission from the imperial family. According to the law of the Arkheim Empire, to become a knight and gain recognition from the royal family, one must first complete their first mission. Gren associates winter with monsters, and he is sure that the imperial family wants to take special measures against these monsters. According to Theo, although this land is not fertile, other places will also suffer if Chad falls. Suddenly the father became serious and asked his son not to disgrace the name of the von Reinhofer family under any circumstances. With a smile on his face, Gren put his hand on his heart and guaranteed all of this to him. Knox looked down, his mood soured, and realized that the mission to Chad wasn't just some monster hunt. This isn't a simple side story, it involves some complexities and he can take a lot from it. Surprising Gran with the question of going to Chad, Knox unexpectedly asked to take him with him to this place. And in order to gain benefit for himself, the young conqueror of wolves considered it necessary to take part in the so-called subjugation of Chad. The elder brother, hearing about such a request, was very surprised, as was the father of the noble family, Theo. The next moment, Gren smiled and asked his brother if he knew what this Chad was like. Knox had heard it was neutral territory, where humans could freely attack monsters and where bandits could grow in strength. The older brother, clearly not expecting such an answer, fell silent in embarrassment, not knowing how to parry the boy's attack. As he was saying that he had heard a lot about Knox lately, he remembered Gran's skill of accurate detection. An Elgin Academy graduate is interested in whether his younger relative really managed to clear the forest of the missing child, along with the Stilliner's second daughter. This is a skill that helps to determine why a person is anxious. If the target's characteristics are lower than his, he will quickly reveal the reason. Hearing his brother's positive response, Gren remembered how he had defeated the twins and taken on a new maid. Knox confirmed the truth of these words, and the system activated its nerves of steel to repel the accurate detection. The elder brother tilted his face slightly and realized that the younger brother had recently achieved a lot in the estate. But he can't take someone who hasn't even been accepted to Eldine Academy with him on a mission. Just as Gren said that he did not want to collect the remains of his relative, he suddenly stopped, his eyes wide in surprise. Addressing his father, he stood up from the table, but Theo promised to ensure that this would not happen. Throwing a stern look at Gran, Theo von Reinhofer demanded that he take his brother with him on the upcoming mission. And then he said gloomily, looking at his eldest son with his keen eyes, that this was an order. The head of the noble estate continued to follow his own vacation with his gaze, waiting to hear from him the answer he needed. Knox, meanwhile, was closely watching what was happening at the table, waiting for his brother's reaction. Having promised on behalf of the family to supply the mission with all the necessary supplies, Theo asked his son to prepare for departure within these 3 days. The elders left the auditorium where they were having lunch, and the doors of the room where Knox remained were closed. Continuing to stand with a surprised face, the young wolf slayer still did not understand whether his father had given him permission for no reason. Analyzing the events that had just happened, he remembered Theo von Reinhofer's serious demands and look. Knox clenched his fists and suggested that the head of the family might be up to something now. Suddenly, someone interrupted his thoughts, asking what the guy could be thinking. His older brother Gren returned to the room and considered his younger brother to be a madman. No matter how crazy he went, he would never become any crazier than before, but Gren considered these words to be a joke. Suddenly, the Elgin Academy graduate brazenly grabbed Knox by his shirt, and Knox cast a contemptuous glance at his brother. Continuing to hold the young man in this manner, Gren demanded that he take better care of himself. With a disappointed look on his face, the boy said that he would be very sorry if Knox got hurt after getting such a rare chance to visit Chad. Someone's hand lost hold of an object that looked like medicine, and someone screamed in fear. Knox, who was still being held by Gran, turned to the right in surprise, trying to figure out who was shouting. It was Dietrich, who had previously promised to remain faithful to him, and who now found herself next to the young master. Because of her sloppiness, the maid spilled water on the clothes of young Master Knox, to whom she apologized and promised to wash everything immediately, asking him to come with her to the room. Gren looked with great disappointment at the maid, who had ruined his serious conversation with his brother. Knox elegantly grabbed the collar of his shirt and apologized to his relative, informing him that his maid had made a mistake. The unfortunate housekeeper could only bow dejectedly before Mr. Gran. Young Master Knox said that he had better leave, and together with his Dietrich, he headed for the exit. Turning around, he promised his relative to see him in 3 days, when he was leaving on a mission to subjugate Chad. Gren had no choice but to grimace in anger and watch as his brother left him. Walking freely down the corridor, Knox von Reinhofer thanked the maid for her great help. Thanks to Dietrich, the young man managed to get out of an unpleasant situation with his older brother, and she noted his talent for getting into trouble. But the girl knew well about the conversation between the father and sons, so she worries about Knox, understanding perfectly well what Chad is like. Reaching the door of his own room, the young terror of the forest wolves asks the maid not to worry, assuring him that everything will be fine with him. While they were standing talking, someone ran down the corridor and called for young Master Knox. Rona, unable to feel her legs, rushed towards them, demanding that the gentleman tell her where he was going. The boy looked at his maid with surprise, suspecting that she had forgotten that he was the young master here. Everything has already been decided, but the news that a good-for-nothing is joining the mission to subjugate Chad can be so shocking. Suddenly, the new maid Dietrich expressed her own agreement this time with her colleague Rona, which surprised her. According to the maid, Chad is too dangerous. The number of monsters and bandits there exceeds hundreds. Knox's soul screamed, "That's why he's going there, because it's a chance to prolong his life." But Dietrich calmed him down out loud because he knows what he's doing. The young master will be going on a subjugation mission without both maids, so he wishes for them to remain in the manor. This idea did not please Dietrich at all, who expressed her indignation about it. Standing in front of a surprised Knox, the new maid informed him that she could not allow him to do this, and she firmly stated that, as his personal maid, she was obliged to provide assistance to her own master, wherever he was. Therefore, she wants to go with him, but the young master is sure that the girl might get injured there. Dietrich de Lavilia does not rule out such a scenario, but is also confident that Knox will also be injured. I recently learned from Rona, who was nearby, about the weakness of the nobleman's son and his susceptibility to illness. Could Knox possibly travel such a long distance without a maid? He also often forgets his things, and the guy's clothes still need to be washed. Dietrich asked if the young man could handle it on his own, as if she already knew the answer. It doesn't make any sense to him, and he didn't think about the things she listed while it was a game, but now this world is reality. In the event of Knox's death, Dietrich's position in the von Reinhofer noble family also seems to be in great question. The young master believed that the maid had no choice but to follow him. After some hesitation, the conqueror of the forest wolves agreed, and the girl smiled. But he demands that the maid be sure to hear his orders, and in addition, she needs to learn how to control the horse Karl. Roan Dietrich replied that she had already managed to get closer to Karl, which greatly surprised her colleague. Answer the question, how did it happen? The new girl used half of her salary to buy high-quality sugar cubes for the horses. As a result, the horse opened up to its new acquaintance, but Rona became angry because the horse didn't eat plain hay. In the opinion of the maid, like her rather smiling master Knox, Dietrich de Lovelia is simply a beast. He decided to leave the estate to Ron, and Dietrich needed to help the young warrior. Since she was going with him, it was necessary to prepare carefully. Knox turned back and noticed that the maid he had left behind in the palace was now very agitated. He looked at Rona leaving, with large tears dripping from her eyes, not knowing if she would be okay. As the young master was giving orders to his faithful maids, someone knocked loudly on the door. All three suddenly stopped and looked at the doors in surprise, not knowing who intended to come in. Rodwell entered the room and, bowing, announced the Patriarch's intention to give young Mr. Knox one item. Eyeing the butler suspiciously, the young man couldn't understand what kind of item this could be from Theo. But I remembered his words about supplies for the mission, and I thought that this was what was being said now, not understanding why Theo had taken the side of his younger son at dinner. While Knox was pondering what was happening, being sure that the head of the family was planning something, night had already fallen. Very soon the nobleman Theo von Reinhofer received his youngest son Knox in his office. The young man pressed his hand to his heart and bowed to his parent, who was calling him to him. Theo lowered his head and said that now it all depends on the guy whether he can get this item or not. On the table in front of the guy lay an elegant bladed weapon made of pleasant black steel. According to the man, this was the sword of the first Patriarch von Reinhofer, and this made Knox shudder when he heard it. For the excited conqueror of the forest wolves, the presentation of such a thing as a gift was quite an unexpected event. His father Theo looked attentively at his son, who would soon have to leave for Chad. This is all unexpected because this item has never appeared in the game. Even a veteran like him, who has played through it 27 times, knew nothing about it. Knox looked at the sword and at his father, not knowing why he wanted to give this ancient and formidable weapon to him. Without understanding the current situation at all, the young master must obtain the sword of the first Patriarch von Reinhofer. Taking a closer look, the guy assessed the appearance of the weapon, which he did not like. As if guessing his youngest offspring's thoughts, Theo noticed a slight wear on the family sword. Continuing to mention the first patriarch of their family, the boy's father stated that this object had been their ancestor's companion throughout his life. He also considered it necessary to tell his son that this sword had been with Theo throughout his entire life. Knox asked his parent to tell him what test he had to pass to get a weapon, and the man suggested he try lifting a sword. The young man stretched out his hand towards the ball and kept his intense eyes fixed on it. Finally, making up his mind, he nervously took hold of the ancient family religion by its heavy, cold handle. Gathering all his spiritual and physical strength, Knox von Reinhofer solemnly raised the archaic sword, blade upward. The ancient weapon seemed to sparkle with magical fire, mesmerizing the young warrior holding it. He looked at what was happening with very surprised eyes and realized that his mana was being absorbed now. Something unimaginable was happening with the blade of the family sword, which amazed the young man even more. In an instant, the nobleman's son understood everything, because the color of the blade of the patriarch's sword had changed. The action taking place in the room did not escape the attention of Theo von Reinhofer, who realized that his son had already begun to sense mana. Knox himself looked tiredly at the sword and at his father, and could not answer him clearly at the moment. Intending to help his son, Theo got up from the table and walked towards him, already knowing what exactly was happening to him. Approaching the young man, The man explained the ability of this family sword to absorb the mana of its owner and release it in an enhanced form. Knox, hearing these words with fear, came to the conclusion that this sword would be difficult for him to use in the future. But the next moment something so strange appeared in front of him that the guy's eyes opened wide. With great difficulty, he continued to hold the sword with both hands, which seemed to be taking away Knox's strength. The explanation came from the system, which reported that the young warrior's mana was being absorbed at a significant rate. Due to the sudden change in conditions, the Master of Acting trait became unstable, but Knox was worried about the dangerous prospect after absorbing his mana. While the boy was struggling not to lose hold of the sword, his father surprised him with a new instruction regarding the weapon. The brave slayer of predatory wolves must hold the sword for 10 minutes, which leaves him in a stupor. Knox was horrified. He did not understand how in such a state, when mana was leaving him, he would hold the weapon. While the overly angry guy was thinking of Theo as a bad person, he said that the sword was called Stormy Petrel. According to the system's message, the Storm Petrel has now been weakened, but its class can rise from medium to high. Every time a person kills someone with this sword, it absorbs the owner's mana and converts it into its own powers, and when it is satiated, it discharges and unlocks its power. But for Knox, who was holding the family weapon with great difficulty, this information was not important now. When the announcement was made about the complete depletion of mana and the change of energy source, Knox's eyes widened in surprise. The player's life force began to be forcibly converted into mana, causing a bright red glow to appear near the sword. And again, the rather tired warrior was horrified by the message that his life was quickly running out. He, who was holding the flaming sword with great difficulty, became indifferent and came to the understanding that he had to surrender. The young man, who tried to let go of the weapon, was amazed because he somehow couldn't do it. Now, with open hatred and malice, the nobleman's son Knox looked at the cursed weapon of the Patriarch. Theo von Reinhafer, to the boy's surprise, stood opposite him and looked at the sword with an indifferent, cold gaze. The mature warrior's gaze spoke volumes, but his offspring knew nothing of the man's thoughts. What is this magical sword, Storm Petrel, which grants the user enormous power, but in return causes great harm to him? The first Patriarch used this sword to create a family whose reputation was characterized as dark, so the descendants could not really use this weapon. Theo von Reinhafer knew very well that 9 out of 10 people lost consciousness immediately after taking a sword in their hands. Holding a sword for 10 minutes is a really long time. Even Theo could only hold it for an hour. But he orders his youngest son, who hasn't really learned to control mana, to hold this weapon. Considering recent events and his rescue of the maid, as well as the major incidents he has been involved in, this is not a coincidence. Knox, who was on his last legs at that moment, was growing faster than his father Theo expected. The man admitted that the boy was as talented as His Majesty the Sword Emperor himself. That is why von Reinhardt Sr. decided to test his own offspring today. If he can hold the sword for 10 minutes, he will become the greatest patriarch of his family. The nobleman did not rule out that Knox, who at that moment thrust the blade of his iron sword into the floor of the room, would then surpass him. The young man looked ahead with great difficulty, breathing heavily, and was greatly exhausted from the struggle with the Patriarch's sword. Theo also thought that Knox would ultimately kill him, but he had no time for such thoughts now. With great anger, the young man raised his eyes and looked with a hateful gaze at the one who gave him this sword. In a calm tone, Theo von Reinhafer told the daredevil that, as he expected, the boy was hiding his strength. Calmed down, but with a tense expression on his face, Knox asked what the man was talking about. Leaving his study where his youngest son remained, the nobleman announced that the sword was now his. The young man became angry again, holding his own sword. He wanted something completely different now. Beads of sweat were running down the young man's tired face, and he wanted Theo to return the boy's vitality before leaving. 3 days later, a mission to subjugate Chad was dispatched, which included Knox von Reinhafer. He did not set out on this long and dangerous journey alone. His faithful Dietri de Lovilia was riding behind him on the saddle. She had a lot of things to take with her, so she was glad the space bag was able to accommodate it all. The maid looked at her young master and saw only sadness and incomprehensible grief on his face. And she knew perfectly well that the young warrior was expecting this mission, but she did not understand why he was now in a bad mood. In an unpleasant state of mind, Knox rode his horse Charles and indulged in thought. Even though Theo gave him something other than the storm petrel, the boy is not grateful at all, since no one ever returned his life force to him. He looked at his older brother Gran, who had taken a lot of things with him on his trek to the dangerous region of Chad. Standing at the front of the procession, the Eldane Academy graduate wanted to tell his companions about the monsters he had learned about during his studies. Gren took even too much, considering that he only allowed Knox to go if he helped him transport everything, but for now everything is fine, because he will be useful. Suddenly, Theo's eldest son's attention was drawn to something ahead. Someone was shouting where to go. Behind them, young Master Knox and his maid Dietrich watched the proceedings with excitement. One of the riders shouted that they were going the wrong way and that they needed this route, but the second one disagreed with him and pointed to another road. Gran is disappointed that they are already lost, because at this rate it is unknown when they will even be able to reach Chad. Quickly driving up to the man named Ron, Gren reminded him of his words that he knew exactly where to go. As the captain of the Knight's Order hired by Theo's eldest son, Ron apologized to the Eldane Academy graduate and explained that he had simply never traveled that route. An angry Gran grabbed Ron by his cloak, thinking that they had gotten lost on the way to Chad because of him. While the leaders were arguing, they didn't hear Knox call them idiots, but it didn't go unnoticed by Dietrich. The young man turned around and said that he was not talking to her, but was referring to these incompetent blockheads. Then the wolf slayer grabbed the reins of his horse to speed it up the road. Dietrich heard her young master call his older brother, wanting to tell him about the problems that had arisen. Gran and all the other people accompanying this expedition turned towards the guy in surprise. The leader of this expedition does not consider it necessary to be interested in his brother's opinion. It is none of his business. Knox, who had driven up to everyone with a completely indifferent expression on his face, declared that they were lost here. Gran, beside himself with anger, shouted again that it was none of his business when he heard his younger brother's words. Without losing his composure despite Gran's aggressive shouts, Knox promised to take everyone where they needed to go. The Eldane Academy graduate looked at his relative as if he were crazy, not understanding what he was talking about. After all, he knew that Knox had been in the estate his entire life, so how could he possibly lead them anywhere? The wolf slayer asked his brother to hire him as a guide because he is very talented, and even the family vassals say so. Now Gren looked at the guy with great surprise and was sure that he was now openly deceiving him. Knox and Dietrich looked at each other in the same way, doubting the veracity of his words. Gren knew if they were late it would be a problem, but Knox might not be able to get them there in the end. He then allowed his brother to lead them, and in case of failure he could dampen his confidence, so making a small detour was no longer a bad idea. Looking at his relative as if challenging him, Knox called all the people on horseback to come with him. The sun was shining brightly and warmly, and the monster fighters' march passed through a dense green forest. After a while, the people decided to make a stop and began lighting fires in a convenient clearing. As the work progressed, the mission participants set up tents, but at one point they were unable to tell whether they had finished setting up camp or not. Gren's subordinates bowed and fell silent as he began to shout, confused as to how Knox had found the right path so quickly. The head of the mission pointed to the south, which has not even been explored yet, where trained guides have problems. When people pointed out that Knox had found a friend, Gren would order them to shut up, not understanding how he could have done it. Do the companions really want the man to believe in his younger brother's ability to quickly find his way? He doesn't understand how this is even possible. The wolf slayer who witnessed this scene already knew the way, as it was an easy task for an experienced player. Chad was a strategic hub, so the young man had visited it several times before. Dietrich de la Villa approached the pondering young warrior, curious about how quickly he found the right road. Knox raised his hand and pointed his finger at one point, asking the girl to look at the ground. The faithful maid looked down and saw the paw prints and feathers of an owl bear. According to Knox, it is a monster with the body of a bear and the head of an owl that lives in southern Chad. And if they follow their tracks, they will easily find the way. But this confused Dietrich, because they set up camp in the habitat of these monsters. While Knox insisted that they were afraid of fire and would not approach a large crowd of people, his companions at the tents were amazed at how much the guy had changed. The people who went on the mission wondered if he was better than the two young master who studied at the academy. Gren, who was watching this, was irritated by such conversations of his companions, and he demanded that they shut up. He then turned to a man named Schultz and reminded him of the words about Hardy and Allen losing to Knox. Schultz was Gran's butler, and he confirmed that the twins had previously lost to their younger brother in a fight. Now the worried mission leader needs to find out how strong his relative is. An unkind smile appeared on the butler's face. His eyes glowed with an evil fire. Schultz has an excellent item that will help you find out your strength level. And the servant handed his master a small woolen bag with as yet unknown contents. Gren was as happy about this as if he wanted to seriously harm his own brother, and his companions only looked at him in silence. While the unsuspecting young man was choosing a tent with Dietrich for the night, his evil relative was preparing a long night for him. Night soon fell and people slept in their tents, ready to set out on the road again in the morning. The fire that had been lit in the evening was dying down, and there was no one around it anymore. The sentry posted on night duty could not restrain himself and fell into a deep sleep, holding a weapon in his hands. No one saw how a large and terrible monster was watching the camp in the dense, dark forest thicket. Directly in front of him was a large tent with a cross on it, where Knox and his loyal servant Dietrich were located. It seemed that the young man was fast asleep and did not hear anything that was happening around him and his comrades. Knox, who was in a sitting position, suddenly opened his eyes, realizing that the decisive moment could already have begun. In view of the potential dangers ahead, the young man quickly took up the stormy petrol sword, which his father had given him. Dietrich de Lovilia looked at her young master with concern, not understanding his actions. Opening the tent and inhaling the fresh scent of the night forest, Knox asks the maid to stay here and wait for him there. The stars were shining in the sky, a breeze was blowing, and 3 large and terrifying monsters stood before the young knight. These creatures were striking in their enormity, terrible muzzles, fangs, and completely empty eyes. In front of Knox von Reinharfer were 4 fearsome ogres, which he had already heard about earlier. The young man already guessed the reason for the appearance of these monsters in the forest clearing. In the place where the travelers are currently camped, the soil is mixed with the pheromones of a female ogre. According to the guy, Gren most likely did this knowing that it was mating season for these creatures. Thus, the elder relative lured the ogres here and intends to use them to scare his younger brother. Smiling, Knox remembered his life force and pulled the black sword his father had given him from its sheath to fight the monsters. The storm petrol artifact responds to the mana and will of the user, who is attacked by terrible ogres. With dexterous movements, the young warrior fought off powerful enemies, confident of his own victory. Not expecting to receive such a rebuff, the ogres roared with indignation and were ready to sink their sharpest fangs into the body of the guy with the sword. Jumping up sharply, Knox concentrated all his strength to pounce on the monsters with weapons. Clearly not expecting such agility from a human, the ogres prepared their strong clubs for battle. The young master's eyes burned with magical fire. He was ready to fight for his own life. Quickly flying between the ogres, Knox von Reinharfer delivered several lightning-fast blows to the monsters. One of the monsters screamed in savage pain, and black and red blood spurted from his wound. For a second, Knox paused and thought that this new sword of his was quite good in battle. Previously, he was afraid that the weapon would again begin to continuously drain the guy's mana, but now his worries turned out to be unfounded. This gave the brave young man more confidence, and he dealt another powerful blow to the terrible ogre. The nobleman's son was very pleased. He felt as if the sword was moving almost on its own. When Knox looked around, he saw 3 monsters lying on the ground, slain, but there was still one left. Having lost its comrades, this monster did not look scary at all and was clearly afraid to fight a man. Suddenly, the terrible org turned his back to Knox and seemed about to go back into the dark forest. The brave young knight couldn't let the monster escape after everything that had happened, so he called Carl. He immediately approached his master at his call, the eyes of Knox's comrade burning with the desire to catch the ogre. Carl's mane began to glow with a magical radiance as he was fully prepared to defeat the enemy. Still holding the black sword, Knox jumped onto his horse on the move to catch up with and eliminate the terrible ogre. Filled with determination, the young warrior and his horse raced after the terrible monster fleeing into the dark forest. With a calm gaze, Knox caught up with the ogre, whose fate was already sealed. The young warrior cut through the air in the forest with powerful blows of his magic sword, bringing the monster's death closer. For the destruction of the ogres, Knox von Reinhofer received 1 day and 9 hours as a reward. When I drove up to the tent, I saw the maid Dietrich looking out of it, worried about the condition of young Master Knox. The unfortunate racer looked unattractive. It was obvious how much she was worried about her boss. While he reminded her of the need to stay in the tent, the girl was interested in the reason for the appearance of ogres near the forest. Dietrich even suggested posting a guard and waking everyone else up, but Knox was convinced that someone had deliberately lured the monsters here. Listening to the young man with surprise, the maid did not understand what they were talking about. Reflecting on the events of that night, the brave warrior immediately realized that the treacherous Gran von Reinhofer had played a role in this. He took advantage of the ogre's behavior to attack Knox and Dietrich, so he set up his tent far away from their location. The highly agitated maid is convinced that young Master Gran is trying to keep her master in check. Unconditionally agreeing with the maid's words, Knox sent Carl, who had served him well that day, to bed. According to the ogre slayer, Gren may think that his relative does not know how to take up the family line of succession, so he decided to test his abilities. Compared to his older brother Garen, he is so strong that he had to use such a cowardly plan, but it won't work on Knox. Dietrich looked at the young Master Knox, who was crouched on the ground, trying to understand his current actions. With a strange smile, the slayer of monsters and wolves asks how he can lure even more ogres here. At the same time, he used the potion to heal the damage he received during the battle with the monsters. Knox looked at the ampule he held in his hands and came to the conclusion to use ogre blood because they are like humans. Standing in dirty clothes and holding a bottle of medicine, the daredevil understood that the monsters would avenge their fallen comrades. The night had not yet passed, handing over its rights to the morning, so the camp continued to sleep in a quiet, peaceful sleep. A large white ball suddenly lit up in Gran's tent, which greatly surprised the young man. The warrior looked at this mana detection crystal and had no idea why it was reacting this way. This magical instrument, which can sense the mana of monsters in the surrounding area, may be broken. Gren knew that the crystal was new, and they were only at the entrance to the forest, and it was impossible for a monster so powerful to appear that the instrument would react like that. The bright light continued to emanate from it, but the mission leader's attention was drawn to something else. Something much more terrifying. A loud scream was heard. Gren looked to the side. Someone was calling him insistently, as if something had happened. Schultz, who ran into the tent, reported the emergency situation and the need for the gentleman to evacuate immediately. A frightened Gran looked outside, panicking, not understanding what was happening in the camp in the forest clearing. A second later, he saw ogres with huge clubs fighting the knights surrounding him, who were trying to kill their enemies with their swords. Cold drops of sweat ran down Gran's face. He looked at what was happening with horror, and there was fear in his eyes. He thought that ogres should not appear here, and a bright sun was rising in the sky. After a heavy battle, the field camp was partially in a destroyed state, but the ogres were also destroyed. While some knights were lighting a fire to cook food, Gren was scolding his butler, Schultz. The angry nobleman was very interested in whether his subordinates could mix the soil in front of the master's tent or not. The butler refuted this confusion by telling how he carried out the order near the tent of young Master Knox. And he, unexpectedly for everyone, came out of his habitat with an indifferent look and yawned as if nothing had happened. Having emerged from a night of confrontation with the ogres, Knox von Reinhofer enjoys the refreshing morning and looks at Dietrich. The brave warrior's maid was not in such a cheerful mood and offered him something to eat. Having thanked her for the offer, the guy asks her to sit down next to him, but the girl reminded him of her status. She cannot eat with the gentleman. Since they were in the middle of a mission, Knox reminded them that it was hard for a maid to cook for herself, and things got more complicated if new monsters appeared. Then he grinned and suggested the appearance of dozens of ogres near the tent of his brother, who was leading the mission. The maid Dietrich's expression changed dramatically, as if she saw death in front of her. The maid, clutching her head, said that her master, whom she serves, is a little shameless. As he ate, Knox laughed and suggested that the girl should be used to it by now. Meanwhile, Gren gave the order to assemble the tents, after which his subordinates set to work. Holding a spoon in his mouth, the young conqueror of wolves and ogres looked at what was happening with a look that had become serious. He noticed the blood-stained tent and decided he had to throw it out, otherwise the ogres would continue to pursue them. Dietrich is curious to know what her young master is planning to do by offering to help his companions. Without taking his eyes off the action, Knox, who was holding the spoon, refused to help the mission members. The very frightened girl, hearing his words, thinks that there will be a continuation of the terrible thing. Knox confirmed her assumption, also being confident about continuing the pursuit, even if they left here. That's why he started all this, but if he suddenly tells Dietrich about this, she will start scolding the guy even more. As Theo's youngest son finished his meal, he knew he needed to eliminate even more ogres to prolong his own life. Dietrich de la Villa watched the young master to see if he had finished eating, while Knox continued to think about how he would need new monsters. After finishing his meal, he raised his head and looked at the clouds flying across the sky, thinking about his needs. Then Knox smiled as if the right idea had struck him, and suggested to his maid that they get ready to go. A terrible ogre was walking along a forest path, holding a large, prickly club in his hands. Suddenly, something caught his attention, and the monster turned his head to the left, not expecting anything bad. A powerful blow followed. The monster screamed throughout the forest and released the club from its paws, and blood began to flow from its body. On the second day of the journey, the mission participants passed through mountainous terrain, stubbornly heading towards Chad. Riding his trusty horse, Karl Knox von Reinhofer finally managed to explore the entire area. Chad was still quite far away, so the young man was a little worried, but in the end everything turned out quite well. While the young man was exploring the unfamiliar area, his older brother, Gren, drove up to him and was worried about an important question. The irritated guy is wondering what his relative is going to do with those ogres that are on their tail, and if he can get away from them. Looking at Gran kindly, Knox expressed his confidence in solving this problem. The knights can launch a full-scale massacre, but then they will attract the attention of other monsters, so it is necessary to get out of the forest as quickly as possible. To be more convincing, the boy repeated the thesis about a quick exit from the massif, but Gren's suspicious look spoke of the elder's distrust of his younger brother. And only now did I notice how Knox's subordinates listened to him cheerfully and energetically, amazed by his abilities. Not for the first time during the hike, the young man hit the ground with his stick, which raised questions among the people around him. One of the mission's warriors could not resist and decided to find out the reason for such knocking from the person leading them. In all seriousness, Knox explained this by the terrible monsters that could appear at any moment. Several people in the group were visibly frightened when they heard these ominous words, as if they had never encountered them before. Becoming smiling again, he repeated again about the monsters, which his companions did not like at all. Before he could finish speaking, the earth suddenly began to shake, and people struggled to hold on to the reins of their horses. The servant Dietrich looked at the participants of the expedition with wide-open eyes, afraid of another monster. Carl reared up, and the ground began to give way in front of Knox, who was trying to maintain his composure. And to his great surprise, the young man was delighted, because he saw the one he was expecting. A giant worm with an incredibly massive body and a double mouth with large, sharp fangs burst out from underground. The worm is a monster that resembles a hybrid of a snake and an earthworm, and in Inner Lunatic, it is known as the Formless Dragon. Because of this, he cannot use magic, but Knox knew about the great power of this dangerous creature. And remembering the ogres, even if a crowd of these monsters attacked them, the worm would still be stronger than the forest dwellers, but this was exactly what the guy was waiting for. The Formless Dragon wasted no time and rushed towards the riders, intending to crush them. The soldiers might be shocked to learn that Knox himself summoned the worm by pounding the ground, but there's nothing they can do. After all, it wasn't they who took over the body of the game character who was ordering everyone to prepare for battle while hiding behind the trees. The soldiers defending their masters were surprised by this order, as they were about to attack. Knox von Reinhafer smiled as he looked at his comrades. He wanted his enemies to defeat their enemies. Just recently, he promised no problems with ogres if the group managed to get out of the forest quickly. A new terrible noise and someone's warlike cry behind them caused concern among the knights of the mission. Another group of huge ogres appeared in the clearing, but Knox had no intention of fighting off these creatures. Dietrich's maid, in panic, pointed out the invasion of new enemies to her master, who looked at them tensely. The changes that occurred to the people who were attacked by many ogres truly frightened the unfortunate girl. A completely calm Knox von Reinhafer asks the maid not to worry, he has an idea. The slayer of the wolves asked Dietrich if she knew which monsters the worm loved most, and at the same time, hated most. The girl, still very nervous, did not know the correct answer to her boss's question. She continued to hide behind Knox, who at this time was looking intently somewhere ahead. Unexpectedly for everyone, the ogres with their powerful clubs attacked the formless dragon and entered into battle with it. Ogres are the worm's main food source, but they are constantly trying to take revenge, so it can be said that they are sworn enemies. Knox, who watched the battle with interest, said that many travelers take advantage of this factor. The huge worm made its presence known again, its fanged mouth making people's blood run cold. One of the ogres did not make it to the battlefield, and the underground giant crushed the terrible monster with one movement. But the rest of the green monsters were not going to give up and continued to attack their evil enemy, climbing onto his back. Dietrich, who continued to closely follow the progress of the unusual confrontation, did not understand how the monsters could attack each other. Hidden behind the trees, Gurn and his soldiers watched the brutal battle of the terrible creatures with no less interest. Again angry, Gurn thought about his younger Knox, and did not understand where he learned about all these monsters. The wolf conqueror himself sat down near a tree and played with small stones, while Dietrich did not know whether to wait until the fight was over or not. The battle did not end, but actively continued, and it was unknown who would win in the end. But the next move was made by Knox, who grabbed one of the pebbles and threw it at the body of one of the ogres. The beast, busy at the time fighting the shapeless dragon, did not feel how something insignificant flew into his right shoulder. The ogres fighting alongside their comrade received similar blows from Knox von Reinhafer with roadstones. Dietrich did not understand the reason for her young master's actions, pointing to a possible retaliatory attack by the ogres. As a result of the hard battle, the worm was defeated and fell to the ground, crushing his terrible green opponents with him. Knox, looking slyly at the result of his throwing work, smiled slyly, having received 8 hours for defeating the ogres and an increase in strength by 0.1. But to gain experience, the young man needs to inflict at least 1 point of damage on his opponents. Suddenly, the underground monster rose up and began to eat the forest enemies, who had once again lost this war. Gren realized that it was all over, and was glad that Knox had used the ogres, even though they had lost to the huge worm. The panicked mission leader, unsure of what to do next, considered killing the shapeless dragon, a very difficult task, and considered fleeing the battlefield. Knox von Reinhafer suddenly stepped forward and ordered all knights to prepare to attack the crawling monster. To successfully eliminate the worm, the young warrior recommends that the mission's soldiers shoot fire arrows into the monster's mouth or throw spears there, and if one of the fighters in their group tried to express doubts about this plan, his colleague ordered everyone to listen to Knox's orders. With weapons that seemed ridiculous, the people boldly rushed to attack the huge beast and began shooting at it, as their leader demanded. The difficult fight with the ogres took a lot of strength from the worm, but he was finally broken by the people, who skillfully struck the monster with arrows. Knox, who had been closely watching the knight's attack on the formless dragon, took out Stormcloak. It was his turn. Among the various golden and magical clocks, the most important one stood out especially brightly, the hands of which pointed exactly to 12. Numerous arrows, launched by the horsemen, flew towards the huge, terrifying monster. The mission's warriors were inspired by Knox von Reinhafer's loud command, and were ready to slay the formless dragon, while the horsemen remaining in the rear positions launched arrows towards the huge worm. The young leader, with a black sword in his hand, rushed at the enemy. He ran so fast towards the enemy that he raised dust, and small stones flew to the side. The young man with his formidable sword found himself next to the dragon, which he was ready to kill. While the mission party's riders were striking the terrifying monster with their strong, long arrows, Knox flew next to it, striking it with his sword, blow after blow. The young man felt great courage and bravery within himself, and was confident that he would emerge victorious from the battle. As a result of the victory, the young knight received 10 days, and he had 122 days left to live. Looking at the defeated monster, Knox was glad to have received an extra 10 days because it was more than he expected. Still, he managed to defeat a medium-sized monster, and if it weren't for the wild ogres, the knights wouldn't have killed him so easily. After all these victories over monsters, the young warrior's stamina reached level 5, and the effect of the blessing of growth ended. But before that, along with the curse of weakness, Knox von Reinhafer also received a hidden blessing of growth. Finally, the guy's endurance reached 5, and in recognition of his own progress, he clenched his fist. One of his comrades asked him about possible wounds, but Knox reassured him and praised all the soldiers for their good work. To their surprise, the fighters are confident that they won thanks to their young master, who is truly incredible. With a serious expression, Knox denies his superiority, asking the people to begin getting ready to leave. The defeated giant underground worm was held on the ground, and dark red blood was flowing from its huge body. Suddenly, something new caught the young warrior's attention in this truly dangerous territory. His subordinates also heard some familiar noise and looked around with concern. Suddenly, another identical worm burst forth from the dark depths of the earth, after which Knox ordered everyone to take positions. He looked at this monster with dark admiration, holding a black sword in his hands, when he heard the request to retreat. Suddenly, a man demanded that he get out of his way, which greatly surprised von Reinhafer Jr. This mysterious warrior rushed at the huge worm with the speed of light, striking it with blow after blow. In his furious urge to destroy the terrible monster, the brave stranger did not turn to face Knox, so he did not know who was in front of him. Standing in a fighting stance and holding the black sword Stormbringer in his hands, Knox could not recognize this unknown fighter. And suddenly he turned to face the young man, who was surprised, not understanding the reason why the newcomer was here. It was absolutely unclear what this genius of the ball, who had killed the terrible, shapeless dragon, was doing here. Everyone around, including Gran and his butler Schultz, looked at this cheerful stranger with great surprise. Knox realized that in front of him stood the strongest character in Inner Lunatic, one of the 3 sword emperors, along with Theo and Celsus's student. The one who called himself Paracelsus turned to the noblemen whom he had just saved and hoped to hear at least some words of gratitude from them. While this brave man was talking cheerfully to the mission participants, Knox looked at him, knowing about his hatred for the nobility. An angry Schultz made insulting remarks about Paracelsus, and, pointing at Gran von Reinhofer, asked the newcomer if he knew who was in front of him. Without losing his cheerful mood, even after hearing bad words addressed to him, the daredevil apologized and heard a new question concerning his personality. Continuing to smile, Paracelsus told his own name to the butler Schultz and allowed the people standing before him to consider him a mercenary. Knox continued to look at the stranger, and knowing the moments he had experienced in childhood, he was not surprised by his hatred as a noble. But there was something more important here. His first encounter with Paracelsus should take place at Eldane Academy. The boy had played the game many times and had never met him before starting his studies. Clenching his fist for greater confidence, the young knight did not understand what had just happened. One of the mission representatives approached the warrior and demanded to see his documents, to which Paracelsus agreed. The sun's rays illuminated the thick foliage with warmth, and the warriors continued their march on their horses to Chad. Having decided to catch up with Paracelsus, Gran von Reinhofer reminded their guest of his words about mercenaries. The mission leader, with a pleasant smile on his face, asked Paracelsus if he was also heading to Chad. According to the brave warrior, this is his first stop. He has already heard that at this time of year in Chad, you can have a good hunt for monsters. Sitting in the saddle with his faithful servant Dietrich, Knox pondered the words about hunting monsters. But if you think about it, for the sake of his training, this brave and young man traveled all over the empire before the start of school. Knox assumed the warrior had been training in random places, and his brother pointed out to the guest his youth and confidence in his skills. Making an offer of good pay, Gren invited the knight to join his mission to conquer Chad. Casting a seemingly interested glance towards the author of the initiative, Paracelsus did not give a direct answer to the proposal. And then he said with a smile that since they were the sons of the Sword Emperor Theo von Reinhofer, they were indeed of some interest to him. Knox and Dietrich looked sadly at their brave companion and also did not respond directly to his verbal attack. Shouting angrily at how the stranger dared to speak so boldly, Schultz was immediately stopped by Gran, who gave Paracelsus time to think about the proposal. The nobleman's eldest son, Theo, was amazed at the guest's strength, which enabled him to kill the worm with one blow, and therefore he must hire him. Gren smiled wryly, thinking that in this way he would be able to regain the attention of his soldiers stolen by his brother Knox. Finally, they arrived at some village, which was surrounded by a wooden fence, and a high place for lookouts was visible. A bridge led to the entrance to the settlement, and the village itself was quite small, but there were also large houses. Knox von Reinhofer, with a not very happy face, announced to his brother Gran about his arrival in the long-awaited Chad. There were few local residents on the streets of the town, and to the soldiers who arrived in person, it seemed even more deserted. One of the first things that caught the mission participants' eyes were rats near an abandoned water bucket. Theo's eldest son Gran looked at this with sadness and sighed heavily, not expecting to see such a thing. A peasant girl approached the newly arrived missionaries asking for something to eat. Gran and his butler looked at the poor child with some pity, but said nothing. As the head of the mission passed by indifferently, the girl continued to look at him with a little hope. It was hard for Knox to look at her too, as he decided to simply turn his gaze away from the woman begging for alms. No longer hoping for such food, the poor girl had tears in her eyes. Paracelsus, who had recently been smiling, looked at the starving young peasant woman with no less sadness. This brave warrior, long accustomed to looking with a cheerful sparkle at the most bloodthirsty monsters, now felt sad. Upon entering the village of Chad, the group members were met by a local knight with a bold and simple face. The driver, pressing his right hand to his heart, greeted them, introducing himself as Teigen and the head of security for this village. Smiling, the man said that he saw in front of him Sir Gran von Reinhofer, who graduated from the Eldane Academy, and his younger brother Knox. He had already been warned about the mission of the nobles, among whom was one of the Sword Emperors. Paracelsus had high hopes when he heard that the proud von Reinhofer family, including Theo's sons, were going on this expedition. The cheerful daredevil was also reputed to have defeated Knox the Worm using his own sword technique. Despite such outstanding performance, to the traveler both brothers still seem like young gentlemen of a noble family. For the wandering warrior, all these details turned out to be a great disappointment. Remembering the houses when they entered the city, Paracelsus came to the conclusion that everything here was in a deplorable state. The knightly order takes money from people to feed their bellies, and the locals are unable to withstand the attacks of monsters. Continuing to think about the village, Paracelsus realized that the people here were in such a terrible state that they would even be happy with simple food. The arriving mission participants settled into one of the large houses in the village of Chad, over which the sun was already setting. Since it was already quite late, Knight Taigen promised to tell the guests all the details tomorrow. He suggested that they rest in a simple hotel after such a long journey, and the mission participants began preparing for the departure. Knox went off to do his own thing, and Gran von Reinhofer turned to Paracelsus, who stood behind him. The mercenary smiled and, remembering the mission leader's recent proposal, decided to speak out regarding it. Overjoyed, the young nobleman now expected to hear a positive answer for himself. But Paracelsus looked at the man standing next to him with a cold gaze and, unexpectedly for him, refused. This left Gran irritated and surprised, and now he wonders what the mercenary is going to do next. What was happening did not escape Knox, who heard his brother's question to the warrior regarding his battles with monsters alone. To begin with, Paracelsus is going to go where he originally planned and wished his new acquaintances a safe conquest. And then, he invited those who have the skills to demonstrate themselves to the world, which works like that, because even rumors chase competent people. Knox looked at the warrior who wanted to leave and thought that the two of them could meet much sooner than he planned. Night had fallen, and the newly arrived mission members were preparing for rest at the hotel in the village of Chad. Climbing the stairs to the floor where Dietrich's bedroom was located, Knox asked her to rest and reminded her of the next day's journey. The young man held the door handle, about to open it for his dear maid. There was a large window nearby that opened onto a courtyard where the city of Chad was visible. Curious about what was happening outside, Knox turned his gaze to the hotel window. It was already dark outside, but near the hotel and other buildings, children were sitting and warming themselves by the fire. Looking around, the young warrior saw among these unfortunate guys the same girl who asked them for food at the entrance to the city. Knox called her softly, and the poor peasant woman cast a frightened glance at the stranger. Leaving the hotel and heading towards the children, the wolf slayer asked if the unfortunate children wanted to eat. Knox opened his knapsack in front of the little townspeople, revealing loaves of bread inside. Then he began to distribute it to the starving children, who, with open hands, reached out for the food. The girl, overjoyed by such a gift from fate, took the loaf of bread with tears in her eyes, not believing it. While distributing food, Knox knew that he couldn't save everyone, so it could just be Yu Chang's kindness and generosity. The unfortunate girl wiped the bitter tears from her eyes, ate the bread, and thanked her savior. Knox wants to create a future where he doesn't have to beg for food, but to achieve this, he first needs to make it in Chad. It was a calm and starry night, and the formidable liquidator of ogres and forest wolves continued to distribute bread to hungry children. He had no idea that he was being watched, and behind the wall stood the woman who had promised never to leave Mr. Dietrich. She smiled, understanding everything, even though it was only recently that her young master had behaved so coldly towards others. As everyone already knows, the beautiful at first glance southern Chad is a region filled with monsters. Taigen, who was showing the area, told the arriving knights about the need to request reinforcements and funding from the imperial family. Gran von Reinhofer looked at the not very strong fence and was disappointed by such a pitiful defense of the village. This fence was installed a long time ago, so it could do with some repairs, and the overall appearance was just awful. Assessing the village's defenses, Knox was confident that the village would not hold out for more than an hour against an invasion of a whole wave of monsters. Considering the side nature of this chapter, it is up to Knox to decide whether to save the village or not, and most of the time the young man will be helping Chad. And the reason is obvious because this land is very precious. In the future, Chad will become a very expensive territory. Taigen turned to the guests and told them about the monsters that were different this year, and that compared to previous years, there were many more dangerous monsters. Only Knox knew that these people did not yet know that increasing the number of terrible monsters would help them in the future. To make matters worse, many of the local residents saw the griffin, and this left the newly arrived knight stunned. Gran von Reinhafer thought about this, because the griffin really did complicate the situation. He wondered where this monster had been seen, to which Taigen mentioned the local wasteland. The key to the success of the mission in Chad is the griffin, whether they can drive it away or not, and it is the king of the wild. This heavenly ruler was made to be stopped, not defeated, but it is Knox who is going to defeat him. They approached what seemed like scorched earth, but it was that same endless horizon of the wasteland. Taigen called this place east of Tahalan the neutral zone, and this land is famous for its barrenness. Having caught the thought of the village's security chief, Knox von Reinhafer wanted to add something. According to the guy, these predators usually don't stop near the villages of Chad. They live near Tahalan. If only someone knew why this bird stayed here. Hearing these words, Taigen and another knight looked at the guest of their village with apprehension. Looking at these people, the young man realized who the traitor was, who would stab them in the back during the mission. A side quest has begun in the game, but first he needs to cut off the most rotten part of this village. While in the hotel where the missionaries were staying, the butler Schultz studied the papers lying in front of him on the table. Squeezing them, the butler was not worried about Knox, as he had heard of him as a useless brat, but who could have imagined that Schultz would fall into his trap and lose Gran's trust? The seriously angry man tried so hard to win his boss's trust that he won't let this matter slide so easily. A noise was heard very close by. Someone was quickly descending the stairs from the upper floor. It was Dietrich's maid, dressed in the missionary uniform, who was carrying some things with her. Schultz stopped being angry and began to remember the maid's name, planning something bad for this unfortunate girl. Continuing to look at the girl with an unkind gaze, the butler recalled the rumors about the common origin of this maid. Quickly getting up from his place, the hooligan approached the maid and raised his huge hand over her. The evil butler's hand, like the slippery and disgusting tentacle of an octopus, reached out to the girl. Having managed to catch the frightened maid, Schultz held her close to him and did not allow her to go outside. The fearful maid asked the man if he had any business with her. But the evil butler had nothing serious. He just wanted to talk to the maid alone for a little while. But instead of an adequate and honest conversation, the villain grabbed the girl forcefully by her thin, feminine hand. Dietrich de la Ville was not the weakest girl. One sharp and strong movement, and she tore her hand from the enemy's clutches. Rubbing her slightly sore hand, the maid doesn't think they have anything to talk about in private, as Gran's servant wants. Rubbing his head, Schultz spoke to himself as a knight serving his master and wanting a little fun. And then he grabbed Dietrich by the shoulder, supposedly to whom his words also applied, but the girl demanded that he let her go. Suddenly the maid was struck by an idea about what would happen if she refused the nasty Schultz now. Mr. Gran will treat the young master worse, as he may start having problems and may attract unnecessary attention from the family. Dietrich, who felt bad from such thoughts, did not want her young master to suffer like that. Schultz, changed by anger, is going to make the girl pay for the fact that thanks to her master, 10 years of work as a butler have gone down the drain. Suddenly, a voice familiar to all the participants in the scandal laughed and promised to pay Schultz, who now wants something, by striking. Dietrich de la Ville looked ahead with fear, not expecting such a turn of events. Before them stood Knox von Reinhafer, holding the black sword Stormbringer, demanding to speak. As if cooled by internal hatred and with cold eyes, Knox asks to answer how he should be paid. The wounded butler, crouched on the floor breathing heavily, does not understand what his master is doing, because even he cannot get away with this. Schultz is outraged. Would his young master really stand aside and allow his brother to do such a thing? Looking like a dead man who has returned from the dead, Knox von Reinhafer is shocked that his butler is threatening him with his own brother. And in an instant, the impudent butler's hand fell to the floor, and its owner screamed in wild pain. The young master watched the servant's reaction with complete composure, while Dietrich simply stood nearby. As he fell, Schultz shouted at the young warrior that such an action was wrong, even if Knox had his family behind him. The guy who took the sword with both hands does not agree with Schultz's words, because it is not him, and he does not know his place. The unfortunate servant saw the raised and sharp blade of the stormcloak in front of him, and his eyes filled with fear. The next moment, Knox struck his own brother's butler dead with a powerful blow. Dietrich is truly shocked by his boss's actions because young Master Gran will not forgive it. Gran himself was already running at full speed with his services, demanding an explanation of what had happened. And when he looked at the corpse of his own servant, he was amazed that his brother Knox had killed the butler. The young knight calmly answered his relative briefly, and Gran does not understand how he dared to do this. Having called his younger brother a good-for-nothing, the elder is outraged that he dares to speak like that about the murder of one of his knights. Knox believes that Gran has misunderstood what happened, and he needs to clarify all the details. Unable to contain his negative emotions, the head of the mission grabbed his younger brother by the chest. Gran angrily demanded an explanation for Schultz's murder, promising that Knox would not be able to escape punishment if the reason was minor. The young master simply heard the butler trying to rape his poor maid. As her master, the boy could not stand by and watch what would ultimately happen. Gran is shocked by such petty reasons for murder because this maid is a commoner. Suddenly, the pupils in Knox's eyes became round and large. He really didn't like his brother's words. He was wondering if Gran would be able to take responsibility for his own words, and some kind of magical glow appeared around the guy. The elder brother let go of his hand in great surprise and thought that he was seeing Knox's power. Now Graham was not aggressive, but very surprised by the great talent of his worthless younger brother. Suddenly, everything ended and Theo's eldest son asked his brother to report before he could begin to act with this power. Knox reminded his relative of his own words, that the younger one was no good for anything, and that he himself was not used to reporting and waiting. Looking up, he suggested that they leave the resolution of this difficult question to their father when they returned home. In his mind, Gren spoke extremely insultingly of Knox at that moment, but out loud he agreed to hand over the solution to their parent. Finally, the younger one smiled and called the decision reached by both von Reinhafers wise. Then the young master turned to his very frightened maid and addressed her by name. While talking about something, they turned around and headed towards the exit of the city hotel. Gren didn't understand when his brother had managed to become so strong, and he had also seen the sword that Knox was holding in his hand before. While the conqueror of the forest wolves was worried about Dietrich, his older relative realized that he should not underestimate the boy. Going outside, the young chief and his maid stood near the well and collected water in buckets. Anticipating a commotion among the soldiers, the boy saw them dividing into factions and staying in a position where they had to make a choice. But the conqueror of wolves and ogres did not yet know whether the fighters would take Gran's side or his own. While I was thinking about a possible confrontation with my relative, I didn't notice what was happening to Dietrich. The girl was not the same as usual, and the young master was worried whether she was okay, but received a positive answer. With an extremely sad expression on her face, she asked the knight if he would be okay. She doesn't understand why he did this, because if the scandal grows, the guy might have even more enemies. In the opinion of the unfortunate maid, because of all this, the young man will again find himself in terrible danger. Knox seemed a little surprised, because a maid should know what kind of person she was currently serving. He remembered the mocking remarks of his enemies, the gist of which boiled down to the fact that he was supposedly an incompetent scion of the von Reinhafer family. Therefore he asks the maid, wherever they are later, never to bow her own head. Finally, her feelings took over, and the girl, almost bursting into tears, promised the young gentleman to remember his instructions. In one of the rooms of the city hotel, A large, bright candle was burning, and someone was holding a large wooden mug. Gren saw Knox's superiority, but when his father sent his younger son under the command of his elder, the latter expected problems from him. But during the mission, Knox shows a different side. Remembering his younger relative's weapon, he thought that it looked like his father's sword, but what if it was just a coincidence? Now the head of the mission must be wary of his brother. He has already lost Schultz, so it is unclear who can be trusted to keep an eye on Knox. There was a noise near the door, and the knight reported to young Master Gran about the resolution of the situation on the first floor. But young Master Knox is completely different from the image presented in the rumors. For Gren, not only his brother, but also this servant was different, because he was supposed to be a captain of the knightly order with many years of experience in this territory. The nobleman does not understand how Knox, who studied books, knows this better than the knight, who was paid so much, but who works poorly. But since the wave of monsters hasn't started yet, Gren is going to make use of this man's knightly order a little longer. The result of Gren's reflections was an order to the soldier to deal with the monsters and bandits in the area. But if Knox started to do something again, the head of the expedition demanded that he be immediately reported to him. Having received this order, the knight, whose face expressed something like fear, hurried out of the room. Near the city hotel, there were outbuildings with large baskets, inside of which were some kind of containers. Knox picked up one of these bottles and began to examine it, and also inquired about the daily activities of his maid, Dietrich. Dietrich asked young Mr. Knox if he had examined the wooden walls, and he said they were barely holding up. In this regard, the girl does not understand how they can stop the wave of monsters. With his head bowed, the young knight calmly asked his faithful maid to come with him. The conqueror of the terrible ogres went first, and the maid does not understand where they should go, because the mission inn is in the other direction. But Knox plans to recruit a new person to their team, because even in such a small village, there is a brilliant character. Elena was a character that Knox recruited every time he came to Chad. She was known as a genius potion creator. This suggests that this lady is a supply of potion for the young master Knox von Reinhofer. Together with his faithful companion, the young knight went to the house of this healer, who prepared the potions he needed. Dietrich de la Villa didn't quite trust her own boss, and wanted to make sure that a genius potion maker lived in such a place. And I didn't understand that if this person was so talented, then he had no reason to hide in such a forgotten place. According to Knox, the healer has her own reasons, and the main one is that this is Chad's hidden path. Because in the future, the skilled worker Elena will work for a completely different empire. If you don't go through Chad's hidden path, then you won't be able to get this potion maker either. Suddenly, Knight Knox stopped and asked the maid Dietrich to follow him, remembering to watch her step. The maid de la Villa was forced to agree, but in her heart she doubted that such a person really lived. There was a light on near the window on the high brick wall of the building. This woman could have lived there. The travelers immediately noticed the illumination, and Dietrich, with a surprised look, pointed the light to her master. Drops of wine poured from the girl's mouth. In her alcoholic rush, she couldn't believe that she was stuck in such a place. The blue-haired lady, who was in an extremely sad state, sipping wine, did not understand how she ended up in such a situation. When young Master Knox and his maid Dietrich found the girl in this position, she was amazed to see them. The brave boy smiled with joy. He had finally reached the creator of his potion. The healer was very frightened and screamed when she saw two strangers in front of her, as they seemed to her. While the wine lover didn't understand for a short time why there were some people there, Dietrich looked at her in amazement, as if she recognized her. Could it be that this drunkard is the genius creator of the potion that her young master Knox speaks of? Then Elena calmed down and threw away the bottle, because she had no idea at all that these people were from a noble family. When the three of them sat down at the table, Knox asked the hostess to forget about it, because he had something to talk about, and asked her to listen carefully. Knox intends to get Elena, who at this point in the plot is a genius character with the highest potential for development and the creator of the potion. Having known this game hero for a long time, the young knight was well aware of her shortcomings. According to the system's dossier, Elena was a genius potion maker and a low-level spirit mage, but she was a drunkard, had 6th grade endurance, 5th grade luck, and more. The young knight who arrived was amazed that such a brilliant creator of a potion could be hired by a member of the Reinhafer family, as his enemies called him. The frustrated warrior came to the conclusion that Elena was not such a valuable genius creator of the potion. The knight has no choice. There is only this problematic lady who, having slightly come to her senses, asked for forgiveness for angering the guest. Admitting that she is not in a position to say such a thing, Dietrich de Lovilia does not consider it necessary to hire a drunkard. Knox von Reinhafer, who understood the situation, turned to his faithful servant and agreed with her, but they had no other choice now. Only the maid was amazed at the complexity of the situation. Elena asked to put everything aside and inquired about the reason for the appearance of these guests in her house. The town's potion maker looked sadly at the young man, who decided to get straight to the point. And without further ado, in a serious tone, the young master of the house, von Reinhafer, invited Elena to join him. But if she follows Knox, then he will give the girl what she desires most, and these promises greatly surprised the healer. Knox von Reinhafer looked closely at the girl he wanted to take into his monster-slaying team. Even though Elena abused alcohol, she was an extremely attractive lady in appearance. Hearing such a proposal, the healer became embarrassed and declined it, not forgetting to apologize, explaining that she had her own affairs. When the young knight asked if this was related to her friend May, Elena's eyes widened in surprise. In a trembling voice, she asked Knox how he knew this, and he told her about May's execution in the near future. The frightened girl immediately jumped to her feet and could not believe these terrible words. Well, if she accepts the young knight's offer, who knows? Maybe he will be able to save this unfortunate woman. As a sign of the seriousness of his intentions, Knox von Reinhafer offered his hand to Elena, hoping for her consent. The healer's guest looked at her, smiling, but still didn't know whether he had managed to convince her or not. A torch was burning on a large building. It was here that Elena lived, and Knox and his maid Dietrich came to visit her. At the table, on which lay magical books and candles burned, sat the healer and pondered Knox's words about the execution of her friend May. This young master promised to save his girlfriend for her and offered to join him. Having heard such a terrible prediction regarding May's fate, Elena was in a depressed state. One day she went to a rally against the knights, who allegedly wanted local residents to pay more taxes, although they had already been raised that month. May accused the knights of not even rebuilding the walls, even though the imperial family was sending them money while people were dying in the city. The head of the knightly detachment, the chief of security of the city of Taigan, only silently listened to the girl's accusations. This brave girl was Elena's best friend, and she wished that it would have been better if they had taken her away. The saddened healer blamed herself for her previous indecision, because everything could have been different. Unable to contain her own emotions, Elena burst into tears from the impossibility of saving her friend herself. She simply did not have the strength. Remembering Knox and his maid, Elena thinks that most likely he won't be able to do it either. The unfortunate lady doubts that the guy will succeed. Thinking about the difficult things, the poor girl feels like she won't be able to forget about it all for a long time. In the city tavern, the knights drank drinks from wooden mugs and had a good time. On the stone wall of the drinking establishment, a large, bright candle burned in a special shape. One of these warriors, who was enjoying drinking wine, had the red drink flowing out of his mouth. Having finally had his fill of the alcoholic drink, the visitor placed the mug on the wooden table. The warrior, holding a whole bottle of red drink in his hands, asked his comrade what this Gren had done. Having received another portion of wine from the man holding the bottle, the warrior smugly called the nobleman's son an idiot. According to this young man, they simply pretended to be a knightly order, and Gran von Reinhafer simply believed it. All the other so-called knights, hearing this revelation, began to laugh wildly throughout the tavern. Another participant in the fun, although he called what happened an accident, they were lucky that the knightly Ron left here. Showing a badge in the form of a shield with a sword on it, the guy was glad that they were able to get something like this, because now they would be able to get a bigger job. And if he shows the badge to the Reinhafer family, they will think that the bearer is the captain of the Knights Order of Ron and will receive all the benefits and advantages that come with that position. The guy remembered that even though everything happened by chance, it was surprising that their leader had the same name as a real knight. The thought of earning a good sum of money if he could take Gran hostage, as they were talking about a member of the von Reinhofer family, came into his head. One of his subordinates looked towards the front man, and some concern and fear appeared on his face. The young man became worried when he heard about his boss's desire. He was really worried that everything would go well. They talk about the most powerful of the three dark families, but has any group of bandits survived after getting involved with such rich people? The three pseudo-knights looked unkindly at the one who doubted their scam. His truthful and sincere statement did not please the criminals, one of whom accused the guy of cowardice. The main instigator of this scam, getting really angry, rudely explained to his accomplice that this is why they call him an idiot. The unfortunate man could only look at his comrades with a hopeless expression on his face. The truth that the guy told did not please the criminals. They looked at him angrily, and another bandit raised his hand as if wanting to say something. Left alone against everyone else, this guy had no choice but to simply look at the people who had almost become his enemies. The gang leader smiled maliciously and asked his unfortunate comrade if he knew their current location. And he immediately explained that this was Chad, the place that even the imperial family had abandoned. In a cheerful tone, he announced his desire to take Gran hostage, receive ransom, and then escape to the east. No matter how influential the Reinhafer family is, they can do nothing in an enemy country surrounded by sand. After the bandits found shelter, they hoped to live there in clover, delighted with their captain's idea. The cornered truth-seeker sheepishly recalled the brat, meaning Knox, who could see through their lies. The youngest son of a nobleman was definitely dangerous. The bandits considered him quite resilient, so the leader ordered not to contact him while they were there. One of the scammers laughed at the captain, reminding him that Knox was just a kid, so he didn't see any reason to worry. He easily agreed with his subordinate and offered him a drink, anticipating the success of his own business. Just like at the beginning of their celebration in the tavern, the candle burned with a bright, bright flame, illuminating everything around. Suddenly, at the last moment, the flame began to fade rapidly until the flame on the candle went out completely. Darkness fell in the drinking establishment, and the bandits began to look at each other in fear. Frightened, one of the villains screamed, not understanding what had just happened to them. And the one who spoke so frivolously about Knox was angrily indignant at who decided to turn off the light. Suddenly, blood appeared on the face of the group's leader, and he asked everyone to calm down immediately. At first, not noticing the blood on his face, he touched his cheek, wanting to understand what it was. Then the attacker looked at his hand, the fingers of which were in a dark red liquid and smelled blood. Suddenly something terrible happened, causing the one in charge of the swindlers to cast a frightened glance in front of him. A split second later, the companion standing in front of him was already headless, and from the place where it had been, black, terrible blood was pouring. The bandit who had been laughing just a minute ago was now looking with fear at the madness that was unfolding. Chaos broke out in the darkened tavern, and the chairs on which the bandits were sitting began to fall over. With blood on his face, the leader of the criminal group screamed, trying to understand what had happened. While the attackers were in a state of severe panic, they did not notice who was in the room. Then another man with a terrible grimace on his face and blood flowing from his mouth fell to the floor of the tavern. The leader of the pseudo-knights, with his eyes wide open, suddenly realized that this was the work of their enemies. And he screamed terribly at the top of his lungs, asking the unknown enemy who he was. Knox von Reinhofer, who was standing behind the leader of the criminals and whose cloak was covered in blood, asked why the bandit was being rude. The youngest son of a nobleman resembled a dead man who had risen from the grave, thirsting to take the souls of the living. The leader of the gang turned around and saw the young boy, not believing his own eyes. At that moment, Knox's face regained its human appearance, and he smiled grimly at the swindlers hiding in the tavern like rats. He looked at such people, asking how they dared to rob the von Reinhofer family, believing that the bandits had overestimated themselves. Trying to smile, the group's leader tried to assure Mr. Knox that he had made a mistake, but did not finish. Already knowing everything about the crimes they had committed, including the funding they had stolen along with Tigan, the young man was also aware of the bandits' desire to use Gren. The leader had nothing to say in response to such loud accusations, and he only became angry, showing his white teeth. They are interested in what Knox wants because if he gets rid of Gran, his position in the family could improve. The young nobleman's son looked with a cold, indifferent gaze at the swindler who was offering such a thing. Smiling maliciously, the leader of the criminals offers Mr. Knox to close his eyes just once. While this man's comrades were surrounding the young master from behind, the bandit assured him that there was no need to take on all these senseless risks. The young man seemed not to notice that 3 villains, armed with terrible, sharp swords, were slowly approaching behind him. Mana began to coat Knox's black sword, which accused his opponents of not wanting to hide their own killing intent while spouting such nonsense. The magical power increasingly took over the dark tavern, which greatly frightened the intruders. Smiling unkindly, Knox asked the leader not to think that he was facing some naive idiot who would believe this. Realizing that his card was lost, the main villain gave the order to his men to seize the young knight. And the criminals, hearing the order, rushed towards Knox von Reinhofer, waving their own swords. The guy continued to stand motionless, as if he wasn't there, while the mercenaries tried to destroy him. This lasted only a moment, then the young knight, armed with the stormcloak, began to fight off numerous opponents. When he finished fighting the bandits, he saw only one of their leaders, who silently looked at him. He was seriously angry, mentally insulting Knox and realizing that he had been hiding his own skills from everyone all this time. Rightly considering this a dangerous business, the swindler drew his sword, wanting to end it immediately. Having gathered all his forces together, the leader of the group was determined to win this duel. Grinning maliciously, he asks Knox to remember that the young warrior will die only because of his own arrogance. One of the villains, who was lying next to the knight and had risen slightly to his feet, assures that the boy is now definitely a corpse. The bandit leader seemed to be on fire before the confrontation. He wanted to show off southern sword techniques. Light magic flew before Knox as if foreshadowing a quick and confident victory over the enemy. As if blind, he looked ahead to where his dangerous opponent was. Gripping his black sword more tightly, the boy came to the conclusion that the villain was dumber than he thought. A new wave of magical mana followed, which did not bode well for the leader of the bandit group. With complete composure, the seemingly indifferent Knox was ready to strike his opponents with his terrible weapon. The system reported that Knox had destroyed his opponent's attack as a genius swordsman. One of the surviving criminals is amazed that their young opponent was able to stop Chad's sword technique. Horror at what he saw filled his face, and drops of blood appeared on his face and cloak. The cause of the appearance of this dark red liquid was Knox von Reinhofer himself, who was decisively swinging his sword. He quickly headed towards the leader of the villains, determined to kill him. How dare this parasite ask the young master about his own desires? Surprised by what was happening, the leader of the bandits continued to look at the approaching Knox. Having learned the southern sword technique, the young master has already received what he wanted so much before. Knox von Reinhofer, who felt like the king of the situation, swung his black sword, and there was a lot of mana around him. Everything about this young man, so brave to the point of madness, spoke of his successful mastery of the southern sword technique. Even the look of this young but fierce soldier indicated a firm desire to destroy the enemies. The boy, ready to fight, suddenly closed his eyes, for some reason thinking about geniuses. He mentally moved as if to another world and did not know what it meant to be a real genius. This may indicate that one person was simply luckier than all the other people. Why did he start walking on the light, transparent surface and even move his hands? Perhaps what this means is that someone has proven that it is possible to achieve a higher level than other people. Ever since Knox risked his own life, he has been asking himself this question. This new world seemed to be shattered into 1,000 pieces, but the brave warrior still did not know what it meant to be a genius. But then the right thought seemed to strike the young man, and he smiled quietly. A moment later, he was back in the dark tavern with his enemies, looking at them with a terrible gaze. Compared to the sword techniques Knox will learn in the future, this one might not be that great. But for the opponents who were now being struck by magical blows, this was enough. The incredible power of Knox von Reinhofer caused the wildest fear in the swindlers who spoke with eerie voices. They placed their hope in their captain, but he sank to his knees without complaint, still holding his sword. It took him, who watched the young master in amazement, more than 10 years to master the southern sword technique, and it's unclear how this boy, who had already come very close to the leader and stepped on his sword, knew about it. Shrouded in magical mana, Knox was like a demon from the underworld and looked at the enemy with a mad gaze. He only looked with wide eyes at the young master who approached, but his soul was screaming. As if waking up, having lost his sword, the villain stepped aside and threatened Knox that Taigen would not forgive him for killing the leader. He may know what the young man did, but he asks the villain not to talk nonsense, because there are no witnesses who saw Knox kill. Screaming in horror, the defeated opponent pointed at everyone present who was still alive, because they had seen everything. The nobleman's son pressed his finger to his mouth and asked the silent bandit Captain Ron to listen carefully. Knox just kills these guys, and these words caused real shock in the leader of the group. According to a smiling Knox, perhaps this man still didn't understand that if there was no one to tell about this, then one assassination attempt would be enough. Grabbing his black sword, Stormbringer, the young knight prepared to deliver a powerful blow to the bandit captain, whose face was filled with horror. Von Reinhofer Jr. himself smiled, holding his weapon, and this world could only think about blood. The interior of a city dungeon with barred cells and bright lighting. Bloody calluses from the iron handcuffs were visible on the hand of the man chained to the prison wall. A prisoner of this institution was a red-haired girl named May, a friend of the healer Elena. The head of security, Taigan, who questioned her, reproached the girl for her unwillingness to work, as well as for her lack of intention to be sold to other nobility. To give his own words force, Taigan struck the unfortunate prisoner across the cheek with his palm. The military man continued the interrogation, hoping that physical violence would help him get May to talk. The girl, chained to the wall with flushed cheeks, grinned and promised never to listen to people like him. Enraged, Knight Taigan grabbed the girl's face with his hand, trying to break her will. The villain began to assure her that right now the girl would not be able to do anything to her tormentor. The smiling boor stated that the only thing someone of May's low origin could do was suffer on Earth. Some strange white substance sprayed onto Taigan's chest, and he looked at it with confusion. And then he asked the tortured prisoner of the dungeon what she was doing. And without further ado, with a calm face, he delivered another blow to the unfortunate girl's face with his hand. And then he asked the exhausted prisoner if she wanted to be sold to a black magician. An episode from her childhood came to her mind, when her mentor pointed out that the mixture had been made incorrectly, even though the girl had tried hard, but the woman understood that it was a matter of predisposition. According to the teacher, May simply lacked the talent for such things, but the girl did not understand how this could be. May initially had no talent for alchemy, swordsmanship, or anything else. Suddenly, the teacher became very happy, as if she saw someone in this room who was better than the unfortunate May. And it was Elena, whom the enthusiastic woman had nothing more to teach, and who did not understand where such talent came from in such a remote place. The teacher only felt sorry that Elena was a war orphan, but it would have been better if she had been from a noble family, even a small one. And before our eyes, May stroked the head of the same Elena, sincerely wishing that she could leave the shelter. The unfortunate girl looked at what was happening with great regret and felt only sadness. Elena was an alchemical genius. She always looked like she no longer belonged here. The huge eyes of this blue-haired girl were amazing. She always shone and glowed. And then, unexpectedly for May herself, Alina came up to her and offered to play, holding her hands. At that moment the girl was extremely joyful, and her smile was incredibly bright. May looked at her friend's incredible smile, and it made her envy her. That's why the unfortunate red-haired beauty had to sacrifice herself instead of her beloved friend. Back then, May was confident that Alina would be able to achieve much more than her friend, but now, in the dungeons, the redhead declared to Taigen that suffering was her norm in life. Taigen, who seemed like the most important villain just a minute ago, looked at the girl with embarrassment. And whatever this man wants to do after May's death, it doesn't concern her at all. She doesn't want to become a burden for Alina. Blood began to flow again from the unfortunate girl's wounds onto the cold stone floor. The aggressive Taigen raised his hand again to strike the unfortunate prisoner of the dungeon. But the terrible and powerful blow never happened, because a certain voice asked one of the participants in the terrible act to stop harming himself. May hung on the chains, not hearing a word, but Taigen turned to where the voice came from. According to this still unknown person, if May leaves this place as a corpse, Alina will be sad. In the far corner of the room stood Knox von Reinhofer, holding his black sword, Stormbringer. Taigen smiled, and asked the young guest of the city of Chad why he came here. The knight, looking coldly at Chad's chief of security, promised him execution according to the law of the imperial family. Having announced that he has received his powers, the young knight suggests that the enemy surrender right now, because even the torturer's partner, Ron, is also dead. Pretending to be sad, Taigen grabbed his chin and mock-pointed to this unfortunate incident. Why did he open his eyes and start speaking with such an expression as if he wanted to instantly destroy Knox? I immediately asked von Reinhofer Jr. whether he had come alone and received a positive answer. In the opinion of the slyly smiling Taigen, the young gentleman from the noble family had slightly underestimated him. Looking at the approaching Knox, Taigen, who has taken up arms, asks his opponent if he can handle him alone. The young gentleman with the demonic gaze was the very picture of confidence. He saw no reason why not now. This answer did not please Taigen, who immediately became serious and drew his sword. Events unfolded faster than expected, but Taigen's subordinates were walking through the dungeon. It seemed to the villain that it didn't matter, because a lot of his men with cold weapons and armor stood in a row. Numerous soldiers almost surrounded Knox von Reinhofer from almost all sides, and it seemed that he would not win. Almost immediately, Chad's chief of security, Taigen, gave the order to kill the young nobleman. The warriors, expecting these terrible words, rushed at the guy, who continued to stand calmly and look at them. At first, Knox looked indifferently at the enemies running towards him, opening his large eyes. Then he closed them and seemed to fall into meditation, imagining the upcoming picture of a terrible battle. In an instant, everything changed, and the hour of genius was activated, which became the death sentence for the enemy. The advancing knights were instantly struck by magic and could no longer defeat Knox. The system showed exactly 5 minutes in the general mechanism of this magical time. Knox seemed to pass by the knights who were in the last stage of life, while the mana was burning. While some screamed in a frenzy, Knox silently and stubbornly walked forward towards today's main enemy. And he looked at the wheel of time with an indifferent gaze, although in front of him there was actually a wall. While the knights were in their death throes, Knox saw a ribbon of sparkling, glittering magic before him. He reached out to May, who was unconscious after the evil knight's tormenting torture. With 4 minutes and 55 seconds remaining, von Reinhofer Jr. poured the healing potion into the girl. The healing potion made the girl wake up. She opened her eyes to see who was standing in front of her. It was the outline of a brave young man who introduced himself as Knox von Reinhofer. The boy, tired after the hard battles, looked at the unfortunate prisoner, assuring her that everything would end when she woke up. Poor May closed her eyes as if she had fallen into eternal sleep, unable to bear the intense torment. An angry Taigen was surprised that his young opponent had already dealt with all the knights. The face of Chad's security chief expressed only hatred towards the one who came to save the unfortunate prisoner. As Knox approached the wall, Taigen realized that this would not end without a fight and grabbed his sword to fight back. Concentrating all his hatred, the evil knight looked at Knox von Reinhofer. He swung, ready to strike his opponent in the next moment, causing him mortal injury. And something unexpected appeared in front of the villain, who widened his eyes and did not understand what was happening. At first, he saw in front of him one of his subordinates, who was covered in blood from Knox's blows. The warriors could no longer do anything against the magic of their young opponent, losing more and more energy and blood with each passing second. From the camera, it looked as if the entire prison area was covered in the blood of the destroyed soldiers. With completely devastated eyes, Taigen watched as his people were destroyed by a single enemy. With a touch of hopelessness, this knight looked at the man who asked him not to think that he would die so easily. And the world became somehow gray and monotonous, and this dead soldier lay in a pool of blood. Taigen could only look at Knox von Reinhofer, whose reflection was in his eyes. Ruthlessness and lack of compassion expressed the young warrior's face, as did his entire being today. Continuing to look at the winner, but now with fear, Chad's security chief could not verify that this was really happening. He, the great Taigen, lost to some weak boy who was now resolutely walking towards the defeated enemy. Now he had no choice but to be angry and experience intense fear and anxiety from the impending horror. Knox's devilish appearance, whose eyes burned with hellish fire, did not bode well. The bright side of the young master continued to be interested in what it meant to be a genius. The fallen knight continued to lie there, and there was a lot of blood around him, and a large shadow fell on it. As Knox approached the lying Taigen with the black sword, he asked himself about this at that moment. The knight continued to look at the young man. It seemed that he still had hope of saving his life. The nobleman's son, who is still a genius, also looked at the defeated enemy. And then he suddenly grabbed his sword with firm determination, intending to finish off his enemy. Knox didn't know what this could mean for the enemy, but before Taigen stood the former victor again with a cold, dead look and a raised sword. The father of Taigen, captain of the mercenary knights of Chad, was the most prominent man in the village. When the captain himself was a child, he often found himself in a kind of dazed, almost sleepy state. Well, he remembered that everyone wanted to be like Taigen's father, and everyone respected this man. One day, during a showdown, the boy's parent grabbed the woman who was guilty of something by the hair. The man approached Taigen, asking if the boy knew why people followed his father. The confused child turned his head away at the sight of his cruel father, and he did not know it at all. Unexpectedly for the boy himself, his father grabbed his offspring by the hair with his strong hand. Exulting and rejoicing in his own superiority over the others, the man explained that it was all because of strength. If a person has incredible power, he can do whatever he wants, and that is the law of the city on the border of the Archine Empire. Still standing under his father's strong hand, Taigen asked whether he was the strongest man on this continent or not. The parent looked sternly, but a little surprised at his own son, who had dared to ask such a question. Out of surprise, the man even let go of the unfortunate woman's hair. And after that, he approached his son and began to explain the real state of affairs. Even Taigen's father is a nobody on this vast continent. There are many incredibly strong swordsmen on Earth. The man even mentioned children of Taigen's current age, who are geniuses and stronger than his father. The boy was very surprised to learn that this is how things are on the big continent where the war is taking place. Now on the floor in front of Knox, the mercenary captain realized that he had only survived because he had decided not to fight them. For Taigen, the young nobleman Knox von Reinhofer must be one of those geniuses his father spoke of. And this kid is so talented and no one can compare to him. That's what it is. Sighing, the knight captain realized the only reason he was going to die now was his own decision to fight Knox. With a stony expression on his face, the young master thrust the black sword Stormbringer with all his might into the back of the mercenary captain Taigen, who was lying on the floor. Fragile drops of blood flew out of the warrior's body as he was on his last breath. The red sticky liquid also fell on Knight Knox, who looked mercilessly at his defeated enemy. Alina sat in her room, her feet on a stool, and sadly thought about something while the candle burned. Suddenly someone called her name, and the unfortunate girl turned around at the call. Turning around, she saw Knox's maid Dietrich and her beaten friend May standing in front of her. She saw abrasions and bruises on her friend's body, but nevertheless, May smiled and was glad about this meeting. On the table lay various glass flasks with liquid and a typical witch's hat. Dietrich watched as both her friends burst into tears. Alina talked about her fear and thought that May had really left her. The red-haired prisoner reassured her friend that everything would be fine now and asked her for forgiveness, considering herself selfish. Crying bitter words, Alina thought about how she was about to give up everything and start living on her own. Only the third participant in this whole scene, which was Dietrich, looked with affection at what was happening between the two girls. Freed from her friend's embrace, Alina inquired about the whereabouts of young Master Knox, as she had to thank him. Confused, Dietrich suggested that her boss must be sorting things out through dialogue, but this surprised the girls. Having confirmed her words, the maid believes that it is time for the brothers to talk face to face, and the young master's faithful maid did not think that these were his true intentions. It was night outside, but bright lights were shining from the windows of the city hotel where the mission participants were staying. Tapping his fingers on the wooden table, the man asked Ron questions, wondering how much longer he wanted to keep the boy waiting. Gren wondered how he dared to keep the representative of the von Reinhofer family waiting. He hoped that nothing had happened. Suddenly, someone knocked loudly on the door, and the nobleman's son Theo looked in that direction with concern. The young man did not immediately recognize the person who entered, but then Knox nevertheless introduced himself to his brother. Gren is surprised to see his younger relative, who appeared in the room in a clean uniform and without a drop of blood. The one who passed by considers it necessary to talk if Gran is not busy now, since it is important, but the elder only grinned. Throwing an unfriendly glance at Knox von Reinhofer, the older brother saw no reason to talk to him. But then he looked closely and saw clothes with drops of blood under his relative's cloak. Knox himself looked at Gran with a frown and unfriendly expression, as if he was facing one of his opponents with a sword today. Just like during the meeting with Tigan and his knights, Knox's eyes took on a demonic look, and he reminded him of the importance of the conversation. Now the older brother looked at the younger one with some fear and invited him to sit down at the table. And in the ancestral estate of the noble family of von Reinhofer, there was complete illumination. Holding the written piece of paper in his hands, Rodwell could sum it up for his master. The butler reported receiving a message that Knox had cleansed Chad of corruption and punished all those responsible accordingly. Standing before Mr. Knox, the butler told him about Knox's request to receive a separate reward for all this. Well, he immediately apologized for not understanding what the young master meant and passed the received letter to his boss. Reading the letter carefully, Theo became convinced that corruption was growing more and more in this region every day. But no one had ever touched the people in this area before, because it was not profitable for the leadership. Stop reading the letter. Theo thought about the region. He knew that it was not so simple there. Eastern Chad is the last line of defense, a region that is a real headache for the imperial family. Therefore, if this place falls, the terrible monsters will begin to move faster towards the center of the state. The central government spent a large amount of money and sent many troops and mercenaries there to protect this region. For Theo von Reinhofer, Chad was just a useless territory that could not be forgotten. Knowing that there was nothing of value in this wasteland, Theo informed the butler about the danger posed by all the bandit groups, including Vermin and Tigan. In the nobleman's opinion, even Gran would have a hard time dealing with them, something that the butler Rodwell unequivocally agreed with. If Ron's knights, that is Ron's bandits, attack him, the nobleman did not rule out that the situation would worsen. If the brothers were unable to cope with such a threat, they would not be worthy of being called Reinhafers. For their safety, Theo sent the Black Sword Knights on a mission. There were still sheets of paper covered with writing on the table, and Theo suggested that the butler return to the conversation about Knox. The master finds it difficult to understand his youngest son's request, because Knox is not so generous as to help get rid of corruption just like that. It is also unclear to the man what this place, to which he wishes to obtain rights from the imperial family, will give Knox. And if the young man fails to achieve results, he is prepared to renounce his own rights as the youngest Rheinhafer child. The youngest son's last words made Theo think deeply about this request. Butler Rodwell was no less serious now. He was wondering if his master would be able to refuse his offspring. His concentrated face and intent gaze could indicate a strong thought. And then the head of the family informed Rodwell of his intention to agree with his youngest son's proposal. If Knox can really deal with all of them, then Theo will be able to get the rights to this place. For the father, this is actually a good opportunity to see how the boy will cope with managing the territory. The butler understood the order, and if the boss didn't mind, he would send a letter to the Empire and begin negotiations regarding receiving Chad. Having received consent, he bowed to the gentleman, who continued to sit at his desk. And he continued to think about the situation that had occurred, in which one of the main characters was his youngest son. I again glanced over the letter, where the boy wrote about agreeing to renounce his rights. The parent was curious to see how far in advance his child had planned this matter. It was already a new morning in the dangerous village of Chad, and Knox and Gran continued to talk in the hotel. The older brother stood in front of the younger one and asked about Ron and Tigan, who wanted to kill him. As they sat down at the table, Knox also confirmed that his eldest relative was a pawn of these evil people. Gran von Rheinhafer was very upset. He knew that the family had thoroughly checked the identities of these men. And he was very angry at how these criminals dared to use him, a member of such a noble family. Finally calming down a little, Gren raised his head and came to the conclusion that it was necessary to solve more important issues. Then he looked at Knox, who was sitting opposite him and looked more like his brother. Smiling, he became interested in the reason for his relative's intense gaze, suggesting that he was afraid of him. Gren perked up and even became happy. He found his brother's probable desire to quarrel incredible. But the next second he calmed down, because he understood the need to control himself, because if he did not pass the test, he would not be able to become a knight. The young man sighed. In the end, all he could do was accept the offer of the man sitting opposite him. Hearing his brother's question about what he wanted, Knox was pleased with his ability to quickly analyze the situation, but he didn't expect anything else from him. Smiling Knox doesn't need much. For example, he demands to be given the right to command Gran's soldiers. Tom was forced to agree with despondency. Even if he did not hand over the army to his brother, his own life was still in Knox's hands. The eldest son didn't want to admit it, but he still didn't know how strong his younger relative was. Gren agreed to Knox's proposal, but in exchange, he had to guarantee his brother's safety and cede his profits. Clasping his fingers on his hand, the younger one began to comment on the wish of the guy sitting opposite him. Guarantee security and cede profits. These were the two requests indicated by Knox's two raised fingers. These words made Gren angry, but he agreed to give his relative the rights to the minerals and artifacts from his mine. The elder asks his brother to sort out the situation. Knox pointed out that this was a small price to pay for his life and asked him not to think that he was deceiving him. Rising from his seat, the younger von Rheinhafer announced that he would be in his brother's care for the duration of his stay in Chad. He looked closely at the young master and hoped that he would not act rashly. On shelves nailed to the wall of the room stood bottles of various sizes, with or without liquid. Elena, who was sitting on the floor with May, was discussing the possibility of changing the metallization potion into a corrosion potion, but she had never done this before. Near them were Knox, sitting on a chair, and his maid, Dietrich, who was hoping for a normal outcome of the operation. In her opinion, the young master's plan is too dangerous, but she wants to know the reason why the griffin must be killed, even though an ordinary maid doesn't need to know about it. Already looking better after the prison beatings, May agrees with Dietrich they cannot lose their hero. Knox asked the three girls not to be afraid, because if it were impossible, he would not even raise the topic. Reflecting on this situation, The young man understood the reason for the anxiety of his maid and the two artisans. After all, the young master cannot tell what he wants to get after killing the griffin, and that is why he has to deceive the ladies. Having thought it over carefully, the guy asked not to raise this topic again, and Dietrich promised to do everything possible to prepare the necessary things for the hunt. Looking at his faithful servant Dietrich, Knox knew about the impossibility of killing the griffin in Chad at the beginning of the game. May and Alina looked warily at the young master, who was aware that no one had ever managed to eliminate the winged monster before. But that's without taking into account von Reinhofer Jr., who now smiles at such thoughts. Knox, wielding a wooden stick, began to explain his plan and asked the girls to listen carefully because he would not repeat it. The young daredevil's map depicted mountains, outlines of borders, a body of water, a forest, and a hidden path. The conqueror of wolves and ogres knew that the terrible griffin could not be killed here by conventional methods. But he knew a hidden way, and only veterans of this game can open it. With astonished faces, Dietrich, May, and Alina continued to watch the movement of the wooden stick that Knox controlled on the map. He stopped at a point located very close to the border of the region. Having completed Inner Lunatic 26 times, he, a veteran, asked the girls if they understood everything. Dietrich and the other girls present in the room simultaneously gave a positive answer. While the beauties were looking intently at the young man, he was thinking about the reason why he was going to kill the griffin in Chad. For a smiling Knox von Reinhofer, it was very simple, but he would receive a good reward for it. Beyond the high fortress wall, the sun was setting, and Knox ended his explanation, suggesting that tomorrow they act according to the plan. The next morning, in full dress, he was feeding his horse Carl and gently stroking his muzzle. The brave young man understood that if he didn't put his own life on the line, he wouldn't be able to survive here. Because this is what the world of the game Inner Lunatic was like for the teenager who was recently called Yu Chan. In the forested area where tall, strong trees stood, some kind of terrible noise was heard. The paws of terrifying monsters with sharp claws stepped across the brown mud, rapidly moving forward. Looking down from the heights of the fortress wall at the army of monsters, Knox von Reinhofer realized that their invasion had begun. May and Alina, who were nearby, also heard the young chief's order for everyone to get ready. Knox was gloomy, but also serious, accepting the girl's obedience, examining his subordinates. Addressing the ranks of fortress defenders standing before him, the young man reminded them that Chad had only one chance and asked them to remember this. He looked at what was happening and did not understand why he felt as if he was experiencing this moment for the first time. Probably because he became Knox von Reinhofer and the only strategist in the region. At the edge of the fortress wall stood Knox, Dietrich, Gran, and the others, looking at the huge number of monsters standing near Chad. Maid de Lavilla worries whether her young master will be okay in the end. And she only reminded her of yesterday's conversation regarding the great danger, but Knox hastened to reassure the girl. Now he looked much more cheerful than yesterday and asks the maid to trust her master, promising her not to die. The housekeeper could only look at the guy with her big, sad eyes, scared. And suddenly, behind the fortress wall, a strange noise was heard, as if something was sliding down. It was indeed Knox, who was flying down at high speed to the ground where many monsters stood. The moment a guy made a promise he couldn't keep because he was terminally ill, the brave conqueror of forest wolves and ogres had with him his black sword, Storm Petrel, which mercilessly destroyed enemies. Sliding down the wall, Knox von Reinhofer deftly jumped off it and rushed towards the crowd of terrible monsters. He also intended to defeat this huge, terrifying horde of monsters with the help of the magic circle that he held in his own hand. Choosing a good moment, the guy threw the object at the head of one of the iron monsters in the clearing. As a result of the impact, the robot was deactivated, and steam began to come out of it, indicating that the creature had been damaged. The brave young warrior flew past the monsters with his sword, causing a great commotion among them. The system reported that the boy had defeated the iron golem and had mastered the Southern Chad sword technique. And on the battlefield, blood was already splattering, severed limbs of monsters were flying, and their eerie howls were heard. Well, if Knox hadn't really made that promise to the girls, then he really could have died in a mortal battle. Now the most terrible creatures from the underworld were running towards the young knight, ready to mercilessly destroy him. Wishing for this support to become his stepping stones, Knox bravely charged forward against his enemies. The inspired knights from his camp were ready to rush after their brave leader into the thick of the battle. And now Knox will be able to enjoy this damn game that has become a reality in his life for a little longer. Although the guy's face, as well as his clothes, were stained with the blood of monsters, his eyes were burning, and one could feel the desire to win. Suddenly, a huge griffin with a huge wingspan, lion's paws, and a long tail appeared in the sky. Knox stood amidst the hacked corpses of the monsters, looking with wild delight at this great feathered predator. Now the young warrior was truly jubilant. He had waited for his main opponent of the day. The griffin's gleaming red eyes and its incredibly powerful beak indicated its immense strength. With a loud cry, spreading its paws with sharp claws, the griffin rushed at the lone man. Knox watched every move of the feathered predator, and with a devilish smile was about to fight him. The brother and the maids, who were on the fortress wall, looked with sympathy at Knox, who was fighting in the field. While the young warrior watched the flight of the griffin, defeated monsters lay on the ground in pools of blood. Against the backdrop of a brave knight standing alone after the field, a huge eagle was flying, flapping its wide wings. Alina felt like she was dreaming because she had never seen a knight capable of fighting like that, without believing it. May also knew about his good abilities, but who would have thought that people would not be able to follow his movements? Amazed by the young gentleman's incredible talent, the red-haired girl wants to know what the Reinhafer family is like. The family is renowned for its swordsmanship and is home to countless internal squabbles over the right to inherit the black sword. Dietrich de Lavilla, her hand pressed to her chest, explained that this was the very same Reinhafer family. Then the maid looked up, about to finish the rest of the story related to her boss's relatives. The girl declared with all her boldness that young Mr. Knox was the most worthy candidate of all. Gren, who was with them on the fortress wall, grabbed his head and complained of a headache. Until now, Dietrich did not understand why young Master Knox did not pay attention to the bad rumors about himself, but she was sure he had his reasons. May, who has been monitoring the situation on the battlefield, believes these rumors are untrue. He probably has his reasons, but the red-haired beauty has no idea why Knox is pretending he's no good for anything. Dietrich smiled sadly. She thought the same as her beloved friend. Trampling with her boots, the devoted servant asks everyone present to play along. Bowing slightly, she was sure that for the young boss this was just a role, and he decided to play it, being a wise man after all. An agitated Alina ran up to Dietrich and asked her opinion regarding the need to hide Knox's true face. And then with a smile, she asked not to worry. May promised her friend to keep quiet about it. The young slayer of wolves and ogres maid smiled at the two girls, narrowing her eyes. A loud and terrible roar was heard from a griffin, ready to swallow all living things around with its mouth. The eerie sound was heard everywhere, and Gran, who was on the fortress wall, was horrified. The ordinary defenders of the fortress were no less astonished, clearly not expecting such a thunderous roar from the predatory monster. From the top of the wall, Gran von Reinhofer could clearly see how, on the ground below, his younger brother was left alone against the giant eagle. Theo's eldest son assumed that his relative had gone mad if he was going to fight this monster. With a sharp movement, the griffin took off in the direction of the man, screaming loudly in a terrible voice throughout the area. But Knox was fully prepared for the attack and was determined to repel the attack of the formidable enemy. The monster, diving downwards, spread its terrifying claws and was already anticipating the small opponent with a sword in its paws. The situation was escalating, and Knox seemed oblivious to the griffin above him that was posing a mortal threat. And then the young warrior turned around, looking back with his bottomless, demonic eyes. Gran von Reinhafer saw this look and felt uneasy, and the guy's hand trembled slightly. He clenched his white teeth in intense indignation and became angry, as if some terrible threat was foreshadowing him. Deciding to do what he was told anyway, Gren ordered his soldiers to simply wait for now while the terrible griffin was near the fortress walls. But the city's defenders are obliged to fire the ballista when they hear the corresponding order from the young military leader. The brave soldiers had no choice but to obediently agree with the leader's words. Gren looked back towards the confrontation between his brother and the griffin as the warriors rolled out a weapon with a huge arrow into view. Having risen into the sky, the predator once again fell upon the little man, who seemed to have no chance of salvation. The ballista crossbow bolt was fully drawn, its blade glinting in the sunlight. The next moment, Gran von Reinhafer gave a loud command, and the knights fired towards the terrible griffin. The arrow blade, glittering in the sun's rays, headed straight for the giant bird that was flying straight at him. As if at the last moment, the griffin saw the rapidly approaching weapon and screamed in rage. But it was too late, and the arrow pierced the bird's wing, which screamed in wild pain. The griffin, who had never experienced anything like this, had his eyes wide open and suddenly turned yellow, and there was a large hole from an arrow in his wing. Knox could only watch his mortal enemy fall. To defeat the griffin, Knox needed to neutralize its ability to fly. Having pulled the lid out of the glass bottle with his teeth, the young warrior emptied it and then threw it away. He was currently using a metallization potion, which temporarily increased his stamina by 1 level. When Knox sat in the room with Gran, he shouted and expressed indignation at the desire of his brother, who asked him for such an insignificant task. The older brother didn't like the idea of making ballistas, so he suggested asking someone else to do it. The youngest nobleman's son thought about the proposal, and it seemed to interest him. Knox then looked up and advised Gran to fight the dangerous griffin on his own in that case. Now it was Gren's turn to consider the proposal, and he immediately asked how many ballistas were needed. As he approached the fallen griffin, the young warrior thought about the good instincts of his brother, who would be useful to him. The feathered predator looked at the guy with yellow pupils, and all he had to do was test the effect of Alina's potion. In addition, Knox von Reinhafer, who had changed in appearance again and was holding a black sword, wanted to prove himself. The griffin, its wings shot through, rose up sharply and pointed its huge, sharp claws at the young warrior. Rushing upward, he did not attack the young daredevil and seemed to leave the scene of the battle. But the wound in the right wing made itself felt, and the griffin involuntarily turned to the right, examining the damage. The huge bird miscalculated its own strength and a split second later crashed loudly to the ground. The terrible monster was approached by its opponent, who assumed that the griffin was worried because everything was not going according to its plan. Knox, emerging from the dust vortex, understood that such wounds were usually no problem for the huge predator. The young master looked at his main enemy today with large, glowing eyes. The main reason was that the griffin is a high-ranking monster in this game. The young daredevil pointed to the monster's wing, which had been pierced by a ballista from a crossbow. According to the young warrior, the weapons launched from the fortress walls were laced with tons of the griffin's favorite poison. And now, Knox can't wait for what will happen to the predator, and in about 5 minutes, the real pain will begin. Hearing these words, the beast, with the last of its strength, rose to its paws and tried to strike the little man with its claws. The nobleman's son watched the proceedings with a big smile, clearly eager to enter a new phase of the battle with the griffin. As before in similar cases, the magical golden clock again showed 12. Knox von Reinhafer didn't need more now, but he was ready to defeat the feathered enemy once and for all. The huge griffin also raised its predatory paw with the sharpest claws over the young knight. Looking fearfully at the danger looming over him, the boy felt this pressure, which was not at all like in the game. And immediately Knox smiled. His plan for eliminating the monster had already matured in his head. The monster continued to threaten the young master, but the magic clock was working and everything was predetermined. The monster's terrible eyes burned with hatred, but young Master Knox knew that he would not die now. Everything changed quickly. The air turned red, and more terrible blows were dealt to the griffin. The nobleman's son, who was attacking his opponent, deftly wielded his black sword, realizing that death would not find him today at least. While fighting the monster, he loudly called out to his brother Gran, who was far from the battlefield. He leaned against the fortress wall and watched his relative, not understanding whether this was really the Knox he knew. He needed to concentrate and make the right decision, so Gren immediately gathered his will into a fist. The nobleman Theo's eldest son ordered his soldiers to open fire on the huge monster. Like peals of thunder, the shells launched from the walls of the fortress thundered, striking the griffins one after another. Knox von Reinhofer laughed heartily as he watched the pleasant scene of the monster being liquidated. Black mana swirled around Stormcloak's sword and its wielder, and it did not bode well for the griffin. Holding his cold weapon and smiling, the young master decided to finish destroying the monster. Having received mortal damage, the griffin let out its last cries, but its fate was predetermined. The soldiers defending the fortress looked with fear at the monster that had just collapsed, as if they had never seen anything like it before. Alina and May watched what was happening below in amazement, while Gren's face expressed fear and excitement. The opponents looked at each other, while powerful streams of black magic flew around them. With the help of the Black Execution, Knox von Reinhofer managed to destroy the strongest monster of today's confrontation, the griffin. The wounded, huge bird screamed with all its might, but could no longer do anything to resist the man. The griffin lost its paw thanks to a powerful blow from Knox, who was unstoppable. The young warrior's glowing eyes looked somewhere ahead. He knew what he needed to do now. The huge bird's gaze now expressed only fear, and it was no longer possible to help it. To defeat the enemy, Knox von Reinhofer tightened his grip on his own sword, Stormbringer. The black silhouette of a large griffin was still visible, but the young gentleman decided the outcome of the matter in his favor with slashing blows of his weapon. Finally, it was all over. The griffin lay lifeless on the ground, and the winner of the brutal duel stood next to him. Rubbing his chin with his hand, Knox thought about the battle that had taken place. It had not been easy for him. Suddenly, something caught the young warrior's attention, and he looked ahead in surprise. The confrontation between the man and the griffin was observed by the surviving iron golem and another monster from the feathered beast's retinue. Not daring to fight the formidable man, both monsters retreated back into the forest very quickly. A smile appeared on the young man's face as he watched the fleeing creatures, who no longer posed a threat to Chad. The defeated griffin lay on the ground, and the people on the fortress wall rejoiced in favor of their victorious comrade. The townspeople rejoiced for young Mr. Knox, who received 60 days for his victory, giving him 179 days to live. Standing apart were May, Elena, and Dietrich de la Villa, equally jubilant in honor of the brave favorite's win. The young man looked at them all with a modest smile and realized that he had done quite well today. Only Gren looked at his younger brother in amazement and did not understand how this was even possible. He knew very well about the characteristics of such a terrible monster as a griffin, which was a high-ranking monster. Theo's eldest son could not understand why such a terrible creature was afraid of some little boy. In Gren's understanding, to defeat such a monster, one must be at least at the level of an academy professor. The young nobleman, feverishly thinking about the battle that had just taken place, guessed that he now needed to acknowledge his brother's strength. The townspeople continued to admire Knox's victory, while his relative looked on without joy at the conqueror of the griffin and other monsters. If everything his younger brother showed is true, then there is a huge chance that he will become the heir to their family. This unpleasant guess caused only sadness and regret in Gren. He continued to look down sadly. Thinking about what had happened, Gren decided to be in good standing with his victorious brother. After leaving the battlefield, Knox climbed the steps to the top of the fortress where his companions were located. On the ground below lay the dead bodies of forest monsters that had fallen in the fight with the man from the fortress. Among all the monsters, the griffin stood out in particular. Its open mouth no longer posed any danger. Standing at the head of the fortress's military, Gran von Reinhofer is about to begin transporting the remains of the feathered predator and demands that his brother distribute the loot. Tired after a difficult confrontation with enemies, Knox looked questioningly at his relative. Leaving for one of the fortress's rooms, Gren irritably suggested to his brother that they go and rest after the battle. The younger one only followed him with his gaze as this man left the wall along with his people. A delighted Knox von Reinhofer is sure that he has given his older relative a good scare. And as soon as the guy decided to use the hidden reward, the system displayed information about the item he received. Now the griffin heart belonging to Knox was of high rank and had the wind attribute. The heart is used to create an elixir that changes stamina and agility depending on the alchemist's skill. It is able to both increase and decrease these parameters. On the work surfaces were various glass containers that Elena used. She agrees with Knox about the discovery of the power of the wind in the heart, and that if used correctly, elixirs previously known only by rumor can be created. The Griffin's Slayer plans to use the heart to make a potion, but he wonders how long it will take. It all depends on the specific situation, but with Elena's current tools, this process could take a long time. Wanting to provide the healer with everything she needs, the young gentleman intends to use this chance to propose to May and her friend. Both girls were astonished by Knox's intention to hire them as servants for the von Reinhofer family. May reminded them of their commoner status, but for the young nobleman, it wasn't that important. If the girls have the talents he needs, then the guy will use them, and May and Elena themselves have no reason not to use him. Frowning, Knox von Reinhofer promised never to let a dog bite its own owner. At this time, no one was using the monster core properly, especially if it was an item dropped by a hidden boss that was not meant to be defeated. The creation of something so incredible is only possible for a genius, but the guy's supporters disagree with this. The healer Elena believes that this will never happen, and their young master saved the lives of 2 girls. They trust him and promise to follow the young man for the rest of his life, and he appreciated the beauty's response. To begin with, von Reinhofer Jr. managed to get hold of 2 brilliant characters in the form of a witch doctor and her straightforward friend. He asked the maids to prepare to leave in 3 days, promising to create the elixir in secret when he returned home, but he did not want anyone to see it. When the young man, after talking with the girls, was already heading deeper into the corridor, Dietrich called out to him. The devoted maid followed her young boss, who was resolutely heading towards the exit of the room. When the nobleman turned around on his way, Dietrich de Lovilla reported that he was completely different from what the rumors made him out to be. He still hadn't had time to clean his own shoes after a massive battle with forest monsters, not understanding what his maid was talking about. Remembering the rumor about the arrogance of the young man, who didn't care about anyone but himself, Dietrich knew about this untruth, but asked him to promise her something. According to the girl, no one knows when one moment might happen in the current situation. When the gentleman is in trouble, the girl asks him to let her know if she can help him, even though she has a low status. Knox looked deeply at his maid, who did not understand why he was not liked. Having accepted her promise, the young man agreed to contact the girl if this actually happened. Wondering why the maid continued to stand behind him, as the nights were cold these days, he asked her to go faster before she got sick. In gratitude to these words, Dietrich de Lovilla smiled warmly, and then she became embarrassed and blushed slightly, closing her eyes, from which tears began to drip. As he rested in bed, Knox, feeling ashamed, asked the maid not to say anything, because he knew perfectly well what she was going to say. The girl assured him that everything was fine, because this happens sometimes, and her young master was still growing. He received a notification about receiving a negative effect of LV2 cold due to frequent LV3 illness and chronic LV4 cough, but it was ridiculous for him. At the family estate, one of the servants loudly announced the return home of both young masters. Knox and Gran rode triumphantly onto the estate grounds on their own horses, accompanied by servants. The first to greet the young owners was the butler Rodwell in his usual formal suit. All the other servants of the noble estate looked at the new workers, who were May and Elena. One of the servants was surprised by the 2 new maids and compared the young master to a predator who, although he had become a little better, was no longer able to correct himself. The latter recalled their former times spent with women and considered the rumors about Knox clearing the forest of missing children to be false. Listening to this, the guy became upset. No matter what he did, he couldn't get rid of the image of a good-for-nothing, since things were like this. He is outraged by this and thinks that the servants have a lot of free time if they are still hanging around here. The domestic workers did not need to be told a second time, and they ran off to their places. Butler Rodwell approached Knox von Reinhafer and addressed him by name. And then he conveyed that the Patriarch had requested a personal meeting with his youngest son. The young man was greatly surprised by this invitation and realized that the moment had come. Soon, in a clean dress uniform, he stood before his father in his office, where Rodwell was also present. Theo von Reinhafer looked at his youngest son, who came to him after the battles with the monsters. The young man bent his knees and sat down on the floor, confirming his parents' words that he had been called here. Just as the father has something he wants to say, he hopes the boy has something he can share with him. The conqueror of numerous monsters looked attentively at the head of the family, as if expecting new words from him. Theo had already heard. His offspring had managed to do a lot. The entire mission was able to return from Chad, and Knox had managed to clear him of the trash. It was already known how the bandit groups in this dangerous region had been eliminated. The inhabitants of the noble estate were also aware of the destruction of such a terrible monster as the griffin. The man also pointed to his eldest son, Gran von Reinhafer, who also recognized his younger brother's abilities. The mention of a relative with whom Knox was not on the warmest terms evoked mixed emotions in him. According to Theo, Gran said that if it weren't for Knox, he wouldn't have been able to complete his nightly practice. Knox, listening to his parent, looked down and wondered what his brother Graham was thinking about. Taking a piece of paper tied into a tube, Theo said that he had not called the boy here for such empty talk. The young man proposed the impossible, did it, and brought honor to the von Reinhafer family. With a solemn air, Theo handed the sheet of paper covered with writing to his youngest son. Therefore, the nobleman is ready to fulfill the conditions set by the guy regarding the management of the territories. The boy opened the document he had received from his father, after which he read the contents and saw a seal with the image of his family's coat of arms. He silently read the paper that was important to him, and did not show any emotion in front of his parent and the butler. But the realization that the long-awaited Chad had become his property brought a smile to the young man. Having displayed all his magnanimity, the conqueror of forest wolves, ogres, and a giant griffin bowed and thanked the Patriarch for his generosity. Having received the desired reward, Knox continued to stand in front of the nobleman, which caused him to have suspicious thoughts. Looking towards the young daredevil, the man assumed the boy wanted to talk about something else. And then, giving his appearance a solemn and stern air, he turned to Knox von Reinhafer, the youngest son of their family. The man wondered if the boy wanted to take his place, which left the young monster slayer stunned. Judging by Theo's expression, he was speaking absolutely seriously now, wanting to hear a quick answer to his question. Visibly confused, Knox frantically tried to figure out why Theo had suddenly started acting like this. A white bird flew over a tall stone tower, which was part of a fortress in the middle of the desert. A red-haired man in white Bedouin robes looked at a round golden amulet. He showed his owner scenes of Knox von Reinhafer fighting a giant griffin, from which the boy emerged victorious. Then the magical device showed a huge fallen eagle with blood flowing from its eyes. Having closed the amulet, the man informed the servant standing behind him about the death of the huge griffin. This man's subordinate spoke negatively about the von Reinhafer family, who made their move and received Chad. The inhabitants of the desert were well aware of the existence of the young master Knox, who became the owner of this territory. The man who had the golden amulet asked a servant named Kremser to prepare for war, but he doubted their ability to maintain order. The Reinhafer nobles stole something most important from the red-haired man, and he has nothing more to lose. Kremser bowed again to his master with a red long braid down to his waist, expressing agreement with his words. Hearing the chief's order, the servant looked at the floor and remained silent, as if concentrating on thoughts of war. But then Kremser smiled, as if he had come to an important decision about the future. He took a little girl by the hand and led her to the balcony, who could have belonged to an aristocratic family. She had red hair and a long scarf on her head with a scarlet gemstone. Kremser squatted down in front of the girl, gently touching her scarf, and promised that the time would come soon. His main expectation is the day when this person will receive this desired kingdom. But he also longs for the day when this girl with sad eyes will finally wake up. Theo von Reinhofer's office contained a lot of different furniture, including a bookcase. He sat at a large table on which the family crest was engraved and looked at Knox. The young slayer of wild monsters continued to ponder his father's unusual proposal. Rodwell believes it is too early to ask the young master such a question, since the Patriarch knows how difficult it is to be the head of the von Reinhofer family. Hearing these words, Theo closed his eyes but did not agree with this opinion. In the nobleman's opinion, his youngest son should respond to his proposal right now. Graham also disagrees with his father, believing that young Mr. Knox is not yet ready for this. He also mentioned the existence of the first young master Garin, but Theo slammed his fist on the table, reminding him that it was not up to him to decide. Knox placed his hand on his heart and bowed. He did not want the place of Patriarch, because the guy was frightened by the number of responsibilities that would stand before him. Theo reminds him that the boy is his son, but he is still afraid of this prestigious position. Looking at his own parent, von Reinhofer Jr. doesn't understand why he can't be afraid now. Not expecting such an answer from his offspring, the nobleman looked at him intently, and then he closed his eyes and plunged into thought, pondering the words he had heard. Finally, his von Reinhofer Sr. agreed with his son, and while he decided to accept his opinion, the boy thanked him for it. The man says that genius talent cannot be hidden, and people are weak creatures who will always test their son. Having bowed to his parent, the young master agreed with the Patriarch, who let him go, reminding him of his fatigue after the journey. Having thanked his father for his concern, the young man left the office. In his room, Knox talked to Dietrich and asked her not to worry, because the maid was worried that the Patriarch had scolded the guy. The girl looked sadly at her young master, who told her how everything went well. She immediately reported on the preparation of quarters for the new housekeepers, Elena and May, and Knox praised her for her excellent work. For Dietrich, this is nothing special. She is simply doing the job of her young master's maid. Knox told her that if the world were built on the concept of what a person should and shouldn't, people would hate each other and be completely unable to interact. When he again praised the maid for her good work, she bowed to the young master and thanked him. Reflecting on everything, the conqueror of the terrible forest monsters thought that everything was now becoming serious. Well aware of the best place for education for magicians and knights, which is the Eldain Academy, the guy decided to become the best there. In his office, Theo von Reinhofer was left alone with his faithful butler, Rodwell. Bowing his head, the nobleman admitted that this was exactly what he expected from a conversation with his own son. The servant thought it was still too early for such a dialogue with young Master Knox. If he had truly known the essence of his father's position, the answer might have been different. Theo disagreed with the butler and reminded him of the eyes of a young man who had already decided exactly how he would act in the future. When Knox says he's afraid of something, it's not his father's position. It's something bigger and more fundamental, a fear similar to that felt when looking into the abyss. According to Theo, his son is now afraid of death, but the man did not know the reason for this condition. Those wishing to express their opinion, Rodwell admitted that he was wrong now, but it seemed to him that a possible reason for this lies in the incident with Madame. A new suggestion from his faithful butler made the nobleman think seriously about it. Smiling, the head of the family allowed for the possibility that the young man was blaming his father for this. Theo believes that in the eyes of his own son, he is a weak man who failed to protect the boy's mother. Disturbing his boss's thoughts, the butler reported the beginning of action on the part of young Master Garin. And this young man took on something even bigger in his own affairs, which caused concern in the parent. The familiar battlefield is shown where the corpses of armored knights and forest monsters lie. From the dark skies, blood-red, terrible gargoyles with burning eyes flew down to the earth. The fair-haired young man, holding a proud posture, demands that his father simply agree and give him the power of the Duke. The young noblewoman tried on beautiful outfits one after another, and the maid Emma collected those she had already worn. Finally, the girl tried on another dress and asked the maid about her appearance in this outfit. Emma thought it was the same outfit she had seen 20 times already. Talia looked at one nice dress, then at another decent one, and wondered what kind of jewelry to wear for the upcoming evening. While the young lady was looking at the beautiful sparkling shoes, the maid wondered if she was really that excited. According to the cheerful girl, this is indeed the case, since we are talking about her admission to Eldon Academy. The maid Emma, who continues to fuss over her dresses, is not at all worried about this moment. The housekeeper talks about young Master Knox because this is the first time the sweet lady has met him since they were engaged. At this time, Thalia, looking at another attractive outfit, was thinking about choosing more luxurious clothes for the evening. She doesn't like the maid's insincere answers, and the girl thinks that she doesn't care, but Emma doesn't think so. A candle was burning brightly in the room, and there were large scales, glass containers, and similar utensils. A young Mr. Knox, dressed in an elegant suit, walked in and began to look around. He saw Alina, who had buried her face in the table, as if some important thought was bothering her. Finally, the new housekeeper of the von Reinhofer estate raised her head and looked at the guy who entered, happy about his appearance. Knox wanted to inquire about the preparation of the elixir, but noticed the girl's appearance, which, in his opinion, was not very good. It's always like that with her. May is sure of it, when Alina is focused on something, but at such moments, her friend always keeps an eye on her. "I wish to stop such pleasantries," the town healer asks the young gentleman and her friend to take a closer look at something. Knox was all ears, as if he had finally seen what he had dreamed of for so long. Then he walked over to a large jug of transparent white glass and looked at it carefully. Without thinking twice, the guy reached for the container containing the bluish liquid. Knox held in his hands an advanced-level wind elixir, with stamina +1, agility +3, and a special effect to use. The effects also increased by 200% due to the fact that the potion was made by the hands of the brilliant alchemist Alina. The expression on the young conqueror of ogres and wolves became cheerful. He had gotten what he wanted. The elixir of wind not only permanently increases stamina by 1, it also increases the hidden stat of agility. Dexterity and Hour of Genius are a perfect combination, and getting this item here was definitely a good decision. Knox didn't expect anything else from the brilliant alchemist, and if Alina hadn't joined him then, it would have been difficult. When he called the healer a fine fellow, she was delighted to hear such praise from the young gentleman. The young man took the container with the medicine he so desperately needed and pulled it towards his mouth. The one who eliminated the huge, scary griffin began to drink this magic potion. As soon as he emptied the bottle, something magical and incredible began to happen. While Alina was nervous, her boss experienced only positive, albeit restrained, emotions. In a good mood, Knox von Reinhofer came to the final conclusion that all preparations were complete. Walking along the long corridor of the noble estate with Dietrich, the boy decided to go to Eldine. Knox became a brilliant swordsman and fighter, a genius at determining mana, possessed nerves and memory of steel, a revelation of the void, and was terminally ill. Through the game, he gained 6.1/10 stamina, 10th luck, southern sword technique, average dark family sword mastery, and more. The large noble mansion was flooded with rays of bright sunlight, falling on the steps near the front door. The coachman, driving the horse, brought his own masters to where they so wanted to go. The young man stepped onto the steps of his luxurious carriage in expensive shoes. Knox von Reinhofer stepped onto the ground and looked around while Dietrich stood behind him and bowed. The people standing in the courtyard were discussing the white hair and lavender eyes of the youngest son of the von Reinhofer family and his intention to enter Eldine. Others asked the talker to watch his words, otherwise if the young master heard, it would be the end for him. And the wolf conqueror, as it turned out, actually allegedly heard a noise. It could even have been a dog barking somewhere. The frightened gossips fell silent, blushing as they realized the possible punishment from the killer of the giant griffin. And Knox, together with his maid, headed towards the building to fetch the rest of the arriving guests. Dietre de la Villiers' expression changed, as if she had seen something amazing. Another carriage arrived at the square, its coachman urging on a single horse. A woman in boots and a light blue dress was running along the pavement. It was the maid Emma, well known to Dietre and Knox, who greeted the young master. Seeing a familiar face, the conqueror of the griffin and the wolves, with a shaken sense of humor, came to the conclusion that this maid and her mistress had also arrived earlier. Pointing to Thalia, Emma reported their discussion about the Eldane Academy entrance ceremony. The maid asks her young mistress to come out quickly and say hello to young Master Knox. Surprised by this, the young lady from the Stilliner family began to get ready to get out of the carriage and onto the street. The lovely girl left the carriage and looked with her big eyes at her old comrade. As he looked at his guest, Knox von Reinhafer remembered her original status as an envoy. But the conqueror of terrible monsters did not expect that everything would change this way. Suddenly, it was as if a long sword had fallen point down onto the ground and made a loud, audible sound. Knox looked at the maid with a very frightened face and could not believe what she said. According to the housekeeper, they are planning to marry the young gentleman to Lady Talia. Everyone knows about this, but Knox heard about it for the first time. After he checked everything, it turned out that their families had indeed arranged this engagement without warning the guys themselves. While the young man was thinking hard about marriage, Talia greeted him, trying to get through to the guy's consciousness. Knox continued to be in a stupor, looking at something to his left, and the girl did not take her eyes off the guy. For moral support, Dietre approached the guy, thinking that it must be Lady Talia, his fiancée. He reminded her that he had already asked her not to talk about it, and Talia was interested in how Knox had chewed. Knox, who was not in the most positive mood, briefly replied that he was doing well and asked how the girl was doing. Young Mrs. Thalia smiled welcomingly. She too had lived well all this time. The boys' further conversation was interrupted by a horse that neighed loudly throughout the entire square near the building. Both the maids and Thalia looked in the direction where the loud sound was coming from, and only Knox cast an indifferent glance in that direction. The young man stood near a tall, dark green carriage and looked out its window. And here she is, the one he had been expecting for a long time on his own path while playing this game. The arriving guest was one of the genius characters of Eldane Academy. This lady was a star of trade and the head of the Rivalin family, which dominated the entire continent. A self-confident girl with strong determination and perseverance, her name was Eleanor de Rivalin. Unexpectedly, the beautiful guest smiled and looked at the person standing in front of her. She didn't know that young Master Knox from the von Reinhafer family was also entering Eldane Academy, but she was glad to see him here. Well aware that this woman was very aggressive towards old Knox, the boy responded to her words. He tilted his head slightly, and the red-haired lady confirmed that it was indeed her. A noblewoman from a family of merchants, whom the boy looked down on, Eleanor de Rivalin did not expect to meet him like this. The only child of her Rivalin family, Eleanor and her family possessed wealth that could impact the entire continent. She has also become one of the stars who will dominate the financial market in the future. People have long called this wealthy lady, who came from a family of merchants, the Fox of Wealth. While Knox von Reinhafer continued to reflect on his old acquaintance, his brilliant acting skills were temporarily shaken. It was well known that Eleanor de Rivalin had met the young master when he was a younger child. Standing opposite the girl he had unexpectedly met, the boy recalled his meeting with her in childhood. Little Eleanor stood surrounded by numerous adults and looked ahead shyly. Suddenly, something caught her attention on the left, and the girl turned her frightened gaze in that direction. Young Knox is outraged by her inclusion of the insignificant girl into the nobility, and she thinks that buying status with money will change the girl's family's past. Then they stood opposite each other and looked at each other with an unkind look, and the adults seemed not to notice the quarreling children. The impudent boy approached the girl and in an angry, quiet voice demanded that she go away. This behavior only caused poor Eleanor bitter resentment, and she burst into tears, holding her fists. Her current attitude towards young Master Knox must be thanked to him. After some thought, he came to the conclusion that it was now his own problem, which was bad. The guy couldn't believe that there were two characters next to him at once, and one of them was Talia. And the second role is played by Eleanor Ravalin, but both ladies drove a sword into the heart of Knox von Reinhofer. The representative of the trading family smiled and inquired about what was happening here, noticing the warrior's unusual behavior. Crossing his arms, the young man asked his guest how he usually behaved. Eleanor thinks he knows it well himself, because he is one of those people who like to hear the truth about themselves from others. Continuing to keep his eyes on the girl, the young master realized that he could not rest in this situation. Getting serious again, Knox told the girl to get lost if she was going to cause a scene here. Hearing the unpleasant words, Eleanor continued to smile, as she expected. Nothing had changed in Knox. The conqueror of the terrible monsters asks the girl what she wants, assuming that she wants his confession. The cheerful noblewoman apologized, but she didn't need anything from the good-for-nothing man from the von Reinhofer family. Knowing full well that Eleanor saw nothing good in him, the guy decided to first look at her features. To solve this problem, the system activated Knox's insight and began displaying information about Lady de Ravalin. 15-year-old Eleanor's main element was the wind. She is a brilliant accountant and actress, has pride, vanity, and the northern technique of the sword gumil. Possesses the 5th stamina, the 7th mana, the 9th luck, the 7th will, the 21st charm, and the eye of a rich merchant. All the girl's features are not too different from what Knox von Reinhofer knows, although he is lucky in this. The family's middle name, Rivelin Day, was bought by Clarkson, Eleanor's father, who was also a merchant. Although she despises her own status, she has no choice but to use it in life. The girl became the embodiment of anger. Old Knox literally stirred up a nest of snakes. From her side, he really was the worst person in the world. Eleanor bowed and got ready to leave. Unfortunately, she didn't think they were capable of wishing each other good luck. Knox couldn't do that to someone as low as she was, to which Eleanor smiled and said goodbye. Having witnessed this heated dialogue, Thalia Knox suggested that they go, as the Eldain Academy's entrance ceremony would begin soon. Lady Stilliner seemed to shake herself from her thoughts and obeyed the guy. Unable to get rid of Talia, who was stuck to Knox, he simply decided to make the most of her. After all, they were engaged. Taking all these factors into account, the young man now needs to be on guard all the time. A large number of applicants and their companions gathered in the large hall of the academy. Looking around, Knox expected to see children of prominent families gathered here. Some of them could be quite useful. He wants to recruit them there without it affecting the story. But if the young master lures all these serious characters to his side, it will change the original story. Von Reinhofer Jr. realized that it was necessary to approach this issue with the utmost caution. It seemed to him that many of the nobles in the hall were now looking at him, and Dietrich confirmed this guess. Indeed, the boys and girls stared intently at the conqueror of the forest wolves, ogres, and the giant griffin. The Maid de la Ville smiled slightly. In her opinion, the young master was quite popular. In fact, Talia told Knox, who considered himself to be such to some extent, that people looked at him with anger and that this was not popularity. In the central part of the hall, where the guests of the academy had gathered, there was a large lectern for the speaker. The applicants were in their seats, but the lecture podium remained empty. When the still invisible lecturer asked if they could hear him, Knox sighed as it all began. The prospective students looked intently at the pulpit while their servants and maids stood behind and bowed. An unknown and very young fair-haired girl was eating a round, sweet caramel candy. To the surprise of many onlookers, her feet were bandaged, but that was how she walked on the floor. Dressed in strange clothes, she entered the hall and Buono greeted everyone present there. The future students of Eldain Academy looked at this little lady in surprise, not understanding where the professors were now. Applicants are outraged by the presence of this child at the sacred entrance ceremony of the educational institution. They admitted that she was lost, called her simply polite, but only Knox considered these people fools. One of the four elders, Noah von Trinity, was a true monster, not to be judged by her appearance. The girl was a genius at detecting mana with an inferiority complex, 21st in endurance, 8th in luck, and Knox wanted to appear in a good light in front of her. The young man advised Talia, who looked at him with surprise, to behave quietly if she didn't want to die there. A sincerely smiling Noah von Trinity introduced herself. She was pleased to meet the students. She is the new dean of this academy. Continuing to act cheerfully, the girl raised her index finger as if she wanted to say something important. If Trinity, who had suddenly become serious, heard someone call her little again, that person would die. And after these terrible words, she again began to laugh cheerfully and joyfully, as if nothing had happened. With that, she declared the Eldane Academy's entrance ceremony open, much to the surprise of the people in the hall. The boys and girls argued with Trinity that they had never heard of such a rule, and she suddenly agreed with them. According to the girl with strange eyes, the new dean introduced this rule to weed out trash. Suddenly, pillars of bright blue light appeared in the hall, illuminating everyone around. The future students stood on the floor, on which strange signs, unknown to any of them, were glowing. Noah von Trinity, looking at the boys with a cold gaze, expressed hope that they would be able to survive here. Non von Reinhofer was as shocked as the other students and looked at the creepy girl with fear. He couldn't take his eyes off it all, and suddenly he realized that this was where it all began. At that moment, the young man's gaze seemed enchanted by the incredible magic that reigned in the academy hall. People suddenly seemed to turn into shadows and rise up into the sky, and Knox wanted to survive no matter what. They all found themselves in a forest clearing where there were many green trees and the bright sun was shining. A stern man with a blonde beard and white teeth that looked more like fangs stood nearby. While the boys were having difficulty waking up, he shouted loudly, calling for them to get to their feet immediately. The brutal man is outraged at how the guys dare to sleep right in front of him, considering them to have fallen out of an oak tree. Some continued to doze on the green grass, not reacting in any way to the angry cries of this man. He immediately noticed a couple of academy applicants who did not rise to their feet at his command. The next moment, something caught his stern gaze. It was happening in a forest clearing. The man noticed one conscious guy, and it was Knox von Reinhofer, who was barely standing on his feet. Somehow he managed to resist, but the side effects of forced teleportation cannot be simply ignored. The man did not take his eyes off the survivor, but he did not look as cruelly as he had a minute ago. The recent conqueror of the giant griffin slowly approached this bald man, unknown to him. As Knox walked sullenly, he looked at the man and analyzed his unremarkable appearance. He notices the same bright light as in the game, and this man seems to have a halo above his head. Knox remembered from the story that it was written there that the man had long blonde hair. He is a student and combat instructor from the old days at the academy named Burnin, and was nicknamed Takoyaki, which is a disrespectful nickname due to his bald head. Von Reinhofer Jr. is confident that nothing will happen to him if he gets close to Bernan, who still moves normally. The combat instructor continued to look closely at the young man approaching him. Seeing the young man's white hair, Bernan is outraged that he looks at him with such pity. It was nothing special to Knox, but in his mind he thought it was obvious, even though he himself hadn't even noticed. Bernan demands that Knox immediately remember that the instructor has good instincts, and if the boy thinks badly of him, he will immediately regret it. The young nobleman suggests that the man discuss everything else later, but asks him to tell him about the entrance test. Having nothing against it, the instructor intends to wake up everyone lying on the ground and advises Knox to cover his ears, otherwise they might explode. After listening to the combat instructor and graduate of the Eldane Academy, the young man immediately covered his ears. Bernan raised his own hands and began to create something magical, the same color as the light in the academy hall. A bright white illumination appeared, eclipsing everything around except Bernan's clothes. The students quickly woke up and began to rise to their feet, not understanding what the strange hum was. One of the students became very angry. He shouted and rudely insulted the person who did it. The brutal instructor Bernan approached him, calling himself exactly that bad man. An unusual bright light appeared behind the head of the man who seemed evil to the students. The students, who were now feeling unwell, looked at this bald man with distrust. Bernan is outraged by the guy who not only swears at his boss, but also frowns. Does he really want to die? Having accepted the apology from the culprit, the instructor ordered the still unconscious students to be transferred to a safe zone. Having gathered all the other guys around him, Bernan intends to tell them about the entrance test to the Eldane Academy. Knox von Reinhofer looked closely at his brutal mentor and tried to remember his every word. In short, in this one, which is made with the help of magic, the students and the instructor are required to hunt monsters. As a reward for this, various crystals will drop from them. The less mana they contain, the more expensive these exhibits are. A logical question arises. Wouldn't it have been better if they contained more mana? Knox, who understood the intricacies of the game, knew full well that in reality, not everything was so simple. During the entrance test, the Academy representatives look at two things, the first being the student's sense of mana. This was already partially verified and recorded after the boys were forced to teleport Noah. Knox himself, upon waking up, could barely stand on his feet and felt extremely unwell. The second part of the test will involve how the boys can sense the smallest particles of mana. This skill allows mages to feel good in battle. They initially sift out precious stones from gems, and Knox knew this. It's a labyrinth created by the dean of the academy, Noah von Trinity, and the area is full of monsters that Bernan believed the students couldn't handle. So the evil instructor is ready to make an exception and allow the boys to form their own teams, but this doesn't really inspire them. Knox von Reinhofer looked down at his spear, the tip of which began to glow with a magical light. The other students at Eldane Academy looked at their own blades in surprise, as the same thing happened to them. Bernan Takoyaki allows a maximum of 8 people per team and encourages the kids to start quickly. A white bird fluttered in the sky above the students and their instructor and flew away, flapping its wide wings. One of the students looked up with excitement and looked at the feathered creature who was free, unlike them. All the other boys began to watch the bird, and Bernan promised to wait for them all at the top. One student still had questions for the instructor, and the second complained of a headache. He didn't think he would hit his head. After the mentor left, the students reflected on the task they had been given, which seemed difficult to them. Eleanor and the other girls looked sad, as if despair had consumed them. Raising her hand, the girl with dark pink hair looks for those who, besides herself, are willing to help the princess. Smiling, Eleanor promised to reward everyone who would work with her during this test. During this scene, the nobleman's son, Knox von Reinhofer, stood as if apart from everyone else. As everyone headed after Eleanor, the young conqueror of forest monsters went in the other direction. Now it was his turn to smile, because the guy knew everything about the game Inner Lunatic. Normal results won't help characters survive in this damn game. The most important thing here is knowledge, and he needs to monopolize all the advantages so that the sick body becomes stronger. After some time, the young man reached a stone wall where there was a huge entrance to a black cave. The boy took off with his powerful leg, running sharply towards the entrance to the darkness. To gain all the benefits and great power, he needs to go there alone. At the top of the cliff stood Instructor Bernan with several of his subordinates, watching what was happening through binoculars. No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't understand why the new student not only managed to withstand the dean's magic, but also decided to go into the forest alone. He saw Knox von Reinhofer separate from the rest of the boys and head down a different path. Continuing to observe the situation, Bernan admitted that the young student had some fearlessness. Without losing sight of anything in his field of vision, the combat instructor came to the conclusion that everything was not so at all. It's not for nothing that Knox lacks fear, and a diamond in a dung heap is still a diamond. Now Bernan's desire was for the hidden dragon of the von Reinhofer family to demonstrate all that he was capable of, all his talent. The blade of Stormcloak's black sword was heavily soaked in the blood of the young warrior's opponents. On the cold stone floor of the cave near the wild wolf killed by the young master lay crystals. Similar objects were found near other terrible monsters that Knox von Reinhafer eliminated while wandering through the cave. There were enough crystals here to achieve victory, but Knox continued to go deeper into the cave where the light was shining. As he went deeper, Knox was unaware that he was being followed by a certain man whose face was not visible in the darkness. It was an as yet unknown girl, and her identity still needs to be revealed. She stood still and watched as young Mr. Knox von Reinhafer walked forward after destroying the monsters. A girl in shoes walked through a wooded area, completing a test assignment given by the instructor. As a result, a lot of blood was spilled from the monsters who died in battles with the people from the Elden Academy. Another destroyed forest predatory wolf with sharp claws fell to the ground, unable to overcome the man. Thalia, standing with the other girls, held swords in her hands and fought the monsters. She was worried about where Knox might go, since she was planning to go with him. The owner of dark pink hair reminded her of the need to protect Princess Penelope, demanding that the girl dedicate herself to the fight against them. Having destroyed the monsters, the three girls were left alone and examined the cavern. The princess reported that they had risen high and ventured to call the purple crystal one of the highest rank. The lady who had been screaming for her protection disagreed, pointing out that they had performed the Noah von Trinity test, so there must be something else, and the princess agreed. The other students sighed heavily after defeating the monsters, blood visible on their swords. But in their current state, it will be extremely difficult for these guys to get up when the carnage is over. The pink-haired girl, who fiercely protected the princess, looked at the others like a predator and could not simply give up. She had already promised Mrs. Penelope that she would help her obtain the highest position. The current Arcane Empire is rotten to the core, so it is Penelope who must take the throne to restore the state to its former glory. The girl, who was constantly thinking about this, decided to help the princess in any way possible. Thalia was fine. She suggested to Penelope that if she was ready, they could gather those who weren't too tired and move on. Listening to her own subordinates, the princess looked ahead with a sad gaze. In her own hand, she was clutching the beautiful blue crystal that Bernon had spoken of earlier. Penelope was forced to agree with the girls and agreed to go further, but they would have to be patient for a little while. Knox stopped and felt unwell after fighting dangerous monsters and wolves. The negative trait of cold hands and feet was in effect, his movement speed and breathing worsened, and due to the reduced characteristics he walks more slowly. This message from the system brought the brave warrior into a state of sadness, although he had foreseen something like this. Von Reinhafer Jr. stopped moving and stood there, lost in thought. As if remembering his own magical abilities, Knox snapped his fingers and a small flame appeared on his hand. And then the penalty of cold hands and feet was removed by the system due to basic ignition magic. The boy came to the understanding that he needed to get rid of the cold if he wanted to use this body that was alien to him. Knox von Reinhafer immediately felt that he was already close to his goal. With a flame on his hand, the young slayer of monsters continued to walk through the forest clearing. When I looked ahead, I decided that this is exactly what the ice witch Noah von Trinity would do. Looking at the area in front of him, Knox realized that this was the top of a mountain, but there was somehow too much ice here. The next moment, the young man exhaled heavily with cold air due to the effect of the ice. Gathering all his strength to overcome the ice obstacle, the warrior closed his eyes and concentrated. The brave young man dropped to one knee and touched the ground, knowing that although this place looked like an ordinary island, it was not. But Von Trinity created this area called the Artificial Labyrinth Noah, where everything here is made of magic. Therefore, all living creatures and monsters that appear here were also formed thanks to magic. Looking around him carefully, Knox was amazed at how much mana the sorceress Trinity had concentrated. The brave knight smiled, as if the little girl's enormous strength did not bother him at all. Knox von Reinhafer, who was completely confident in himself, clenched his fist, since Trinity's power was of no importance to him. The ice, which had seemed strong, began to crack, as if it had been affected by the energy of the young master. The sky darkened, the sun disappeared somewhere, black birds flew quickly as if running from something terrible. Suddenly, a huge, terrifying ice monster appeared, looking like an ogre. Just a few of these terrifying monsters stood before the lone Knox von Reinhofer, who held the black sword Stormbringer in his hands. These were ice trolls, well known in this world for their huge amount of health and regeneration. The young brave man had just seen one of the monsters who had killed a bunch of newcomers, but this did not apply to the nobleman's son himself. Without hesitation, the muscular troll suddenly struck a powerful blow, but Knox turned away in time and skillfully. The terrible beast struck a second blow with its giant, deadly club, intending to finish off Knox. Taking control of the situation, the young man dodged again, preparing to engage the troll in battle. Against the backdrop of the huge monster, the man looked like a small puppy, but the guy had no intention of giving up. The ice creature's club was near Knox, and it seemed that this time he would not be able to escape death. Looking coldly at the troll's weapon, the young gentleman was fully prepared to repel the blow. Without losing control of the situation, the young warrior raised his black sword to repel the troll's attack. He knew that Noah von Trinity wouldn't push applicants into a corner, even though she was obsessed with talented students. Moreover, ice trolls could not be destroyed by just any students, which the boy also understood perfectly well. In Knox's understanding, the trolls are of a mid to low rank, and if this happened in reality, the students would simply be cut to pieces. While the young man was thinking, the monsters continued to advance on him, terrifying him with eerie screams. The boy, who was busy fighting ice monsters, didn't know that a girl from the cave was watching him. In this Eldane Academy test, the dangerous trolls have a unique attack pattern. The first monster to attack will always be in the center and will start with a vertical attack. The second monster will carry out a horizontal attack, although its radius is larger than the first one, but the attack speed is also lower. The last troll in this clearing will perform a stabbing attack, and is the weakest monster. Knowing all this perfectly well, Knox von Reinhofer smiled triumphantly, intending to simply parry the monster's attack. Gathering his strength, the young man rushed into the dangerous battle, masterfully wielding his black sword. The ice monsters, not expecting such powerful resistance from a human, screamed throughout the forest. No one could go against the Black Storm Petrel. This sword had proven its effectiveness in previous confrontations. With a deft movement, the young nobleman Knox von Reinhofer struck the body of the huge troll. Thus, the first blood of the trolls was shed in this duel, from which Knox intended to emerge victorious. Deftly moving behind the troll, Knox swung his black sword for another powerful blow. The monster, not expecting such a turn of events, screamed in wild pain, spitting out a sea of blood. Observing the reaction of his mortal enemy, the young nobleman's son felt no pity for him. The dead bodies of the terrifying ice monsters lay on the frozen ground, their blood visible everywhere. The young triumphant man reached his hand towards the body of one of the slain enemies and pulled out a gray crystal. It was because of them that Knox did not pay attention to other such artifacts, and the hidden gray crystal was hidden here by Noah von Trinity. The young man is ready to exchange it for the scroll he needs, and after this part of the story, he plans to strengthen the skill of the Hour of Genius. One of the test participants held a large, sparkling blue crystal in her hands. In her opinion, they could be in first place, while the second is eagerly awaiting the announcement of the results. The other students cheerfully praise their colleague for her incredible efforts and success. Eleanor, who is present nearby, also thinks that this is not bad, but the girls say it as if this crystal is enough for a good result. The image of Knox von Reinhofer turning around and heading the other way was before her eyes, so the lady's heart was heavy. While her colleagues discussed the resulting crystal, Eleanor recalled moments from her childhood. One day, her father began to scold the girl for her quarrel with the young master of the von Reinhofer family, not understanding why she did it. He recalled how he had spoken earlier about the family that needs to be formed so that no one would look down on him. The parent looked intently at his own daughter, scolding her for the unpleasant scandal that had occurred. He spoke of the need for them to climb higher, so the girl needs to lure Knox to her side, even if she has to give up everything she has. Poor little Eleanor could only listen to her parent with tears in her eyes. The greedy and calculating father never thought of the baby as his own daughter. In the clearing, Eleanor wondered why Knox von Reinhafer had disappeared somewhere, if it was better to take the test with someone, but the guy could know some secret of this place. Analyzing information about her friend, with whom she had previously quarreled, the girl became thoughtful. Then she raised her hand, wanting to make some kind of offer to the students nearby. With a solemn air, Eleanor invites the students to go with her even higher, and then they will receive an incredible reward from the Rivalin family. She thinks it would be too dangerous because the group members could get hurt, and the second girl is sure that she just doesn't like the crystal. According to a smiling Eleanor, great risk comes with a corresponding reward. The other Eldon Academy students standing nearby agreed to follow the noble woman, hoping for a good prize. Another man raised his hand and also asked permission to go with Madame de Rivalin. The girl realized that it all came down to money, although she was not aware of Knox's own thoughts. But nothing bad would come of a simple check. All those who wanted to were gathered, and the cheerful student Eleanor suggested leaving. Behind one hill there was another, even more covered with snow, from which grew tall trees, shrouded in frost. The reason Knox took such a big risk and went to fight the ice trolls alone is very simple. It's worth the risk. There's also zero chance of enhancing the genius hour, and if it weren't for the hidden dexterity stat the guy discovered, it would be almost impossible. Even if the young warrior attracts attention, nothing can be done about it. Suddenly, something caught the attention of the conqueror of trolls and ogres. He looked in surprise in the direction from which the noise came. Seeing the blade sink into the hard ground, Knox von Reinhafer instantly raised his black sword Stormbringer, preparing for battle. The unexpected appearance of a stranger in a snow-covered forest clearing almost froze the boy. The man who came admitted that he did not expect to meet the young gentleman in such a place. By his own admission, Paracelsus was delighted to meet the young lord of the von Reinhafer family again. With his eyes wide open, the warrior Knox looked at the familiar wandering knight. Having recovered from the tense initial reaction to the appearance of the man, Theo's son continued to silently look at Paracelsus. The knight was not at all constrained, and looked at the young fighter in front of him with a smile. Knox, who was very nervous, remembered very well that such an episode should not have happened. It was very strange. Not only a genius of the sword and battle, Paracelsus was a brilliant physician, cruel to the strong and gentle to the weak. He despised the nobility and possessed 10th-rate endurance. His skills were the fusion of the divine sword and the wanderer's sword. Overall, he is one of the strongest characters in Inner Lunatic and one of the 3 sword emperors. It's completely unclear what such a character is doing here. In this chapter, he is obliged to fight the protagonist. The young warrior Knox knew well that it was the protagonist who had to inspire Paracelsus with his own desire to save Eleanor, who was in danger. But something was wrong here, and the next moment, something black began to circle around Paracelsus, who had quickly become serious. At the last moment, Knox von Reinhafer managed to thrust his black sword forward, and the blade flew into it at full speed. While he was thinking about a protagonist for Paracelsus, he demanded that he give him the item that Knox was carrying with him. The young master's genius acting trait was activated, and for him, his recent comrade in arms became a pathetic worm. Paracelsus instantly rushed at his opponent, but Knox skillfully and quickly turned away from the attack. But if the young man fighting the enemy is right, then the protagonist who should be in this world simply does not exist. The well-fought Paracelsus barely managed to pierce Knox with his bladed weapon, but he cleverly turned away. Understanding the need to stop the enemy here, Knox wonders if he will take responsibility for throwing history off course. Paracelsus did not know what his rival was talking about, but the wandering knight immediately noticed something suspicious. Even during that very meeting in Chad, he noticed Knox von Reinhafer's perfect sword control. Now the enemy feels like the nobleman's son is worried, so he needs to give Paracelsus the sword, and he can get the highest score with the black crystal. And if Knox refuses, Paracelsus promises to do everything possible to take the weapon away from the guy. For von Reinhofer Jr., this was extremely disgusting, but he understood what the wandering knight had planned all along. The smiling villain believes that nothing can be done now that his opponent has been caught in a cold forest clearing. Knox lowered his head and reflected that Paracelsus might be one of the strongest characters here, but his talent had not yet fully developed. The young master's opponent may be a genius, but if the Griffin's slayer uses the hour of genius skill, he will surely win the battle. Knox, who had once again become a cold-blooded soldier, did not have the opportunity to use this option in this battle. Remembering Eleanor, he thought that if there really was no protagonist in this world, then the guy would have to save her. It may be a lottery, but the ogre and troll exterminator currently has no choice. When the sword fight between them temporarily paused, Mr. Knox revealed that Paracelsus was not the only character who knew the secret. Continuing to smile, the enemy doubted Knox's likely request to be gentler with him if he remembered the wanderer's name. Without taking his eyes off the enemy, the young nobleman turned again to Paracelsus, calling him by his short name. He didn't react in any way yet and also looked at his opponent, considering himself stronger and better than him. Knox von Reinhofer knows full well that his current enemy entered Eldon Academy for the chance to uncover the secret of his own master. Hearing these words, Paracelsus suddenly became furious and called the guy offensively. And the already smiling young gentleman from the von Reinhofer family inquired about the opponent's readiness to talk. Eleanor and other students traversed the snowy terrain in search of crystals. The girl, who came from a family of merchants, confidently walked forward at the head of her group. Princess Penelope, who was in the company of other girls, saw Eleanor approaching them. Greeting the noblewoman with a sad look, the crowned person knew perfectly well that the girl would get here. Coming closer, Eleanor bowed to the princess, in whose path she would not dare to stand. The lady, who wanted to continue the conversation with the heiress, did not have time to say anything clearly because of the loud noise. Not far from the group of students, a deadly battle was taking place between Knox von Reinhofer and Paracelsus. In another episode of the duel, the wandering knight flew towards his opponent, pointing his own sword at him. Just like before, the young nobleman reacted quickly and turned away from the blade, which was emitting a hellish cold. At that time, Princess Penelope explained to her companion Echina about her unwillingness to take part in senseless battles. Objectively speaking, unless both warriors are seriously injured, it will be very difficult to defeat them. And if Knox and Paracelsus suddenly decide to unite due to outside interference, then these people will find themselves in even greater danger. Hearing such unpleasant words, Echina became angry, not fearing the princess's negative reaction. But she continued to tightly clutch in her own hand the black crystal she had obtained in the recent battle with the monsters. Quickly calming down, Echina pressed her hands to her chest and promised to follow Penelope's orders. Eleanor, watching the boys fighting, experienced strange feelings because she knew Knox von Reinhofer as a good-for-nothing person. The girl watched the battle with a feeling of unease, not understanding when her nobleman friend had become so strong. Princess Penelope, along with her faithful Echina, continued to stand on the hill while Eleanor and the rest of her group were below. They were unwitting witnesses to the dangerous confrontation between Knox von Reinhofer and the knight Paracelsus. Turning to Talia, Echina asks if her colleague is watching this battle, but she brushes off the nasty lady. Talia asked if her friend knew who Knox was fighting, but Echina was unaware of the presence of the destroyer of the East named Paracelsus among the students. When I said this name, I closed my eyes as if I felt something bad. Grey Wolf Paracelsus has been known since his early years as the killer of countless bandits in the East. But the fifth son of the noble family von Reinhofer also appeared before Echina in a new light. The girl did not expect to see such good handling of the sword from Knox, who would have made an excellent knight if he had not been lustful. Thalia, who strongly doubts this, does not agree with Echina, but the latter immediately became interested in how she could be sure of the opposite. Paracelsus, who continued to insult Knox, continued to advance towards him with an angry look, wielding his sword. Von Reinhafer Jr. watched his opponent closely, who hesitated, but that was a natural reaction. The nobleman's son also knew that a strong man named Celsus was the only teacher of his current rival. But this man had long since died, after which his young ward was left alone. Knox, who was repelling the enemy's powerful blows, remembered that the mentor was dead because of a villain from the Millis Academy. Holding the heavy sword in his hands, Paracelsus decided that he had had enough of politeness in this confrontation. He again rushed to attack the nobleman's son, and again Knox managed to repel it, fighting off the stormcloak. The genius actor was activated, and a sly smile appeared on the face of the conqueror of ogres, trolls, and a griffin. When they crossed swords in the next episode of the fight, the young man reminded his opponent that it was not he who killed his mentor. And then with a deft and powerful blow he parried Paracelsus's weapon, which again failed. One of the three sword emperors did not retreat, and he continued to fight further with the son of a noble family. The villain's attack pattern became simpler, and Knox fully admitted the presence of genius in this character. Paracelsus, fighting against him on the ice field, was still a young hero. Seizing the moment, the villain approached his enemy closely, but something unexpected happened. For the first time during the battle, Paracelsus experienced severe pain, causing him to scream loudly. With a deft blow, Knox von Reinhafer sent the wandering knight flying, something he hadn't expected. But Paracelsus did not collapse, suffering a shameful defeat, but quickly rose to his feet, holding his weapon. Concentrating, the knight looked confidently at the enemy, and with an evil smile he wanted to show his imaginary superiority. He lunged forward once again, threatening to thrust the tip of his own blade into Knox. Filled with hatred, Paracelsus wondered if his opponent would be able to repeat all this. Undeterred by the swift onslaught, Knox was ready to do this with ease with a smile. Realizing that Paracelsus's attacks were becoming more intense, the young man, who was confident on his feet, decided not to drag out the battle any longer. Something in Knox changed quickly, and the knight immediately noticed it, looking at him with apprehension. But when Paracelsus uses his master's sword technique, called the living sword, Knox's defeat seems natural. This irritated the conqueror of ogres and trolls, because it was not for nothing that this was the technique of the Emperor of the Sword. Continuing to watch his enemy, the wandering knight noticed that he was distracted, but did not risk delivering a killing blow. Another swing of the cold weapon followed, the black blade of which threatened the opponent with death. Knox von Reinhafer quickly dodged, avoiding being pierced, and hissed at Paracelsus. Considering how the knight tries to take away what belongs to someone else, Knox actually sees him as a lowly commoner. After the knight's trait of contempt for the nobility was activated, he immediately blamed them for what this world had become. Knox finds this all ridiculous, realizing that Paracelsus needs someone to hate, but in this regard, he is simply wasting his own time. Brave warriors once again crossed black and white swords in a dangerous battle, striving for a glorious victory. Knox wonders if his opponent will be happy if this is how it ends today, and he apparently doesn't want to hear about his own teacher. He immediately turned his gaze to the side, because the young nobleman was thinking about something else. He needs to stall for a little more time, because the monster attacking Eleanor will appear at exactly 9 o'clock tonight. As the system reported 2 minutes to 9 o'clock, a smiling Paracelsus announced his readiness to receive information even after Knox's limbs had been cut off. The young nobleman holding his hand does not think that nothing will happen to the knight who harmed the representative of the nobility. Promising to think about it later, Paracelsus wonders if his opponent thinks there are too many spectators watching their confrontation. Knox von Reinhafer doesn't care. He is as confident in the next attack as in the last one, and received praise from the knight for this. Rushing towards the young man, Paracelsus continued to smile and was about to test his confidence. A reflection of the enemy suddenly appeared in his eyes, as if it did not bode well. Knox began to smile, which did not look like a man who was ready to be defeated. When Paracelsus caught up with his opponent, he unexpectedly dodged deftly, holding the Stormcloak's sword, which was gaining magical mana. The knight no longer smiled. What had happened had surprised him and thwarted his plans to destroy the nobleman's son. Knox von Reinhafer was extremely stern and serious. He demanded that his enemy leave here. Then he dealt a powerful, sparkling blow to Paracelsus, which he absolutely did not expect. A black shadow flew by, and the guy now had no time to mess around with a man who was thirsty for someone else's weapon. Eleanor was surprised by Knox's sudden acceleration, even though he was fighting the Academy's strongest student. A sharp noise was heard, which made the noblewoman shift her gaze from the battlefield to the other side. Together with the guys behind her, the girl noticed a black shadow that was approaching very quickly, which greatly surprised the people. This mysterious scarecrow frightened Eleanor. She looked at the black shadow, her big eyes wide open. When the phantom began to take on relative forms, the girl recognized him as the Black Tramp. The ghost, with white glowing lights instead of eyes, could not dodge and was afraid of dying here so senselessly. Eleanor covered her ears with her hands from the strange vibrations. Now the unfortunate woman was experiencing intense fear. Incredible events were happening in the clearing, and the frightened lady opened her eyes in surprise. She stared ahead with glassy eyes but continued to keep her ears closed. Knox von Reinhafer stood before her, quickly dispelling the black shadow, thus freeing the girl from the feeling of horror. He looked at the unfortunate Eleanor with a certain condemnation, criticizing her for what he considered to be a pitiful appearance. The Black Tramp still towered over the people when the young gentleman stood suspiciously and looked at the girl. A very surprised Eleanor wonders why the Troll Slayer did this. A disgruntled Knox couldn't believe that the students couldn't defeat even one monster by working as a team. But if we take Eleanor herself into account, then there is nothing surprising for the young man. The Nightwalker is a high-ranking monster and was not originally present in Noah's Labyrinth. But the real monster was the protagonist, the man who killed Paracelsus's teacher. And he got involved in this matter probably because of Eleanor herself, who could die because of him. Knox remembered well that the cold nature of the girl, who came from a trading family, softened after she was saved by the protagonist. Looking at the ladies who approached, the young man came to the conclusion that now all this meant nothing. After all, the protagonist no longer existed, and von Reinhafer Jr. knew it. Eleanor looked at the young warrior with a certain amount of anger, as if he were the cause of her troubles. The words spoken by the guy seemed cruel to Penelope, who was standing nearby. For her, what happened was not normal, even though he saved Lady de Rivelin. Assuming that the princess herself was standing before him at that moment, the nobleman's son bowed to the crowned person. She holds Instructor Eldine and Noah von Trinity responsible for the situation, as ordinary students are unable to defeat the Nightwalker. The enemies of Knox and the others do not choose their opponents, and it is strange to Knox that only Princess Penelope understands this better than anyone else here. A lady with dark blue hair raised her hand in front of the princess, who was surprised by such loud words, demanding that she not insult her mistress. Doesn't he agree that this situation is not normal, and isn't that why he helped? Knox recognized Ehina von Janes, the one with the vertical pupils in her eyes and the princess's closest assistant, who would also be the future head of her family. The lady, unfamiliar with the von Reinhafers, was called the Snake of Greed, but why would a dark family communicate with a holy family? This shouldn't happen in the game Inner Lunatic, and Knox replied that he had nothing to say to the dog of the Holy Family. A shocked Akina asked the young warrior again if he was really insulting the Janes clan. While Knox continued to sort things out with the princess's maid, a man watched them. Instructor Bernard, who sent the students to take the test, shouted loudly and ordered them to stop swearing among themselves. The formidable mentor of the boys who had entered the academy descended down the frozen cliff and began to scold everyone present. When the man stood up, Knox von Reinhafer inquired about the completion of the tests they were taking. After stopping his shouting, Instructor Bernard looked at the brave young man and confirmed the mission was stopped. Seeing the black crystal at nose, the instructor didn't expect anyone to get it, praising the incredible guy who is full of surprises. Not expecting such an attack directed at himself, The young warrior looked questioningly at Bernal. The academy instructor awarded first place to Knox von Reinhafp, who obtained the black crystal. Next, turning to the girls, Bernal suggested that everyone who had obtained purple crystals should share the second position. Having heard the instructor's verdict, Princess Penelope raised her hand, demanding attention. Recalling the Nightwalker's attack, the princess wonders if the instructor took this into account. She demands an explanation, because such a monster has no place here. Vernon raises his index finger and promises to carry out the necessary investigation with an important air. Realizing the inadequacy of the measures taken, he promises separate compensation to the cadet Eleanor, who was put in danger. Contacting Knox, whom he called White Heir, the instructor promised a special reward for saving another cadet. Knox turned and walked away, indifferently rejecting the prize offered to him. Knox doesn't want to interact with Eleanor, no matter how things turn out due to the absence of the protagonist, and there is no need to deviate from the original plan. And if the young man accepts the award, he will have to admit that he did it deliberately, so it is necessary to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Unexpectedly for the guy himself, Madame de Rivelin approached him, wondering why he saved her. The state of his genius acting was temporarily shaken. Knox became nervous. He knew that he would not be able to simply run away. Still standing with his back to the girl, the warrior told how he dealt with the monster, and she simply happened to be nearby. Eleanor only looked questioningly at the man who saved her from a terrible death. Without moving, Knox felt Eleanor's gaze on him from behind him and realized how much he had screwed up. As her nickname, the Fox of Wealth, suggests, this lady is cold and calculating in her actions. She also believes that everything in this world can be acquired, even loyalty. After passing the test, the girl returned back to the academy's residential building in her carriage. Looking at the scenery outside the window, she didn't understand why Knox saved her, and he even refused the instructor's reward. Remembering those previous moments, the words of the guy who was dealing with the monster, and she was nearby, came back to mind. Eleanor admired the green trees outside the carriage window, and the young warrior's words seemed like a ridiculous lie to her. The boy who was with her in the transport doubts that Knox von Reinhaffer intended to do this. He reminded the girl of her own words regarding the fact that this nobleman's son was a good-for-nothing person. But now Eleanor doubted it. It wasn't a lie. The guy must have had other reasons. The boy talking to the girl didn't really believe her words, and she herself looked noticeably sad. Madame de Rivelin is thinking of looking into all this more thoroughly, and her servant is ready to carry out the necessary investigation. And he was very surprised when she responded negatively to his proposal. It's just that if they find out that Eleanor and her servants are investigating the von Reinhaffer family, things won't be so simple, so she'll take up the investigation herself. Meanwhile, the noblewoman studied courses on basic endurance training, the history of Archime, imperial etiquette, advanced combat techniques, and others. Having looked at the contents of the scroll, the boy only smiled to himself, briefly agreeing with his lady. The carriage with the travelers continued to move along its route, gradually approaching its final destination. Near the large, noble mansion there were beautiful green flower beds. The tall, large windows of the von Reinhaffer estate let in rays of sunlight, which warmed the tired Knox. The young man himself sat in an armchair in his room looking unwell, and next to him stood his devoted servant Dietrich. She is worried if the gentleman is okay because he is so pale and his hands and feet may get cold again. The slayer of the trolls and the griffin had already recovered from this, so he asked the maid not to worry, but in fact there was something to worry about. Someone needs to play the role of the missing protagonist in order to return Knox's memories and understand who sent him the mystical message. It was decided that no more unnecessary deviations could be allowed, but Knox himself is the villain. A sudden thought struck the young gentleman, who seemed to come out of his stupor. A surprised Dietrich watched as the guy, who had suddenly risen to his feet, discussed a method that could pull this all off. Delighted, he thought about the only way to take on the role of villain and hero in this strange world. A bloody sunset illuminated the battlefield, where the monsters that had died in battle lay, but the military banners continued to hang. With her back to the destroyed enemies stood a tall girl with long red hair, holding her sword in her hands. The red sunset, large clouds running across the sky, and gusts of wind indicated bloody events on Earth. The knight, whose name was Miss Luna, approached the girl and informed her of the beginning of a movement among the demonic people. The warlike lady remained silent, not letting go of her weapon, and the warrior confidently announced his awakening. In a cold voice, the girl declared that a storm of blood would sweep across the continent again. She ordered the Dafa warrior to prepare because they must achieve their goal, and he understands this very well. Having finished her short dialogue with her subordinate, Miss Luna began to put on her outerwear. On the left side of the jacket, a crescent-shaped pin was visible, which could indicate that Luna belonged to the aristocracy. Leaving the battlefield with a strong determination, the stern girl moved forward to destroy the Arkheim Empire. Knox remembered sitting at the computer in a dark room, still Yu Chang. Being so drawn into the game, he then saw only a glowing monitor in front of him. There is one thing that gamers who have played countless games think the same way. Namely, Knox already knows well that the protagonist and antagonist are not so different. The young man understood perfectly well that they both were going through many similar situations. And here we must include the boss monster, who is the absolute villain of the game. In most recent games, villains have experienced some kind of trauma, and this makes them similar to the main characters. To put it much more simply, even villains have reasons for acting the way Knox does. The brave conqueror of numerous monsters knew that people have always gone crazy over villains. Knox von Reinhafer was in the town square inside the fortress, and the rest of its defenders were wandering around. It was as if he didn't see anyone around him, and, immersed in his own thoughts, he walked on. Of course, it cannot be said that the protagonist and the villain are completely identical. Knox knows that a villain will always remain a villain. He is not capable of becoming the main character. But this only applies to games, and in a world heading towards destruction, where there is no hero, the villain will have only one option to survive. To do this, the negative character needs to become both a villain and a hero at the same time. The young warrior stood before a path that led him deeper into the mysterious territory. Knox von Reinhafer, hesitant, considered his next steps in this area. A path opened up before him between two buildings, illuminated by a blue magical light. The young gentleman did not like to risk his own life, but he had no choice now. It had to be done. The greatest villainous organization in the game Inner Lunatic is a group that is planning to overthrow the imperial family. A white cloud with a blue tint appeared in the hands of the young warrior, from which magic emanated. After Knox cast his magic, the path in front of him became incredibly brightly illuminated, allowing him to walk towards the sleepwalkers. Next to the formidable instructor Bernard, there were two more respectable men. They were accompanied by three people who could have been teachers or instructors. At the head of the long table sat the dean of the Elden Academy, Noah von Trinity, around whom all these people were present. Leaning her hand on her head, the little girl was frankly bored and looking somewhere to the side. Vernon asked the purple-haired man about the safety of something, but the man reminded him of his personal observation of the test. The neighbor thought his colleague had made a mistake, but he, after speaking rudely, said that he had done nothing. The girl, still bored, looked at what was happening with indifference and did not react in any way. Suddenly, Trinity's eyes widened and she became curious about what her subordinates were doing. Bernard and his colleague smiled, hugged each other, and reassured the girl that they were not doing anything. Spreading his fingers, the stern instructor suggested that everyone continue where they had left off. Noah von Trinity had already filled everyone in on the situation, so she was surprised, as if she hadn't said enough and that they weren't listening to her. An elderly man present at the table tried to rectify the situation and spoke first on behalf of the mentors. He spread his hands and recalled the dean's words regarding the enemy who appeared during the entrance test. Noah von Trinity turned to look at him and confirmed her companion's words. According to the little girl, this man most likely wants the Elden Academy to fall, like the rest of the Empire. Mentioning Eleanor de Rivellin, The girl asked if her colleagues knew why the enemies were targeting the young star of the financial world. The purple-haired man says that the merchants run by the Rivalin family are responsible for 70% of the trade. If the enemy, as Burnham believes, is deliberately targeting the Rivalin merchants, then he already has his next target. What has happened now is a warning to the Academy, so the Dean suggests preparing for what will follow these events. The men sitting at the long table bowed to the girl and agreed with her words. Noah Vaughn Trinity then placed her hand on the armrest of the chair she had been sitting in during the meeting. Suddenly remembering something important, the Dean of the Academy remembered another person who could be dangerous. Vernon and all the other mentors turned sharply to their superior, not understanding what kind of dangerous person they were talking about. Now Trinity looked at her comrades with a frightened look, as if she was ready to burst into tears. As Knox walked deeper into the dark cave in search of crystals, Trinity followed him from behind. When the guy had moved away to a relatively large distance, she came out of the shadows and continued to look past him. With some solemnity, the little girl mentioned the student who was the most talented of all the applicants. This message surprised everyone present, and the man with purple hair cried out, not knowing who they were talking about. For the first time since Princess Noah Vaughn, Trinity recognized the talent of another person, and it amazed the man. And then the little girl said the name of Knox von Reinhaver and confused everyone at the table. The same purple-haired man remembered the boy as a good-for-nothing member of the Reinhafer family, but the girl only smiled. As Knox smiled slyly, and memories of the child came to his mind. Walking up to the room's window, Noah von Trinity grabbed the bars and looked ahead. She admitted that the guy had more power than she did, which caused a stir among the men sitting behind her. These words caused great indignation in the purple-haired man, who shouted at the top of his lungs. One of the mentors thought he had misheard. The second again remembered the good-for-nothing Knox. The man with big blue eyes looked ahead as if he had seen something incredible. The wooden door made a slight noise as they tried to open it from the other side. Inside the town tavern, candles were burning brightly, and it was here that Knox von Reinhafer entered. The rude bartender thought that the guest had forgotten something or had gotten lost in the drinking establishment. Knox assumed it was Chiron, who appeared to be the owner of the tavern, but his true face was a little different. The guy approached, leaned against the bar counter, and mentioned the moonlight of the clawed feather in the name of the Empire. Hearing these words, the bartender looked tensely at the guest who had entered and began to think feverishly. Knox von Reinhafer was no less intently studying the tavern worker, as if drilling him with his gaze. The bartender allowed him to leave, although he had no idea why the man had given the guest a secret code. Having become more self-confident, the young warrior does not mind if the employee introduces himself to him. Closing his eyes and looking down, the bartender mentioned that everyone called him Chiron. Knox von Reinhafer turned and started to leave, the bartender watching him with a distrustful look. Why did the young man approach the high shelves where various bottles were located and begin to examine them? He was more concerned now about the problem of how to get to the lunatic's headquarters, and the guy was now thinking about this. Taking a wide, dark blue container with a narrow neck, he mentally called out the third number. Then the young conqueror of the forest monsters made a choice in favor of the first bottle with 2 handles. Knox von Reinhafer then began to examine the 8th and 4th containers that stood on the shelves. The situation around Knox began to change rapidly. He was enveloped in a light blue glow. After just a moment, this magic became much greater. The magic rapidly rose upward in the room. The system reported that the young master, who had unexpectedly been affected by high-level magic, had been struck by it. Due to these changes, Knox von Reinhafer's mana will temporarily reverse its own flow. The genius sense of mana was deactivated, and the player was transported to the prepared location. Now, due to his extremely low stats, the young nobleman felt dizzy. He looked down intently, as if something unusual had caught his attention. Someone held the blade of a long, sharp sword to Knox's throat, something he had never expected. Looking forward, the slayer of the trolls and the griffin saw a fair-haired girl in a white shirt standing in front of him. Continuing to threaten him with the sword, The stranger, with a stern expression on her face, asked who he was. Having looked closely at this girl, Knox von Reinhafer smiled. He recognized Luna. She seemed not to hear the young man, whose throat began to flow with dark red blood from the sharp blade of the sword. Then he solemnly announced that he had come to the leader of the lunatics, the only one of the three emperors whose face was unknown to anyone. The astonished girl is ready to ask again the guy who knows not only about their secret headquarters, but also about her. She wondered who he was, and the guy gave his full name, declaring his desire to join the lunatics. It was night above the big house. Light blue clouds were running across the sky, the stars were burning, and the moon was shining brightly. On the windowsill, near the high window through which the moonlight penetrated, sat Paracelsus. He was very thoughtful and recalled his recent opponent, Knox von Reinhafer. Reflecting on the duel that had taken place, Paracelsus suspected that Knox was aware of the details of the death of Old Man Celsus. Having come to the conclusion that his rival knew about the death of his teacher, the knight doubted that his rival thought that the death of one of the three sword emperors was accidental. Looking up at the night sky, Paracelsus thought about the shame of the von Reinhafer family and could not believe that they were lying so blatantly. In the fight, Knox could be a few seconds faster than his opponent, who had never seen anyone so fast in his life, not counting the old man. Paracelsus recalled the past and looked with an indifferent gaze out the window, behind which stood a quiet night. All information about the warrior must have been manipulated from the start, and rumors about him and his behavior turned out to be false. Tired of long reflections, Paracelsus got up from the windowsill and went to his bed. He decided to rest, but while lying on the bed in a heavy mood, he continued to think about the past. The knight-errant was curious about the reason why the Reinhafer family would hide someone so talented, although it was none of his business. Paracelsus looked at the sky, realizing that no one would stop him on his way, especially not noble people. The weather outside was incredible, the moon was shining, and there was a peaceful silence. When the knight unbuttoned his nightshirt, the cuts he had received from his battle with Knox were visible on his chest. While thinking about this, Paracelsus did not even notice how he involuntarily closed his eyes and fell into a doze. Empress Esteban von Archheim went mad and tried to rule the country through tyranny, causing the power of the royal family to be divided. Her daughter is known as a benevolent princess, and she is gathering forces to confront the first prince in the political arena. The then young Paracelsus was faced with the choice of choosing one side or the other in order to survive. The long-haired man asks the boy to enroll in Eldine Academy and think about who he will join there when he starts studying. For the young man, who already had a sword, this was the last task from his powerful mentor. These heavy memories came into Paracelsus's dreams, and they made him fidget on the sofa. The teacher continued to instruct his young student, reminding him that he had taught him everything during this time. But then a black man in a long cloak struck the mentor, causing him to fall to the ground. Blood began to flow from under the body of the unfortunate man. He barely apologized to his student for being the first to leave this world. Waking up from sleep, Paracelsus sat up in his bed and covered his face with his hands. Heavy memories haunted the young warrior, and he stared ahead with a blank look. He looked at the palm of his left hand, on which a bright pink glow had appeared. Sitting down on the edge of the sofa, Paracelsus scratched his head and wanted the dead teacher to leave him alone. Then he rose to his feet with difficulty, and bending over, headed off somewhere to the side. The sword knight continued walking, and did not understand why the dead man continued to appear in his dreams. Luna, who threatened Knox with a sword, was a genius of the sword and battle, aggressive, cruel, crazy, had 27th endurance and other parameters. One of the three sword emperors, Moon possessed fighting spirit, piercing gaze, intimidation, moon sword, and mana explosion. She was considered a monster on par with knights who reached their peak at 20 years old, a monster whose mastery was incredibly difficult to achieve. Unlike the dark art of the sword, which Knox can only learn after becoming a patriarch, he will be able to master Luna's technique if he gains her trust. The girl invites him to hold the sword to the guy's throat, and does not understand why the son of the Reinhafer family is interested in a criminal organization. The system immediately notified the character about the imposition of LV bleeding on the young man's body. With his hands raised, Knox von Reinhafer expressed his desire to see the Arkheim Empire collapse. He told the girl, who was surprised by such words, that it was necessary to first destroy the Eldine Academy so that the Empire would fall. Pressing his hand to his heart and smiling, the young man promised to become a spy for a criminal organization. Luna looked at him with a bold gaze and did not take her eyes off him. She was interested in the guy's confidence in his competence. With a serious look, the conqueror of the forest wolves and the griffin assured the lady of his own abilities. Continuing to carefully figure out her opponent, Luna could not figure out a quick solution. Well, a minute later, she lowered the sword down, making sure of its honesty, called it steadfast, and asked its name. Knox von Reinhafer smiled and, rubbing his injured neck with his hand, introduced himself with his full name. After that, the brave girl turned to the side and called out to her servant Dafa, who immediately responded by kneeling down. Hearing the order of the head mistress to prepare the lunar test, the knight accepted it, closing his eyes. A moment later, the young man himself saw a stately, broad-shouldered warrior who listened to the orders of the young girl. Having received the order, Daff continued to kneel until Lady Luna passed by. Why did the warrior approach Knox and ask him to follow him, putting on a black work uniform? He picked up the clothes. The young gentleman, dressed in dark clothes, looked at them with bewilderment. Then they came to a large open area, near which stood tall columns. The nobleman's son Knox looked up and rejoiced at what was happening, because everything was going according to his plan. Daff ordered him to climb up to the altar, where he needed to kill all the enemies that appeared there, while remembering that the robe should not fall off. Looking at the sight, von Reinhafer Jr. does not understand why he needs this. According to Moon Dafa's accomplice, this is the only way the so-called berserker will not act on the precedent. Knox, who had been looking at the man suspiciously, actually knew why he had to wear that uniform. The berserker status is one of the worst traits. In exchange for the player's madness, it increases all skills to incredible levels. When exposed to the color of the crimson moon, most people go crazy, or better said, they go into a berserk state. There are 2 levels to completing this trial. You need to be under the light of the crimson moon and beware of the status it inflicts. The mission participant also needs to defeat all the monsters on his own path to victory. The game initially had no information on how to complete the test, because in the protagonist's world, no one wants to join a villainous organization. Until today, none of the characters knew how to get through this very difficult stage. A smiling Knox von Reinhafer looked at the crimson sky and was confident that he would succeed. Behind her, Luna, crossing her arms, assured Knox that one of 2 things now awaited him. Either the young man passes the tests and becomes a member of the lunatics, or he dies right there. The head of the organization smiled, but the young nobleman was in no mood for jokes. He looked at her seriously. But he did not feel any fear, and the next moment he barely smiled, as if he had a premonition of triumph. After that, he turned to the head of the criminal organization and calmly assured him that he would still look into it. Knight Daff held a sharp blade in his hands, on which stains of dark red blood were visible. A frightening liquid began to pour into the depression on the altar itself, as if it were part of a mission. The very area where Knox von Reinhafer was supposed to carry out his mission was illuminated with a bright red light. The conqueror of the trolls and the griffin entered together with Daff onto the central circle of the sparkling altar. Then Luna's subordinate turned and looked towards the creatures outside the magical territory. The rising scarlet pillars of fire hid Dafa and Knox from those who remained on the ground. This is definitely not the level that the young master can handle now, because all the monsters are chimeras, at least of the middle level. Looking at the terrible monsters, Knox saw a whole darkness of animals in front of him. Raising his right hand, the winner of the griffin began to talk about the existence of one way that would help him win. The young master's eyes were shining. He was completely confident of his triumph over these monsters. When he saw Knox ask for outerwear, Luna got angry, thinking he had gone crazy. The Crimson Moon has inflicted the player with the anomalous berserk effect, causing them to lose control of their consciousness and be unable to return to normal. The player's stats increased by 1.5 times, mana increased to 13.8, and stamina to 9.3. Holding his black sword Stormbringer tightly, Knox stood opposite Dafa and Luna in the center of the glowing altar. The leaders of the criminal organization of lunatics looked with surprise at the man who wanted to join their order. Knox's pupils dilated, and he no longer seemed to be the same person he had been before. With his mad gaze, he seemed to be letting the terrible monsters know that he could easily destroy any of them. A smiling young warrior holding a black sword, having received a 1.5 times increase in the player's parameters. Now he is a genius of the sword and battle with a brilliant sense of mana, insight, nerves of steel, and a revelation of the void. He has 27th stamina, 24th mana, now for me, but due to an incurable disease, he has 142 days to live. Continuing to watch Knox with her knight Daff, Luna believes that the guy has gone crazy. Von Reinhofer smiled as he turned his attention to the two leaders of the organization. Not believing that Knox had thrown away his robe, since it was the same as saying goodbye to life, Daff suggested stopping the young man. At these words, Luna refused, because Knox is one of those people who doesn't care about warnings. The stern girl crossed her arms. She didn't care whether the young man died or not as a result of the monster attack. The nervous knight Daff reminded that the young man on the altar was from the Reinhofer family. He reminded me about Theo's father who, if he tries to harm the sleepwalkers, it could be bad for them. Hearing such an argument from her own subordinate, Luna smiled because she was sure this would not happen. She continued to look at Knox with an angry frown, thinking that this would certainly not happen. According to the leader of the criminal organization, Theo von Reinhofer has a lot of paternal love. Daff looked at his young mistress in bewilderment, but was forced to agree with her. We continue to observe Knox, who is in the center of the altar. Luna suggested that Dafu look at something. Without taking her eyes off him, the girl is sure that the candidate for an attack on their organization has a plan. While Knox's chest began to be filled with dark blue magic, Daff agreed with Luna this time too. And terrible monsters began to attack the young gentleman, anticipating a quick victory over the man. The monsters hoped to frighten the brave knight with their eerie cries and quickly destroy him. A monster with the head of a red dragon and glowing eyes rushed towards Knox. A moment later, the young nobleman found himself in a bloody battle with terrible enemies on the altar. The red dragon was already close to Knox, who raised his sword to strike at it. A powerful blow quickly followed, delivered by the guy with a black sword on the monster's body. The streams of blood delighted the young man. It seemed to him as if the whole world was drowning in red. This is the description of the lunatic entrance test, and now many of Knox's stats have increased. But that's not all. His body has also become a little larger. Now it's not so easy to deal with the young warrior. Without hearing von Reinhofer Jr., the monsters rushed towards him, opening their monstrous mouths. Magic reunited Knox's vision with his black sword, thus helping him to kill monsters outright. Equipped with powerful magic, the black sword cut the attacking monsters into pieces. The young warrior's eyes expressed madness, but this helped him defeat his opponents. Master Reinhofer, skillfully wielding his bladed weapon, destroyed the monsters one after another. The three-horned predator that attacked the man soon lost its head. Sighing wearily, the nobleman's son stood on the altar in bloody clothes, while the corpses of monsters lay around him. The surviving part of the monsters looked angrily at the fearless warrior who had defeated the pack. The next moment, the remaining creatures rushed at the warrior in front of Luna and her knight Dafa. The berserker status is one of the worst in Inner Lunatic and can only appear during a crimson moon. Invite him to hold the black sword in his hands. Knox was already planning to use this incredible status. The reason for this was his own talent, which helped him kill enemies. The negative effect of the crimson moon is temporarily neutralized by the genius of the sword and battle and the genius sense of mana. If you look at the level of these talents from this world's perspective, it's unfair, because only Knox gets an advantage from them. Clutching his black sword tighter, he realized that no one cared. Knox von Reinhafer leaped high into the air, visible against the moon, to deliver the killing blow. The ruthless warrior prepared a terrible black execution for his dangerous opponents. With just one powerful and deft movement of the Stormcloak sword, he cut off the heads of the monsters on the altar. The young leader of the criminal order of lunatics, Luna, looked at the events with a sullen gaze. Knight Daff was no less amazed by such a deadly performance on the court. Due to the effect of the black flame ring, Knox's life was extended by 2 days and 7 hours, and he suggested that they themselves become terminally ill if this was a problem. And then he continued to fight on the altar, creating a kind of whirlwind with monsters around himself. Unable to contain herself, Luna began to scream, trying to draw the young warrior's attention to herself. Suddenly, Knox von Reinhafer felt a loud noise around him, as if the magic had weakened. Although he was tired, he continued to hold tightly in his hands the bloody handle of the black petrol ball. The brave warrior tried to speak, but he was exhausted and could not hear anything around him. Now he was moving along the blood-soaked altar, with the corpses of slain monsters lying nearby. Dressed in bloody clothes, the young man walked past the ranks of monsters and approached Luna, who had sent him on his mission. The nobleman's son, tired after a difficult battle, was interested in only one thing: whether the test was over. But even before the end of this battle, the leaders of the group were closely watching his confrontation with the monsters. Without taking her eyes off Knox, Luna finds it necessary to acknowledge him as a member of the lunatics. Impressed, Daff said with great difficulty that there weren't many people on the continent with such a level of talent. The girl then shouted to Knox von Reinhafer that he had passed the test and could now return. The brave young man seemed to pay no attention to all this and continued to chop down the monsters. Luna looked at the young man with a hint of regret and now believes that he has been consumed by madness. Clenching his huge fists, Daff immediately suggested to the young leader that she kill the brave warrior. Ignoring the debates between the organization's leaders, Knox von Reinhafer continued to destroy monsters. Having transformed into a mad knight, the young man mercilessly swung his sword under the crimson sky. The corpses of the destroyed monsters lay on the altar, and Knox walked in the direction of Luna and Dafa, who had sent him to the test. An exhausted Knox looked with glittering eyes at these people with whom he had to cooperate. Ahead stood only the formidable Knight Daff and the young, fair-haired villainess Luna. He finally approached them with his majestic black sword and wanted to hear their verdict regarding joining the organization. Casting a heavy and stern glance at the two, he asked if he had completed the tests and received a positive answer. Luna looked worriedly at Reinhafer in front of her and was sure that Theo had created a monster. Looking at his leader, Knight Daff completely agreed with her on this matter. Having heard a positive answer for himself, the young warrior smiled slightly, realizing that he had succeeded now. Luna's face has taken on a more pleasant appearance, and she now considers Knox an interesting fellow. After this, the girl turned to her faithful Dafu, and he knelt down, waiting for a new order from the head of the order. Why did Luna's comrade hand Knox von Reinhafer a robe and ask him to take it, since only members of the lunatics wear this clothing? The young man clasped his hands in joy, his face beaming. He had received the necessary equipment. The robe was of mid-advanced rank. The character received a special skill, the Moon Oath. It was made from black spider threads and neutralized all light status effects. When equipped on a character, the robe is adorned with a glowing moon pattern, and after 1,800 game hours, the attack power is increased by 1.5 times. Knox, covered in monster blood, looked at the new special clothing with joy and admired it. The altar continued to glow with a scarlet light, and Knox remained next to Luna and Daff after the trial was completed. Having conquered the lunatics, the young man received a passive skill that will also be useful to him in many ways. The young man regrets that it can be used at night, but this skill increases the attack by 1.2 tenths, which is a rarity in Inner Lunatic. The system showed him stamina of 6.2, mana of 9.2, luck of 10, and other characteristics. Knox, who received 6 extra willpower points, was delighted with the best results he had earned. Raising his tired eyes, he looked carefully ahead where his new comrade stood. Luna cast a questioning glance at the monster slayer, as if he was missing something. Having put on a stern and gloomy appearance, Luna felt that the young warrior needed something else from her. As far as Knox understands, he performed the best in the trial. That is why a brave warrior would like to receive a well-deserved reward for destroying the monsters on the altar. Luna looked at this brave young man and thought, not knowing what to say to him in response. This is not bad for such an impudent newcomer, but Luna wonders how much longer he can be so insolent towards her. Having spoken, the leader of the lunatics turned to Dafu and asked him to bring something. Soon, a subordinate of the head of the criminal organization handed her a simple white mask with holes for the eyes. This artifact is called the Moon Shadow, and the lunatics only recently obtained it. Looking at Knox von Reinhafer with a more serious look, Luna explained the item's ability to create a clone. According to her, the artifact given to the young gentleman will help him in carrying out espionage activities within the Eldine Academy. Looking closely at her new comrade, she asked if he was pleased with such a gift. Smeared with the blood of monsters after fighting them on the altar, Knox bowed and expressed satisfaction with the artifact. The young man chuckled to himself, because he finally got the item he wanted. The nobleman's son held in his own hands the moon shadow, from which a magical scarlet light emanated. The eyes of the brave young man lit up with a bright fire. Now he could freely use the artifact. A notification was received from the system about creating a clone of the player, requiring the character to enter a name, traits, and basic information. This is precisely why Knox contacted the lunatics so early, because with the help of this artifact, one can make a clone. This means that the guy who got into the game is now able to play heroes and villains, which is why the artifact is so important to him. Accepting the gift of an item that was important to him, the nobleman's son thanked Captain Luna for it. Luna, now serious, demands that the impudent newcomer remember that lunatics have 5 ranks, and not counting captain and vice-captain, there are 3 more ranks. And because the young man has just joined the organization, he receives the 3rd rank. Outwardly satisfied with this, von Reinhofer Jr. thanked the girl again. With her arms crossed, brave Luna asks Knox, who has bowed to her, to now await his first mission. The leader of the Sleepwalkers organization expressed hope that its new member would not disappoint. Knox walked away to the side where the magic circle was glowing, and Luna continued to look at him. Then she pointed out to the faithful Dafu that this child, as she called Knox, was quite interesting. Bowing to his mistress, the knight expressed his complete agreement with her in this opinion. But he doesn't understand how Knox von Reinhofer didn't go crazy when he was under the Crimson Moon. Luna understood why this was misleading Dafa, because people who were geniuses were not able to last under the Crimson Moon for even 5 minutes. And even a genius, which Luna had no doubt about, would hardly fight monsters without a robe. As she thought about this, Lady Luna grabbed her shirt and declared Knox's willingness to put his life on the line in that case. Daff, who was standing next to the leader of the Sleepwalkers organization, agreed with this argument of hers. Luna suggested that the faithful knight watch the newcomer for now, who had destroyed a pile of monsters on the altar. While they were thinking about the extent of Knox's usefulness to the lunatics and how he would entertain them, the young master himself entered the city tavern. The bartender, who was familiar to the guy, grinned and was sure that his customer had already finished his business. Knox von Reinhafer gave him a distrustful look and confirmed that it could be said that way. But I thought other people would definitely ask why Knox decided to risk his own life on the altar. But in fact, the young master did none of this for certain reasons. Remembering the Crimson Moon, the brave warrior knew that Berserker could be countered by having 2 genius traits. And the genius of the sword and battle and a brilliant sense of mana will help you win in such a strong confrontation. Simply put, the brave Knox von Reinhafer is able to harness the power of the Crimson Moon. The bartender, who continued working, believed that the guest of his drinking establishment got what he wanted. The suspicious young warrior believes that Chiron has some business with him. It is unfair for the bartender that he is the only one introducing himself to his new acquaintance. Hearing these words, Knox's mouth dropped open in surprise. He couldn't believe his own ears. After stopping polishing the bar, Chiron reminisced about the habit of people giving their names when they meet each other. Knox, who had replaced his suspicion with a smile, gave his full name and now believed they were finished. As the troll and griffin slayer headed for the exit, the bartender promised to see him later. Chiron thinks it's hard to keep up with the academy schedule, but if they're talking about Knox, it'll be even harder for him to hide his strength. Having opened the doors of the tavern and almost left it, the young man heard these words of his new acquaintance. Chiron advised the outgoing winner of the dangerous predators not to stand out too much there. Evening had come and the rooms of the von Reinhofer noble estate were brightly lit. Returning from the tavern, young Master Knox opened the doors of his own room while everything was going according to his plan. Entering the bedroom, he saw the maid Dietrich de Lovilla there, who immediately drew attention to her master. She is outraged that the young master dared to run away on the first day of school, leaving her all alone. A surprised Knox, whose hair still had traces of blood on it, looked at the girl. While the guy was trying to remember whether the maid was asleep when he left, she asked him if he was listening to her. I have already asked many times not to do dangerous things because there are already bad rumors about the young man within the family. Knox let out a mocking sigh, but Dietrich informed him of the young gentleman's chance for rehabilitation. Having asked how the girl's day went, the young man reminded her that she also attended classes for maids and servants. Not expecting such a question, Dietrich became embarrassed and folded her hands on her white apron. Quickly becoming serious, the monster slayer's housekeeper lowered her gaze, since she didn't have anything special to do today. Noticing such changes in Dietrich's behavior, Knox von Reinhofer came to the conclusion that something had indeed happened to her. Not knowing what to do about it, Knox understood that although these were lessons for servants, they were the lower nobility, and now Dietrich was a commoner, and they could find fault with her. Having come to her senses, the girl looked with a clear gaze at the young man next to her. The young master handed the maid a small bag and asked her to open it in case of problems during class. The maid held the brown gift in her hands with great caution and seemed afraid of it. Carefully holding the pouch, Dietrich de Lovilla looked at it with amazement, as if it were an emerald. Smiling, young Mr. von Reinhofer recommends opening the bag only when in danger. According to Knox, this important item can resolve any unpleasant situation. At this instruction, the worried maid asked if she could open it now. Closing his eyes, the young man was categorical and answered the housekeeper's question in the negative. Bowing, Dietrich de Lovilla promised her boss that she would definitely open the brown bag if she found herself in a similar situation. Von Reinhofer Jr. asks the maid not to hesitate and to open the gift immediately if necessary. Looking gratefully at young Master Knox, Dietrich promised to do as he asked. A new notification from the system followed regarding the young man's enrollment in the Eldin Academy. A young man who had become a student at an educational institution read the notice on the wall about the completion of the first part of the main story. The monster slayer looked at the system's message with excited eyes and was happy about it. Knox reached out his finger to open another new notification from the system. Large white feathers suddenly appeared fluttering in the air. Young Mr. Knox stared with wide eyes at the miracle that had appeared before his eyes. An angel in female form with large wings behind her back appeared before him, surrounded by a bright light. The amazed nobleman's son raised his hand, trying to grab the feathers and white stripes of light next to him. Dietrich stepped aside while Knox considered the system's suggestion to open a new message. On the screen, someone greeted the young man, noting that if he received the notification, it meant he had entered Eldin Academy. It is written as if the author, who has no doubt about the boy's admission, but is still happy about it, sees right through young Mr. Knox. Thinking about this, the conqueror of the forest monsters came to the conclusion that the sender of the letter definitely knew him. Someone mentioned the beginning of trials, and although Knox had faced many difficulties, there would be even more difficulties ahead, but only he alone could cope with it. Reading the message from a person unknown to him, The young gentleman paid particular attention to the last words. The unknown author is confident in the young warrior, because it is Knox who knows the ending of this story. He also understands that it sounds irresponsible, but he will try his best to help the new student at Eldine Academy. Although it is a bit silly, as the anonymous person thinks, he hopes that Knox von Reinhofer will accept the gift attached to the message. The young gentleman frowned as he read all this. This time, the contents of the letter did not help him much. Having decided to think it over, the young man came to the conclusion that such messages were being sent to him by the creator of Inner Lunatic. The fact that he could easily influence the system and send these messages led Knox to this very conclusion. Therefore, the brave guy needs to focus on completing the main story. Von Reinhofer Jr. still remembered his own lost memories and the game's progress. Then, as if waking up from a dream, he decided to stop thinking about problems that he was not yet able to solve. Seeing the image of an envelope on the monitor, the brave warrior intends to look at the gift from the system. An offer appeared on the screen to show the player the character system, and Knox agreed. The next image that appeared on the display took the guy by surprise, causing him to almost scream. The young man saw the proposed option, where the name of his parent was written in the game Theo von Reinhofer. As Knox looked at the information on the monitor with the initials of his relatives, he came across something surprising. He reached his finger to the selection box, where the system indicated Talia von Reinhofer, although they were not yet married. At one point, several different monitors with various people appeared in front of the researcher. Among them was Talia of the Stilliner clan, a red-haired enthusiast of training and hiking in the Forest of Lost Children. And Theo was one of the 3 sword emperors with his genius mastery and understanding of combat, 24th mana, even greater endurance and more. The nobleman's son was delighted by his father's incredible ability, which surprised him. In order for a player to use insight in Inner Lunatic, they need to be able to see their own target. But now things are different. Knox can check the status of every character he meets at any time. Knox von Reinhofer, reclining on a soft sofa, was delighted that the anonymous person had sent him such a gift. Frowning slightly, the young man thought of Theo as a real psycho, remembering his characteristics. The slayer of trolls and ogres was amazed at how the man had increased his own stamina by 0.2 in such a short period of time. But at the same time, he didn't understand how Theo was still getting stronger if he was already a sword emperor at his age. The thought that suddenly occurred to the young knight made him smile, realizing what was going on. It all came to Knox von Reinhofer when he was looking at the characteristics of his in-game father, Theo. Seeing a different reflection in the mirror, the guy realized that this world only looks like a game, but in reality it is not one at all. The young man perked up as if it were an obsession. For him, everything was still complicated. Studying the contents of the sheet of paper, I was consoled by the fact that at least the choice of classes went without problems. It included horse riding, the history of the Archime Empire, team magic techniques, and team combat techniques. It was a warm, sunny day, and new students were approaching the walls of the Eldine Academy. In a separate room were, including Dietrich, the maids and servants of the nobles who had come to the academy with them. Knox's maid stood alone and did not immediately notice how 2 domestic workers were discussing her behind her back. Then she heard gossips mentioning her, the daughter of the de Lovelia family, who had become a commoner. One of the maids is sure that it is definitely Dietrich in front of them, and she has no conscience if she decided to come to Eldine with the young master. The villains joke that if they were in the poor girl's place, they wouldn't come here, and since she's here, she's clearly looking for a chance to return back to society. The most harmful one, openly laughing at Dietrich, thinks that she, with her pretty face, will try to bewitch someone. Continuing to discuss the maid, they called her the servant of the good-for-nothing member of the Reinhofer family. As far as the third gossip knows, the young gentleman is quite the lecher, and Dietrich must be taking advantage of this. In the opinion of the evil maids who were looking insolently at Dietrich, all this was clearly obvious and not subject to criticism. The gossips burst into laughter and became interested in the location of the Dietrich family, although this place is known to everyone, so there is no need to worry. The unfortunate girl, listening to all this, clasped her own hands in mental pain. Dietrich, looking sadly ahead, remembered how she had previously listened to hundreds of different insults. Because fallen nobles have no future, as the former noblewoman de Lovelia knew very well. But then she gathered her strength because she cannot allow gossips to insult young Master Knox. She walked towards the maids who were mocking her and von Reinhofer Jr. Approaching one of the villains, I asked if she had a free minute for a conversation. The lovers of talking behind people's backs became wary and began to examine the girl who approached. Unexpectedly, the gossip smirked at this proposal, not ashamed of Dietrich. Having introduced herself, she called herself Giselle, the daughter of the Count of the Flores family, who serves the young Master Kane. Does Dietrich really think Giselle has time to talk to a commoner? Knox's maid accused her colleague of spreading rumors about her young master. Not believing in the danger from de Lavilia's maid, Giselle laughed, considering her words empty. After all, it is not the fault of Count Flores's daughter that the whole society speaks of young Master Knox in a negative light. If Dietrich wants to hear an apology from Giselle, whose face has hardened, she won't do it. The maid remembered her boss's words that in this place status was of great importance. Reaching into her pocket, she decided to take action against her opponents using Knox's gift. If nothing could be done about it, Dietrich decided to use that same brown bag. There was a noise and smoke appeared, from which Knox von Reinhofer appeared in a reduced form. The maid de Lovelia looked at what was happening with wide eyes, not believing it. The young master's magical clone towered over everyone in the room as Dietrich looked at it in fear. All three evil maids screamed in horror, not expecting to receive such a magical rebuff from the girl. Dietrich, holding the empty bag in her hands, looked at the double of her young master with fear from the side. The magic clone introduced himself with his full name. He doesn't know what happened here, and it doesn't matter to him. But since Dietrich decided to open this bag, the magical von Reinhofer is sure of one thing. With a creepy look thrown at the evil gossips, the cloned Knox pointed his finger at them. Giselle of the Flores family widened her dark eyes and stared at Knox's doppelganger. While the artificial boy continued to hang in the air, the villainess could not believe that in front of her was the son of the Reinhofer family. Unexpectedly, he called them all dead and promised to soon send the severed heads of the gossips to their family members. The next moment, the clone disappeared, but the magical cloud still hung in the air in front of the girls. For some time after the incident, neither Dietrich nor her opponents could say a word to each other. Maid de Lovelia mentally addressed young Master Knox regarding this, in his opinion, normal way of solving problems. But Giselle, who had lived through the most terrible moments of her life, was looking at her with a face distorted with horror. Suddenly, the offender fell to her knees in front of the one whom she had just humiliated with vile words. Having fallen down, Giselle raised her head and asked the name of young Master Knox's maid. The frightened friends looked at the Count's daughter, for whom Dietrich de Lovelia gave her own name. Hearing the maid sigh, the horrified Giselle took it as a bad sign, believing that the Reinhofers could destroy all of her relatives in a second. With her head down on the floor, the villainess apologized to Mrs. Dietrich for her disrespectful behavior, promising to never do anything like that again. The rest of the servants surrounded the prostrate Giselle, who remained in that position in front of Dietrich. As young Master Knox had told the maid, the problem had indeed been resolved, but now there would be even more rumors about him. Distracted from Giselle, Dietrich turned away, trying to understand the train of thought of her young boss. Count Flores's daughter continued to look down in silence as Lady de Lovelia, the winner of this confrontation, passed by her. As she left the room, she paid no attention to anyone, but the other servants, including Giselle, watched the girl with fear. Clouds were gathering in the sky as Knox von Reinhofer, taking the servant Dietrich, left the walls of Eldine Academy. Seeing the young master's face, the maid pointed out the dark circles that had appeared under his eyes. The conqueror of the griffin and the ogres merely rubbed his eye with his finger and assured that he was fine. Inside, he felt joy because he had finally managed to decide on the items from that very list. Suddenly, an unknown boy with a cap on his head, whom the master and his maid had never met before, stood in their way. The stranger grabbed the peak of his hat as if he was preparing to impress the boys. He then ceremoniously removed his cap, bowed, and greeted the youngest son of the von Reinhofer family. Excited by such an appearance, the young nobleman asked who was in front of him. Apologizing for his late introduction, the boy introduced himself as Rick and was the servant of Madame Eleanor de Rivelin. It is a great honor for the smiling young man to meet Mr. Knox von Reinhofer. The nobleman's son, Theo, continued to look at the boy and repeated his name with suspicion. Frowning, the brave enslaver of monsters did not understand what was happening now. There was a notification that Knox was shocked by the incident, but then the genius actor activated and the character was no longer shocked. Before von Reinhofer Jr. now stood the seasoned hero from the first half of the story. The outwardly cute boy was in fact a deceitful and even dangerous Rick. 3 months later, he will betray the rival in merchants to advance the main plot. He is a demon servant and demon worshipper. Young Mr. Knox knew certain details connected with this boy and his mistress. He frowned as he thought, knowing how, after a while, his faithful servant Rick would stab Eleanor in the back. In Inner Lunatic, the enemy of my enemy is my friend rule doesn't work at all, and Knox knew it very well. While the young nobleman was thinking that hanging out with Rick was only doing himself harm, he got a box with an artifact from his mistress for Knox. In his hands, the servant of the merchant Eleanor held a rectangular blue box. The young gentleman crossed his arms and with a cold expression asked Rick to get lost. He was curious about what this artifact was, but decided not to accept it, realizing that it was some kind of poisonous apple. Rick was very surprised to hear such an unpleasant answer from the gentleman standing opposite him. Continuing to look at the boy with a hostile gaze, Knox began to pull out his black sword, saying that he could repeat the answer. Seeing the movements with the cold weapon, Rick was incredibly scared and could only gasp in fear. For the first couple of seconds, the killer of griffins and trolls was silent, burning right through Rick with his dark gaze. The unfortunate messenger's face changed with horror, and he trembled as he saw young Master Knox draw the Stormcloak sword. Unexpectedly, the next moment, von Reinhofer Jr. turned sharply and walked in the other direction. An excited Dietrich de Lovelia immediately ran to catch up with her leader and asked him to wait for her. And when she caught up, she reminded Knox of his weak body. Walking fast could cause the young man to fall. Knox looks at his maid and asks in a displeased tone how weak she considers him. She recalled how, during a cold, the gentleman's entire body was covered in goosebumps, and his hands and feet were cold to the touch, and he also had a fever. The amazed servant Dietrich never thought that anyone could be so weak. Hearing the maid's lamentations, Knox smiled and was not going to deny it all, but right now he was fine. Walking confidently forward, von Reinhofer Jr. promised not to die so easily, and the faithful housekeeper knew it. As if Knox's cheerful words hadn't calmed the girl down, she still felt uneasy now. Its noble leader is constantly at the center of all sorts of events. According to the monster slayer himself, in this regard he is quite popular among everyone else. Dietrich glanced out of the corner of her eye at the young gentleman, like a doctor at a patient. There seemed to be a misunderstanding between the boys. They cast questioning glances at each other. As they continued to move forward, they realized that Knox was not just Dietrich's master. He had saved her life. Moreover, heroes with the characteristic of straightforwardness always worry about their loved ones. Turning to the young gentleman, she suddenly asked why he behaved this way with the messenger. Remembering Rick, the nobleman von Reinhofer Jr. grimaced with displeasure and looked at the maid. For the now very worried Dietrich, her boss was much more emotional than usual during the conversation with Rick. Without further ado, her noble companion took the girl by the shoulder and asked her to listen to him carefully. In the sensible Knox's opinion, no matter what happened, the messenger Rick could not be trusted. The maid de Lovelia immediately remembered Miss Eleanor and assumed that the whole thing was due to the situation connected with her. Knowing full well that Knox didn't usually behave like this, she was sure he had a good reason for it. Bowing to the young master, Dietrich promised to follow his advice and stay away from Rick, because she understood everything. Briefly accepting his faithful maid's promise, the young warrior cast a calm glance at her. If they think about the future, they also need to keep their distance from Eleanor, otherwise they will attract too much attention. Leaving Dietrich alone behind, Knox von Reinhofer came to the conclusion that he had to be much more careful with them. The young monster slayer walked into the large auditorium of Eldine Academy, where only a few students had gathered. An angry Knox sat down in the student's seat and didn't understand why he was in trouble again. An academy instructor came to the department and announced the formation of teams with which students will work throughout the year. According to the mentor, the most important thing for students in creating study teams is the importance of getting to know each other better. Knox listened to the teacher's instructions and was upset because he had been too optimistic before. Analyzing what was happening, the young man did not even think that he would have problems in the game due to the lack of friends. Reminding himself again, the teacher addressed the cadets, who were getting along with each other, urging them to form teams of 4. The students, surprised by this message, were given only 30 minutes by the teacher to complete this assignment. The teacher's words were like a shot into the void. Knox knew well that nothing would come of it, because he, an outcast, would not be able to find 3 people. Raising his hand, the young man addressed the mentor regarding the possibility that it would not be possible to form a team. In this case, the teacher will give him an F, and the student will not be able to retake the course, so the young man should be more careful. The elderly teacher told Knox von Reinhofer that it was impossible to work alone at this stage. The nobleman's son was forced to agree with the teacher, but was mentally angry at the F grade for failing the task. Graduating from Eldine Academy is very difficult, and if you get an F, you are immediately expelled. Understanding the importance of continuing his education at the institution, Knox could not afford to fail. Among those present was a princess, and various students immediately began offering to help her. A neighbor of the knight Paracelsus had previously taken the initiative to unite, pointing to his own skills. In another region, one of the students suggested to a guy named Leon that they join a team. Amid these negotiations, Knox von Reinhofer tried to figure out how an outcast like himself could make friends. One of the guys approached Eleanor and invited her to join his team, although it was not clear that he was an athlete. Another girl tried to win Eleanor over to her side, promising to treat her to a special dish available only to her family. The lady, not listening to them, silently walked off somewhere to the side, while the students looked after her in surprise. Finally, she stopped moving forward and stood as if she had met someone on her way. The girl approached Knox von Reinhofer, who continued to sit dejectedly in his chair, thinking about the team. Eleanor smiled and thought that the young nobleman's son did not like her gift. The young master, not expecting such a turn of events, remained silent, not knowing how to react to the beauty's attack. The lady wonders what Knox thinks about this and whether he will give her a chance to repay the debt. Looking at the guest with distrust, the slayer of monsters cannot understand what she is talking about now. While adjusting her curls, Eleanor proposed to the guy that they join forces. Knox looked at the girl unfriendly and caught a tone of arrogance in her words. It immediately became clear to him that he would ultimately have to team up with this particular lady. Suddenly, an excited Thalia appeared next to Eleanor and also suggested that the young man become a team. The girl was happily clasping her fists, but for von Reinhofer Jr. this meant that another burden was hanging over him. While, against the backdrop of other cadets, the young madam from the Stilliner family cheerfully asked Knox to unite. The guy sighed heavily and completely forgot about his girlfriend. Problems rained down on him one after another. Thalia continued to stand near the boys, waiting for an answer from the one with whom she went to the Forest of Lost Children. Being very kind, whether she likes Knox or not, she must be sad that this particular guy became her fiancé. But even in spite of all this, the sweet girl still wants to help him. Closing his eyes and lowering his head tiredly, the young man expressed confidence that they would drive him to the grave. Having witnessed the conversation between Knox and Talia, Eleanor thought, for her all this was unexpected. Von Reinhofer Jr., still with the same distrustful look, asked the girl a clarifying question, not understanding what she was talking about. Suddenly smiling, Eleanor said that she had not expected to learn that a person like her acquaintance had friends. The young master looked with a gloomy gaze at the girl who came from a trading family and whom he disliked. While the girls were waiting for his answer, the hero remembered how Knox had behaved up to this point. He had nothing to refute it with, but for some reason, this fact infuriated him. Both ladies, unlike the guy, were more cheerful and discussed the need to add another person to the team. Knox thinks his opinion doesn't matter anymore, and Eleanor doesn't think the guy has a choice. The angry guy didn't like this because everything went perfectly as always. As Eleanor said, if Knox wants to regain his memories, he needs to stay at the academy and show good results. To overcome the first episode, the young master must be among the top 10 best students. Ahead of him was a brutal confrontation with a terrible archdemon. The battle with him will be the first event in which the young man will have to play the roles of both a villain and a hero. Filled with a strong determination, Knox von Reinhofer looked ahead to his difficult future. In the Eldon Academy's study hall, the students broke into groups and discussed the teacher's instructions. In another group, guys dressed in stylish uniforms were laughing, discussing something they had heard. They were approached by a smiling, friendly young man who introduced himself as Pell and was happy to work with them. Knox looked at him and secretly rejoiced that the last member of their team was an ordinary person. The 15-year-old boy was submissive, well-trained, pious, with 4th stamina, 3rd mana and luck, and a 2nd will. The newbie lacked passive skills, but he had art and a one-time blessing as active skills. Studying Pell's stats using the system, Knox found them to be quite good. He may have average stats, but the newcomer still has plenty to impress, something that von Reinhofer Jr. liked. And this is the power of blessing, which is one of the most powerful skills in the game Inner Lunatic. This element forcibly awakens the talent of the protagonist's team members. Continuing to study the newcomer's data, Knox regretted that he couldn't use Pell directly on the protagonist. But it's strange when some random character has such a rare skill, because usually only saints have it. Knox was going to deal with it later, and Pell couldn't wait to work with the guys. Introducing herself by her full name, Eleanor expressed hope of working with this good-natured guy. Talia von Stillener also introduced herself and is also happy to be part of this team. A frowning Knox sees no point in introducing himself and hopes the rest of his team doesn't drag him down. Having considered all the teams to be formed, the teacher expects that by the beginning of next week all the participants will have had time to get to know each other. Although the students had only formed these teams for 1 semester, the instructor allowed them to disperse at the end of the lesson. Thalia didn't believe that Knox had just called the teacher a crazy old man out loud, but the boy wanted him to hear it. She doesn't think it's very nice to argue with the professor, but the guy who's leaving doesn't care. They formed a team anyway. Lady Stillener was not satisfied with this answer, and she began calling Knox loudly. She then smiled and asked what her friend's class schedule was like, but she was just asking. Knox couldn't believe Talia was serious about asking that, even though it was obvious, and she kept going on about how interested she was. The young master invites her to find out which subjects are easiest to get good grades in, although he won't tell her for free. For an angry Talia, that wasn't the point at all, but Knox had no intention of letting her extract free information from him. The girl merely watched the young gentleman leave after their conversation. In the town square of the 4th district near the academy, people were talking and going about their business. Having expected nothing less from Eldine Academy, the maid Dietrich stood in front of the store and thought about how much she needed to buy. The maid leafed through the book, listing the grimoires, equipment, and textbooks that were on the shopping list. It's no surprise to her that it's hard for commoners to graduate from the academy, since it's all about money, but that doesn't apply to Knox, standing next to her in a cloak. In fact, if a person has talent, he will graduate from the academy in any case, since commoners can enlist the support of sponsors. But if a student has talent, money will not be a problem, and Knox knew all this very well. The young master and his faithful maid heard a cry when someone spoke offensively about another person and called him to them. An alarmed Dietrich de Lovilia complained to the guy that the square had become somewhat noisy. According to the slayer of forest monsters, completely different people gather in this area, so anything can happen here. Von Reinhafer Jr. urges his maid not to pay attention to this. Something was happening in the square, and Knox saw a strange man standing out from the crowd. The unknown man hissed as if he wanted someone to stop talking. Then the man in the square demanded that someone leave if he was not going to buy anything without disturbing other shoppers. He was shouting at Leon von Marvas, the son of one of the three main dark families of which he was the young patriarch. Knox assumed that this guy had no money at all, since his family had gone bankrupt. The young gentleman, who was standing nearby, declared to Dietrich that Leon was a good man, expressing hope that everything would work out for him. After apologizing, young von Marvas announced his intention to make a reasonable purchase, but the angry salesman was indignant that the customer was touching his goods. The merchant demands that Leon stop talking nonsense and leave, complaining about Eldine's fallen standards. Continuing to shout that he didn't believe that a beggar could enter the academy, the seller didn't notice Leon lowering his head. When the offended young man looked up, his eyes began to glow with a strange and eerie green light. A magical glow enveloped Leon's legs, who did not like being compared to beggars. Leon's family may have been poor, but he couldn't forgive the merchant for calling him and his family such an unpleasant word. The young master and his maid, amazed by what they saw, looked at von Marvas, thinking that he had gone mad. Knox, who was running with all his might towards Leon, admitted that he was crazy, but he couldn't believe that the seller had managed to provoke this guy. There are a lot of people in the 4th district, and von Reinhafer Jr. was surprised that the boy decided to use mana in front of everyone. Large skeletons armed with swords appeared out of nowhere near Leon, so Knox allowed the use of black magic. The frightened servant Dietrich stood in place, not understanding where her young master was heading. Believing Leon to be crazy after looking into his eyes, Knox is determined to stop the guy from doing anything wrong. Answering the maid's question, he understood all this from Leon's eyes. The young master said that he often sees them. Dietrich de Lavilia continued to look at her leader with a surprised expression on her face. The skeletons, crossing their swords, stood in front of the nasty merchant, who insulted Leon again, indignant at the fact that he didn't understand anything. With a face filled with wild anger, the seller in the town square shouted how dare his opponent treat him like that. Dark purple mana accompanied Theo von Reinhafer's youngest son as he ran towards the rude man who was in danger of dying. Knox, standing in front of him, took out the black sword Stormbringer and demanded that the merchant leave immediately. Knox held his weapon tightly in his hands and asked him to leave this place if he did not want to die. Outraged by these words, the seller began to insult Knox, hinting that he was an important person. Not expecting to hear such nonsense addressed to himself, he began to fill with quiet anger. The people in the town square were horrified by the scene they witnessed. With all his coldness, Knox turned to the ungrateful merchant and asked if he knew who was standing in front of him. The sun was setting and the rare clouds were turning red over the Eldane Academy, where the best nobles gathered to study. At this time, the maid Emma had to listen to the lamentations of her mistress, Talia Stilliner. The girl felt like the maid wanted to tell her that despite being on the same team as Knox, he didn't want to reveal his schedule. She thinks it's because von Reinhafer Jr. is currently suffering from adolescent syndrome. Then the academy student standing by the window turned around and demanded that Emma answer her questions. She looked closely at the maid, expecting to see a response to her words. But how could Emma know what young Mr. Knox was thinking? So she suggested that the lady calm down a little now. Turning away again and looking somewhere to the side, Talia tries to be a mature lady. She wishes not to judge people too quickly, and has no intention of getting in Knox von Reinhafer's way. The girl's memory flashed back to the moment when her young friend fought the bloodthirsty wolves in the forest of lost children. But still, there were episodes that haunted Talia, forcing her to think about them constantly. Emma looked at her mistress with noticeable concern, worrying about her state of mind. And she didn't understand what to do if everything continued like this, when Talia would be sad for at least several days. If Emma had known that this would happen, she would not have said anything like that in the carriage when they were leaving. The wheels were already clattering along the road when Talia decided to talk to Emma about her personal life. The girl doesn't understand why her fiancé is so cold towards her, but the maid is sure it's due to teenage syndrome. Emma explained that boys always act like that at that age, grumbling and pushing people away all the time. According to the maid, it was at that time that Talia began to develop feelings for the young man. At the time, the maid didn't think it would be a big problem, and perhaps she should have just kept quiet when talking to her mistress. Now Emma is absolutely sure that young Miss Talia definitely likes Mr. Knox. And since everything turned out this way, Emma hinted to the lady about the insincere feelings of her gentleman from the von Reinhofer family. The girl didn't understand, but the maid was sure that the groom must be trying to separate his personal life and his studies at the Eldine Academy. Hearing these words, the excited Lady Stilliner grabbed her favorite servant by her hands. The happy girl knew that her housekeeper was knowledgeable about relationships, which surprised her. Cheerful Talia finds Emma's words meaningful, so she will always ask her for advice from now on. The young beauty laughed, holding Emma's hands, and had no idea that she was mentally apologizing to her. The maid looked at her mistress with big green eyes, embarrassed, not saying the truth out loud. Smiling modestly, the maid did not admit that she had never dated any guys. Someone knocked on the door of the room where the noblewoman Talia was talking with her servant. Both ladies stopped talking and looked towards the door in fear, not knowing who had come to them. Emma immediately introduced herself to the man who entered and wanted to know the reason for his visit to them. The guest, who had lush red hair, smiled sincerely and greeted the occupants of this room. Eleonora de Rivalin gave her full name and recalled that she and Talia were on the same team in one of the subjects. With some trepidation, young Mrs. Stilliner looked at her guest, who was hoping for a few free minutes with Talia. Strict Emma asks Eleanor to schedule a formal meeting for a future date, if she hasn't done so already. Such a cold reception did not cause the guest to feel disappointed. She continued to smile. She mentioned the name Knox von Reinhofer, causing Emma and her mistress to look serious. Eleanor de Rivalin, who stood before them, looked friendly and wanted to talk specifically about this young man. After some time, the doors opened again, but in another room of the academy dormitory. In front of the still smiling Eleanor stood a slightly nervous classmate from the academy, Thalia. Lady de Rivalin was pleased to meet Miss Stilliner, who looked a little frightened at the moment. Eleanor reminded her friend that this was the second time they had met today. Surrounded by mana, Knox von Reinhofer removed the hood from his head, unsure of the need to introduce himself now. Seeing the white hair and purple eyes of the guy, the people in the square immediately realized who was in front of them. The merchant immediately recognized his defender as the son of the Reinhofer family, who had just entered the academy and who didn't like to repeat himself. Having lost his audacity and become a frightened man, the merchant began to ask Knox for forgiveness, since he did not recognize him because of his robe. The angry young gentleman demands that the villain leave while he is still in a good state. With demonic eyes flashing, the young nobleman expressed the hope that he would not have to repeat his words again. The merchant began to run away, looking back in fear at Knox, who turned his attention to Leon and the skeletons. Young von Marva stood in the company of two skeletons and looked in confusion at the guy who had driven away the merchant. While one of the magical skeletons held a sword in front of Knox, Leon recalled his conversation with the evil seller. The boy's otherworldly guardian was truly terrifying, and a green glow burned in his empty eye sockets. Against such a demon, von Reinhofer Jr. had to use a powerful mana whirlpool to combat it. In order to neutralize the magical skeleton, the young master grabbed it by its large skull and continued to hit it with mana. Now, to the wary Knox, it seemed as if Leon von Marvis was speaking through black magic. The skeleton, baring its grave teeth, could not present anything to Knox in terms of magic, and therefore lost the duel. Still holding the skull, the young warrior began to calmly crush it into small pieces. Leon and the second skeleton, along with the rest of the people in the town square, could only watch as white fragments fell to the ground. Turning to Leon, Knox got the impression that he was asking to be arrested. Clearly not expecting such a turn of events, the astonished Leon only let out a frightened breath. He remembered that they were forbidden to study magic until they came of age, but he hadn't thought about that. The son of one of the three main dark families bowed humbly to Knox, asked for forgiveness, and thanked him for his help. Since Leon understood everything, von Reinhofer Jr. asks him to quickly buy what is necessary and leave. He then threw him a bag of money so that Leon could buy what he wanted if he didn't have enough. The young man opened the box thrown to him and saw there a lot of gold coins, with which he could now buy a lot of things at the market. With great affection, Leon von Marvis looked at the glittering wealth in the bag that belonged to him. Then he closed the pouch and, looking down, asked why Knox was providing such assistance. But if von Reinhofer Jr. is going to make the guy a debtor, he won't succeed. Knox continued to frown at his fellow nobleman and assured him that such pennies were nothing to him. But at the same time, the angry young man could not say that he was doing this for no reason. Leon, who had tried to kill the impudent merchant, and his two skeletons looked warily at the nobleman's son. Confused, von Marvis could only accept these words from his fellow mana wielder. With his next movement, he directed his hand towards one of the skeletons and destroyed the demonic creature with green magic. The skeletons Leon created to fight the merchant began to crumble under the influence of mana. After completing their elimination, von Marvis approached Knox to continue the conversation. The boy picked up a gold coin and, holding it in front of the young master, suggested that he had given this money to shut Leon up. As Leon showed the gold, he felt the unique power emanating from his colleague, which belonged to the Marvis family and was capable of commanding the undead. The same green glow began to emanate from the coin, as if Leon had transferred the power of his mana to it. Young von Marvis tossed the glowing coin towards Knox and firmly refused the deal. Leon, suddenly suspicious and cold, wondered why his opponent possessed his family's power. In the girls' student room, with cosmetics and books on the floor, Eleanor and Thalia sat at a table. Lady von Stilliner is worried and wants to know what her guest wants to talk to her about. The girl representing the de Rivalen family did not understand the essence of what was happening. She did not imagine Talia like this. In front of her was an elegant lady. Lost in thought, Eleanor assumed that Knox von Reinhofer had feelings of love for his neighbor. Madame's reflections led her to the conclusion that this could not be, and she smiled slightly. For someone like the young master, Eleanor believed that engagement was not a limitation, so she began to speak directly with Talia. By calling Knox a dangerous man, Madame de Rivelin caused a look of surprise on her neighbor's face. Taking a cup of tea in her hands, Eleanor reminded the boy of his affiliation with one of the three dark families of which he is the son. Talia's expression completely changed when her neighbor mentioned the bad rumors circulating about the young master. Hearing these words, Lady Stilliner's face sank, but she tried to say something in her comrade's defense. Having regained control of her feelings, Talia began to doubt that Knox von Reinhofer was a bad person. Eleanor immediately remembered an episode from her childhood when little Knox began to say unkind words to her. This scene with their participation did not go unnoticed by the audience, who watched the guys with excitement. The unpleasant memories brought back only negative impressions to Lady de Rivelin, and she frowned. Putting down her cup of tea, Eleanor wondered if there were people who shared Thalia's opinion. Miss Stilliner looked at the girl opposite her with concern, not knowing what to say to her. Continuing to analyze the situation, Eleanor considered her colleague a strange person, not understanding why such an honest girl liked the useless Knox. Resolutely raising her gaze to Talia, her classmate suddenly saw something in her eyes that had previously been hidden. Looking closely at her neighbor, Eleanor noticed anger in her gaze, directed at her after everything that had been said. Talia decided to clear things up, considering Knox not perfect, but she thinks he is a person who would not do anything bad. It is difficult for her to understand the young man, because in communication he is very cold with everyone. And this was a small part about the young master, but even these words caused Eleanor to feel displeasure. De Rivalen admitted that she had already heard about Knox's engagement, but that this was not enough to continue her support for him. Such events, as Talia must know, are of no value among noble families. Miss Stilliner, alarmed by such attacks, does not trust Knox von Reinhafer for this reason. Eleanor, smiling slightly, thinks that people can't just change. Talia didn't rule it out, but expressed hope for one episode that her friend should remember. When, during Bernard's test, the ghost of a black traveler appeared before Eleanor, frightening her greatly. If it weren't for the presence of young Mr. Knox, who saved her then, the girl would have definitely died. Talia would like to think that her classmate, who risked her life back then, understands all this very well. Therefore, Miss Stilliner cannot understand the reason for Eleanor's bad attitude towards the young and brave warrior. Having heard the fair arguments, Eleanor remained silent, frowning. She had nothing to say. Then she suddenly lowered her eyes, sadly realizing that she had said too much. Rising from the table, Lady de Rivalin invited the girl to end their conversation and thanked her for her attention. Talia only agreed with her classmate in surprise and said goodbye to her until they met again. In a mood close to despondency, Eleanor left the room in which Lady Stilliner lived and went to her own. It was a warm day outside, and white clouds floated in the sky above Eldine Academy. Eleanor did not go to her room, but went out into the courtyard, where she reflected on the past conversation. There was a boy nearby who called out to the girl who was lost in thought. Rick, still wearing his cap, asked how the conversation had gone with his hostess, noting her upset appearance. Still staring at one spot, Mrs. Eleanor asked the servant what was most important to a merchant. Smiling slightly, the servant told his mistress about the eyes that make everyone doubt. The last word made Eleanor think even more. She had her own association with it. In the past, it was precisely because of this doubt that the girl began to be called the Fox of Wealth and the Star of the financial world. I thought back to my younger self after that fight with Knox as a child, and wondered if he had really changed. In the evening, already resting in bed, she angrily clenched her fists and cried from resentment, and now, as an adult, she asked herself not to deceive herself. Eleanor was in the courtyard of the academy, and thought that all this could not be true, because too much time had passed. At this time, Knox himself continued to sort things out with Leon von Marvis, from whom green mana was flowing in full force. Turning his head, von Reinhofer Jr. ordered the people nearby to get out of there. Anger filled the young man, and he looked ahead with irritation. Seeing the circles of green magic, the townspeople ran in panic in different directions of the square. Taking on his usual cold-blooded demeanor, young Master Knox surrounded himself with dark purple mana. Von Reinhofer Jr. chuckled at the magical barrier, understanding the difficulty of the situation. As obsessed with money as Leon was, Knox knew of his inability to use the family's secret power for long in public. Extending his hand with a coin, von Marwis advised his opponent to take something if he wanted to negotiate. Knox chuckled at the implication that he had something to offer, something that involved Leon's family, and doubted he could bribe him. The guy, looking at Knox with distrust, doesn't believe him. He speaks as if he knows Leon well. The young man who defeated the griffin reminded everyone that the von Marvis family belonged to the 3 best dark houses, just like the Reinhafers, and that it had enormous influence. Leon didn't like his opponent's use of the past tense, but Knox reminded him that the boy's family was no longer what it used to be. By remembering the Sylvester family, von Reinhofer Jr. seemed to make Leon think about him. Knowing about the use of territorial warfare by this house, Knox knew that the Sylvesters wanted to use it to overthrow the Patriarch Marvis and take over the lands. Leon listened to all this with tension. It was difficult for him to perceive the words spoken by Knox. Then he began to reproach his opponent for trying to use the fact that he had more information than Leon, using his desire for revenge. Smiling, von Reinhofer Jr. began to deny everything, because such stupid goals did not interest him. He wants the resurrection of Leon's family, so that he will be recognized as the new patriarch, and the boy's relatives will once again become the leaders of the continent. Continuing to smile, the young master admitted that this was his opponent's real goal at the present time. Struck by what he heard, von Marvis appreciated the guy's statement, believing that he knew him well. Answering Leon's question about how Knox obtained his family's power, The troll slayer mentioned a coincidence. He only recently learned of the power's affiliation with the Marvas. Leon bowed his head, believing Knox, who wondered if he would continue asking questions. The green mana-wielding youth was upset. His opponent said what Leon wanted to hear. Frowning, Knox understood perfectly well that von Marvis really wanted to know where his opponent got such strength from. Von Reinhafer Jr. concluded that Leon really wanted to find out how much Knox knew about him and why he had decided to interfere. The magical mana around the boys began to evaporate, and the winner of the griffin rejoiced that his comrade received his answer. Having thanked him for his help, Leon promised to definitely repay Knox in the future, of course, not with money. As Knox left the town square where it all happened, he told Leon not to worry, as he wasn't expecting anything like that. The next day, a special event took place at Eldine Academy. The moment finally came as young Master von Reinhofer Jr. walked across the bridge towards Neuvon Trinity. For the sweet, smiling dean of the institution, today is the day of saving Knox, light, and a place to rest. The moment of genius so long desired by the formidable conqueror of forest monsters has arrived. The eyes of this fearless warrior sparkled with a magical purple hue, as did his mana. Among the main characters of the prophetic dream, the genius hour is the most powerful skill that can only be possessed by those who possess the genius trait. For true video game enthusiasts like Yu Chang, it's like a DLC for a prophetic dream. The system notified the gamer that he had completed the game Prophetic Dream 10 times for the first time, thereby unlocking a hidden characteristic. As a result of the achieved success, it was possible to transfer the active skill of Genius Time to the game character. It was warned that skills could be transferred if the character had one or more genius characteristics. At first, the guy bought it because it was his favorite game, but when he bought it, he didn't know about the existence of DLC. If it weren't for that decision, Knox would have died several times over, and the thought alone gives him goosebumps. Without parting with her candy, Trinity is delighted. She considers the guy a monster raised by the Reinhafers. The warrior considers it too rude even for a dean to call a man a monster, but Noah von Trinity does not take back his words. Stepping onto the light blue surface, the academy dean began to recall the boy's previous brave deeds. How can he explain to Trinity that episode when Knox went to fearlessly fight the ice monster? No matter how much the girl thinks, she cannot understand the reason why such a talented person was looked down upon, as if he were a fool. Remembering the father of the young master, Theo von Reinhofer, Trinity assumed that he had a blurred eye. The girl nibbled on a candy and, looking at the guy with her unusual eyes, could not believe it all. Feeling uneasy about the girl's doubts about him, the young master agreed with her, because in the original, Knox was good for nothing. But not now, as the character's master acting trait activated and he barely chuckled. The young man, who had stopped shaking, believes that the dean should not think about what Knox was like in the past, and Trinity agrees with him. The girl, who was looking intently at the young master, admired his talent, so she could not help but be interested in him. It almost makes her want to steal it, but Knox is determined to pretend he didn't hear anything, because the dean isn't supposed to talk about such things. The warrior did not forget the episode when he was wandering around the cave in search of crystals, and someone was watching him from behind. Now, standing in front of Noah von Trinity, Knox remembered her transformation and subsequent surveillance of him. The girl smiled and looked up from the candy, realizing that the young man had noticed her then. Throwing the scroll to the young man, she agreed with his words, but wondered how long he could hide one important point. In his soul, the conqueror of monsters rejoiced. He finally got what he wanted, for which Noah von Trinity had called him to her. The document found by young Master Knox von Reinhofer was a skill enhancement scroll. When she gave the scroll to the boy, the girl considered it a very valuable thing due to its ability to maximize the effectiveness of one of the boy's abilities. The monster-fighting hero, who was still standing in front of Noah von Trinity, heard about it for the first time, but the dean asked him to take the scroll. Illuminated by magical yellow fire, the scroll flew straight into the hands of its new owner. A moment later, the young master held the parchment tightly and looked at it with some fear. Having handed over the important scroll, Dean Noah von Trinity kept her eyes on the young man who approached her. Suddenly, von Reinhofer Jr. felt a strange tingling sensation, although it may have seemed so to him. Opening the scroll, the guy smiled again and thought that the prick in his hand was a sign of foreshadowing future events. According to the information from the system, a high-level scroll, when used, increased the effect or duration of a skill by 1.5 times. When Knox was prompted to use the skill, he clicked on the virtual display to consent. The system offered to select a skill to learn, and Knox opted for the Genius Hour. The monitor next to the guy lit up with a bright golden light after he began using the artifact. After completing all these actions, the skill was strengthened, and the character acquired the hour of genius he needed. The artifact's application speed is fast, and it also uses an additional effect that is doubled. Increase the duration of the Genius Hour skill by 10 minutes as a result of all these upgrades in the game. Against the backdrop of such successes, Knox von Reinhofer felt like a real triumphant and smiled. It is difficult for a player to develop the Genius Hour skill because the ability is initially cheating and there are few ways to do it. One of such techniques is the use of a scroll, and obtaining this artifact at an early stage is the best gift for the character. While the young man admired the glittering scroll, Noah von Trinity asked with a smile if he had achieved the desired result. The young gentleman, not wanting to continue this any longer, answered positively and wanted to leave here if the girl had nothing more to say. Looking down, Noah von Trinity lets go of the young warrior, as he is clearly tired from taking the test. Remembering the battle with the Black Ghost, Knox frowned and came to the conclusion that it was useless to deceive further. The dean of the Elden Academy, the conqueror of forest monsters, decided to confess that everything was already over. Urging her to respect the limits, the guy does not intend to gossip with the girl. She asks him not to worry and go rest. With a solemn expression, the candy lover accepted the student's words of sincere gratitude for the generosity she had shown. As Knox left the reception, he decided to be careful, as Noah von Trinity was a dangerous girl, but that was what he expected. The Academy's dean, left in proud solitude, watched the new owner of the Genius Hour skill. With a heavy sigh, the girl continued eating the candy and waiting for the moment when Knox would turn into some kind of monster. She stood tall on her huge, cold throne, which was decorated with blocks of ice, confident in the boy's transformation. A new day dawned at the Elden Academy, where students were gaining magical knowledge. A lecturer at the department spoke about the need to study the properties and characteristics of each element. Knox, who was present at the class, was bored. The subject of the basis of the Empire's magic was not discussed in detail, so this class cannot be called particularly important. According to the system, mentor Lars von Celestia, 35 years old, had a passion for learning, was a master of memorization, principled, and obsessed with paranoia. He has 12th level endurance, 18th level power, passive skill fountain of knowledge, and his active skill includes Call of the Earth and the basics of northern fencing. Knox knew that Lars played a key role in this episode. He himself was not particularly strong, but it was better to know for sure. For a nobleman's son, it is even surprising that this man became a professor at the academy with such skills. Looking at Knox, Lars felt such energy emanating from the student that he even ignored his classmates, so the teacher and the dean were interested in his skills. Continuing the lecture, the mentor began to talk about those who entered the Elden Academy and all the people on the continent who possessed their own attribute. Lars will tell Knox, Talia, and other students today about the meaning of their attributes, and together they will go through the process of its manifestation. The sudden call of his mentor to Knox von Reinhofer caused the young man to raise his gaze to the podium in surprise. Lars von Celestia wonders if the student knows what attribute he has. Knox had darkness, but the teacher wants to know about the characteristics of this attribute. Unlike the 4 main attributes, darkness is murky and doesn't mix well, but has high base destructive power compared to the others. Because it is difficult to handle, The number of families and mages who possess such an attribute and can use it properly is limited. The teacher's next question was about the equivalent of darkness, but Knox von Reinhofer knew it was a divine attribute. If this is true, then Lars now wants to know which attribute will be superior if the two of them collide. Looking tensely at the teacher, the young master of the Reinhofer house named the divine attribute. Lars knew that family members usually didn't downplay their own attributes, but Knox might be special, so the teacher decided to ask more questions. He is interested in the actions of a potential student with a divine attribute if he wants to fight Knox. A predatory smile appeared on the face of the young nobleman's son. He was preparing to give a terrifying answer to his teacher. Knox was ready to kill the enemy before he even noticed, and the young warrior would have no regrets about it. Hearing their classmates' brutal response, the young students were completely horrified and looked at von Reinhofer Jr. with fear. Lars von Celestia, who looked at his protégé with great amazement, did not expect such a statement at all. The forest monster slayer folded his fingers and looked at the teacher, who was shocked by Knox's statements. Above the large stone building, a bright, endless sky shone, across which white clouds ran. In the room where there were bladed weapons and shields, a young man with a bare torso and a bandaged left arm was sitting on the bed. When the guy took off his outerwear, he also threw his brown cap on the floor. With his head bowed, the athletic man experienced severe pain in his limbs. When the man approached the mirror on the wall, he saw a black image of a demon spreading across his body. The young man now knew that if he tried, he could truly become a real demon and not a fake. From the now transparent wall, a terrible red paw with claws suddenly emerged. Someone with him, Ausholtz de Nefer. A fiend from hell appeared out of nowhere and declared that the boy would soon cease to be human and would be able to become a real demon. The boy's eyes lit up with the desire to turn into a monster that does not age and exceeds the lifespan of a human. Covered in hellish demonic flames, the young man promised to do everything possible to revive the Archduke. The devil bared his fangs in joy at having another soul in his underworld. In an instant, everything stopped, and the young man reached with his normal hand for the brown cap lying on the floor. The boy grabbed the headdress, put it on his head, and was ready to go and perform his usual duties. What had seemed like a demon a minute ago was now Eleanor de Rivalin's servant, her faithful Rick. And in the Eldon Academy's classroom, Knox von Reinhofer continued to answer the teacher's question. With a satisfied look, he promised to kill the rival with the divine attribute without any regrets. The greatly surprised mentor, Lars von Celestia, did not expect his student to be so willing to kill his opponent without remorse. Knox raised his hand and apologized to the teacher for his incorrect answer, but he considered his method to be the most effective. Lars appreciated the academy student's unwavering gaze and stately posture, and his master acting trait was activated. According to the mentor, Knox von Reinhofer is now self-confident. He speaks sincerely, and it is difficult to understand why the dean is so interested in him. Frowning, the teacher called his assistant over and demanded that he bring the little imp demons here, which horrified the assistant. Mr. de Celestia was surprised by his assistant's lack of understanding and declared the need to conduct a test for magical abilities. Continuing to observe the nobleman's son, Lars came to the conclusion that it was necessary to get rid of this arrogant upstart. While thinking about his own, the teacher remembered that it takes hundreds of sharpenings to forge a sharp sword, or even thousands of times. A teacher's assistant rolled a cart covered with cloth into the classroom, and students stood near it at a distance. The assistant took the cloth in his hand, intending to show the contents of the cart, and the students watched him thoughtfully. The next moment the guys were completely horrified, as if they saw something demonic on the car. After taking the floor, the mentor introduced his students to the lowest-level demons that were recognized by the association. In small cages were small demons called imps, bearing their fangs. The students were afraid of the imps, but Lars considers them harmless, albeit aggressive. The imps are physically weak, and the cadets can handle them. Still remaining at some distance from the cart, the boys and girls were not entirely confident in their abilities. The creatures in the cages, although low level, are still demons, so the students are disappointed with this test from Eldine. With a wave of his hand, Lars von Celestia demanded that the boys concentrate, since they themselves had made the decision to study at the Eldine Academy. And he reminded them that the boys' main goal was not to obtain the status of a magician or a knight, but to destroy all the demons that exist in the world. The teacher pointed out to the students the need to get used to the demon's unknown nature. Hearing such an unpleasant argument from the teacher, the young people only looked at each other with displeasure. Now Lars von Celestia demands that the boys use their own magic to subdue the imp in the cage, near one of which Knox was standing. Upon receiving the order to subdue the demon, von Reinhofer Jr. felt a strange sense of discomfort. In the original, practices involving the use of demons were not carried out until at least the second year of training, so the test from the mentor surprised the guy. Lars von Celestia instructed the students to concentrate their own magical power in their palms and direct it towards the target. Taking a round watch in his hands, the teacher noted the time and gave his students 15 minutes to complete the test assignment. No matter how brilliant Knox was, he clearly didn't expect to see a demon in his first class, so as a first year, he would tremble at the monster's whispers. The teacher was confident that the measure he had taken would definitely discipline the nobleman's son, von Reinhofer. The next moment, Lars von Celestia became very agitated, turning his attention to the imp in the cage. The little demon turned away from Knox, who was standing near his cage, and covering his head with his paws, trembled with horror. The mentor screamed, not understanding what was happening, but Knox kept his impassive expression. Suddenly, Talia grabbed the cage with the imp and promised the imaginary Emma not to do it again, which shocked Lars. Another student, clutching her head, complained of a strange feeling, and her classmate mentioned a certain sweet pie. The girl began to complain of a headache, and Talia, holding the cage, cried and talked about her own wrongdoing. Someone raised their hand and a familiar voice addressed the professor on a certain issue. It was Knox, who asked to change the imp who was experiencing fear, although the young master had not even started anything yet. Not expecting such a strange request from the student he wanted to fail, Lars exhaled heavily. This reaction from the teacher made von Reinhofer Jr. feel irritated and angry about what was happening in the classroom. A golden glow suddenly appeared near the teacher. He looked at his student with a completely different look. Lars was interested in how Knox had scared the imp, but he reminded him that he hadn't even had time to do anything. The mentor, who had become cheerful and happy, now felt like a fool for underestimating the young master's talent. Then, looking at the student more seriously, Lars decided to give him another chance. Extending his hand towards Knox, the heated teacher asked the young master to listen to him carefully. Lars von Celestia offered the boy the opportunity to become his chief disciple absolutely free of charge, and this offer caused a questioning reaction from Knox. The young man looked at the Eldine Academy mentor with bewilderment and did not understand what he was talking about now. I suddenly remembered scenes from dramas where a guy or girl worked for a boss and was something like an office slave. Knox's classmates began to envy him and believed that he should accept his mentor's offer to become his main student. Raising his right hand, von Reinhofer Jr. refused, because in his understanding, chief disciple and servant were one and the same term. Not expecting to hear such an answer, Lars von Celestia even bent over and looked at the strange student in surprise. No longer able to contain his own emotions, the academy teacher shouted, not understanding why Knox refused. Continuing to hold the cages with the little demons in their hands, the students listened to the teacher's indignation at Knox's refusal. Eleanor and her neighbor looked at the mentor and student in surprise. Similar feelings were experienced by other female students who witnessed this dialogue between Lars and Knox. Princess Penelope's companion, Ikaina, couldn't believe Knox's refusal of his mentor's offer and didn't know what he was doing. Hearing someone pronounce his noble surname, the young gentleman turned his gaze in the appropriate direction. A few hours before the lecture, Vernon followed Lars and talked about the incredible strength of the blonde guy, referring to Knox. According to the brutal instructor, the young man is also a bit crazy, but for the teacher, he is just a first-year student. For an experienced academy teacher, Bernon's assessment is too hasty, given based on one performance, but the boy exceeded expectations. With a huge fist clenched, Bernon considers her colleague a stern man, and even the dean of the academy confirmed this. Knox has incredible talent, and 4 wise people have already confirmed it. Lars von Celestia, throwing up his hands, explained to Bernon his intention to verify the talent with his own eyes and asked him to stop talking about such things. Calling his mentor a pompous turkey, Bernon offered to go with him, but Lars continued walking silently. When the teacher in the classroom became convinced of the young man's enormous talent, he cried out in surprise upon hearing the refusal. Time after time, Lars asked the young nobleman why he refused to become the head apprentice. His classmates were surprised, because in front of them was Professor Lars von Celestia himself, so Knox could not miss such a chance to study with him. Pointing out the possibility of becoming the main student, the guys thought the guy was missing out and called him a bigoted psycho. Despite hearing all the insults directed at him, von Reinhofer Jr. still had no intention of changing his own decision, so he ignored the shouts. Believing that the problems arose because of this Eleanor, Knox did not see why he should care about all this farce. One of the students raised his hand, wanting to ask the professor a question, and the professor, upset by Knox's answer, was ready to listen to the young man. Not understanding why the teacher gave Reinhofer the chance to become the star student, the young man pointed to other suitable boys for this position. And since Lars's subject is magic, the student believes that Princess Penelope and Echidna von Zero should be his main students. Knox looked at his classmate and thought disapprovingly of him, assuming that he intended to do everything in his power to get closer to the royal family. Thinking that his comrade was just trying to curry favor, Knox noted his intelligence and intended to remember this boy. Exhaling, Lars von Celestia importantly reminded that the decision to select the main students rests directly with the professor. That is his role. If he just chooses someone, it will be suspicious, and a scandal could break out, including because of the teacher's preference for Knox. Having finally pulled himself together, the professor, with a serious expression, declared his firm confidence regarding his own choice. With his eyes wide open, as if he wanted to intimidate someone, the teacher prepared to tell now why he had chosen von Reinhofer. He then cast a slightly nervous glance at the young master, who continued to stand next to the teacher. The conqueror of the griffin and other monsters looked at Lars suspiciously, considering him crazy, not understanding his actions, because he would not become his student anyway. Lars von Celestia begins his speech by talking to the students about the effects of Knox's magic on the imp. The day continued, and white clouds ran across the blue sky above the Eldine Academy building. Von Reinhofer Jr. put everything together and, having shortened the speeches given by the teacher, came to a certain conclusion. In particular, the young master himself does not know how he managed to quickly defeat the little demon Impu, locked in a cage. It's not difficult for him to deal with even a low-level demon, so it's not surprising that Lars is interested. Moreover, the young master from the Reinhofer house possessed the power of a genius in magical perception. Knox didn't rule out the possibility that Lars had been studying magic for a long time since he understands it, which means he can easily distinguish an ordinary guy from a genius. Meanwhile, the teacher continued to talk about the need to choose a young master. Considering Knox von Reinhofer to be the best of the best, he could therefore become Lars's main disciple, but the young man himself did not believe this. Once again, the frustrated mentor pointed out to the talented student the time during which he could still change his mind and change his decision. Taking Knox by the shoulders, von Celestia asks him not to make premature decisions, but the boy saw only the teacher's drooling. As he left, the young man called the princess better than him and would be immensely grateful if the teacher finally left the boy alone. Forgetting about the rest of his students, Professor Lars ran after Knox and kept calling him back. Eleanor de Rivalen and Princess Echidna's companion watched the teacher's actions with obvious displeasure. Thalia and the fourth member of their team, Pella, looked at the experienced teacher with frightened glances. Princess Penelope, looking at Knox, heard about the boy's differences from all the other members of her family, and Echina directly felt sorry for him. The owner of dark purple hair became furious and thought that the young man was of interest to the princess, but she answered negatively. Penelope, in a sad mood, was simply curious about Knox. She didn't know whether von Reinhofer Jr. would bring light to the imperial family or become the darkness that would cover her. Knox stood in a half-bent position in the long, bright corridor of the Eldane Academy, brushing himself off. The boy spoke unkindly of Lars von Celestia, not understanding his actions, and the teacher also smeared the student with honey. Now he felt a sense of anger due to the lack of normal characters in the prophetic dream. Looking at the ceiling, the young master hoped that things would be easier for him now that he had refused the teacher. It was a starry night, and the rooms of the Eldane Academy were brightly lit, illuminating everything around. The formidable monster liquidator stared at one point and listened to questions about the bad events that had occurred during the training. Smiling, young Mr. Knox remembered some bad things, but he seemed to be thinking about the positive aspects. Both in the corridor and in the classroom, Professor Lars approached him and persistently offered to become his main student. Or when Knox and his fellow students came to the cafeteria and ate, a teacher would appear nearby with the same request. Even when going to the toilet, the young student could not hide from the teacher, who seemed to be everywhere. Lars von Celestia peered out from behind the dressing room door and offered the young master to become his chief apprentice. Other students who were in the restroom at that moment also noticed the teacher's strange behavior. Almost holding Knox back near the door to the cubicle, the professor continued to ask if he had thought it through, calling on him to become the main student. According to the student, the mentor had crossed the line, but he liked the boy's irritation, which gave Knox charm. The young man told Dietrich's maid about Lars's offer. She thinks the young master has reasons to refuse it. And he confirmed the maid's guess that this was the same Professor Lars who was in first place in the theory of magic. The girl, surprised by these words, remembered Lars von Celestia as a professor with a good reputation, so his actions were incomprehensible. Knox rested his chin on his hand and admitted that he had previously considered the scientist a normal person. Another notification from the system showed obsession, paranoia, trauma, weak psyche, and extinction. The information received concerned a teacher whom Knox considered abnormal and whom he described as problematic. Another night had come, but in the large, luxurious house with columns on the porch, the lights were burning brightly from the windows. 3 excited young warriors, holding swords in their hands, shouted about the need to stand and not retreat. The tip of the blade fell onto the carpet, along which dark red blood flowed. A fair-haired guy with a pale face, surrounded by black mana and holding a dark sword in his hands, was heading towards the soldiers. Little by little, retreating deeper into the room, the warriors demanded that the man stop, citing the order of the master, who had forbidden anyone to enter. Taking this instruction sarcastically, the young man continued walking forward with an empty grin. He took one step after another, walking along the patterned path, and the black haze of mana enveloped the boy's legs. Thanks to magic, the young man passed by one of the soldiers without any problems, who only had to follow the guy with his eyes. Entering Theo's office, where Rodwell was also present, the guy wants to know how much time has passed, but the head of the family is not interested. The Grand Duke is always with his father, and when Theo's time of weakness comes, the boy raises his head and takes everything upon himself. Von Reinhofer Sr. cast a cold glance at the young man who had said all this as if he meant it. The blood-stained boy looked down and admitted that it wasn't difficult for him to do this. Resolutely approaching the table where Theo sat, the young man inquired about the place where the nobleman had hidden the sword. The angry head of the noble family, looking sullenly at his son, demands that he repeat his question. The fair-haired youth looked at the man with a cold-blooded gaze and asked for the sword of darkness for himself. Magical mana swirled around the boy with the black sword, who was now telling his parent about the storm petrel. He continued to persistently interrogate Theo about the location of the very sword that belonged to John von Reinhofer. Theo, raising his hand as if to protect himself, was outraged by the boy's mention of the name of the first head of their family, considering it not very normal. For the petrol petitioner, this is not important. He, considering himself a nobleman, has the right to a sword that grants strength and power. Continuing to resist the young man's demands, Theo replied that he knew nothing. But the father, in the boy's opinion, knows everything so well that he left that very woman to die back then. The butler Rodwell, who witnessed this conversation, had a premonition of unpleasant events if the young man suddenly began to talk about this lady with the head. Theo wants to clarify which woman the guy is talking about, but if it's his own mother, he asks him not to speak rudely about her in front of him. Looking intently at the head of the family, the young man clarified that they were talking about his mother, Priscilla von Orel. This woman became Theo's mistake, and in the end she remained only a guest for the von Reinhofer family. It was painful for the man to hear all this from his offspring, and he demanded that he leave there quickly. Trying to say something else, the young man turned to his parent, but he did not want to listen to him anymore, and repeated his request to leave. Theo von Reinhofer, who was beginning to get very irritated by this conversation, did not at all want to cut his own son's throat. The young man looked at the nobleman with displeasure and was sure that he would soon regret it. With noticeable concern, the butler Rodwell and Theo looked at the boy, who continued to insist on his own. As he left his parents' office, the young man promised that soon everyone would know that the property in the house belonged only to him. Theo looked disapprovingly at the young man who demanded the Black Sword of Darkness, Stormbringer. A worried Rodwell became worried when he saw Theo's face contorted with emotional pain, but Theo assured him that it was his own fault that this unfortunate situation had happened. Recalling his service to the Reinhafers, the butler feared the dire consequences for the family if society learned of Karen's conspiracy with the demons. The faithful servant suggested to his master the need to quickly choose his own successor in connection with these events. Theo von Reinhofer looked down and considered his loyal butler's proposal to choose an heir. Having touched on this topic, Rodwell mentioned the arrival of a letter with good news, which was already lying on the table among other documents. Hearing the news about the first-place winner in the entrance exam at Eldon Knox, Theo remembered the new dean at the academy. Rodwell confirmed that the dean was Noah von Trinity and mentioned the four sages' recognition of Mr. Knox's abilities. The butler's report made the nobleman think hard about his own youngest son, Knox von Reinhofer. Looking closely at his master, Rodwell was unaware that he still positioned Knox's development as slow. But remembering his youngest son's duel with the twins, Theo immediately understood the boy's potential, seeing his abilities. The butler kept an eye on the head of the von Reinhofer family, who was thinking about his youngest son's prospects in life. According to Rodwell himself, one day young Mr. Knox will sit in the place where his father now sits. With a benevolent face, Professor Lars von Celestia asked Knox once again to become his chief student. The boy refused, but the teacher was ready to provide him with subsidies so that he could graduate from the Eldane Academy completely free of charge. Having reminded him that he has enough money, the young man is surprised that the teacher does not know about it, because the Reinhafers are very rich. Just having mentioned the great honor, the mentor was interrupted by Knox, for whom fools love honor, and money is a luxury. Lars asked the boy to try lessons, but his ears would soon start bleeding due to the persistent teacher. Looking tiredly at the teacher, the young monster slayer sighed heavily. Before this conversation, the servant Dietrich came to Knox and asked him to listen to her, promising to tell everything honestly. With a sad look, the maid confessed how she was able to find out more about Professor Lars, and it turned out that before that he was a different person. Knox listened as Dietrich explained that the teacher was a persistent professor who taught underachieving students. By agreeing with the maid, he is sure that he will not escape this fate either, but Lars will clearly reject Knox after seeing his shortcomings, even though he is currently set on the young man. Speaking now with the teacher von Celestia, The young man mentioned their conversation yesterday on the topic of apprenticeship. Von Reinhafer Jr. still couldn't understand why such a great professor wanted to take him on as a student, and Lars decided to explain. Interrupting the academy mentor, the young master firmly declared his intention to hear the real reason for the teacher's desire to teach him. Now the guy, thirsty to know the truth, wants to know why the professor needs an outstanding student. Lars von Celestia seems to have given in slightly under this pressure and wants to know how much free time Knox has. The bright sun was shining through the large window of the academy's academic building when the young man declared that he was considered scum. That's precisely why he has enough extra time, but the teacher was very surprised by the young man's confession. Unexpectedly, Professor Laps laughed sincerely, spreading his arms, and began to talk about the student's victory. Now he will tell about the old times, and he offered the guy to drink the highest quality herbal tea, which is obtained from Rivelin. While pouring the drink into cups, Lars talks about the need to train Knox not because he is an outstanding person, but because of the scientist's desire to complete the research. Von Reinhaver Jr. listened to a scientist who was doing scientific work for weak people who were unable to use magical power. For the teacher of Eldine Academy, this research is the goal of his life, so he needs a chief disciple. Looking at his reflection in the cup, Lars could not bear to watch innocent people die without being able to do anything or even fight. Remembering the most tragic and painful thing for himself, the professor spoke to Knox about his own son. Von Reinhafer Jr. looked straight at the scientist and thought that it would be impossible to know the stories of all the characters if you play the prophetic dream, and after the incident there is a new phase. Once upon a time, the eldest son of Viscount Celesti entered Eldane and rose to a high rank without possessing any special abilities. The young man always received mediocre grades in practical exams and was ignored by other students. The disdain from his fellow students did not disappear, even if the eldest son of Viscount Celestia was the best in the theoretical exams. He raised his low self-esteem through research, and by putting in a lot of effort, he got a professorship and married a girl. No one recognized the guy, and his professorial achievements went unnoticed. His works and research were published under a false name. Meanwhile, a son was born into the young family, whom his parents loved very much, nursed and carried in their arms. The professor's only son grew up and entered Eldine, and after overcoming all difficulties, he graduated from the academy with honors. And when the grateful young man promised his father to help him glorify his name, the man became incredibly happy. The professor's son fought in the emperor's detachment and went to the front lines, wanting to win and raise the flag with his name, bringing glory to the Celestia family. But in this war, the son of the unfortunate professor died, laying down his life at the very beginning of a brutal confrontation with the monsters. A young man died after being pierced by an arrow that was filled with magical power the size of a speck of dust. Remembering his son's body on the battlefield, Lars hopes that Knox understands why he is doing research for those who do not possess magic. Listening to the teacher's story, the young man understood its triviality, but most likely, in the world of the prophetic dream, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of similar stories. Then von Reinefehr Jr. looked closely at his mentor, who shared a painful story. The back of the professor, whom the young man saw from the monitor, and the same part of the body, noticed now, were felt by the character in a completely different way. Approaching the large window, the teacher looked up at the sky, and Knox realized that he had become a little imbued with the loneliness of this unfortunate man. Having apologized, the young man expressed his even greater confidence that there were more qualified students in this matter who could help the scientist. Showing his palm, Knox spoke of those who were more serious than him and would listen more attentively to the stories of Professor Lars. Von Reinhafer Jr. told the teacher, who was very surprised by these words, that this was exactly the kind of person he needed. The young man, standing at the open door with the intention of leaving, said goodbye to his mentor until the next class at Eldine Academy. Professor von Celestia, left alone in the room, watched the man who did not want to be his main student. On the wall of the teacher's office hung a large portrait of Lars's only son. With a sad smile, the man looked at his long-dead boy and realized that nothing had changed. Evening had fallen, but the lights were bright in the rooms of the Eldon Academy, and the courtyard area was illuminated by a lantern. Upon returning to his bedroom, Knox received truly shocking news and asked the maid Dietrich to repeat it again. The maid who was in front of the young master gave him information about the return of Mr. Karen to the family. The girl also reported that the family's guardian knights were holding a memorial service, but this news seriously alarmed Knox. Lost in his own thoughts, he knew very well who Karen von Reinhofer was, mentioned by her faithful maid. This young man, along with the first Prince Louis, brings one of the worst endings in the game Prophetic Dream. It was a fine day outside, the light from which penetrated into the room and illuminated it with its warmth. The maid stood in front of Mr. Knox, who was sitting on the bed and thinking about his older relative. The young gentleman asked Dietrich, who was excited by her story, about her recent trip to his family. According to the girl, the butler Rodwell recently contacted her and asked her to come for a while with the maid Rona. The boy knew that Knox's mother was irritated by her second wife, who was especially beloved by Theo von Reinhofer, and not by Priscilla. He doesn't know whether Karen hates her younger brother or not, but if she does, then this evil hero could very well harm the servant Dietrich. With a heavy sigh, von Reinhofer Jr. could not understand the reason why Karen was making enemies for herself. With an upset look, the young master wants to know about the actions of his relative that he committed this time. Dietrich's maid immediately changed her expression, as if she didn't want to talk about something extremely bad. Looking at the girl, the angry Knox immediately understood everything, and she told him about the offer she had received from Mr. Karen. Having heard the housekeeper's confession, the young gentleman himself was now surprised. Dietrich hesitated and could not bring herself to immediately tell the young master everything in detail about what had happened. During his visit to his parents' estate, Karen was walking down the hallway and saw two maids on his way. As he passed by, both girls bowed their heads to the aristocratic guest of the mansion. Suddenly, Karen turned towards the maids and looked at them thoughtfully, as if he was interested in them. Looking at the fair-haired Dietrich, who was talking to her colleague, the young nobleman did not know whose maid this was and did not remember her. He called to de la Villa, and she looked with fear at the stranger in this huge, noble mansion. Standing face to face with the maids, Karen von Reinhofer told Dietrich that he hadn't seen her in the house before. The girl took hold of her dress and, bowing, greeted the guy, stating her name and position in the mansion. Showing no interest in the maid's movements, Karen demanded that she stop bowing. He then offered the surprised girl to become his maid, because he was aware of her work abilities. Flashing a snow-white smile, the guy knows about the ambitious maid's talents, thanks to which she will be able to satisfy him. As if frightened by the young nobleman's persistence, Dietrich apologized and told him about her work as Mr. Knox. In any case, Dietrich decided to refuse Karen's proposal, which caused him noticeable irritation. Karen is amazed that the maid doesn't seem to know who he is and doesn't understand why she's acting this way now. Hearing the aristocrat's question about the amount of money she received from Knox, whom he rudely called names, the girl looked down. In a constrained position, Dietrich gathered her strength and replied that she was declining the offer because she had decided so herself. Karen, now openly angry, called the things he heard from the maid unacceptable from a commoner. The colleague watched as Dietrich explained that Mr. Knox appreciated her, but she herself didn't even know what kind of person Karen was. Finally smiling, the maid announced her great desire to continue to look after Mr. Knox von Reinhofer herself. The idea of serving a strange guy like Knox was nonsense in Karen's opinion, and he offered to pay Dietrich 3 times as much. Unexpectedly, his younger brother's maid bowed low to the young nobleman, which caused him great surprise. Karen looked with displeasure at the housekeeper who dared to refuse his generous offer. Arriving with the news in Knox's chambers, Dietrich told him about Karen's desire to hire the girl as a maid with the promise of a salary increase. The young master, looking cautiously at the maid, wanted to hear the amount that his relative had offered her. The girl, closing her big eyes, said that Karen was ready to pay her 3 times more than Knox. The liquidator of the griffin and trolls has money now, but the main story has not yet begun, so he cannot spend too much money. Therefore, the young man will have to let go of Dietrich, who looked at the boss with a frightened, questioning look. The heavy thoughts about the maid's fate did not come easy to the guy, and he exhaled with difficulty, closing his eyes. Extending his hand to the surprised girl, von Reinhofer Jr. is ready to pay her 3 times more than he does now, if Karen gives that much too. With wide eyes, Dietrich continued to look at her boss, who asked her not to worry and concentrate on her work. The next moment, she raised her hand to her chin and suddenly laughed loudly. Seeing the stern expression on Mr. Knox's face, the girl turned away and asked him to forgive her for herself. The formidable conqueror of forest monsters now looked at the girl in surprise, not believing that she was laughing at him, and allowed something bad to happen. Knox von Reinhofer asked the maid about her transfer to work for Karen, but she did not go anywhere. Modestly lowering his eyes, Dietrich announced her reluctance to move to Mr. Karen, and that a salary increase was also not needed, since the girl was satisfied with everything. Having received the explanation, the young master still could not understand the reason for the maid's laughter, but she could not answer him. When she heard her boss's order to tell, Dietrich said she simply laughed because she thought of something funny. Knox von Reinhofer looked at the maid with distrust, convinced that she was seriously deceiving him. After these words of the young master, his maid breathed a sigh of relief, looking somewhere to the side. Mentally glad that Dietrich had not left him, the young man promised not to let the housekeeper go if his bad brother Karen suddenly caught her. Turning away, the young student thought about what would happen when he finally became much stronger than he was now. The next day, the students of Eldine Academy, divided into groups, played sports on the grass field. For first-year students, the educational institution has 5 compulsory courses in various disciplines. As part of the history of Arkheim, students are taught about the creator god of Arden, who united the kingdoms, but all of this is forgotten, and the course is taught orally. The second year of education involves horse riding, where students learn to ride horses and overcome various obstacles. In their third year, male and female students learn the rules of etiquette and chivalry in the academic life of Eldine. The basics of imperial magic are studied by students in their 4th year, along with special teachers dressed in black cloaks. The last course was the most difficult and challenging for the young master, Knox von Reinhofer, when he strained all his strength. During this lesson, young people actively swung their arms and legs, performing all sorts of athletic movements with them. This subject was physical education, which the boy strongly hated because of its difficulty. During his active training, von Reinhofer Jr. was required to run vigorously along with everyone else. He also had to do pull-ups on a horizontal bar, which put a lot of strain on his body. The young man's physical strength was at its limit after all these exercises. He sat on the lawn and had difficulty breathing. While Knox was quenching his intense thirst, the teacher approached him, finding the whole thing strange, no matter how much he thought about it. The physical education instructor felt that the student was not good at everything, and Knox, stunned by these words, almost choked on his water. Rubbing his chin, the angry young master from the Reinhofer house does not understand what his teacher is talking about. Although the boy shows high results in terms of exams, the teacher is confident that there is a precise limit to Knox's physical abilities. The young man sat on the lawn and listened to this mentor assure him of some wall that he couldn't break through just like that. Rising to his feet, Knox von Reinhofer looked at the leaves that the wind had raised, and he expected something similar from the teacher. As the teacher mentioned, the guy's growth limit is 15 or half of his maximum health due to the peculiarity of the health limit. Knox knows he is dealing with a teacher, but he allows himself to speak out against his student, while the mentor asks him to forgive him for his rudeness and advises him to listen to him. Due to the low amount of strength, there could be a danger of shortening the student's life, but the boy simply brushed off the teacher's words. Since there was a countdown going on in his heart, the young man couldn't help but notice it, especially since the system had already notified him of the time limit. The young man greeted this message with a grin and did not notice how Paracelsus stood to the side and looked at him. The warrior who had previously fought with Knox knew that no one really knew von Reinhofer, and the young man had taken first place in the exams and could now hide his strength. Paracelsus looked at his opponent and was confident that the guy's actions were precisely connected to how stupidly he was behaving. Noticing his former rival, the young master ran towards him and lifted the bottle to drink some water. With a slight smile, Knox called Paracelsus a poor guy and asked him if he might want to fight each other again. People were walking around the town square near the Eldine Academy, each doing their own thing. Young Master von Reinhofer Jr., dressed in a black cloak with a hood on his head, walked past the carefree townspeople. Suddenly, someone behind him said that he never thought he would meet a young man in such a place. Knox turned around and saw Rick, who wanted to clarify that the person in front of him was Mr. Reinhofer's youngest son. This unexpected meeting of Eleanor's servants only provoked aggression in the young master, who cursed mentally. The slayer of monsters did not understand why this little rat, as he considered him, was hanging around on the street where people always walk. Smiling slyly, the boy Rick reminded the young master how long it had been since they had seen each other. He looked at Eleanor Knox's servant with distrust, knowing that the boy's real name was Ausschultz de Nefer. This demonic character is known as the worst creator of bad endings, along with Louis von Arheim. Ausschultz is 15 years old. He is of demonic seed. He knows how to negotiate because of his eloquence, but he is a swindler, a follower of the devil and a traitor. Fourth stamina, the same mana and other stats were not encouraging, and Knox turned his attention to the negotiation management at Ausschultz. After reading the information from the system, a feeling of sadness and disappointment appeared on von Reinhofer's face. Knox was aware of Rick's future attack on Eleanor, whom the heroic traitor would try to kill. Taking into account all these unpleasant facts, the young master decided to avoid Rick first and foremost. In the current conversation with the boy, Knox mentioned the gift he had given him earlier and wanted to know what he wanted from him. Sensing the state of von Reinhofer Jr., the system notified the master of acting of his trembling. Rick doesn't want anything special. He just saw the young Mr. von Reinhofer, a nobleman of high rank, walking alone and without protection. That's why the boy became curious, but Knox is adamant that Rick shouldn't be interested in all this. As if not noticing the cold tone of the nobleman's son, Miss Eleanor's servant began to smile and agreed with Knox. Clapping his hands and considering their meeting fateful, Rick offered to help the young master with his shopping, since they still had time. The monster slayer, chuckling after these words, thinks that his mistress de Rivelin would definitely not have ordered Riku to do such a thing. In the boy's understanding, a good nobleman is the kind of person who can turn a blind eye to his servant's failure to carry out certain orders. After bowing, Rick raised his head and directed his promising gaze at Mr. von Reinhofer. Noticing the change in the boy's mood, Knox looked at him with concern. The young nobleman decided to find out the true intentions of the man standing in front of him, because there was a reason why he decided to contact him. He confessed to the boy that he disliked situations where people talked a lot, and Rick responded with a short yes and a good-natured smile. Still smiling, Rick bowed to Knox von Reinhofer and promised to remember the young master's wishes. Bright rays of the warm sun illuminated a large 3-story mansion in which only rich people could live. The maid brought Miss Eleanor, who was sitting at the table sorting out papers, the materials she had requested. Taking it with her black-gloved hand, the young lady thanked the maid for the job she had done. Having received the necessary information, the girl began to study it with all attention. Near the inkwell with a beautiful pen on the table lay materials with Knox's initials and his image, as well as the family coat of arms. Mr. Rivelin examined the documents that were related to the young Mr. von Reinhofer. Thinking about the previous moments associated with the nobleman's son, the girl could not understand the reason why he saved her. The memories added to her anxiety, and Eleanor continued to study the documents about Knox. Lady de Rivelin was convinced that there was no reason to save her from the Black Ghost. Between the von Reinhofer and Rivelin families, as the girl remembered, there were no friendly deals. If Knox had wanted to win, he could have immediately accepted Coach Burnon's offer, but Eleanor remembered that her friend hadn't done that either. Placing her black-gloved hand on the table with the papers, the girl came to the conclusion that it was impossible for the von Reinhofer she knew to save her. After the situation in the Forest of Lost Children, Eleanor accepted that Knox had changed his behavior, but she didn't know why he had done so. The girl continued to sit at her desk, trying to understand the complex problem associated with the young master. And suddenly a new thought struck Miss de Rivelin, causing her to sigh heavily. A mention of her own servant Rick, who helped the girl in various matters, came to mind. She remembered the boy's recent behavior, which seemed very strange to the girl, and now she came to understand that his strength was growing. Eleanor looked at Knox von Reinhofer's documents with a sad expression, and in any case, there was nothing she could do about all this. Rising from the table, Lady de Rivelin placed her hand on the folder containing her other documents. She looked at the window, through which the bright sun was shining, delighting all living things around with its warmth. For a moment, Eleanor stood silently, not saying a word, as if she were still remembering her rescue by Knox. Memories overwhelmed the poor girl at that moment, and she closed her eyes, surrendering to their tireless power. Little Eleanor stands in front of her father and cries, and he asks why she did all this. It's stupid. A parent dressed in a luxurious fur coat yells at his daughter, telling her to just keep quiet in that situation. The irritated man shook Eleanor by the shoulders, and she continued to cry bitter tears and could not say anything in response. Then there was a day when an unusually bright sky hung over the temple, and only the dim sun slightly illuminated the streets. Dressed all in black, little Eleanor was led by the hand into the church by a woman dressed in the same color, surrounded by sad people. The woman was crying, covering her face with her hand, and the little girl looked at her with fear and big green eyes. Turning her gaze away from the woman but not taking her hand away, Eleanor looked ahead. In the woman with dark red hair and arms crossed on her chest, lying among a multitude of different flowers, Eleanor recognized her mother. She recalled that moment when her angry father took her by the shoulders and only lowered her head indifferently. But then she lifted it up again, and large, bitter tears ran from her sad green eyes down the little girl's unhappy face. Overwhelmed by heavy memories, Eleanor hugged herself and looked out the window, where it was warm and sunny. In the town square, Knox von Reinhofer watched Rick skillfully converse with the vendors of magical goods. The boy doesn't think it's necessary to buy high-quality magic spheres used in lessons, since Knox will get better things as he rises in the rankings. Instead, Eleanor's servant recommended that the young master purchase alchemical pots and a ladle made of steel. According to the boy, most of the things are available in the classroom, so Knox only needs to have the bare minimum. Standing at the counter, Rick pointed to a store behind him that belonged to Mrs. Eleanor and supplied them with goods at low prices. Having told all this to the young master, Miss de Rivelin's servant thought, trying to remember something he had not yet said. Continuing to keep an eye on the clever boy, Mr. von Reinhofer Jr. was forced to admit that the boy had talent. His con-man trait and passive negotiation skill allowed Rick to successfully communicate with different people in the city. Knox even began to think about recruiting the boy for his team, if he weren't a demon's minion, but decided to think about it anyway. Having stopped talking to the sellers at the market, Rick approached Knox, indicating that he wanted to buy everything he needed, and Knox agreed with him. But the conqueror of the griffin and other dangerous monsters still had certain questions for his companion. With his question about the real reason why Rick found Knox here, von Reinhofer Jr. confused the young man. Unexpectedly, the next moment the young master abruptly grabbed Eleanor's servant by the shirt, causing him to become frightened. With all his strength, Knox grabbed the black sword with his left hand and pressed Rick against the wall, causing the boy to groan loudly in physical pain. Still holding the boy in front of him, Knox continued to angrily inquire about the reason why he was looking for him. Frightened by such a sudden turn of events, Rick did not understand what the nobleman's son, Reinhofer, was talking about. Rick felt a strong pain in his body and screamed, but the young master demanded not to waste his time. For Madame de Rivalin's servant, the situation that had arisen seemed absurd, and he was sure that their conversation would pass quickly. Already smiling, as if he no longer felt pain and humiliation, Rick decided to tell Knox everything directly. Behind both boys, dark red air currents suddenly appeared, the same ones that had previously preceded Rick's demonization. Von Reinhafer Jr. looked back with concern, realizing that this was the very barrier that was blocking the sound. Rick, beginning to take on a demonic nature, changed his expression and offered Knox to betray his family and begin serving Prince Louis. The terrifying proposal made by the demon's minion, Ausholtz, provoked aggression in Knox, and he reached out to the boy with his fists. A black spot appeared on Denefer's chest, spreading its threads throughout the boy's body. Von Reinhafer Jr. looked gloomily at Ausholtz with burning eyes and denied the devil's minion's service to Prince Louis. Rick served a terrible demon with large red eyes, the outline of which appeared on the boy's chest. Rick, who had previously looked at his exposer with an astonished gaze, now noticeably calmed down. The boy realized that Mr. Knox knew a lot and began to gather even more dark red magical barrier around them. The terrible dark lines spread by the devilish image on the rudiment reached Rick's face, which felt triumphant. Using his dark purple mana, Knox looked with irritation at Rick, who was losing his human features. Rick, reminiscent of a demon, with his growing hands and long claws, assured Knox that all this would not please his hellish overlord. Knox looked at his demonic accomplice with his usual cold-blooded gaze, not intending to give in to weakness. He asked Rick if he truly believed that the hellish master, whose image appeared on the wall, would fulfill his wish. Mad Ausholtz, who had grabbed Knox with his long-clawed hands, smiled and was filled with such strong confidence. Suddenly, von Reinhafer Jr. let go of the demonic man, not wanting to fight him any further. The young master, without touching Rick any further, expressed the hope that the boy would not regret the devil's wish being fulfilled. The hellish creature left the wall. Ausholtz became Rick again, regaining human features, and straightened his wrinkled shirt. Then he turned his surprised face towards Mr. Knox, who was about to tell him something again. As he left the scene, Knox made a remark to Rick regarding the possibility of another insult by the servant of the noble family. Turning around and casting a cold glance at the boy, the young master threatened to kill him for this. Seeing off von Reinhafer Jr. with a cheerful look, Rick promised him to remember the instruction. The boy remained standing alone near the wall of the house where the conflict had taken place, while Knox left him to do his own thing. In a forest clearing surrounded by green trees, Bernard stood calling on all the assembled students to begin the lesson. One of the students called him a crazy instructor, and the second, due to his appearance, called the instructor Baldhead. A guy with glasses who was among the students asked his fellow students to be careful now. He thinks it's okay to call a person who has hair bald, but calling a person without hair that way is an insult. The student gossip did not escape Bernard's ear, and he coughed, looking at the boys who were breaking discipline. With his arms crossed, the experienced instructor mentally asked himself to be calmer. He couldn't tear the students apart just because of his head. Bernard intends to begin by telling the young people gathered nearby about the location of their first lesson. The training took place on the Clarial Plain, a famous site of the Eldine Academy, where many amazing plants and trees grow. Here the instructor is going to teach the students the basics of horse riding on horses that Bernard's assistants have already trained. Addressing the students, the instructor asks them to try eating on the horse each was given, or the horse the students brought with them. One of the upset students didn't even have time to look around here, and his classmate doesn't even know that anyone has horses. The guys from the next group of students were no less scared, where the girl complained about her lack of experience riding horses. Another girl is surprised by the horse riding lesson at the academy, but her friend pointed out that it is a mandatory subject, otherwise they could be expelled. Knox von Reinhafer, who was not taking part in the general discontent, called his faithful horse Carl. When the boys each received their horse, Bernard asked them to saddle the horses and hold on tightly to the saddle so as not to fall. While attending to Charles, Knox noticed Paracelsus riding alongside him, who was riding his horse quite well. Remembering his rival's experience in the East, the young master came to the conclusion that Paracelsus had ridden a horse or a camel more than once. Other students at the academy noticed von Reinhofer Jr., who was riding a remarkable obsidian horse. Some didn't understand where a good-for-nothing guy got such a horse, while others reminded him of the great wealth of the Reinhofer family, although the Rivalans were richer. Others admired Charles and praised him, and Knox could clearly hear all these gossips talking behind his back. Moving around in life and during academy lessons on Karl was a privilege for a veteran player. White clouds raced across the sky, and bright rays of the sun illuminated Clariel's forest clearing. During the training, one of the guys was happy that he managed to saddle a horse. Bernon, the instructor who happened to be nearby, praised the young man, asking him to say a few nice words to the horse and take a couple of steps. The Academy's experienced mentor is pleased that his charges have now managed to saddle their own horses. But the next moment, the boys were amazed because the instructor announced the need to start the race of this lesson. They didn't understand how this could be done if some of the students were riding a horse for the first time today, but the instructor remained silent. One of the students didn't see the point in holding the race, while the other pointed to the enraged horse and accused it of attempting to kill him. A completely frightened student considers the instructor's order madness, and his classmate in glasses allowed Bernon to become angry because of the insult regarding his baldness. The student's punishment for these words was a firm slap on the back of the head from the brutal instructor, causing the young man to collapse. The student lay unconscious on the grass, and Bernon recited the simple rule of the race, which was for each man to ride his own horse. The boys were required to reach an unnamed forest located on the cannon, and then they had to return back. The students, who looked at their mentor with disbelief, learned that extra points would be awarded to those who returned first. For Knox von Reinhofer, who was standing behind everyone, the only thing simpler than these rules was the instructor's hairstyle. But now it didn't matter to the young man anyway, and Talia, who was standing nearby, heard her friend's words and asked him again. Not wanting to explain anything to the girl, the conqueror of forest monsters asks her to focus on her work. Although horse riding is a common activity that all students attend, a very important event is about to happen. The player remembered very well that this episode would be the first time that a blood-red demonic man would appear. And according to the plot known to Knox, it is the main character who must deal with this terrible enemy. The demonic man Ruger, who appears in this episode, will imprison all the students in the nameless forest, after which the main character will defeat him along with the rest of the cadets. And this is the classic course of events in this episode. Thinking about this difficult situation in the game, Knox held the horse's bridle, knowing that there was no such hero. He is interested in how the situation will develop without a leader, given the presence of many talented individuals now. Frowning, the young gentleman decided to act cautiously, but not to remain on the sidelines. The guy's thoughts were interrupted by Talia Stilliner, who invited him to go horse riding together. The cheerful noblewoman is not afraid of anything, but she allows for the possibility of something unpleasant appearing along the way. After all, the forest is a dangerous place. Eleanor, who had suddenly appeared there, laughed at Knox's confidence that he was supposedly ready to worry about others during the race. Seeing Mr. Rivelin pestering him, von Reinhofer Jr. irritably asked her to leave him alone. The girl, unable to boast of noble origins, looked silently at her opponent. Then she turned and walked towards her horse, and Knox remained watching the girl with his eyes. A grinning Thalia thinks it really is a race, so they better get back as soon as possible. With an embarrassed look, she turned to young Master Knox and asked him to go ahead, as she herself was not very good with the horse. In his usual cool tone, von Reinhofer noted that the upcoming race in the forest was not at all important now. A surprised Talia Stilliner watched as her comrade walked away, taking Karl's horse by the bridle. Thinking about the last words the guy had spoken, she couldn't understand that the race could be more important then. Instructor Bernon shouted for attention as the students each mounted their horses. At his command, the boys quickly rushed forward, trying to reach the nameless forest and return back. Behind everyone, Knox von Reinhofer raced on his faithful Karl, knowing full well how events would unfold. Urging his horse to run faster, the boy gradually caught up with his opponents from the Elden Academy. During the race, one of the students turned to his friend and promised not to lose to the commoners, who had never ridden horses before. This address was addressed to a fellow who was riding behind and was very excited when he heard it, and besides, Knox was catching up with him. Suddenly, magical mana began to cover Karl little by little, who was rushing forward with burning eyes. Knox understood perfectly well what was happening to the horse, which, on top of everything else, reared during the race. Thanks to the effect of the genius mana sense, the magic circle on which the academy students were jumping was discovered. The students were frightened when they saw a strange shape suddenly appear, glowing red. Von Reinhofer Jr., who had stopped moving, ordered his fellow students to stand still due to the teleportation magic. The young nobleman's son cautiously asks the boys to obey him if they do not want to die. From the magic circle, red air currents began to rise upward, causing strange feelings in the students. Then, dark spots appeared at different points in the magical dimension, which gradually transformed into something whole. Suddenly everything stopped. The forest clearing became itself with green, lush grass and flowering trees. The foot of an unknown creature with long fingers and sharp claws stepped onto the grass, and the remnants of dark red magic fluttered nearby. In a forest clearing, there was a man with thick, long hair and horns on his head, surrounded by red magic. Playing with the toes of its paws, the creature bared its fangs and rejoiced at its appearance in this area. Possessing 2 large and 2 small horns and a muscular body, the demon was delighted at the opportunity to take revenge. Even before he appeared, Knox dismounted and released Karl so that the animal would not be harmed by the magic. The horse left the boundaries of the magic circle where there was danger, but the owner continued to count on him. The other students looked at the curving streams of bloody magic and did not understand what was happening to them. The bright sun shone above the tall trees full of green leaves, illuminating the forest clearing with its rays. All the horse race participants found themselves in a clearing. Some of the students were lying on the ground, while others were trying to kneel down. One of the girls grabbed her head, complaining of pain in it, not realizing where she was, and the neighbor pointed to the forest around. Another student thinks his words are nonsense, since they were literally just on the plain. A frowning Knox stood in the middle of all these guys who didn't understand what was happening and thought that they were taking part in some kind of test. He looked suspiciously at the dark red air currents floating around. The young master had no doubt that what he saw before him was teleportation magic, but it was different from the dean's sorcery. The formula was very unstable. Turning to Knox, who was standing in front, Penelope asked his opinion regarding what was happening to the boys. The guy replied to the princess and her companion that he was trying to understand, but was certain of the guilt of people not involved with the academy. An angry Akaina couldn't contain her emotions, not understanding the meaning of Knox's words, and asked him to tell them if he really knew something. In a tone of voice, von Reinhofer Jr. demands that the girl know her place, because she is not a princess. Therefore, the nobleman's son has no reason to respond to the princess's servant. Such a bold answer from the young noble man greatly irritated Akaina, but she remained silent. Eleanor approached Knox and asked him to confirm his words about teleportation magic and its use by people outside the academy. Mr. Rivalin, who was asking Knox's opinion on the matter, was approached by an agitated Thalia. Lady Stilliner also wants to know the reasons for Knox's explanation, since it could simply be a test conducted by the Eldane professors. Sighing after hearing this, von Reinhofer Jr. considered those around him who were in comfort and might not survive to be too complacent. All of them are currently in the war game Inner Lunatic, which is known for its difficulty and where it is not easy to win. Knox, with his genius acting skills activated, told his classmates who were watching him about the overly unstable magic. The lack of safety training for the transferred subjects is evidence of the formula's disorganization. One of the students agrees with von Reinhofer regarding the strangeness of the formula. The professors would not have put the students in danger. According to the guys reflecting on the situation, the teachers have no need to do such things to the children of noble families who entered Eldin. Pell, who is present among all, believes that Knox is right in his guesses and is interested in the opinions of the other students. Von Reinhafer Jr. and Penelope, who was standing nearby, heard someone agree with Knox, even though he didn't want to admit it. Due to the instability of the formula, it is easiest for them to assume that someone outside the organization was involved in the incident. Princess Penelope, who was listening to the children's words, had a hunch about her brother's involvement in what happened. Pell is convinced of the need to get out of this place as quickly as possible, and other students nearby agree. It seems to Knox's team member that there is no need to remain in such mana floating around for too long. A smiling Akina doesn't believe the suggestion that dark forces are trying to take matters into their own hands. Shouting, she demanded proof of this, but Princess Penelope, who was behind her, asked her companion to stop. A saddened Penelope tells Akina that the boys are right, because if they stay in the vortex of unstable mana for a long time, they will die. The crowned lady's companion screamed in fear upon hearing her mistress's harsh words. According to one student, the magic circle is actually drawn very strangely. His classmate also agrees with the ineffective image. Knox, standing behind the main group of students, heard them praise the keen eye of the princess, who had studied magic much earlier than them. Suddenly, Paracelsus, who had been silent until then, heard some suspicious noise and immediately strained his hearing and sight. Sensing danger, the young warrior grabbed his sword to confront the still unknown enemy. Penelope and Akina do not understand Paracelsus's actions, but he covers them with his hand and asks them to remain silent. Turning to the two girls, the warrior asks if the ladies can smell blood now. Paracelsus looked around with a worried expression, expecting a monster of at least mid-rank to appear without even having time to say where it was. Knox finished the conversation for his fellow Academy member about the monster's presence, showing that the monster was above them all. Suddenly, a huge dark bird with glowing eyes and a forked tail appeared from above, causing a commotion among the students. Taking his feet off the ground, brave Knox was already rushing towards the winged monster with the aim of quickly eliminating it. Using his dark purple mana, the young warrior delivered a powerful blow to the huge bird. He asked all the guys present to get ready, but they didn't understand what exactly. The bird felt a strong pain in its right wing, which is where Knox struck with his black sword. The red-lipped monster collapsed to the ground, with Knox von Reinhafer walking nearby, armed with the Stormbringer. Standing in front of the students, the young man is going to take command in such a situation. The students of the Eldin Academy looked in surprise at the young man who had saved them, next to whom a winged monster was blazing with fire. The boys are shocked by the intention of the, as they considered, good-for-nothing Knox to take command. Princess Penelope also looked at the nobleman's son and the monster he had destroyed with some apprehension. Not knowing whether he was the first to know about the monster, she was surprised how the good-for-nothing Knox had defeated the beast, whose presence the lady had not sensed. Eleanor, Paracelsus, and the other guys from the group silently watched the militant actions. It was unclear why Knox von Reinhafer, who had bravely fought monsters, had changed so much. The Clarial Plain, which belonged to the Eldane Academy, was deserted. Only the wind raised the green leaves of the trees. A surprised instructor, Bernard, looked at his round watch and voiced a suggestion about the student's inability to ride horses. Dismounting from his horse, the student's mentor looked out over the plain, wondering why the boys had not returned, making it the worst test result in history. Professor Lars von Celestia was running towards Bernard at full speed, shouting about the problems that had arisen. Having reminded the teacher about his current lesson with the second-year students, the instructor was surprised by the appearance of a colleague there. For Lars, this doesn't matter. He's interested in the students, to which Bernard told him about the boys' horseback riding lesson on the plain. Suddenly, the instructor's expression changed. He felt something strange and unusual, as if danger was threatening. Lars reported the use of demon magic at the academy, and 3 hours ago a magic circle was activated, and the tracks led to the plain. It was precisely in the absence of Dean Noah that this happened, which upset Bernan, who decided to go and take action. Hearing a strange noise, both mentors turned around and saw a black horse with a saddle running straight towards them. After examining the papers tied to the saddle, Bernan came to the conclusion that the horse belonged to a fair-haired student. In his message, the author asked for help in connection with the appearance of a demonic man at the entrance to the nameless forest. With concern, the magic teacher Lars von Celestia looked at Bernan, who reread the words about help. Upon learning of the nameless forest, Bernan cried out, realizing where his charges were, and Lars urged him to run there. It will take both mentors 2 days to reach the nameless forest, and it is too late for teleportation magic. Not feeling the ground beneath them, Bernan and Lars rode their horses towards the forest and hoped that everything would be okay with the boys. The students at this time stood in front of the burning winged monster, which Knox deftly destroyed. While the students couldn't take their eyes off the monster engulfed in flames, von Reinhofer Jr. silently wiped his sword. The evil Echina did not want to admit it, but then called the decisions made by the young master correct. Knox asks her to forget about it. He does not need a real apology, and turned to Princess Penelope. Considering this incident to be a continuation of the previous one, the warrior asks to be given the right to take the students under his command. Having just mentioned the name of the imperial family, the guy did not finish because the princess considered his proposal dangerous. The golden-haired representative of the imperial house intends to personally be responsible for the students of the Eldane Academy. For Knox von Reinhofer, this was a big problem out of nowhere, so he immediately turned to his team member Pell. Standing opposite the princess and Echina, the young master asks Leon to read the protocol for emergency situations. According to Pell, the top priority is to protect the imperial family, and command is given to the strongest knight or mage. Turning to Penelope, whose face was sad, Knox called her the only representative of the royal family among those present. The young slayer of monsters knew that Penelope was also one of the most powerful characters who would help defeat demons in the future. Because the mana of light and the power of punishment that the princess possesses is passed down only within the imperial family. Continuing to explain to the students, Knox told them of their duty to protect her, even if everyone here died, for such was the law of the empire. The heir to the throne, not expecting to hear all this, tried to protest, but was interrupted by Knox. He reminded Penelope and all the guys present about the attack, to which he was the first to respond. And the monster was dealt with by the young Master von Reinhofer Jr., whose clothes showed the dark blood of the monsters. He again approached Princess Penelope, who was amazed by what she had seen and heard from her comrade, to obtain the right. Reaching out to the crowned girl, the nobleman's son Knox asks for permission to control the lives of everyone present, including her. A witness to this episode, Talia Stilliner, listened to her comrade with mixed feelings. The incredibly amazed girl found Knox's desire to become a leader in order to control their lives incredible. Suddenly, she realized how right she had been before, because young Master von Reinhofer was a true knight. Noticing the strange expression on Talia's face, Knox couldn't understand what was happening to her, but the girl quickly smiled. Theo's son is ready to become the leader in the absence of other candidates, but if the guys do not agree, then let them prove the superiority of their abilities over his. Confident, Knox smiled and was ready to hand over the role to the best student if he succeeded. Surprised by what they heard, the boys and girls silently looked at the conqueror of the huge, predatory, feathered monster. While everyone turned their attention to Knox, no one noticed the boy who was grinning evilly. He saw the princess and believed that if something happened during all this, the elected leader would be the one to answer. According to the smiling villain, even if the leader copes well with this role, he will not be able to predict everything with certainty. Looking at the back of young von Reinhofer, Garen was convinced that Noxo had drunk the poison from the Holy Grail. Having quietly insulted the master who had freed them from the monster, the villain laughed at Nox's demands, but he heard everything. The troll and griffin slayer turned slowly, his eyes flashing with purple flames, as they did when aggression arose. The envious young man's expression quickly changed, and he no longer smiled, frightened by Knox's terrible gaze. The warrior thrust the tip of his black sword, Stormfur, into the soft forest earth and made his final decision. With a wave of his hand, Knox ordered the students to follow his instructions from that moment on, and in case of refusal, he promised to punish the offenders according to the law. Akina noticed how Princess Penelope looked at her new protector and savior of the imperial family. She didn't like this turn of events and her mistress's reaction to all this, but the girl again remained silent. Young von Reinhofer informed Eleanor, the princess, and everyone else that the movement had begun and urged them to follow him. Finding herself next to Knox, Miss de Revalin asks him to tell her where they are heading now. Not wanting to go into details, the nobleman's son referred to his ability to explain things poorly, so they had better not lag behind. The conqueror of the terrible monsters in this game headed deeper into the forest and thought how horrified they all would be if they knew how many times he had gone through this chapter. The thing is, the guy is a veteran of that ill-fated game called Inner Lunatic. Deep in the nameless forest there was a cave, access to which was difficult due to fallen trees. A round silver ball showed people armed with swords who attacked a wild boar in a crowd. Outside the magic circle, in the cave, there was a muscular man with long black hair. The demonic man who had returned to the game world for revenge held a magic ball in his hands with a smile. The stone flying through the air, surrounded by a dark red light, called out to this man, whose name was Ruger. Rising from the stone throne, the demon looked at the rapidly increasing glow around the small fragment. A black devilish mouth with white fangs demanded that Ruger eat all the people from Eldine Academy. Ruger knelt down before the multi-eyed evil, who demanded that he get rid of all the unbloomed flowers. Raising his hand up, the demonic man wanted to take some of the dark red magic emanating from evil. The purple paws with sharp claws of the monsters touched the magical streams, and the devil continued to speak. After Ruger came into contact with the witch's mana, long black streaks of evil ran down his arm. If a demonic man eats the people of Eldine, the devil is willing to share his power with him, even though Ruger has not earned it. At first astonished by such words, the next moment Ruger firmly clenched his hand into a fist and promised the master to carry out the order. With a smile on his face, Ruger assured the greatly diminished glow where the devil was that he would not disappoint him. Having heard what he wished, the crystal lost its eerie light and fell onto the stone floor of the cave in front of Ruger. The demonic man stood in front of the magic circle, clenching his fist with his hand, which was infused with some of the devil's magic. Thanks to the magic he received, a powerful otherworldly being intends to take revenge on the one who abandoned him. Smiling as he looked at the ball, Ruger said the name of Lars von Celestia, a magic teacher from the Eldin Academy. The demon peered into the magic ball and saw instructor Bernan and mentor Lars riding horses. The teacher, who never took his eyes off the road, was serious and determined to save his unfortunate students from danger. With an almost charming smile, Ruger looked at the teacher and again said his full name. From the dark cave where the Avenger who had returned to life was located, a dark red magical force began to emerge. Crimson clouds hung over the vast, nameless forest, and a flock of birds flew somewhere into the distance. In a sunlit forest clearing, the students watched two warriors cut up the carcasses of wild boars. Knox von Reinhofer informed the boys, including Paracelsus, that they needed to share roles. The young monster slayer chose Leon and Paracelsus, whom he had fought earlier, as his assistants. The young man lowered his head, smiled, and promised to play along with Knox, since he had defeated him on the battlefield before. Pell bowed and said he lacked the necessary skills, but was still willing to help and do whatever he could for his colleagues. Knox looked at his new assistants and was glad to have the strongest first years on his side. Looking away, young von Reinhofer remembered another problem he needed to solve. Speaking to his companions, the young man began to talk about two ways by which they could get out of this forest. Knox proposed to destroy the magical barrier located outside the nameless forest. It was also possible to defeat the huge magic caster who had trapped the students of Eldane Academy in a magical trap. Pointing out the method of countering the spellcaster, Penelope looked at Knox, but he found it dangerous. Princess Penelope became visibly upset when the young master began to tell everyone that the team didn't have many options in this situation. It will take Instructor Vernon about 2 days to get here from the plains if he goes directly. Therefore, the guys should try to kill the caster, although Knox already knew that they would not be able to pass this event using the first method. If they want to get out of here, they must kill the caster, who is the demonic man Ruger who lives in the forest. The students of Eldine Academy gathered around their leader and listened attentively to his every word. While pondering what they should do next, von Reinhofer Jr. finds it necessary to get food. The boy looked at the dead wild boars lying on the ground, the meat of which would last the group 2 days. Answering the indignant Paracelsus's question regarding this food, Knox reminded him that it was pork and was surprised by his dislike of it. Knowing that Knox is no slouch, Paracelsus considers him mistaken, because they are in the hunting grounds of the nobility. Having stepped on a boar, the warrior called them poisonous, so one should not eat demonic beasts, but von Reinhofer Jr. knew about this. The conqueror of the griffin and the trolls understood perfectly well that the local plants could not be eaten. Even in the East, Paracelsus never sank to such a level of starvation, so he doesn't understand why Knox is talking about this and suggesting eating demonic beasts. Does Knox know how long his stomach will hurt after this? But the leader of the squad himself was surprised by his assistant's concern about the usual pain. Having mentally decided not to talk to him anymore, von Reinhofer Jr. demanded that Paracelsus remain silent, as he knew better what he was doing. Then the young master picked up several brown stems of the plant with sparse leaves. Knox dropped to all fours and turned to Leon, asking him to summon the undead and then order them to protect all the boys from the monsters. The master asks Paracelsus to protect the princess, calling him a skilled swordsman, albeit one with a talkative mouth. Having received the order, the warrior smiled and promised to give the leader of their group a good kick in the ass in the future for such instructions. Continuing to ponder his next steps, Knox stood in the clearing while his assistants began to carry out his instructions. Looking to the side, von Reinhofer Jr. came to the decision that it was necessary to begin new actions. A silvery substance suitable for implementing these measures quickly appeared in his hands. Using magical movements, the young master began to transform boar carcasses into appetizing pieces of meat. The students of the Eldine Academy watched their leader's actions with great surprise, not quite understanding what was happening. While watching the hams fry, the boys noticed the meat had changed color and thought they would die after eating it. Knox threw one sprig of the collected plants at a time onto the meat that was roasting over the fire. After a short time, the color of the hams changed again, and this did not escape the attention of the attentive participants of the forest mission. Using the crimson claw plant, Knox neutralized the poison contained in the meat of mid-rank and lower monsters. The horned boar caught by the students is one of these forest monsters. The boys, having heard the leader's explanation, immediately became cheerful, and one of the girls remembered how she had read about something like this in a book. As Knox sliced through the hams with his sword, the students couldn't figure out how he knew all this, since the Reinhofer family had never gone hungry before. The master, who continued to prepare the meat, turned to the princess who was standing next to him. Looking at the girl, he wonders if Penelope likes her meat rare or medium rare. The food continued to cook over the fire under Knox's direction, excluding well-done meat. His companions, their mouths open, stared at the fire. The master himself remembered that well-done meat was thrown away in the game. Roasting boar hams lured hungry academy students with their aroma and juicy appearance. While all the other students were struggling to contain themselves while looking at the food, Princess Penelope was indifferent to it. She seemed to be nervously watching the cooking process, which she did not really like. Continuing their trek to the nameless forest, Instructor Vernon and Las von Celestia attempted to contact Dean Noah von Trinity. Vernon began to talk about the appearance of a demonic person of at least mid-rank, which was fraught with a deadly situation. He mentioned a joint trip with Professor Lars, with whom he was going to save the students, but in response, he heard incoherent sounds from the dean. Noah Vaughn informed Trinity about the deployment of the remaining elite teachers on other missions, but the dean seemed to be eating, not answering them. The astonished instructor Burnon's expression changed, logically assuming that the director of the Eldine Academy was eating food at that moment. Lars was yelling at the dean, trying to find out if she was really eating, and Vernon thought that even crazy Noah wouldn't do anything in a situation like that. From the special device that the teachers used to communicate with Noah, the words of a surprised girl emerged, saying that she had been heard. While Lars and Vernon looked at the gadget, shocked by such a reaction, Trinity laughed because there was nothing to worry about. While talking with her subordinates, Noah ate her favorite sweets and assured her charges that everything would be fine with the students. However, if the members of the group in the forest had been second-year students, the situation would not have looked so dire. An indignant Vernon reminded us about the guys who are only freshmen, who have recently arrived. They don't know how to do anything, and Lars supported him. A visibly upset Lars von Celestia didn't even have time to teach his students basic defensive magic. The special communication instrument made strange sounds and went silent, to the disappointment of both academy instructors. The men concluded that Noah von Trinity had hung up and that Vernon had then handed the device to his colleague. Vernon pulled on the reins of the bridle and was angry at the dean's actions, but there was nothing he could do. Raising his fist, the instructor promised to do everything himself, and his horse, as if receiving some of its owner's energy, neighed and reared up. Vernon rushed forward with all his might, leaving Lars behind him, who looked at his colleague in surprise. Von Celestia immediately thought of his best student, Knox, and a wild anger filled his soul. Ahead, a forest was visible, with a red sky above it, and the teacher was thinking about how he would not allow the main student to die in such a place. A group of Eldine Academy students sat down in a clearing near a burning fire, having eaten a hearty meal of boar meat. The students looked in surprise at Knox von Reinhofer, who was performing strange movements not far from them. Not understanding why Knox was spilling the boar's blood, Paracelsus explained to Leon that it was the blood of a strong monster, and the weak would be afraid to approach them. Turning his gaze to his teammate, Paracelsus mentioned his own experience in the East, where he had done something similar. He said travelers are most vulnerable at night, and the boys actually noticed it getting dark. Princess Penelope, who had not previously been known for her cheerful mood, approached Knox von Reinhofer. The crowned representative of the imperial house expressed gratitude to the young man, because thanks to him, the students are now safe. The master, who was experiencing anxious feelings, does not consider this to be the end of everything, since there are many monsters around, and they still have not defeated them. He also reminded them of the long night, and many of the boys present in the clearing were already getting sleepy and were gradually falling asleep. Princess Penelope, looking at the students, knew about this, but none of them had died yet, for which she was grateful to him. The heir to the imperial throne lowered her gaze, and sadness appeared on her beautiful face again. She asked Knox for forgiveness for Akina's behavior, which was biased against the dark families because of their reputation. Not understanding why this lady cared about him at all, von Reinhofer thought about current events, which were not developing the way he wanted. Having asked not to worry about him, the guy believes that Penelope should not thank someone who is good for nothing, because if the imperial family finds out about it, they will not like it. The princess is ready to look at this situation this way, but the girl absolutely does not agree with this. Being opposite the leader of their group, she is willing to take certain risks to save more people. In particular, Princess Penelope can accept help even from demonic forces. Concerned by the words he heard, von Reinhofer Jr. considers the princess's expressed opinion to be dangerous. The girl immediately turned away with a pretty face and with a smile told the young man that she was just joking. Looking at Penelope with distrust, von Reinhofer Jr. assumed that an internal switch had been activated in her. Known as the Princess of Goodness, Penelope von Arkheim, heir to the imperial throne, also has one major flaw. Knox, who had played this game many times, knew very well about the lady's downside, such as maximum utility. For the guy, she is a dangerous character who is ready to sacrifice her own life for the sake of her ideals. Penelope's nickname of Princess of Kindness can easily be transformed into the cold-headed princess if necessary. Knox held a dark pouch in his hands, around which a purple glow hovered, helping him in the fight against enemies. Calling on the boys to split into teams of 4 to set up tents, he invites a student to come up and take a piece of good fabric. One student didn't understand why Knox wore so much fabric. Another reminded him of the Rheinhafer's wealth, and the young man himself understood how people saw dark families. Using the provided materials, the young people began setting up large tents for sleeping at night. Knox, looking suspiciously around, spoke of the need to be more careful, but Talia, who was nearby, did not understand him. Von Rheinhafer looked away angrily and did not want to explain to the girl anything that he was just thinking about. Having gathered the boys around the fire again, Knox decided to determine the order of the night watch, although it was time for him to start as well. He was well aware of one problem that was present in this game scenario. If the young master and his team members do not kill the mage who set up the barrier as quickly as possible, it will be impossible to pass through it. While some finished setting up tents for the night's rest, other students carried firewood to keep the fire burning. The guy and the student working next to him began to yawn, as if they were already feeling sleepy. Some of the guys who had settled down by the fire lay down right in their places, as if they had forgotten about their tents. At this time, the young master, Knox von Rheinhafer, was already drawing the black sword Stormbringer, which was seething with purple mana. He headed towards the nameless forest, thinking about the possible consequences if no one killed the magician. The nobleman's son, prepared for the upcoming difficult battles, knew that the boys would not be able to complete the main story. The magical barrier continued to illuminate the nameless forest with its bright light, where the students of the Eldane Academy were located. The student lying on the grass opened his eyes and looked away with concern while his classmates slept peacefully. The next moment the girl woke up, rubbing her eyes, due to the loud cry of her comrade who was pulling his sword out of its sheath. Brandishing a bladed weapon, the young man called on the boys to stand up and addressed the princess in connection with some problems that had arisen. The guy reported to Penelope, who had urgently approached and was alarmed, that a whole bunch of creatures with mana were approaching the night camp. From a bird's-eye view, dark air currents actually descended towards the students standing near the tents. Akina, grabbing her own sword, shouts at the princess to stay behind her companion. Paracelsus, who noticed the monsters first, drew his sword from behind his back and came to the conclusion that boar's blood was not capable of scaring away stronger creatures. Wanting to ask Knox about his actions in connection with the monster invasion, the assistant turned to the head of the mission, but did not see him. The warrior looked with a dejected gaze at where von Rheinhafer Jr. had previously been, and Talia also did not believe that he was gone. Suddenly, a small book opened its own pages, sparkling with a magical green light. Holding a book glowing green in the air, Leon told about Knox, who had left the fight for him, and who had briefly left it. An enraged Akina reminded everyone present how von Rheinhafer Jr. had boasted of his desire to protect the princess, and had ultimately left anyway. The other students watched as Leon denied their leader's escape, and the princess's companion wanted to know how the boy knew this. Huge paws with sharp claws stepped onto the forest clearing where the boys were. There were too many monsters, and it was very dangerous. Fierce wolves with glowing eyes and terrible bats were preparing to fight and destroy the students of Eldane Academy. They tried to convince Leon that Akina was right about the impossibility of dealing with so many monsters, but the boy believed that everything was perfectly fine. He had good reason to do so, because before leaving, Knox von Rheinhafer gave the crystal to his assistant. Leon, who still knew nothing about the power of this element, looked at this dark object in surprise. At that moment, Leon thought of Knox as a person, but he didn't know the reasons why he had placed such responsibility on the boy. The magical green light grew stronger, and Leon was about to make an announcement about the face of the patriarch of the Marvis house. In the most solemn tone, the young man spoke about the outcome of this battle with dangerous monsters. While the young nobleman was giving his speech, the first monster fell heavily onto the cold ground after being struck by a sword. Leon von Marvis, who has gained control of green mana, will personally and completely determine the outcome of the confrontation with the monsters. Completely surrounded by green magic, Leon saw a huge blue wolf approaching him. The tall Iron Man, formed thanks to von Marvis's mana, slew the monsters that entered the clearing. The terrible defenders of the Academy students, led by Leon, were ready to repel the attacks of forest monsters. In another part of the nameless forest, darkness reigned. Bright stars burned in the sky, but the terrible monsters were nowhere to be seen. Near the entrance to the cave where Rugers lives, a magic circle was shining brightly on the ground, into which the Academy students had previously fallen. Knox von Reinhafer walked confidently there, wanting to meet his main opponent in this area. Coming closer, the young master stepped on the bright red outline of the magical element. Immediately after this, the magic restriction was lifted by the genius of magical perception. Thanks to the effect of the sleeper member's cape, the damage will increase by 1.2 for Knox, who called for the hiding Ruger. The horned human demon bared his white fangs and watched the guy with interest. Jumping down from the high rocks, Ruger looked at this ordinary student who had come here. The demon smiled at Knox's stupidity in challenging him to a fight after finding out the location of the horned creature. The master of acting immediately came into play in Rudger von Reinhofer Jr., who saw him now. Now smiling, Knox asks his opponent to open his mouth if he is worth anything, but for now let him know his place. The demonic man immediately became serious and looked defiantly at the impudent alien. Ruger, enraged, shouted how dare this stranger be so rude to the one who rose from the underworld. The horned strongman instantly rushed towards the young master in an attempt to quickly destroy him. Almost reaching the nobleman's son, the monster reached out to the boy with its huge paw with sharp claws. Expecting this swift attack, Knox instantly raised his black sword, Stormbringer, in front of him and repelled the attack with it. With the next blow charged with purple mana, the master powerfully threw Rudger aside. The demonic man looked in surprise at his paw, from which smoke was coming out, as if it had been burned by fire. Knox's opponent was filled with hatred, not understanding what kind of incredible warrior was now standing before him. Holding tightly onto the black sword that was blazing with mana, von Reinhofer had no intention of telling his opponent anything right now. This reaction from the brave guy caused a chuckle from the hellish man, filled with malice and hatred. Gathering black and red mana, an enraged Ruger promised to extract a confession from Knox's dying body. The demon flew towards the enemy from the Eldain Academy, extending his right hand forward with a red, dangerous magic. With his eyes burning, Ruger was about to strike the young man to death and destroy him, fulfilling his promise to the devil. It seemed that only a few moments separated Ruger from a pleasant triumph over one of his enemies. The next moment, the demonic man felt something unusual. He lost his right hand, which he wanted to use to strike. Knox, who strikes accurately with his sword, calmly asks his opponent not to be distracted, for which he did not even use his skills. Ruger's severed arm fell heavily to the damp ground, spraying purple blood around him. It's not with such a difference in level that Noxu can use his own skills to fight terrible monsters. Ruger screamed, considering Knox an insignificant enemy. The guy perceived the enemy as a human, albeit with demonic powers. Waving his severed limb, the devil's muscular servant demanded that von Reinhofer not only say that he was already celebrating victory. After the first combat clashes, the warrior with the black sword came to the conclusion that the hellish man was much weaker than the current Knox. Ruger's new powerful attack was successfully parried by Knox, who brought the storm petrel forward in time. The nobleman's son looked at the demonic enemy with his intense gaze, feeling no pity for him. During this confrontation, Knox's melee genius activated, causing him to break the enemy's attack. For the young master who was aiming the purple magic circle at Ruger, such attacks were nothing. After this, von Reinhofer Jr. struck the demon with all his might with this glow, causing him wild pain. The master of acting activated, and Knox looked down at his fallen opponent, who was screaming from a new wound. Holding Ruger's severed hand, the slayer of forest monsters expressed hope, but he didn't think it would work. The nobleman's son's rival lay head down, grinning from the bitterness of defeat and disappointment. An angry Ruger came to the conclusion that he needed to be careful from the very beginning of his confrontation with the young man. Continuing to lie on the damp ground, the demonic man was angry at the enemy who had thwarted all his plans. Knox put his foot on the struggling Ruger, who accused his rival of trying to humiliate him, the owner of the blood of an archduke. Unwilling to listen any further to the stories of his defeated enemy, Theo's son raised his sword over Ruger with the intention of saying goodbye to him. The defeated man grinned with helplessness and excitement, preparing to say goodbye to his own life. Just as Knox raised his black sword over Ruger, he was stopped by a sudden cry demanding that he stop. When the monster slayer turned around, he saw Professor Lars von Celestia running towards them, asking the boy to stop. After stopping his movements, the Elden Academy teacher called the lying on the ground Ruger his student. Still holding his sword over his fallen opponent, Knox looked in surprise at the mentor who had spoken such unexpected words. The Academy's teacher apologized to von Reinhafer Jr. for making this mistake, but Ruger is indeed Lars's student. Ruger chuckled at the way the professor called him, asking him not to talk nonsense, something Knox also noticed out of the corner of his eye. The demonic man, still lying on the ground, doubts that the teacher considered him his student even for a second. Ruger blamed Lars because he abandoned the boy after he lost his arm in the battle for the Empire and heartlessly kicked him out of the academy because the boy had lost his value. Screaming with anger, Ruger called the professor a two-faced man who calls himself the boy's teacher. Clenching his fist in indignation, Lars von Celestia agreed with his former protégé's words about expelling him from the academy. Lars took such a difficult step, not just for the sake of it, as Ruger thinks, but because he was worried about the future of his own student. Upset by the memories of the past, Lars simply did not want the fate of his son to befall Ruger himself, so he asks for understanding. The teacher admitted to making the decision to expel Ruger from the academy because he was too persistent in his eagerness to fight. The demonic man's eyes sparkled as he reminded the professor of the possibility of having the choice to choose his own destiny. Instead, the teacher made a laughingstock out of Ruger, stroking his vanity by saying that he was helping, and the man didn't like it. The worried Lars von Celestia simply did not know that everything would happen exactly like this to his ward. Now the teacher cannot believe that the magical power that Ruger so desired was such, and it might not be worth his dreams. The academy teacher recalled how in previous years he helped Ruger with lectures and teaching materials. Episodes from the previous period of his life were also memorable to the man who became the devil's minion. He bared his teeth again, just like he had some time ago, preparing to attack the supposedly weak student of Elden Academy. Knox continued to keep his foot on the body of the grinning Ruger, who already knew that it was all over for him now. To the surprise of von Reinhafer Jr., his defeated opponent jumped to his feet with lightning speed. With the last of his strength, Ruger ran towards Professor Lars von Celestia, who was not expecting this. Anger completely took hold of the man, who, with a demonic face, flew towards the teacher, wanting to take him with him to the grave. The academy professor looked with fear at the devilish student who was getting closer and closer to him. Ruger's red mana and Knox von Reinhafer's purple mana crossed, as if the two men were reunited in battle once again. In horror, Teacher Lars tried to protect himself with his hands from the rapidly approaching danger. Something strange happened, and the teacher raised his head in surprise, looking ahead. Mr. von Celestia knew full well that it was impossible to correct the deeds he had committed. In the clearing in front of the professor stood Master Knox, who also possessed such deeds and protected the teacher from the attack of the demonic Ruger. Von Reinhafer Jr. deftly sidestepped his terrifying opponent, holding the black sword Stormbringer in his hands. An angry Ruger was taken aback by his opponent's speed, not understanding how he managed it. According to Knox, whose acting skills have been activated and his synchronicity has increased, it's an unpleasant feeling for Ruger. The young man, whose synchronization had increased, looked at the enemy with an expression of confidence in his own victory. Having lost his right arm, Ruger swung his remaining limb and was so angry that he wanted to destroy Knox instantly. The system reported that von Reinhofer Jr. may have lost his mind due to events on the battlefield. With the next powerful blow, the young warrior cut Ruger in two, finally eliminating this demonic messenger. Ruger, who did not expect such a fatal end, screamed in terrible pain, but this was the end of him in this confrontation. The demon no longer interested Knox von Reinhofer, who turned away and now looked in the direction of Professor Lars. Then the young man turned around to look at the remains of Ruger, who had been defeated in a brutal battle. The black magical mana currents above Ruger gradually dissipated as von Reinhofer approached his academy teacher. Where the demonic man's head had been, a dark void now shone, and from it came the last breaths of blackness. Professor Lars von Celestia, down on all fours, looked in horror at what had once been his former ward, Ruger. The face of the unfortunate instructor of the Eldine Academy at the moment expressed only sadness and strong regret for what had happened. Unable to contain his own emotions, the poor scientist lowered his head and shed tears, pitying the man killed in battle. He called to Knox, who was standing a little behind the mentor and looking at him with his cold-blooded gaze. Finally, the conqueror of the forest monsters responded to the call of his broken teacher. Without raising his head, Lars von Celestia asked Knox's opinion on what he should do next. The young man, his white shirt stained with the blood of his defeated opponents, looked at the teacher in surprise, not understanding him. Lars is confident that the student understands him, because all the research and beliefs of the magic teacher at the Eldine Academy have always been on the side of the weak. The palm of the scientist, who was now expressing his innermost thoughts, was straight on the ground. In light of what happened, Lars, with his hand clenched into a fist, is no longer sure that it is all worth it anymore. The grief-stricken mentor was unable to even protect one student, and therefore sees no point in continuing his own research. Raising both hands, the disappointed teacher Lars looked at them with bitterness, as if he had lost his purpose in life. Knox von Reinhofer just looked silently at the professor, who, with the loss of one of his protégés, had almost lost his meaning of existence. Rubbing his chin with his hand, the young man collected his thoughts to find the right words to talk to the teacher. Coming closer to the mentor, Knox said that he was not aware of his relationship with the half-demon. It was the lesser evil, and Knox believed Lars should complete and publish the work, as this was the only way the game would have augmenting artifacts and a buff system. Looking at the grief-stricken teacher, the slayer of monsters and demons came to the conclusion that Lars needed to continue his research. Knox continued to reflect on the changes that had occurred in the teacher's mental state. But the young man, clenching his fist, did not know whether this was really all for today, in which so much had happened. A sharply agitated Knox von Reinhofer looked forward with sympathy, as if something had changed in his consciousness. Suddenly he began to experience the difficult emotions of his Professor Lars and saw the difficult situation differently. The boy's master of acting trait wavered, and it began to rain in the forest. Clouds were flying across the night sky, and Knox told the professor that his story had nothing to do with Ruger's killer. Standing above the dejected scientists in the pouring rain, Knox had previously considered using Lars the best choice. Having said that he did not think of Lars's research as useless, he immediately began to doubt his own words. A frustrated teacher at Eldine Academy asks a student to address the mentor's profound helplessness in the current situation. Forced to acknowledge the pitiful state of Professor von Celestia, the young monster slayer looked away sadly. He looked down and immediately understood perfectly well that the teacher had touched the boy with his words and his attitude. That was precisely why von Reinhofer Jr. was hesitating now. Every word the professor said touched his soul strings. Lars remained seated on the rain-wet ground while the student continued to stand over him. And now Knox, with large drops of rain running down his face, confessed to his mentor his own laziness. A young student at Eldane Academy asks his grief-stricken teacher not to give him too much work during classes. The monster slayer confessed to Mr. von Celestia that he did not like tea, preferring coffee. And of course Knox, standing in the pouring rain, doesn't want money, and he's completely silent about his reputation. The professor, surprised by such words from his own protégé from the academy, does not understand what he is talking about. According to von Renhofer Jr., Mr. Lars's research simply requires the exact opposite. The guy, completely soaked by the heavy rain, is confident in the great importance of this scientific work. The magical barrier set up by Ruger disappeared, and the hero, such a keen gamer, could simply envy the teacher's diligence. Knox dropped to one knee before Lars, who was so determined to change the world. Even though Knox's knee was covered in mud, it didn't stop him from speaking out to the teacher. The wet and disappointed professor looked at his student in surprise, not expecting such a reaction from him. Like a knight, the young Mr. von Reinhafer Jr. solemnly declared to the teacher his desire to become his best student. Startled by the boy's sudden words, Lars straightened up and looked at the Eldine Academy student in amazement. For Knox, nothing has changed. That scientist's back that the hero saw through the monitor is simply him, Lars, and the boy's personal conclusions about the teacher's story. But if necessary, the nobleman's son is ready to fulfill all the demands of the teacher and even cover for him while he mourns his son. While these events were unfolding, the vast, nameless forest continued to be flooded with heavy rain. In the forest clearing, Leon and all the other students continued to watch the huge wolves destroyed by magic. Exhaling, the warrior Paracelsus threw his sword back into its sheath behind his back after the end of the combat clash. Like Leon, who was positioned in front, they both looked at the silently killed huge predators. Confused about the origins of so many dead bodies, Paracelsus believed Knox was not the only abnormal person in the forest. Looking at the eliminated enemies, the warrior saw in them a complete difference from the usual zombies. Paracelsus noticed that these monsters, killed by a group of students, even felt different from other monsters. Princess Penelope finds it hard to believe that the enemy has always had such a formidable army of the dead. Speaking with Akaina about the Dark Families, the crowned lady considered their destructive capabilities to be truly incredible. Although she didn't want to admit it, the representative of the imperial family considered the rumors about the revival of the Marvas clan to be clearly true. The princess ordered Ekin to keep an eye on Leon von Marvas, and she bowed and promised to keep an eye on this young man in the future. Not far from the rest of the group of students was Leon himself, holding in his hands the purple crystal given to him by Knox. Looking at this artifact, the guy realized that without this high-level mana crystal, he would hardly have been able to win today. Recalling the team's leader, Knox von Reinhafer, Leon suggested his comrade's ability to see the future. Suddenly, the students of the Eldane Academy looked in surprise in the direction from which a familiar voice was heard calling the boys themselves. Even through the heavy rain in the forest, the students heard people approaching them. Instructor Vernon burst into the forest clearing a second later and shouted joyfully, inquiring about the safety of his charges. The instructor shook one of the students, asking if everyone was alive, and Paracelsus turned away with a dejected look. Princess Penelope reported a man who had left the battlefield, and Vernon was very surprised to see her. Having stopped shaking the unfortunate student, the instructor bowed and apologized for the belated greeting. He was simply in a hurry. The instructor, who appeared in the clearing, was told by a representative of the imperial family about the departure of Knox von Reinhafer when he inquired about the identity of the departed man. She asks him not to think that Knox is in danger and that they lasted so long precisely because of this guy. Leon von Marvas, standing a little behind his mentor, confirmed the girl's words to the doubting Vernon. The boy, who was in the heavy rain, pointed to the mana crystal that Knox had given him, and it had been very helpful in the battle with the monsters. Paracelsus remembered how Knox had solved the food problem and helped set up the camp, thus doing all the work. The instructor, surprised by what he heard, reflected on Knox's actions while the students talked about their own affairs behind him. According to one of the guys, Reinhafer might not be the trash he thought he was, and the girl next to him mentioned the complaints of female students about the problematic Knox. The boys think that the rumors about Knox's worthlessness are not without reason, recalling the supposedly vile treatment of the nobleman's son by his servants. While Vernon was talking to the princess, the students recalled Knox's harassment of Eleanor's servant at the market and the trouble he caused the other boys. Annoyed by the students' talk of Snow White, Vernon, as he called Knox, to be fair, also mentioned the disappearance of the magical barrier. The Knox know that such a huge teleportation circle created by a half-demon can only be destroyed from the inside. Not understanding how this happened, Vernon remembered that Lars had little time to solve the students' problems in the clearing, and that he was too weak for this. Immediately thinking of Knox von Reinhofer, the Eldine Academy instructor immediately understood how everything happened with the magic barrier. A new day dawned and a bright sun rose into the sky, illuminating the Eldine Academy with warmth and light. Student Knox sat at his desk in the office, writing something on a white sheet of paper with a pen. The student from a noble family was already writing out the fourth line in calligraphic handwriting. The acting skills of the young and diligent person in obtaining an education were activated at an average level. The boy with purple eyes would not flinch, as the notification from the system assured. After that incident in the forest, when Knox had a conversation with Lars, the guy had to become a student of this strange mentor. After the dialogue with the talented young man, the professor was very happy and reported this to instructor Bernon. Then there was an activation of acting skills at an average level in the character, who was forced to cooperate with the teacher. The professor tied a bracelet to the right hand of the very sad von Reinhofer Jr. Ignoring the teacher's actions, the young master thought about his research, which was necessary to unlock the system artifact. In the real game, Professor Lars von Celestia did not die, but the player remembered well that now everything was different. Lost in his deep thoughts about the need to save the teacher, otherwise he himself would suffer, Knox did not notice how he hit Lars in the face with his elbow. While the mentor was in a stupor, the student apologized to him, saying that he was simply reacting to an unexpected touch. But for the blushing Lars, everything is fine. He knows that the student did it on purpose, so Knox doesn't have to pretend to be a good boy. The mentor knows the guy well and still makes advances towards him, even though the Empire's laws contain provisions against harassment. As Lars von Celestia says, for someone who pretends to be a good-for-nothing from a distinguished family, von Reinhofer Jr. knows too much. Recalling the laws of the Empire, the teacher hopes that Knox will understand that they were violated a long time ago if he looks at the relations between the nobility and the common people. The young man does not consider it necessary for the academy professor to talk about such things, since it is under the jurisdiction of the imperial family, but for the teacher, this is not important. The young gentleman, looking at the teacher with great disappointment, considered him a real psycho. In his hands, teacher Lars von Celestia held the hoop he wanted to place on Knox. Lars had already recommended both Theo von Reinhofer's son and Leon von Marwas regarding certain matters. Having launched the magic hoop, the teacher explained that he meant recommendations for visiting the treasury and obtaining the artifact. Young Master Knox is very surprised by what he heard. He doesn't believe that his mentor actually did this. While writing in the book, Lars confirmed the boy's words, reporting on his ability to persuade others. For an experienced teacher at the Eldin Academy, doing something like this for his student doesn't seem difficult. Coming close to the surprised teacher, the young man assured him that he was not worried at all. And he is ready to happily accept a gift from Lars, since he tried so hard to make it for his ward. The mentor considered it far-fetched for himself to see his student much happier than the moment when Knox became his student. Clenching his left fist, young von Reinhofer thought only of the Eldine treasury. Although he didn't show it outwardly, Knox was secretly jubilant at having won such an unexpected jackpot. In the large, high-ceilinged auditorium of the academy, there were large wooden boxes. Master Knox came here and already knew about the belonging of this place to the imperial family and the House of Rivalin. Passing by the framed coat of arms, The guy was aware of the presence of many interesting artifacts here, but he needed the most effective one. If the nobleman's son Reinhafer receives the desired item, he will be able to develop several times faster. Knox continued to walk through the room very quietly, but he was not alone here. Suddenly, Eleanor came up from behind, never having thought that her comrade would enter the Elden treasury. The girl crossed her arms, and with a smile on her face, remembered how student Knox found a good teacher for himself at the academy. Let her think what she wants, but in reality, Knox knew about the confirmation of Eleanor's share in the rival in merchants, which is why she followed him. Lost in thought, the young man bowed his head and silently expressed the hope that this girl would not create problems for him. The guy is mistaken if he thinks that Eleanor is not ready to sacrifice her artifacts. She wants him to receive a well-deserved reward for saving her. And he hopes that Knox heard how everything works from Professor Lars, but the young man thinks that his classmate, as always, is complicating everything. After this, Madame de Rivalan began to open the thick, large door with a key. Eleanor opened the doors of the room from which a clear, bright light emanated, where what the guy wanted was. Smiling, the girl looked at the young man and asked what kind of artifact he wanted to take for himself. Knowing perfectly well what he wanted, the young nobleman indicated the desired item, which he so needed. Eleanor was very surprised when she heard her comrade's answer about what artifacts he needed so much. The girl, whose mood had changed, was shocked by what she heard. She did not like von Reinhofer Jr.'s answer. Unperturbed, Knox looks at the girl's reaction and is ready to repeat what he said earlier. Eleanor is surprised by the guy's desire to take such an antique, but for the son of a wealthy family this is not so surprising, and he asks to hand over the items and not talk about it. The girl, who seemed irritated by her friend's words, smiled the next moment and wanted to say something. Addressing Knox and calling him by his full name, Lady de Rivalan is about to test whether the guy is worthy of taking the item from here or not. The young master was not told anything about this, but for Eleanor this is a special right, because she is the person donating artifacts here. Clapping her hands, the girl reminded everyone of the full power of the Rivalan merchants in the Eldane Academy. Mysterious streams of light appeared in the room where the students were, causing Knox's surprise. For Eleanor, the appearance of the strange light had not yet become something terrible. Knox looked around warily. The young nobleman learned the magic of spatial teleportation, which he had already noticed many times in the game itself. Eleanor smiled and noted that her comrade was not surprised by what was happening, but Knox had seen more interesting things before. With a wave of her hand, the girl invited Knox von Reinhafer to sit down on the soft sofa in the room. The guy gave his consent, and the cozy atmosphere in the room with flowers and a clock was conducive to a pleasant and productive conversation. Having again called her comrade by his full name, Madame de Rivalan considers it necessary to immediately proceed to the test. Having asked the girl to speak, the conqueror of forest monsters and the griffin guessed her desire for Knox to earn this artifact. He knew that this was just a formality, so this procedure would not take much time. Comfortably seated on the sofa, Lady de Rivalan inquires as to the reason why her comrade saved her back then. Knox von Reinhafer looked at his classmate intently, as if he hadn't expected to hear such a thing from her. I was surprised by the test proposed by Eleanor, but a representative of a merchant family decides for herself what question to ask. With his arms folded, the young man did not take his eyes off the girl with whom he was having a strange conversation. Just as the young master spoke, trying to remind Eleanor of something, she suddenly interrupted him. Slamming her hand against the wall, Madame de Rivalan forgot to tell her savior from the black ghost something. With a sweet smile on her face, Eleanor says that lying won't work on her, but she hopes Knox already knows this. Von Reinhafer Jr. got angry and cursed. He forgot about one moment and remembered it only now. In the game Inner Lunatic, the difference between a genius and an ordinary actor is the former's ability to see through another person's lies. This meant that the girl's words were true, and she herself became a real thorn in Knox's side. Eleanor smiled and spread her hands, reminding the young master that he had already told her this. The nobleman's son looked at the girl with a false smile and feverishly thought about his next steps. Now she believes that she has thrown him off balance, but Knox demands that the lady remain silent, because she clearly deceived her comrade about her intention to personally hand him the artifact. Eleanor closed her eyes with a satisfied look and asked the guy if this problem of his was important now. In Madame de Rivalin's opinion, what was more important at the moment was that the young master would lose if he did not answer her question. Silently looking at his classmate, the monster slayer pondered the words of the merchant family representative. It is now too risky for Knox to miss out on the essential artifact that the young man needs to complete the game. They could not rule out the possibility that Madame de Rivalin might become suspicious if the boy decided to simply leave this meeting. Therefore, Master von Reinhofer Jr. believes that the best solution is to deal with this issue directly. After asking Eleanor about her desire to know the reason for her rescue by the guy, the brave fighter received a positive answer from the lady. A brave warrior from the noble Knox family helped the girl because he needed it. Lady de Rivelin looked at Mr. von Reinhofer with great surprise, not understanding the guy's motive. Knox did not immediately answer the lady, taking time to think over his response to her words. Eleanor is needed by the brave young man to help him carry out his plan, and this news almost leaves her in a stupor. She asked the young man sitting opposite her about the details of the plan, but did not consider it necessary to talk about it. Frowning, the Eldon Academy student glanced at Knox, expressing her disapproval of his words. Clenching her right hand into a fist in anger, the lady of the de Rivalin family wants to ask her savior one more question. Knox wouldn't mind if the sad beauty started showing interest in him again. Opening her mouth, Eleanor began to talk about what was currently particularly worrying her in her communication with the young master. She wonders if von Reinhofer Jr. remembers the events that happened at the ball when they were children. Eleanor wants to know if Knox really saved her because he felt guilty about that incident. But the young master answered negatively, not agreeing with the opinion of the girl opposite. Suddenly realizing that the guy saved her, not because of that incident, the girl does not understand what Knox means when he talks about implementing some kind of plan. All the words of the conqueror of forest monsters are true, but, as he is sure, Madame de Rivalin herself knows this perfectly well. Eleanor looks very unhappy. She thinks it is not a good thing to have many secrets for Knox. As young Mr. von Reinhofer put it, it was not for the girl to talk about this yet. Disappointed by the conversation's turn, Eleanor turned away and mentioned rumors that Knox had supposedly changed. Knox cast a worried glance at the lady, wanting to hear the continuation of her verbal attack towards him. Not believing in the changes in the young man's character, Lady de Rivalin still remembers the words spoken at the ball by the guy who saved her. The girl wanted to say something else looking at the young man, but she did not express her thought. Bowing his head, Reinhofer Jr. asks her, with some irritation, to do as she knows best. Not understanding what the guy was talking about, the girl heard him ironically suggest that she blame him as much as she wanted. Knox believes that Eleanor is free in her own feelings, so she can do as she pleases. Looking indifferently at Madame de Rivalin, the slayer of monsters knows that her attitude towards him will not change anyway. Looking especially at the beauty, the young master was confident that this is how everything should remain in the future. Having expressed hope that the lady would finish the conversation, Knox stood up and now intended to take the artifact and go about his business. Unhappy Eleanor could only stare blankly at this strange man. Suddenly it occurred to the lady that Knox von Reinhofer had really changed. The large room contained bookcases and a desk. It was a typical office. Eleanor de Rivalin sat on a soft sofa drinking tea, with her faithful servant Rick standing behind her. She saw her own reflection in the drink and did not understand the reason why Knox chose this particular artifact, because there were better options. The item chosen by the winner of the griffin and the trolls is not bad, but not perfect, as a smiling Rick believes. Continuing to speak, Rick offered a questioning guess as to why a knight like Knox would need the sphere. Reflecting on the conversation she had just had with the boy, Eleanor could not at all understand von Reinhofer Jr.'s thoughts. Deep in thought, the girl remembered a large number of interesting artifacts. Among them were swords, elixirs, shields, and armor, all of the highest quality. But instead, the guy who was defeating monsters with weapons chose an old-looking sphere. Continuing to recall the details of the meeting, Madame de Rivalan doubted that Knox had done this for the sake of leaving the girl in debt. Rick, still smiling, suggests that the lady not think about it so hard, since Knox did not harm her in any way. Eleanor doesn't know how anyone can take this so lightly, but she doesn't really have a choice. In response to her question regarding the merchant class, Rick explained how the capital's nobles and nobility purchased Rivalan's products in huge quantities. According to the servant, this was all thanks to Eleanor, who was currently in a sad state of mind. The girl is glad to hear all this and asks the servant Rick to continue to watch von Reinhofer Jr. Having bowed to his mistress, the obliging boy promised to report to her in case of any new incidents. Smiling mysteriously, Rick, who recently had a conflict with Knox, asks the lady not to worry. The maid Dietrich stood next to Mr. Knox and watched as he sat on the sofa holding the sphere in his hand. A notification from the system appeared about the young master receiving an advanced-level artifact of the highest sphere of the Great Sage. Under the right conditions, the sphere's rank increases to the highest. It has +2 mana, +1 stamina, and the effects include the acquisition of a passive skill. It was called the auto-compensation of mid-tier magic, and the effect of automatically compensating mid-tier magic-related skills, increasing their power. Looking at the Great Sage's highest rank sphere, Knox was glad to have received it at such a stage. Suddenly, the artifact rose into the air and began releasing dark purple air currents. Knox believed that Eleanor didn't even know explicitly how good this item was, but there was a special way to use it. But the artifact was unable to fully utilize its powers due to failure to meet the conditions. By naming its original owner, a character can be promoted to the highest rank. The original owner of this item was one of the 4 elders who would appear in the future. He is also a character whose apprentice Knox often became while playing through this game. But while the young man was pondering all this, he was not going to activate the skill, since it was still too early. If the artifact is activated, von Reinhofer risks revealing his location to Eleanor, and at this level, the current effect of the sphere is sufficient. Dietrich wants to know the reason why her young owner chose this particular unusual item. Recalling the Eldain Academy's treasury, the girl pointed out the many artifacts in it, many of which were suitable for knights. Von Reinhofer Jr., who had never gotten up from the sofa, remembered that there was something he had never told his maid. The maid was surprised when she heard about Knox's intention to use magic as well, so he needed both types of items. It seems that the young nobleman really didn't mention this. Apparently, he simply forgot to say it. The frightened maid Dietrich looked at the guy who allowed himself to smile in such a situation. She seemed to be crying, not knowing what to do with this strange man who allowed himself such expressions. Domestic worker de Lovilia was very surprised when she learned of her boss's wish. Knox von Reinhofer smiled slyly and told the girl about his intention to study magic. Without doubting the master's abilities, Dietrich considers it difficult to master both fencing and magic at the same time. With the same smile, the young master declared his readiness to simply take money from his family and live his own life if nothing worked out for him. The upset girl told her owner how much she had been praising him lately. Looking up at the girl, the wolf slayer in the forest reminded her that he had not asked her to do this. Smiling, Dietrich remarked on how nasty Knox could sometimes be, with his eyes closed as if in peace. In response, the young man recalled a rumor about himself, where he was called good for nothing. When the girl reminded Knox of his frequent games with the ladies, he scratched the back of his head and called it all accusations. The maid also remembered the patriarch Theo, who in his time was also quite the ladies' man. To Knox, who was staring at her, Dietrich told him how the boy's father now regretted his own mistakes. The formidable monster slayer looked at the maid indifferently and admitted that he knew nothing about it. After this, Knox sprawled out on the large sofa, and Dietrich continued to look at him in surprise. The girl did not understand such behavior of her young master, who lay down to rest so carefree. Closing one eye and looking tiredly at the ceiling with the other, the boy heard about a new letter for him. A servant stood before the young knight with an envelope from the imperial family, whose members insist that Knox read it personally. Von Reinhafer Jr. immediately stood up, not expecting a message from the royal family and not understanding why they were writing to him. Handing over a letter with a red seal, the maid asks Knox to look at the contents of the document that Echina asked him to convey. When Knox opened the document, he did not know the reason why the princess was paying so much attention to it, since so many deviations from the original story were unacceptable. In her letter, Penelope greeted the young man with his full name and recalled his brave actions, thanks to which she was able to survive. According to the laws of the Empire, the lady wishes to reward Knox, so the princess would like to invite him to the capital of the kingdom of Talonphizer. The young man's departure, as stated in the letter, will take place in 3 days at 9 in the morning, and the princess hopes the boy will accept the reward from the imperial family. At the end of the message, the grateful heir to the throne signed her full name. Von Reinhafer Jr. did not expect an invitation from Penelope for him, a member of a dark family, to go to the capital for an unknown reward. A frustrated Dietrich had set herself up for a trap here, given the conflict between the dark families and the divine ones. Approaching her master Knox and taking his hand, the girl considers such a trip too dangerous, so he should not go. The young knight von Reinhafer knew of the imperial family's ability to summon him at any time if they so desired. A thought came to the boy's mind, and he asked the maid Dietrich to stay where she was. She tried to object to the gentleman, but he was determined and repeated that he ordered the girl to continue to be there. Sad Dietrich looked at her master with regret, and bitter tears almost dripped from her large, unhappy eyes. Ignoring the poor servant, the nobleman's son thought about the place where Emperor Esteban and the imperial faction had established a base. He knew very well that the capital of Talonphizer was under the control of the divine family, which was equivalent to hell for the dark families. The troll and griffin slayer thought about this place with suspicion and could not believe that the princess, who had some unknown plan, had invited him there. Knox still remembered the golden-haired heiress to the imperial throne, Penelope von Arkheim, very well. When the young man played inner lunatic, he noticed a couple of interesting things, the first of which concerned the main attribute. No matter how useful it is for the player, if you choose the genius of the sword in battle, the warrior will follow the path of the sword. But if the criterion of genius of mana sensation is chosen, the character will follow the path of magic. The sun was shining brightly and warmly, and a carriage was driving along a path in a dense green forest. The traveling Knox von Reinhafer looked at the one who was now in front of him and thought about the camps. The young man was aware of the need for the player to make a choice between the opposing sides, and his participation led to certain results. The guy looked out the window where his reflection was, as well as the local landscapes that the carriage was passing by. The young man's thoughts were interrupted by Princess Penelope, who was sure that the guest had some business with her. To this, Knox answered in the negative, since such an insignificant person as he simply could not have any dealings with my lady. With a sweet smile on her face, the princess asks the guy not to speak like that, because such words hurt the girl. Dressed in a formal outfit, young von Reinhafer continued to silently look at the heir to the throne and thought about his own things. He was well aware of the strongest among the inner lunatic camps, the imperial faction, which was led by the princess. There is also an opposing side, controlled by representatives of the dark families. The guy also knows about the trading faction, which has huge sums of money and determines the dynamics on the continent. Each of these parties handles matters differently, but one thing is certain, and that is the dismal relationship between the house of Reinhafer and the imperial family. Knox didn't know the details, but the connection between these two sides could be called the worst in the game, and the princess had already told him about a trip to the lion's den. And she wonders if Knox is thinking about this, and he thought Penelope was trying to test the waters, but he can't back down here, like he's no good for anything. The guy apologized, but he was not very happy about visiting this place, which caused the princess to react with laughter. Having asked her companion not to worry, the princess stated that the reason for her trip to the capital was the opportunity to present him with a reward for the assistance he had provided her. Mr. von Reinhafer Jr. looked straight at his companion and thought she was taking her own lie too far. With a hint of irony, Princess Penelope von Arkheim tells Knox that he has caught her now. A carriage with travelers was approaching a large, luxurious castle across the bridge and was being met by people. The more serious, brave monster slayer wants to know what the girl wants from him. Penelope paused, keeping her eyes fixed on the guest of her castle, and did not immediately say what she was thinking of telling him. Smiling sweetly, the blue-blooded woman said that everything was simple here. When the carriage approached the entrance to the imperial castle, its inhabitants came out to meet the travelers. Princess Penelope von Arkheim and Knox von Reinhafer left the carriage and went out into the street, where they were already awaited. The girl was immediately amazed to hear a male voice who had heard about the guest's arrival and was therefore eagerly awaiting him. A golden-haired aristocrat in a white robe addressed Penelope by name and informed her that such a visit was unexpected. The broad-shouldered guy who greeted the guests was not much older than them, but he looked at the boys with a less-than-friendly gaze. Looking at this man with bewilderment, Knox did not see how Penelope was looking at the aristocrat, now becoming sad. Identifying himself as the last sword of House Reinhafer, Knox bowed to the nobleman and greeted him, Prince Louis. The princess, clearly disappointed, reminded the boy of his previous intention to go to the Northern War. Prince Louis rubbed his chin, smiled, and told the girl about the cancellation of such plans. An important guest has arrived at the castle, so the heir to the imperial throne must meet him. Continuing to smile, Louis announced his intention to report the guest's arrival to the emperor himself. Knox von Reinhafer, who stood in front of Princess Penelope, pressed his hand to his heart after the prince's words. Then the heir to the throne proposed that Knox meet more often now. Knox bowed politely to Louis, telling him what an honor it was for him, but in his heart he thought something quite different. The conqueror of the forest monsters cursed harshly in his mind. He was unhappy with the fact that he was meeting this psychopath right now, which Prince Louis was for the guy. The golden-haired Mr. von Arkheim was the first prince of the empire and the only person ahead of Penelope in the line of succession. There was also another fact connected with this character that Mr. Knox also did not like. Prince Louis was the main creator of the bad endings in Inner Lunatic, and this was what Knox disliked the most. After this conversation ended, the heir and his subordinates left, leaving the guests in the square with the servants. While the maids stood in a strict row and the princess talked with Ihina, Knox watched Prince Louis leave out of the corner of his eye. Lady Penelope von Arkheim looked quite plain, as if she had been overcome by the blues. She was noticed by Ihina, who was worried about the change in her mistress and asked if her mistress was okay. Penelope raised her hand, trying to calm her assistant and indicating her slight tiredness. In her opinion, Knox von Reinhofer was a little surprised now and suggested that the guest go ahead, they would talk inside the castle. Having agreed with this proposal, the guy remembered the poor relationship between Louis and Penelope as they were in the game. The monster slayer concentrated and considered this factor and was going to use it. And Knox intends to escape the vast imperial castle alive despite its high towers. Evening had come, and the young nobleman was lying on a large sofa with the black sword Stormy Petrel next to him. Tomorrow was the day of receiving the award, so the young master decided to have a good rest. Knox von Reinhafer closes his eyes and thinks it's right, until the assassins come for him. The guy was dozing. It seemed that everything was calm and no problems would arise, considering that the black sword was nearby. A strange noise woke the young man up. He cautiously opened one eye, looking in the direction from which the sound was coming. The nobleman's son, having risen, continued to listen and took up his weapon in case deadly opponents appeared. Young Mr. von Reinhafer kept his eyes peeled for potential assassins. A certain man knocked quietly on the bedroom door where the visiting guest was now located. A girl in a dark robe with a hood on her head introduced herself as Knox and asked him to open the locked doors for her and her companion. Recognizing the familiar voice and clearly not expecting it, Knox rose from the sofa to let the guests in. Opening the doors, Knox saw Princess Penelope and another girl standing behind her. The young man is interested in the reason why the crowned lady came here at such a late hour. Penelope smiled. She expressed hope that the guy would understand that he should not keep the guest in the hallway. After this, the girl decided to go into the room, telling Knox von Reinhofer about it, who silently looked at the lady. Ikina, who was behind her, told the young man about the princess's intention to offer him something. The princess's companion is going to protect this place, because there are watchful eyes everywhere in the imperial palace. Looking at Penelope's assistant, the guy said nothing in response, as he had always done in similar situations. Then, the conqueror of the forest monsters closed the door, and they were left alone in the large room of the imperial family's castle. Taking off her long black robe, the heir to the throne invited the young master to sit down. A wary Knox agreed, but in his heart he didn't understand why the girl had suddenly decided to come to him. Glancing at Princess Penelope out of the corner of his eye, the guest of the majestic palace came up with a new idea. Prince Louis's sister asks her savior not to worry, promising not to take up much of his time. She looked especially intently at the young warrior and demanded that Knox promise her one thing. Depending on how Mr. von Reinhofer can answer Lady von Arkheim's question, the boy's return to Eldine Academy depends. The princess did not rule out the possibility that her brave guest would never return to the Reinhofer estate. Knox heard the golden-haired lady command the young man with the authority vested in her. The young man, who was still standing, heard Penelope's wish to become her representative backstage. Expecting something like this from her, the guy realized that the lady needed someone who could deal with the prince, and for this, a member of a dark family with whom she had no connections would be suitable. Leaning forward, the young warrior declared the princess's intention to possess the instrument and make the boy her pawn. Penelope confirmed the words of the young man, who sat down on the sofa next to him in surprise. She looked at the guy sitting opposite her with a frightened look, trying to ask him some question. Having regained his composure, Knox assured the princess that she was very much mistaken in thinking that her guest in the castle had no choice. Having become absolutely confident, smiling, Mr. von Reinhofer turned to Princess Penelope. In the huge throne room, the emperor sat on the throne. Prince Louis was next to him, and below, in 2 rows, were the monarch's servants. The ruler of the state looked like an unhealthy man. He tilted his head to the side and looked forward strangely. Behind the king stood his heir, but he did not respond to the man's attempts to say something. Knox von Reinhofer, entering the throne room, dropped to one knee and greeted the son of the empire, as the ruler of the state was called. The emperor raised his hand and made an inarticulate sound, as if he wanted to say a word to the guest. The young warrior Knox looked at the man sitting on the throne in front of him with a touch of regret. Having earned a brilliant reputation in the past, Esteban von Arkheim was a knight of light and lightning, a true legend of the empire. However, from the moment the ruler lost his mind, they began to call him the stupidest Esteban. Penelope appeared not far from Knox von Reinhofer, who also bowed to the son of the empire and greeted him. Prince Louis clearly saw all the movements of the nobleman's son and heard his request to the father of the heir to the throne. Smiling again, the young man declared the need to adequately reward the man who had saved the member of the imperial family. Without raising his head, the monster slayer admitted that he was only doing what he had to. Knox was well aware of Louis's rise to head of the house after Esteban left his own position, but the boy had to be extremely careful. When Louis saw Penelope beneath him, he, on behalf of the imperial family, promised to reward the knight of the Reinhofer family for saving his sister. With a deliberately friendly attitude, the prince asks Knox to speak if he wants anything now. The young master, raising himself and closing his eyes, leaned back at the proposal of the heir to the imperial throne. Then the brave killer of dangerous monsters suddenly opened one eye and mentioned one such opportunity that he needed. Young von Reinhofer wishes to visit the Ark River, but Prince Louis is greatly surprised by this request. The people present in the throne room were astonished by the guest's strange desire. Knox saw the faces of men and women, but their reaction was expected by the young man. The mystical river Ark was accessible to members of the imperial family and divine houses. It has incredible effects and increases characteristics. After hearing the request, Lewis smiled, but mentally agreed with the argument about Knox being good for nothing and considered what had happened to be unimaginable impudence. Prince Lewis, his eyes wide open, critically viewed people from dark families as the same. People standing in 2 rows in the hall demanded that such a young master not be allowed, because it is impossible to let a person from a dark family near the Ark River. The young master heard the men shouting behind him, who thought this was unacceptable, even though the boy had saved the princess herself. Outraged people close to the emperor's court spoke of granting access to the Ark River only to divine houses. Knox looked ahead and expected that everyone around him would be against fulfilling his wish. The nobleman's son said this so as not to say that he did not need a reward from Princess Penelope, so a visit to the river would be quite enough. Penelope addressed the people around her in a very dissatisfied tone, calling their statements impudent. The crowned lady, straightening up to her full height, was outraged at how all these people dared to raise their voices in front of His Majesty. While Knox looked at the girl in surprise, Penelope pointed out that there was no law that only divine families had access to the river. This speech aroused suspicion in the young warrior. He did not understand why the girl was standing up for him. He told the girl about his reluctance to follow her plan and hoped that the princess would simply leave the brave warrior alone. A bearded man named Gordon approaches Penelope with a shout, but the lady doesn't like the extra noise coming from all of them. While the heir to the imperial throne continued to sort things out with the nobles, Prince Louis observed the participants of the incident. In front of Knox von Reinhafer himself, the girl remained pretty and modest, having no complaints whatsoever against him. The worried young man was more concerned about what the princess had told him before leaving the room yesterday. Then the girl drank tea and during a private conversation promised something to her guest. Penelope promises Knox, who is standing opposite her, to leave him alone for now. As she approached the young master, the heir to the throne remembered one important factor. Noticing these strange movements of the lady, Knox silently watched them and remained silent. Coming close to the nobleman's son, Penelope von Arkheim informed him of the need to choose the right thing sooner or later. If the time comes when Knox has to choose between 2 factions, the fighter will support the princess, not the main antagonist. When the boy was in the great throne room, he knew that he would not be able to make this choice obvious. Bending one knee, the young knight von Reinhafer wants to know if Prince Louis will grant his request for access to the sacred river Ark. The heir to the kingdom's throne looked at the impudent youth with an angry expression on his face. But the next moment the irritation disappeared from the prince's face, and he smiled slightly at his opponent. To the surprise of the nobles, Louis pointed out that there was meaning in his sister's words, since there were no laws prohibiting dark families from visiting the river. The prince did not finish speaking, and young Master Knox continued to listen attentively to Penelope's brother. From the throne room, Louis spoke of the impossibility of simply breaking the rules that the imperial family and ministers had followed for so long. Prince Louis, gesturing, announced that a test would be carried out so that Knox could get to the river Ark. The princess listened with great anxiety as her brother spoke about whether Knox von Reinhafer was worthy of visiting the place he needed to visit. The young master looked at the prince with wide eyes, not expecting such a turn of events. Thinking back now to Eleanor de Rivellin, Knox laughed to himself at the love of all these characters for tests. Still kneeling before the imperial throne, the young man now wants to know what the test will be. Prince Louis raised his left fist and ordered the castle guest to engage in a practice duel with him. The winner of the battles with the monsters was surprised by this proposal, looking at Louis. The grinning prince had heard of Knox's incredible swordsmanship, so it would be logical to fight him. Continuing his speech, the heir to the imperial throne spoke about the sacred status of the Ark River, access to which is granted only to the worthy. Listening to his future opponent's speech, Knox thought that Lewis actually thought this was a great idea. But the nobleman's son Theo was not going to lose so easily, and therefore immediately accepted the challenge. In response, Prince Louis smiled maliciously, as if he already had a premonition of his easy victory over his rival. He gave Knox permission to use any weapon he wanted and set a meeting at the training grounds in 1 hour. Having given his consent to His Highness, Knox von Riehafer looked confidently at the prince. A worried witness to this scene was Princess Penelope, who heard Knox's words about his intention to give it his all. Heir to the throne, Louis watched as the young Eldon Academy student left the hall after receiving the offer to take the test. The guy walked away along the corridor of the castle when she started to catch up with him, calling him by his full name, Penelope. Hearing his name being called, the young master turned around and saw the girl who now believed her comrade wanted to die. A frustrated Penelope wants to know if Knox doesn't understand what her brother wants. The girl knows whether von Riehafer Jr. wins or loses. The result will not matter, since Louis just wants to show off. According to the princess, her evil relative is going to trample his opponent to humiliate the Riehafer family. Knox, hearing these arguments, turned his gaze away. He already knew all this very well. Thinking about the situation, the boy came to the conclusion that even if he were to win, Louis would accuse him of being the son of a dark family and harming the prince. And if the unfortunate Knox is defeated, the prince's reputation will be strengthened, and he will begin to talk about how he overcame a new talent. Smiling, the young man agrees with the lady that this is what the prince will tell everyone, but Penelope does not understand why he agreed to the fight. But what will the girl do if she finds out about another possible development for the brave von Riehafer Jr.? The representative of the imperial family was surprised by the appearance of an additional option. Confident in his abilities, Knox knew of a scenario in which he would win and not die. Now he needs to know whether Princess Penelope will support the young man's choice or not. Louis was surrounded by servants at this time, who were dressing the prince in armor and helping him prepare for battle. While the maids were dressing the master in new pieces of armor, he himself was in complete concentration before the battle. Suddenly, Louis's attention shifted to the nearby maid, who was frightened by one cry from her master. The heir to the throne of the Arkheim Empire demands that the unfortunate maid answer the question of who he is. Having called the master the second son of the empire, Prince Louis von Arkheim, the girl bowed to the proud man. The boy agrees with the housekeeper's words, pointing out his prominent position in Talonpfizer, so no one dares to ignore him. The amusement suddenly disappeared from Louis's face as he remembered his opponent today, with whom something was clearly wrong. When the prince mentioned Knox von Riehafer, he heard the maid say she doubted their guest deserved Louis's attention. The armored warrior looked at the servant bowing before him, asking him not to worry. The next moment, the poor girl received a blow to her right cheek, where a dent immediately formed. The girl, who had fallen to the floor, listened to the cries of her master, who was now not at all worried about the upcoming battle. The prince, immediately angered by the maid's words, is dissatisfied with her thoughts that he is capable of experiencing, even though Knox comes from a dark family. Holding her injured cheek with her hands, the tearful maid asked His Highness for forgiveness. Prince Louis demands that his subordinate behave more sensibly in the imperial palace. Reminding the maid of Father Esteban, called the son of this empire, he asks how long he has left to live. The frightened girl continued to hold her injured cheek and did not know how to respond to the offender. The prince speaks of the empire's imminent transfer and its honor to him, and in the future, it will be necessary to occasionally stage performances like these now. The humiliated girl promises to never make such mistakes again, to which Louis completely agreed. Seeing an elderly man in a suit in front of him, the prince called him. It was the head butler. Pointing to the unfortunate maid, the heir to the imperial throne ordered the butler to get rid of her. The rest of the servants were already grabbing the poor colleague who was screaming, begging His Highness to give her another chance. Prince Louis only smiled maliciously when he heard such a request from a subordinate who had lost her position. Chances are given only to people of the prince's level, and even if the girl was born a noblewoman Her blood is different from the blood of the imperial family." The unfortunate maid continued to beg His Highness for mercy, but he was now adamant. Reflecting on the astonishing rise of Knox von Reinhafer, Louis believed his opponent would not turn the match around, the outcome of which was already decided. Anticipating his own triumph, the heir to the throne was jubilant and wanted to see the face of the young master crying after losing. Brave warriors met on the training field, each bringing his own personal bladed weapon. Princess Penelope and her sickly father, Esteban von Arkheim, were among the spectators in the stands. Louis smiled as he looked at his opponent. He was completely confident about his victory over Knox. Von Reinhafer Jr., who had defeated monsters before, was more cool-headed before the battle. Throwing up his hands, the heir to the imperial throne suggested that the young master give it his all during the confrontation. Louis glared at his opponent, knowing he would have to play this role in the prince's performance. Closing his eyes, the nobleman's son agreed with his opponent's proposal. The judge of the duel between two warriors raised his hand and loudly announced the beginning of the duel. Hearing their names, the opponents drew their swords and prepared to attack and defend. By attacking Knox von Reinhafer, Louis believed his opponent would not be able to go against the imperial family. No matter how special the descent from a dark family was, he would not raise a sword against a prince, as Louis believed, in a palace where divine families, including the ruling one, resided. To the great surprise of the heir to the throne, Knox began to defend himself and thrust his sword forward in defense. With a malicious smile, Louis began to accuse his opponent of using weapons against a member of the imperial family. With the next powerful blow, Mr. von Reinhafer Jr. deftly parried the attack of the crowned inhabitant of the palace. Louis, not expecting such a reception against himself, became angry, throwing angry glances at the brave young man opposite him. Knox reminded his opponent of his offer to give it his all during the fight. The training field was filled with incredible energy, sparked by the fight between the prince and the nobleman's son. Having mentally insulted his rival, Louis continued to be indignant at the fact that Knox had raised his sword and pointed it at the main heir to the throne. The evil man did not understand how a runt from a dark family, as he called him, dared to challenge the authority of a representative of the ruling family. Von Reinhafer Jr. is surprised and does not understand what his opponent is talking about, because he is simply following the orders of the master of the palace. Baring his white teeth, Louis agreed with his opponent and decided to play him at his own game on the battlefield. Raising his sword, sparkling with lightning, the prince promised that the young master would not get off so easily now. While Knox may have had a good reputation at Eldon Academy, the prince still considered the boy worthless. Being confident, Louis remembered his own education at the level of the imperial family, so Knox clearly could not defeat the guy. The judge of the duel was nearby, and he did not miss the changes in the appearance of the heir to the empire. The referee of the fight, raising his hand, called the fall or submission of one of the fighters the factors that would end the match. Louis rushed back into the fight. For him the rules were simple, so any further explanations were superfluous. Surrounded by lightning, the heir to the imperial throne ran towards Knox, dreaming of crushing him. Having prepared himself for the enemy's attack, von Reinhafer Jr. again began to repel the attack with his black sword. The young master did not rate the enemy's fighting skills so highly, even though he was the main culprit behind the bad endings. By dodging Louis's blow, Knox admitted that the prince had talent, but the heir to the throne was still far from being a nobleman. No longer so self-confident, Penelope's brother continued to swing his sword in the hope of a quick victory. With a calm expression on his face, the conqueror of the griffin and the trolls swung Stormcloak, almost hitting his famous rival. Louis was enraged by this action of the enemy and screamed, not expecting the unexpected turn of events. The prince closed his eyes in panic, but he could already feel the cold edge of his opponent's black sword on his body. Death never came, and Prince Louis suddenly opened one eye, deciding to take a look at what was happening. Young Master von Reinhafer silently sheathed his sword, and the prince could not understand why he had stopped fighting. The surprised heir asked what his rival was doing when he stopped fighting. Knox looked down and smiled modestly at his enemy. He had no complaints about the rules of the match. But the young man also finds it rather boring to fight when there is nothing at stake, so the prince wants to know what Knox wants. Smiling, von Reinhafer Jr. suggested that the owner of the castle place a bet on the winner of the confrontation. Hearing these words, Prince Louis looked at his opponent intently, as if he did not believe him. A barely satisfied smile appeared on the heir's face. Now he intends to easily get what he wants. Louis agreed with Knox that they would definitely not be bored in the next round of the confrontation. Having accepted his opponent's opinion, von Reinhafer Jr. proposed to announce the terms after the match was over. After apologizing to Knox, Prince Louis von Arkheim is going to announce everything at once, because he is an impatient man. The nobleman's son accepted this too. Let his rival do as he wishes in this case. The heir to the throne smiled slyly again as he began to speak, and this could indicate that the man had evil plans. If Louis wins, he wants Knox to serve him, not his sister Penelope. Dissatisfied with what he heard, Knox cannot understand what exactly the prince means by this. Emperor Esteban's son asks his opponent not to make a fool of himself after hearing the boy's proposal. According to Louis, the young von Reinhafer was bewitched by the prince's sister, which is why he saved her in that forest. The nobleman's son grinned and took the heir to the throne for a simple-minded person who had completely misunderstood everything. Knox apologized, but he was simply following the laws of the empire. It was the guy's duty to save the princess, and he had no other intentions. That's why the young master doesn't serve anyone, but for the smiling Louis, in this case, everything is even simpler. By offering Knox the chance to become his knight, the prince wants the boy to be his shadow, not the Reinhafers, and he must also swear allegiance to Louis. Standing opposite the impudent prince, the young master promised to do just that if his opponent won. And if Knox wounded Louis, the heir to the throne was ready to shift the blame onto the Eldon Academy, the Reinhafer house, and Penelope herself. Having witnessed this battle, the princess watched the actions of both guys in the ring with fear. Rushing forward, the prince considered the outcome of this match a foregone conclusion even before it began, suggesting that Knox had only himself to blame for this stupidity. The slayer of forest monsters immediately saw the impossibility of piercing the prince's artifacts with the black sword Stormcloak. Now the young master von Reinhafer could not in any way injure his own opponent on the battlefield. But the unexpected changes that occurred immediately inspired Knox, causing him to feel joy. His artifact, the sphere of the highest rank of the Great Elder, has lit up, and he must name its first owner to use it, but he is only given one attempt. They will be surprised how Knox knew the owner's name, but there is nothing to be done. The main thing for him now is to survive. The newly inspired prince continually attacked his opponent, hoping for a quick victory. Knox fought back, but knew only one way to destroy the ridiculous armor on his opponent. Holding the black sword Stormbringer forward and smiling, the guy mentioned the owner of the sphere, Astrid von Calliwood. The Great Elder's highest rank realm artifact glowed with a bright, pleasant light. Knox's name was registered, and the sphere will remember him as the second owner, and the person's mana was temporarily increased. Knox's purple magic spread throughout the training hall where he confronted the prince. With all the changes in the ring, Prince Louis von Arkheim found it difficult to stand on his feet, barely holding back the gust of wind. The heir to the throne looked at his rival and did not at all understand what he was doing now. Tossing the sphere, von Reinhafer Jr. smiled and reminded them of the match that was currently taking place between them. And he hastened to remind his opponent that there were no restrictions on their part regarding the use of magic. Unable to contain his emotions, the crown prince of the imperial house became angry and shouted. Louis was seething with hatred and the knowledge that his opponent Reinhafer was using magic in battle. The Prince of Blood was also irritated by Knox's use of such powerful magic that its light engulfed the entire hall. Continuing to control the sphere, the young master expressed hope that everyone present would understand the action of this magical projectile. The heir to the imperial throne only looked angrily at the flying magic ball and could do nothing in response. Raising his hand, the nobleman's son used the sphere to summon a magical whirlwind that swirled above. Suddenly, huge glowing arrows flew out of the black center of the tornado, directed towards where the warriors were. The deadly warheads were flying towards the crown prince, and Knox hoped that he would be able to dodge them. Now looking absolutely triumphant, von Reinhofer, playing with the sphere, turned to His Majesty. Long, terrifying arrows pierced the airspace in the training hall where the boys were located. Louis watched the magic unfold with fury, not expecting anything like this from Knox. The magic arrows hit the floor of the room with all their force, causing great fear in the prince. With great irritation, the Emperor's son realized that something was wrong here and continued to dodge the arrows. While Louis was deflecting one yellow arrow, a purple one was flying towards him with all its might, posing a great danger. A few seconds later, she stabbed the prince in the back, causing him fear and pain. The prince was surprised at how Knox did all this, since the Reinhafers were famous only for their fencing, but they could also do magic. Breathing on his hand, Louis realized that giftedness didn't matter here if a person wasn't born with that talent. There were magical crystals in the air behind Knox, and he himself, smiling, imagined what his opponent was thinking. Magic arrows continued to fly around the training hall, and Knox, clenching his fist, assured everyone that there was no deception or trickery here. He recalled the type of impenetrable armor that Prince Louis von Archheim had donned before the battle began. The angry heir to the throne was outraged by the ridicule of a worthless man of dark descent towards himself. Von Reinhofer Jr., who was aiming magic arrows at the evil prince, reminded him that it was his rival who started all this. The heir also decided to mock the Dark family and spit on Knox's successes, which is why he requested this competition. Penelope and Akina heard the master's words about the baseness of the imperial family, whose representative was imposing a competition in which the prince had all the advantages. The prince's face expressed an incomprehensible feeling, as if he had been disoriented as a result of the attack of magic arrows. But the next moment Louis again showed aggression towards his opponent. A small flying square appeared in his hands, from which a bright, unusual light emanated. More inspired by this item, Louis looked at the enemy and wanted to eliminate him. The magical light from the square now surrounded Knox and Louis as they stood opposite each other in the ring. By insulting von Reinhofer Jr., the prince thought that others could not see his actions. Concerned about the turn of the battlefield, Knox wants to know what his opponent intends to do with this thing. Louis von Archheim, in a fit of hatred, shouted about the impossibility of a noble representative asking him about anything. Having heard that Knox was supposedly a madman, the prince did not think that it was to such an extent that the guy decided to go against his rival. After the battle is over, Louis promises his opponent that all the imperial knights will attack him. At first, Knox met this threat calmly, then grinned. This is only what the prince thinks. Taking a blue ball from his bosom, the guy turned to the dean, who clearly would not allow her sweet student to die in such a place. Another sphere in the hands of Master von Reinhofer Jr. emitted streams of wind that went towards Louis, who was shocked by what had happened. Someone from the magic item said that they don't think Knox is cute, but if that's his request, then so be it. They will help him. Hearing this voice, Prince von Archheim recognized the newly appointed dean of the Eldine Academy. Through the sphere, Noah von Trinity assumed that she had already met Prince Louis. A moment later, an image of a girl appeared, looking at the air with a smile. Knox may be a bore to her, but he is still a valued student, and Trinity does not like Louis's desire to crush her protégé with his imperial interests. Otherwise, the girl will swear by her status as one of the 4 wise men and destroy the evil Louis. A shadow fell over the embittered face of the heir to the throne. He looked helplessly at Noah, who had suddenly appeared. Feeling the advantage on his side, young Mr. von Reinhofer glanced at his opponent with a grin. In the room, Knox said that this was presented to him as a reward from the imperial family. From her student, the dean of the Eldin Academy learned that he had received an award in gratitude for saving the princess. Noah von Trinity laughed, holding up a finger, and suggested that her student go where he was being asked to go. In a dissatisfied tone, the young master pointed out the risk of death if he did go. The dean of the academy, eating cookies, listened as Knox told her about the bad place. The conqueror of the forest monsters, sitting with a gloomy look, recalled how none of the representatives of the dark race had ever returned alive from the imperial palace. The smiling girl agreed with Knox, continuing to eat the sweet cookies with great appetite. Unable to restrain himself, the young master snatched the remainder of the delicious product from the hands of the academy dean. The girl doesn't understand why he took the cookies, and Knox is surprised by her chewing food during such an important conversation. Holding the candy in his hands, the upset young man asked the girl to help him get out of this mess unscathed. Then, having given her the cookie, the guy reminded her of the dean's ability to say one word, and the princess would leave him alone. According to Noah von Trinity, then the young man will not receive a reward, but if he has done a good deed, then let him reap the benefits. The guy with his arms crossed sees no point in doing this if he has to go back in pieces, not understanding how he got to this situation. Smiling Noah knows about the achievements of magic, which have long allowed any cut-off part to be reattached, but the girl is not sure about the head. Clenching his hands into fists, Knox is surprised that his dean would allow such things to be said to a student. The girl is interested in the young man's course of action, if there is still a way to collect the reward and return alive from Talonpfizer. When the young man doubted the existence of such an option, Noah von Trinity showed him that very blue ball. Looking at the magical sphere of beautiful color, the nobleman's son saw his own image in it. Already during the confrontation with Prince Louis, Knox looked at this so-called crystal given to him by Noah, which is a transmitter. Unlike other tools, this item is capable of transferring mana to characters over a distance. The heir to the throne continued to stand on the training field with a sword in his hands, not yet defeated. Knox von Reinhafer knew well that even a prince of the imperial house would not risk getting involved with the head of Eldine, one of the four sages. After Noah von Trinity appeared on the battlefield, Knox smiled at her usefulness, and the girl reminded him that she heard his jokes. With a smile, the dean threatened the guy with her readiness to leave if he no longer needed her help, but Knox immediately assured him otherwise. Prince Louis von Arkheim now stood at the battlefield alone against the young master and his academy supervisor. The golden-haired heir to the imperial throne turned respectfully to his dear dean, looking at her with his unkind eyes. Penelope's brother considers the incident to be a misunderstanding, and if he had known how highly Noah valued this student, he would not have done so. Noah is outraged that the prince called her his dean and asked her not to behave like that. She was close to the prince's father, and Louis did not even study with the girl. By making insulting remarks about the heir to the throne, the dean provoked another attack of hatred and a distorted face in him. A confused Louis apologized to Noah von Trinity and wanted to calm her anger. The girl demanded and asked her forgiveness. The dean smiles and wants to hear the prince's apology to Knox, and then she promises to forgive the impudent man. Young Mr. von Reinhafer looked at his intercessor with gratitude, not at all expecting such a turn of events. Having received such an order, Louis von Arkheim grimaced at his face, which was not very friendly to begin with. The son of Emperor Esteban shouted, asking for forgiveness from the boy who had fought him a few minutes ago. His Highness was forgiven by Knox with all magnanimity and generosity, but Noah von Trinity noticed the insincerity of her ward. The girl intends to watch the fight between the boys to the end, hoping for it to be fair and just, and asked for the white and blue barrier to be removed. With great displeasure, Louis von Arkheim was forced to agree to the demand of the dean of Eldine Academy. While Princess Penelope's brother was taking Noah von Trinity's order, he didn't even notice Knox appearing at his side with a sword. The conqueror of the griffin and the ogres, with his usual composure, attacked the offender, intending to strike him down. Jumping up deftly, Knox von Reinhafer raised his sword over his opponent and struck the prince, who was not expecting it. The battle suddenly ended. The son of the ruler of the empire lay on the ground, and next to him was the son of a nobleman. The nobles sitting in the stands were outraged that the elite had allowed such an end, where the spawn of darkness had harmed the prince. The princess, who had been closely watching everything that was happening on the battlefield, cried when she saw the actions of her academy comrade. Penelope didn't understand how Knox did it, and her assistant Akina suspected that he had an extra life. In the princess's opinion, this wasn't a case where mere thoughts could be tolerated. The young master clearly had some kind of ace up his sleeve. Without taking her eyes off the battlefield, Penelope considered it absurd to extend the power of the Dark family to the Arkheim Empire. Before her eyes was Noah von Trinity with the magic ball, and the princess thought about what her academy comrade could still believe in. The heir to the imperial throne shouted to Knox, who was below, about the object that should be in his hands. Akina, who never took her eyes off the warrior, did not want to admit that Knox von Reinhafer's abilities were incredible, but she was forced to do so. She remembered the moments when the boy led a group of academy students in the forest before the attack of monsters. Akina also didn't forget the peculiarities of the entrance ceremony, because even then the young man surprised her with his own unusual skills. And from the duel with Lewis, they could understand Knox's lack of intention to join the faction of the first Prince Louis. The heir to the throne of the kingdom, Penelope, watched with affection as her favorite, who was still on the training field, remained. When a worried Akina approached the lady, the princess informed her of the need to allow this to happen now. The assistant, always worried about her mistress, also wants to know her current plans. Penelope raised her palms to her lips, as if she had some secret that she couldn't reveal to everyone. Then the sister of the defeated Prince Louis began to whisper to her assistant, something that surprised her. While she was still unsure whether her mistress was serious, other knights and servants of the imperial palace flocked to the unconscious prince. One of the castle's knight leaders strictly ordered his subordinates to quickly move the first prince to the infirmary and not allow any mistakes. The three maids, in great fear, listened to the instructions of their superiors. Approaching his subordinates, the head butler forbade them to tell anyone about what they had seen today. Princess Penelope continued to watch as the servants asked Prince Louis to come to his senses. Amid all these proceedings, the heir, Knox, silently and unnoticed, stepped aside. So he couldn't even see how behind him the knights and maids ran up to Louis and tried to bring him back to consciousness. While this long and difficult combat test was going on, a dark night with bright stars fell outside. In the large room of the palace assigned to him, Knox sat down tiredly on the sofa, leaving the black sword stormcloak beside him. Young Mr. von Reinhafer closed his eyes and clutched his head, rejoicing that he had survived the battle today. Remembering the embittered prince with the magic square, Knox thought of him as a sick royal puppy. The young man realized that he didn't have to rush headlong to a bad end when there were dangerous characters like Louis on the battlefield. A scene came to mind in which the prince ran towards Knox with his aggressive smile, wanting to strike the guest with his sword. The young master reached out his hand to the magic sphere, which helped him emerge victorious from the difficult confrontation. This thing belonged to that very girl, and it has great benefits. Knox felt it on himself today. Playing with the ball, the young man understood the object's usefulness not only at the beginning of his journey, but also in the middle and second half of the story. It was impossible for a young academy student to deny the ability of a mana-emitting sphere to resist the prince. It was much easier. Knox held the magical item in his hands and smiled, no longer hoping to dream of such luck again. Just like last time, there was an unexpected knock on the door of the Imperial Castle guest's bedroom. Hearing this sound, the young master immediately became wary because he did not expect anything like this in the evening. An angry von Reinhafer Jr. thought that the first prince had come to him, intending to take revenge. The excessive speed of the heir to the throne did not please the young man, who grabbed his black sword. Holding his weapon in front of him, ready for anything, Knox wants to know who is knocking on his door now. Two girls in black capes stood at the door of the room. One of them introduced herself as Knox von Reinhafer, It was Akina who said that the emperor's daughter, who was nearby, intended to see the young warrior. Hearing Akina's voice, the conqueror of the forest monsters was surprised. This was not the first prince he had expected. Looking at the door, Knox had no idea that he would have to meet the princess right now. The assistant to the heir to the throne demands that the room's tenant open the door now. Listening to the girl's demand, the young man acknowledged the emergence of a new business, which he did not want to deal with no matter what. He took the door handle and, opening it, invited both ladies to enter the room. Young Mr. von Reinhafer continued to stand with the black sword in his hands when the princess and her assistant appeared in his bedroom. Akina remained standing near the door, and Penelope walked deeper into the room, the young man watching her. Akina began to guard the peace of the two masters so that no one would interfere with their new conversation. Now the young man wants to know what King Esteban's daughter wants to know from him. If she intends to question Knox about the battle with the prince, then the young master and his opponent have already come to an agreement. Smiling, Penelope doesn't want to do this. She asks von Reinhofer not to act like a fool. The young academy student looked at the castle's mistress in surprise, not understanding what she was talking about. The lady closed her eyes, smiling, wondering if Knox was drawing a picture of her sitting at the same table with her brother. In response to the young man, who did not understand anything, the princess invited him to sit down for a conversation. They settled into two different beds, sitting opposite each other so they could have a normal conversation. Having reminded him of the midnight deadline, Knox suggested they talk at any convenient time of day, if it wasn't important to his guest right now. The princess looked straight at Knox and was about to talk to him right now. Casting an angry glance at the sitting girl, the young man did not understand how it was possible to discuss anything at such a time. He was concerned about the possible emergence of strange rumors among outsiders and the princess taking responsibility for them. Penelope realized that her guest was worried about the possible scandalous rumors that might arise from their nightly conversation. Having honestly admitted this, the guy considered the princess's presence in the room of a man from a dark family at midnight to be a problem in itself. With a hint of irony, the daughter of Emperor Esteban asked, and the young man was now thinking about what she herself was thinking about. Knox von Reinhofer looked at the girl speaking in strange riddles with complete incomprehension. With a sweet smile, the blue-blooded woman confidently stated that rumors were bound to appear, which was precisely why she had come here. For the guy, who still didn't understand anything, this seemed like nonsense. He mentally demanded that the crazy guest explain herself. When asked to explain what exactly she meant, the lady bowed her head and stated the guest's full name. Knox was ready to listen to the speeches of the midnight visitor to his room. First closing her eyes and then opening them again, the girl seemed hesitant to say what she wanted. Looking at the monster slayer with her big eyes, Penelope asked him to marry her. The crimson sun illuminated with its redness the entire sky and the thick clouds floating across it. Red rays of light penetrated through the stone grating into the large building, illuminating everything around. There were 4 people at a round table in the room, with 2 more seats free for other participants. The first to speak was the golden-haired girl, whose bangs covered her eyes. She asked the rest of the people in the room about the brave knight heading to the capital. A man with scars on his dark face confirmed his existence and mentioned possible contact with the royal family. The golden-haired lady wonders if the man is going to trust and follow the knight as he faces problems ahead. The girl listening to this whole conversation smiled. She expected all of this. A sleeping Marines officer with lilac curls asks if a colleague knows why the children are no good. It's important to her that there's a reason why the captain accepted this guy, but there are still some unclear points. The purple-haired man, sleeper officer Kyle, didn't think the captain needed to get permission from the girl to accept a new member. A frightened Marin screamed and assured Deputy Chief Kyle that this was not what she had meant. It is unacceptable for Kyle to not observe etiquette, especially for their organization, which incurs the wrath of the royal family. The golden-haired girl's eyes lit up, and she demanded that her colleagues stop talking about the new guy. The conversation was interrupted by a strange sound. Someone unknown was knocking with an iron hook on the door behind which these people were located. Opening the door, a young long-haired guy entered the room and addressed the captain. The new participant in the conversation was the sleeping officer Gregoire, and for him, Maren was right about something. He recalled how long it had been since the sleepers had accepted newcomers, wondering what unexpected wind had blown to make such a decision. The girl playing the role of captain was simply interested, that's all the reason. Smiling Gregoire thinks it's necessary for the captain to show a rational interest in the newcomer, or perhaps her motive is connected with his family. The head girl at today's table denies any connection with the noble family of von Reinhofer. She knew about Theo's collaboration with the sleeping group, but Knox, as it seemed to her, did not love his own family. Officer Kyle, who wore a black eye patch over his right eye, bowed his head, the new details a little surprising to him. An agitated Maren, turning to her colleagues in the organization, offers to verify the information. The girl speaks about the need to prove that there is no reason for a member of the Reinhofer family to assist a criminal organization. After hearing this proposal, the captain closed her eyes and thought about her colleague's new idea. Finally, she agreed and called Maren's initiatives reasonable. The crimson sky continued to shine through the windows of the room where the group members decided to give the newcomer his first mission. With this, the captain of the community intends to see how exceptional the guy is in completing tasks and assess the likely risk of his betrayal. Wanting to understand what the other participants thought about this, she saw Maren looking very nervous. The officer with lilac curls recalled how she had not received any missions in her first year. Realizing that the group couldn't avoid all this for the sake of confirmation, Maren gave her consent to grant the mission to the guy. The frowning, gloomy man with long scars on his face also agreed with his colleague in this regard. Officer Kyle looked at his surrounding comrades, and to him the captain's proposal sounded good. Continuing to smile, Gregoire looked at his hook and also voted for it, because he found the idea interesting. Turning to Officer Maren, the captain hopes that she is ready for the task, because this time she must take the initiative. Smiling, the golden-haired girl waved her hand and placed the responsibility on Maren as the senior in this matter. Clenching her fists in happiness at finally being the eldest, the lilac-haired lady rejoiced at how well everything was working out for her. A jubilant Marin knew nothing about the newcomer, but she is determined to firmly demonstrate her own dignity as the eldest. One of the participants in the meeting of the sleeping organization wants to know what exactly this mission is. A curious officer was informed of the existence of a hidden staircase beneath the Eldane Academy. The organization received a notification about the actions of one of the 72 demons secretly hidden by the institution's management. Now the sleepers know that the monstrous creature has a magical paimon stone with a scarlet color. The captain, who presides over the round table, intends to seize the magic stone while the newcomer distracts the academy members. The girl expressed hope that her protégé, Marin, would be able to support the new member of the group. Continuing to clench her fists in joy, Maren shouted about her readiness to carry out the task assigned to her by the sleepers. An unknown female voice sounded in the room, calling out to Maren, who immediately looked back at it. In front of her stood sleeping officer Izel, congratulating her colleague on leaving the bottom of the hierarchy. A smiling lady with an attractive appearance asked Maren to try her best in her work. After saluting Officer Izel, the lady with gray curls looked cheerfully at her colleague in the organization, promising to do her best. And in the room of the Imperial Palace, Knox von Reinhofer was almost stunned by the princess's proposal to marry her. Looking at the heir to the throne, the young master wonders about the reasons that could have led to such a conclusion. According to Penelope, the slayer of the monsters should already know about the lady's position and status in the royal family. Knox understood everything after hearing these words, but he had no idea about the princess's infatuation with him. It all surprised him. Continuing the conversation, Penelope reported that the royal house is currently divided into two factions. Since the lady's father and former king Esteban von Arckheim is not in the best shape at the moment, there are rumors within the royal family about his resignation. Taking a cup of tea in her hands, Penelope mentioned her own brother who was in one of the factions. According to the girl, it is the side of Crown Prince Louis the Benfren that is currently the most powerful at the royal court. The second faction is occupied by her, Princess Penelope von Arkheim, who is now talking at midnight with the nobleman's son. Young Master von Reinhofer, who looked at the girl with suspicion, wants to know the reason why she is telling him about such important things. Having placed a cup of drink on the table, the emperor's daughter agreed with the statement about the weakness of her own support. Louis I's legitimacy is indeed greater than that of his sister, as he is the eldest son and has more connections than she does. Penelope also heard whispers among these people, who were discussing the rewards they desired to receive upon ascending to the throne of Louis. Hearing these details, Knox von Reinhofer wonders if the princess wishes to ascend the throne. Having decided to go for what she wants, Penelope clearly cannot stand the way her brother Louis the Frome is destroying the empire. Expressing hope that Knox would understand the situation, the princess noted her brother's hidden bestial nature and his attitude towards people as tools. Knox von Reinhofer understood the lady perfectly, and Louis is not called the creator of bad endings for nothing. The master experienced this countless times. Rising from her bed, the crown princess of the imperial house of von Arkheim declared the need to have strength. As she passed the guest, the girl spoke of a powerful faction that the prince would not lay eyes on and would not be able to thoughtlessly touch. Penelope looked out the window, beyond which stood the dark night, and from her, the guy learned that he was the one who was part of this new faction. While apologizing to the lady, the young knight mentally understood that if she got confused here, there would be no solution, so they needed to avoid that. The lady does not find the statement about Knox's alleged lack of such abilities, or the discussion with the Stilliners attractive. The player, that is Knox, was alarmed as the system notified, and the master of acting trait was also shaken. With a dissatisfied chuckle, the nobleman von Reinhofer mentally assumed that the girl had already made the necessary decision. Thinking about Penelope's proposal, the guy wondered if he could avoid it. But would she be comfortable with him? Just because a young master is skilled does not mean his reputation is suitable for serving the princess. From now on, this is their plan, and now Penelope asks the guy to listen carefully, reminding him of her rescue from the nameless forest. The liquidator of the griffin and trolls looked at the princess warily and agreed with her. Placing her hand on her comrades, the heiress to the throne recalled his rescue, even though Knox himself came from a dark family. The academy student agreed with the lady out loud. It was true, but doubts flashed through the brave knight's mind. She wonders if it's better to tell them that Knox fell in love with Penelope first, or that it was she. At these words, the visibly nervous guy looked at the girl, not knowing if she was serious. Nothing is impossible for a princess, and the royal family can choose their partner through proper procedures. Knox looked in surprise at Penelope, holding his hands and talking about love with the nobleman. Without letting go of the guy, the girl with a beautiful face did not rule out the possibility that he might fall in love with her in the future. Lights were on in some of the windows of the Eldon Academy, and the inhabitants of the institution were going about their own business. Knox von Reinhofer lay back on his sofa, resting contentedly with his eyes closed. The maid, Dietrich de Lavilla, who was standing next to him, had questions for the young master. Holding the newspaper in her hands, the maid needed some explanation from the knight. The author of this article received a message from Her Highness, announcing Princess Rolf's choice of enemy knight Knox von Reinhofer as her husband. Smiling at the mention of him as a knight, the boy noted the princess's courage, which simply frightened him. A frustrated Dietrich heard about a lot of things that had happened, without really understanding how it had all led to this. Knox sat down on the sofa. It was obvious to him that Princess Penelope was being manipulated in the fight for the throne. The young warrior's words about the struggle for the throne surprised the maid, but he was forced to confirm them. The princess has a reason to remove the first prince and become the emperor, so she uses Knox, whom she suddenly chose as her husband. Dietrich de Lavilla spoke about rumors she had heard about the first Prince Louis creating a large number of alliances. The maid did not expect that the heir to the throne would decide to unite with a man from a dark family, like the Reinhafer servant. The maid looked with surprise at the young master, who was about to reveal to her the reason for Penelope's behavior. Knox, looking away, reminded the housekeeper of the previous rumors about him as a scoundrel. The maid answered her master with a silly smile, unable to find the right words. Clutching his head in disappointment, von Reinhofer Jr. continued to speak about the princess with displeasure. The slayer of forest monsters was openly angry at being used by the princess, who had heard of him as an outcast. Suddenly, an incomprehensible noise attracted the attention of the nobleman's son, who abruptly stopped thinking about new problems. By grabbing the black sword for safety, Knox frightened his maid. Approaching the room's window, von Reinhofer asked the girl to remain silent, peering at what was happening outside. Not understanding what it was, the young student of the Eldane Academy did not know who could come to him at such a late hour. The red air currents familiar to the brave warrior rose upward towards the clear moon. On the roof of the academy, surrounded by this unusual phenomenon, stood a man whose black shadow made it impossible to tell who he was. Knox looked at the red magic, immediately realizing what had just happened near his room. Leaning towards the maid Dietrich, who was standing nearby, he joyfully told her that it had begun. The talented warrior's eyes glowed brightly with a red flame, as if a mysterious magic had taken possession of him. At the window, Mentor Marin gave the daring newcomer his first task, which required meeting an ally in the academy library. Dietrich looked at the mysterious inscription with a worried look, while Knox seemed to be looking at something below. The unknown message raised only questions in the poor maid, who looked at the window in confusion. Mr. Knox von Reinhafer was pleased with what had happened, his eyes expressing calm and determination. On the roof of the house opposite, an officer from the sleeping Marines group sat through binoculars and studied what was happening in Knox's room. For some time, the girl with lilac hair stared intently at the abode of her new ward. Putting down the binoculars, Marin was completely surprised. The talk about Knox's beauty had just been confirmed. But still, for the officer of the sleeping organization, he was just a boy, and he looks too sick to receive Luna's recognition. But the smiling girl had no choice. She needed to check the guy out properly. Armed with a bow, Marin sets out to see if Knox is capable of becoming the new star of their moon. In the library of the Eldane Academy, there were 2 rows of tables and chairs, at which students sat studying books. Among the young people were Akina, who was holding a ton of books in her hands, and Knox, who was constantly choosing new literature from the shelves. Opening another book, Knox remembered Professor Lars and wished for his speedy return. Because if the scholar doesn't do this, the student who angrily slammed the new book shut will not forgive him. A teacher suddenly appeared with a book in his hands and told about the rector who was looking for him, which is why the teacher was forced to leave. With a smile on his face, Lars von Celestia apologized to Knox, and the professor was forced to leave the cleaning to him. Afterwards, the professor turned sharply and, having said goodbye to the students, headed towards the door. Having rudely insulted the teacher, the boy was reprimanded by Akina, who asked him to stop, as it was not right to speak about elders that way. The young man's question about understanding the difficulties a graduate student goes through surprised Akina. A disillusioned Knox von Reinhafer is dissatisfied with his role as senior apprentice, finding it more challenging than he had previously expected. Holding the book in his hands, the student asked Akina to shut up, as all this was making him angry, and the girl complied. Some students witnessed a heated conversation between Professor Lars, his lead student, and Princess Penelope's assistant. Taking a pile of literature, the nobleman's son Theo went to the place he needed to study the books. Noticing Knox walking away from her, Akina called out to him, which caused the monster slayer's displeasure. The young man, who does not want to talk to this girl, refuses a possible meaningless conversation due to his lack of interest in her. But for Akina, that's not the point at all. She feels like she and Knox von Reinhafer don't like each other. Turning to the princess's assistant, the young master asks her to think about what she did, and the girl agrees with him in any case. Having thought everything over, Akina asked forgiveness from the conqueror of forest monsters for Her Highness. Akina herself does not ask Knox to understand her. Surprised by the lady's behavior, Knox did not understand the reason for her strange behavior and asked what she meant now. Penelope's assistant admitted that she already knows about the princess's marriage proposal to Knox. The girl told the perplexed young man how Her Highness did not want to make him unhappy because of this act. Recalling this proposal, young von Riehafer admitted his own surprise about it. He did not understand why Akina was apologizing now. She had no other reason. Princess Penelope's assistant does not ask anyone from the Dark family to support this side. She simply wanted Knox not to perceive Her Highness as the kind of person who was capable of such actions. Having heard this confession, von Riehafer could not take his eyes off the girl and her revelations. And when he turned away, he wanted to know if Akina really cared so much about Her Highness. Thinking about all these characters around him, Knox perceived them and their stories as more complex than those he encountered in the game. The brave warrior noticed his left hand where there was a ring on one of the fingers, and he felt a feeling of constriction. Looking at the ring, the young man perceived his feelings as the excitement and arousal typical of a gamer, not excluding other feelings. Knox clenched his fist tightly. He didn't care now, and everything had its own reason. Akina listened with surprise to the verbal attack of her princess's comrade in response. Right now, Knox can only deal with the damn book organization, so he asks Akina to stop worrying about all these problems. Not expecting to hear such confessions from a young student, Akina opened her large eyes with yellow pupils wide. Placing her hand on her chest, Akina smiled and sincerely thanked Knox von Riehafer for his words. Holding the book with a smile, the young man suggested that Ehin continue doing her work and stop giving these awkward compliments. One of the books in the cupboard, while Knox was busy choosing the literature he needed, suddenly began to glow red. A surprised student from the Elden Academy took out a mysterious binding that emitted a bright glow. The cover featured a message from Officer Marin about the end of contact and the receipt of the assignment. When Knox examined the magical message from the sleeper group officer, he did not expect the contact to occur in this way. Knox asked Akina to wait for the necessary check, and she allowed him to do what was necessary. Taking with him a book with a mysterious inscription, Mr. von Riehafer Jr. left the walls of the academic library. Opening the book, the young man heard a voice message about a demon sealed during the night of the massacre in the past and the magical stone of Paimon, hidden under the academy. To kidnap him, it is necessary to transmit internal information to the academy and eliminate as many students and teachers as possible. Knox felt satisfaction. His eyes sparkled. Finally, everything was starting the way he wanted it to. The right chapter of this hellish book about the inner lunatic from Elden Academy has started. Another evening had arrived. Bright stars were shining in the sky, and lights were burning in the windows of the academy. The maid Emma looked somewhere ahead of her, and her face expressed strong regret. Thalia, wrapped in a blanket, made the maid feel worried about the girl, who didn't know if her mistress was okay. The housekeeper suspected that the lady had become ill after she had been sitting in that position for 2 days. Madame de Stillinaire did not answer the maid and continued to sit silently with her back to her assistant. After Emma's lamentations, the young silent hostess only clutched the blue blanket tighter around her. Continuing to look at her mistress with bitterness, the faithful maid did not understand how young Master Knox had gotten involved with the princess. Although von Riehafer Jr. was handsome, the housekeeper Talia could not understand how Penelope had chosen someone from a dark family as her husband. And if the head of the family, who is crazy about his daughter, finds out about this, he will try to get rid of young Mr. Knox. Analysis of this information led Emma to the understanding that a possible conflict was emerging between the families. The devoted maid approached her mistress and asked her to stop this behavior. Suddenly, the noblewoman stood up to her full height and threw off the blanket, to the horror of her maid. Emma only watched in surprise as Talia de Stilliner decided to get rid of the veil. Then, the Elden Academy student stepped onto the floor with bare feet and walked towards the maid. A feeling of unease gripped the maid as she looked at the approaching girl with her hair loose. With a heavy look, the pale girl approached her companion and said her name. Emma responded immediately, but clasping her hands, she felt a strong fear from her mistress's behavior. The next moment, Talia's face changed. She smiled and announced that she had finally become an adult. The maid, unable to find a place for herself, screamed, looking at her mistress, not understanding what she was talking about. With a sideways glance, the academy student explained how she realized that someone was capable of taking something that belonged to her. The girl smiled. This time she realized that her own father was right when he spoke about this back then. Raising her head and looking at Emma, Talia declared that it was possible to become strong, and only then would she be able to prevent someone from taking anything away from her. After listening to the young mistress's monologue, her maid remained silent and could not say anything articulate. With bright, shining eyes, the academy student asks the maid if she thinks so. Emma, amazed by the actions of her ward, just looked at her with her mouth open in surprise. The girl's strange expression prevented the maid from understanding what mood she was currently in. Thalia continued to advance on Emma, who was afraid and could not find a place for herself. The maid, under great stress, mentally suggested to Mr. Knox von Reinhofer that he run away from her mistress. The main villain of the night of slaughter, during which Knox's mother died, was Duke Payman. But thanks to him, he managed to turn back time for Noah, turning her into a small child. The assassination of Duke Payman is positioned as the basis for the first major scenario for Knox. Dressed in a dark cloak and iron shoulder pads, young Master von Reinhofer stood in the courtyard of the Eldin Academy. Reflecting on this evil character, the young man came to the conclusion that it was impossible with his current strength to destroy this enemy. Luckily, the brave guy's stats accidentally increased while he was diving in Acrovera. The system confirmed this dive when the guy discovered a hidden particle. With all these new features and a doubling of his stats, Knox felt much better. After this, there was an increase in magic by 1 point, but Knox understood that it did not end there. Now the guy felt like a triumphant person. A smile appeared on Knox's face. He was jubilant. Another system notification about the activation of a hidden particle in this game has appeared again. Thanks to the changes that occurred, the player learned the forgotten ancient magical language of rhetoric. If it weren't for the marriage proposal with Princess Penelope, it would have been a great achievement for Knox von Reinhofer. For the purple-haired girl, he arrived just in time, even though she might have gotten lost during her difficult journey. It was an officer of the Marine organization who was hovering in the air above the monster slayer Knox. The guy in the black cloak turned around and saw the uninvited guest, whom he correctly perceived as Marin. Smiling, the girl looked at her charge in the organization and confirmed her code name, pronounced by Knox. Hovering above von Reinhofer, Marin pointed out his informal tone and asked him to listen carefully. Marin cheerfully called herself Knox's older mentor, who is 2 years older than him. For the student, she was one of the most difficult members of the Sleepers to deal with, but he wondered what the meaning of her actions was. 17-year-old Marin had cheerfulness, admiration, an inferiority complex, was a genius in sensitivity to mana, a master of archery, and more. She also had 12th level health, a similar level of magic, 6th level luck, enhanced archery, and a water shot. In another sense, as Knox understood it, Marin had the one trait he hated most about the prophetic dream. Laughing, Marin called Knox her junior from that moment on. He was obliged to speak to her respectfully. In calling Officer Sleeper a Tory, Knox indignantly recalled this terrible trait of the young Tory. Hearing the young man's outburst like that, Marin screamed, not realizing when she had been acting like a boss. Feeling genuine anger, the sleeper officer denied von Reinhofer's accusations. Enraged, Marin beckoned the academy student with her finger. This world was going to hell for her. In Knox's understanding, this lady simply adored wasting time with her loud statements. Marin jumped off the fountain and quickly walked towards her opponent today. Rushing towards Knox, the sleeper officer wanted to convey something important to him. With her arms crossed, a smiling Marin asked the academy student to treat her with respect. She informed him of an earlier joining of the Sleepers, and besides, the lady was 2 years older than Knox himself. Since last time Knox heard Marin, he thinks the girl really expects respect from a black sheep like him. The guy's statement angered Marin, and she immediately reminded him of the chain of command within the sleeping group. Knox raised his finger to his lips, asking them to speak more quietly, suggesting they move away because there were people walking in the square near the academy. The organization officer, her eyes wide in surprise, screamed, not caring about anyone else. After stopping screaming, Marin immediately calmed down, since this was Knox's first mission, so she was ready to forgive him for this. Academy student Eldine von Reinhofer simply looked silently at the talkative girl opposite him. The representative of the sleeping Marines, throwing up her hands, suggested that the guy go to the shelter, as he asked her to. The satisfied monster slayer held in his hands the low-ranking teleportation scroll that Marin had asked him to tear apart. Now it seems to him that this world is not so different from the game world, which was well known to the character. The scroll, which had been whole minutes ago, was split into two parts in the hands of Knox von Reinhofer due to the effects of magic. A powerful magic momentarily consumed Knox and Marin near the fountain in the courtyard of the Eldane Academy. The magic continued on the walls of the educational institution as the flames burned with a pink fire. Due to the aftermath of the witchcraft invasion, the walls of the academy seemed to be hovering in a fog. An angry Marin could not get used to teleportation, no matter how much she used it in her life. After asking Knox to sit down and listen carefully, Marin decided to explain in more detail the purpose of his mission, which had been revealed in general terms. The sleeping organization officer closed her eyes and thought, preparing for a detailed story regarding Knox's tasks. The girl began her story by mentioning the night of the massacre, which student von Reinhofer could have heard. The suspicious Knox had heard of this incident in the history of the Archive Empire. Dean Noah, Sword Emperor Celsus, and Theo worked together, but even they barely managed to seal Archduke Paimon, an event that has since become known as the Night of the Massacre. Confirming these words of the young man, Marine perceived Paimon as an extremely dangerous entity. To her, this monster was a monster that even the strongest warriors on the continent could not easily defeat. The problem was that the crystal containing the demon's essence was quietly hidden from everyone. Cold-blooded Knox von Reinhofer is interested in the search of the sleeper organization's people for this demon beneath the academy. The boy suspects that the sleepers want Knox and Marin to distract them while the group destroys the crystal with the essence. A pleased Marin praised the guy for his intelligence, and he could prove useful despite his informal speech. Forced to listen to all these speeches of the girl, Knox demanded to stop the empty chatter, and this caused anger in the officer. A young man, expressionless, wants to know the date of the expedition from the lady with lilac hair. According to the initially hesitant representative of the sleeping organization, everything will take place on the evening of Eldane's self-education, and her protégé is required to gather the students and teachers of the educational institution in one place. Addressing Marin, the warrior von Reinhofer said that it was not difficult to arrange, but he did not know whether it was allowed to do so. A worried Knox tried to explain the consequences if Paimon broke out and the crystal began to collapse. Marin smiled. In her opinion, Knox was underestimating Ms. Luna, the head of their organization. The officer of the sleeping group called this lady the youngest pillar of the sword, the savior. A smiling Marine assured her comrade that his fears regarding future tasks were groundless. Knox, turning away, would have been glad if that was how it was, but he knew that things would turn out differently. In this episode, Paimon will inevitably break out again, even though he is weakened, but the slightest mistake will tear the academy and the surrounding areas to pieces. During the first chapter of the main story, when newcomers often die, Knox will have to take the rap for the protagonist and the villains in order to save key characters. Complex events forced the young master of a noble family to focus on this. Maintaining his composure, he stated that he had heard everything necessary to carry out the mission. Large dark green plants grew in the dark, cobweb-covered room. With careful steps, a certain man moved through this large room towards a bright glow. The magical red space that reigned in this room distorted whoever walked. The traveler turned out to be Eleanor's servant, Rick, who approached the ball glowing with a bright scarlet light. The boy, who never parted with his cap, rejoiced at the completion of all the preparations known to him. The Black Archduke emerged from the ball, and, as Rick had wanted, all that was left for him to do was to raze everything to the ground, as had happened in the past. It sounded great to the jubilant demon from the ball, but it wasn't easy to be revived because of those damned rats, but the powers he received should be enough for him. Having asked the boy's name, he received an answer, and Rick bowed with a smile to his own devilish master. The red eye glowing inside the ball expressed confidence that Rick would turn into a real demon if everything went as planned. The demon asked the boy not to fail him, but Rick's eyes were covered in shadow. He was in league with the hellish creature. Then Eleanor's servant looked up, his black eyes shining. Rick looked at the otherworldly master with a smile. Knox von Reinhofer, Princess Penelope, and their female acquaintances gathered in the Eldin Academy's academic building. Eleanor, standing behind the conqueror of the forest monsters, looked at him with mixed feelings. With her arms crossed, Madame de Rivalan did not take her eyes off the young man who had once saved her in battle. Among the other students present at the meeting was Penelope, who did not show any personal emotions. The red-haired Thalia of the Stilliner family was also silent, lowering her eyes in the presence of her classmates. The silence was broken by Princess Penelope, who asked Talia for forgiveness and hoped for her understanding. The heir to the throne, who was now expressing bright feelings, believes that people are not subject to their emotions. At first, Knox von Reinhofer cast a questioning glance at the princess who was proposing to marry him. He also paid personal attention to the nobleman's daughter, Talia Stilliner, who was nearby. The girl looked depressed and looked somewhere ahead of her with a sad expression on her face. Suddenly, Thalia smiled a mysterious smile, hiding her eyes from the rest of the audience. This reaction from his friend left Knox feeling disappointed, and he looked at her with disapproval. The talented warrior completely forgot about Talia, whose eyes were now sparkling with a dark red fire. Only now did von Reinhofer Jr. notice the way Talia was looking at Princess Penelope. Watching what was happening between the two academy students, the young man could not say a word. Knox exhaled, closing his eyes, but he couldn't understand how everything had turned out like this in his surroundings now. The classroom began to fill with more and more students who began to discuss the news. One of the guys in glasses clarified that it concerned the selection of the 7 best students at the academy. The second student hoped to receive bonus points after studying at night, and his friend would definitely get there if he passed the test better. The comrade disagrees with his friend, who hasn't even gotten halfway through, and their classmate reminded him that all the seats are occupied by aristocrats. The complaining guy in glasses spoke about the impossibility for commoners with good grades to get in there. Agreeing with his friend, the critic considered the aristocrats to be only concerned about themselves, although they spoke about equality and justice, and now others do. Some of the students gathered in one group did not understand how this behavior of their wealthy classmates differed from the outside world. One of the boys wonders how they can understand the thoughts of all these high-ranking officials. The girl standing next to the guy asks who made it into the top 7 students and by what criteria. Scratching his head, the young man mentioned grades, on which everything is based. His friend lamented, because wherever you go, grades decide everything. But the most surprising thing for those receiving knowledge at the Eldin Academy was the guy who was already approaching them. Surprise and fear gripped the students when they saw Knox von Reinhofer approach, his expression far from benign. At that moment, the young man was the same cold-blooded warrior that people had already seen him as in the forest before the battle with the monsters. Some of the students at Eldin Academy looked at their strange classmate with concern. A guy asked his neighbor if she had really mentioned the scoundrel von Reinhofer, as they called Knox. He was aware of the frequent mention of his name, but he didn't want any more attention than necessary, although there was nothing he could do about it now. Looking ahead with a cold gaze, the slayer of monsters thought about the newcomer to the slaughter. For Knox, with his skill in using mana, the most important thing in the episode with Archduke Paimon was grades. Thinking about the plus A mark, von Reinhofer Jr. found it amusing but not very happy. If a person has bad grades, they will not be able to participate in the night independent study events, and if so, they will not be able to retain other units. Knox could clearly hear the students nearby calling him a lucky boy, not shying away from insulting the guy. The disappointed students looked at the nobleman's son and thought that everything here was decided by the student's appearance and his connections. The student in glasses, who had already spoken to his comrades, was forced to agree with his friend regarding his words about connections, albeit hesitantly. The angry guy turned sharply to the glasses wearer and in an aggressive tone demanded that he not defend Knox, calling von Reinhofer everyone's enemy. Hearing the scandal, another student from the academy approached Knox's hater and reminded him of the latest rumors. Leaning into his friend's ear, the student explained that Knox was now the princess's fiancé, so one wrong move and it would be the end. The guy, hearing these words, immediately became scared and began to warn his friend that Knox himself could hear him. The conqueror of the forest monsters, who was standing to the side, reacted sullenly to all these stories and heard everything clearly. As if tired of his classmates' behavior, Knox closed his eyes and began to think about his own. Remembering Captain Luna, the boy understood the need not to break relations with the sleeper organization. For an aspiring student planning to escape from the von Reinhofer family, it is his lifeline. In any case, on the last day of the 7-day night classes, Knox von Reinhofer will take first place, and Leon von Marvas will take second. Now Knox could only say for sure that Paimon had clearly revived, and only a brave young master could stop the terrible demon. He continued to stand in the Eldain Academy study hall, surrounded by the rest of the students, including the girls. The monster liquidator became nervous because he forgot to check who was underneath him now. He took first place, followed by Leon, Princess Penelope, Talia von Stilliner, Ekina von Xenos, Eleonora, and Iana von Cider. Knox, head down and upset, associated this with the drama from his original world. Thinking about Penelope and Eleanor, the guy recalled the conflict between his ex-girlfriend and his current one. For a young man clenching his fist in anger, this is the worst situation, and the most terrible thing is that he did nothing wrong. A student named Talia appeared in front of Knox, looking at him with her red, glowing eyes. The girl, who had frightened her with her demonic gaze, understood the princess and wanted to say a few words about von Reinhofer Jr. While it may be rude of her, as Lady Stilliner herself admitted, Knox is a genuinely good person. The representative of the noble family smiled. In her understanding, having such feelings was quite natural. Smiling sincerely in response, the heir to the imperial throne, Penelope, thanked her classmate for understanding her situation. Talia's continuation of the monologue caused some concern in Princess von Arheim. This could be seen in her gaze. With her hand on her chest, Madame Stilliner also couldn't think that she could back down so easily. Penelope now looked at her rival with caution, and Ekina did not hide her anger at the girl's actions. Thalia, looking at her classmates with a nasty look, explained how the Stilliner family places special emphasis on grabbing things. Her family would not be able to resist man himself, as Thalia assured the academy students around her. Quickly pulling herself together, the calmed princess, with a calm smile, wished her rival good luck in her actions. As she passed Knox von Reinhofer, the princess mentioned a rumor about an arranged engagement between the families. According to the grinning heir to the imperial throne, in this case one side is more serious than she thought. Penelope and Ekina walked away, and Mr. Knox turned to Thalia and declared that this was not the outcome he wanted. The monster slayer cast a displeased glance at his friend, who almost quarreled with the princess. Suddenly, the red glow that the young man was already familiar with appeared in front of him, accompanying Officer Marin. Via virtual communication, a representative of the sleeper organization demanded that Knox come to the shelter, where she would continue the detailed explanation. The guy only looked warily at the notification from the organization's members, but he couldn't ignore it. After some time, he appeared in the designated place, 2 stories high, where numerous torches were burning brightly, illuminating everything around. Having settled comfortably at the top, the girl called Knox, who, in her understanding, was still a newbie. It was an officer of the sleeping Marines group, armed with a bow and looking at her charge. The owner of lilac hair suddenly became curious about who was in front of her now, as if she did not recognize the young man. Jumping out of her seat, Marin quickly ran towards von Reichhofer Jr. Considering the guy crazy, Marin inquired about his actions that had given rise to rumors about his imminent marriage to the princess. Since the girl also heard, the young man admitted that he himself did not quite understand what was happening to him. According to the nobleman's son, Princess Penelope wants to use him as a tool to restrain Prince Louis. Marin expresses dissatisfaction. She didn't invite the guy here to listen to some obvious story. In response, young Mr. von Reinhafer proposed that they then talk about the upcoming mission. A frankly angry Marin intends to find out something, since she is helping the captain of the Sleeping Moon organization. Pointing her finger at the guy, Marin explained how it was impossible to accept someone like him, since the candidate's identity had not even been confirmed. Knox reminded that this had already been decided by higher-ups, and Marin mentioned the evaluation of newcomers to the organization, which was her responsibility. Grabbing the weapon, the girl shouted about the need to check whether the guy was suitable for joining the sleepers and whether he would betray them later. The young warrior grabbed his neck and exhaled heavily upon hearing such words from the organization's officer. The young master of the Reichhafer family grabbed the shining sword Stormbringer, which he always carried with him. Knox, determined to confront her again, raised his weapon and asked Marin not to say that he hadn't warned her earlier. Having accepted the challenge, the organization's officer began to take arrows out of her quiver, smiling and counting on victory. The young warrior greeted the start of the duel with a cold-blooded gaze, preparing to repel his opponent's attacks. Marin's loud laughter accompanied the launch of the first arrow from his bow towards the man who had repeatedly defeated even stronger opponents. With a deft blow, the fearless boy deflected the lightning-fast shining arrow with his powerful sword. Then Marin moved to the side at the speed of light, ending up behind Knox von Reinhafer. Flying to the side, the lilac-haired officer of the group fired another arrow towards the brave young man wielding his sword. Surprised by what was happening, the young gentleman only looked at his rival flashing past him. Pulling the bowstring once again, Marin mockingly promises to be careful with Knox and asks him not to die here. A new, powerful wave of water flew towards the guy, capable of instantly knocking him off his feet. It became clear to Knox, who had now become a stern man, that Marin was not bluffing now. The nobleman's son's rival was a descendant of a lost race from legend, the Marine race. With ancient blood running through her veins, the water shot is so terrifying that even the head of the sleeping moon won't be able to completely repel the attack. Knox's acting master was activated, and it would be better for him not to provoke Marin. While the young student of the Eldin Academy was thinking about all this, another water arrow almost reached him. Having fought off the attack with difficulty, Knox came to the conclusion that it was impossible to gain trust with his current abilities. Then there is a high probability that the episode will end in disaster for the young man who managed to avoid being hit by the dangerous water. The sleeping Marines officer prepared another water torpedo for her desperate enemy. In that case, for the brave von Reinhafer Jr., this battle should end with his unconditional victory today. To implement this plan, the daredevil began to use dark purple mana in front of Marin, who was standing in front of him. The girl did not rule out the possibility that the head of the organization might attract attention from her rival, but he is still at the very bottom of the ranking table. She couldn't understand why Knox was behaving this way, so Marin demanded a clear and concise answer from him on one issue. Enraged, Marin drew an arrow onto the bowstring and wanted to know what kind of relationship her rival had with Princess Penelope. After another powerful stream of water was launched towards the guy, the group's officer became interested in what was happening around him. Knox von Reinhafer was at the epicenter of all of Marin's vicious attacks, demanding answers to her questions. The gun-wielding girl is confident that her opponent will not call all this a mere coincidence. Assuming that his rival simply doesn't want to believe him, Knox sees no point in trying to prove anything to her. Surrounded by streams of water, Marin launches another arrow at the guy and intends to see how much longer he will prove himself great and powerful. In front of young von Reinhofer stood an uncontrollable wall of water, barely reaching the ceiling, threatening the boy with defeat. Standing to the side, Marin merely watched as the powerful elemental force was about to engulf her opponent. Knox closed his eyes, seeming to have resigned himself to his own sad fate and ready to accept surrender to the sleeper faction officer. Suddenly, the warrior opened his eyes, burning with a violet flame, and did not agree that such a small trick on the part of the girl would work against him. With new and powerful blows from the black sword Stormbringer, Knox von Reinhofer began to cut through the streams of rushing water. The guy's incredible pressure played a significant role in eliminating the water layer, which had begun to disappear. As a result of Knox's titanic efforts, instead of water, only streams of steam remained on the battlefield. Somewhere off to the side was a sleeping Marine officer, barely able to stay on her feet after her first defeat. As she drew the bowstring, Marin had not counted on this little trick that the brave student Knox had pointed out to her. Having fired another arrow towards the guy, the girl laughingly admitted her desire to create a small opening for an attack. The water arrow flew at full speed towards the young man, sparkling and illuminating everything around. A few moments later, the weapon would have pierced the brave warrior, who was now watching from behind his back as the arrow was heading towards him. The hour of genius skill was activated to ensure the young man's ability to not lose in this confrontation. The arrow Marin launched continued to fly, but the boy's perception of time was slowed down. Having deftly dodged the shots, Knox did not want to reveal everything he was capable of, but there was nothing he could do about it. The girl was amazed at how the enemy performed the maneuver and remained unharmed after the arrow flew. There were less than 10 meters between the two opponents, but Knox still managed to dodge, and this amazed the experienced warrior Marin. Concentrating powerful mana around the black sword, the boy raised it up to deliver a powerful blow. Knox's eyes were shining with a bottomless gleam as he struck a blow to his advantage in order to defeat today's enemy. The water tornado that arose at the sight of the boy's battle rose to the very top, striking in its scale. The sleeping Marines officer, not expecting to see this, ground her teeth in hatred towards Knox. Mr. von Reinhofer Jr. stood to the side and watched the enormous water whirlwind that brought only death. Almost completely hidden by the steam, Marin shouted to the guy, not understanding who this stern and brave warrior was. The young master's rival, amazed by the 15-year-old man's great strength, tried to get through the streams of steam to reach him. Now Marin wants to know the reason why Knox joined the Sleepers group and why he needs an organization. With great suspicion, von Reinhofer Jr. looked at his rival, who had just a minute ago been shooting at him, as she approached him. Seemingly alarmed, Marin laughed maliciously, no longer caring how her opponent would respond. The girl's eyes became crazy. She was going to sort everything out herself. Raising her bow, the sleeper officer summoned the streams of water again to give herself the opportunity to punish Knox. He also looked up and watched as he once again found himself in the center of a terrible element, ready to swallow her up. The young master had dark purple mana, which repeatedly helped him in the most terrible and dangerous battles. The brave guy's response was to direct the flows of magic he controlled upward. The magical mana of the nobleman's son Theo broke through the lower layers of the dangerous water and rushed upward, where it struck the elements. Seeing the scene and her own near defeat, Officer Marin could not contain herself and screamed loudly. In an attempt to destroy Knox, the aggressive lady continued to aim her bow at the guy, but he managed to parry her attacks each time. Marin, who was still angry, realized how dangerous her opponent was today. Even if he had no ulterior motives, Knox was strong for Marin and Lady Luna, as the officer thought, and posed a threat if he betrayed her. Seeing the militant actions of the young student of the Eldane Academy, Marin realized that he was not even trying to fight properly. Suddenly, a thought arose in Marin's mind about Knox's intention to win her over, since she was a member of the sleeping group. Knox, who was closely watching his opponent, believes that Marin's head is already burning with thoughts, and he himself can no longer restrain himself in the battle. The angry girl knew everything and is outraged at how her rival dares to fool his senior managers. Turning away, she came to the realization that it was impossible to defeat the nobleman's son and suspected a big difference between the skills of each. The girl clenched her fist tightly and decided to give it her all now, otherwise there was a risk of complete defeat. The doubts that plagued Marin indicated that any member of the sleeper faction would likely lose in a fight with Knox. Accepting the need to express something important to her opponent, Marin decided to do so. Addressing Knox by his full name, the sleeper officer could not recognize the young warrior as a representative of this organization. Drawing the bowstring again with another arrow, Marin called her opponent exceptional, but the young man's motives were still too unclear to her. As he prepares to release the bowstring, Marin recognizes Knox as a dangerous individual according to the sleeper group's internal protocol. Armed with the black sword Stormbringer, the boy stood and waited for the deadly weapon to be sent his way. Knox finally figured out the Marine race's secret technique called the water shot, which would kill him if the girl hit him. Without taking his eyes off his opponent, the young master was not sure that he would be able to dodge this. The guy felt his own powerlessness. Officer Marin released an arrow, which was heading towards the young master at great speed. The deadly weapon almost reached Knox von Reinhafer, who was no longer confident of his victory. As a result of the collision, the storm petrel sword and the arrow launched by Marin rose into the air. The astonished officer of the sleeping group looked at what happened with her mouth open. She did not expect such a turn of events at all. While the arrow was flying off somewhere to the side, a familiar voice inquired about the business Marin was doing here. Captain Luna, who was on the top floor, reminded Marin of her assignment to conduct a joint mission with the newcomer. With eyes burning with anger, the head of the sleeping organization wants to know at what point her subordinate decided to take the law into her own hands. The boys, who had immediately stopped fighting, silently looked at Luna, who had prevented Knox's death. Looking up, Marin saw her boss and was very scared, not expecting her to appear. Looking at the girl with a frowning gaze, Knox von Reinhafer greeted her politely, calling her madam. From the height of the second floor, Captain Luna greeted him, calling him the new guy. The leader of the sleeping organization demands an explanation from both boys regarding their recent actions. Otherwise, Luna, who has stopped fighting, is ready to punish Knox and Marin with harsh methods. Having decided to ask her subordinate again what she was doing, the captain jumped from her position to the guys below. Having dropped to the floor, the girl reminded Marin about the task of distracting the students and teachers of the academy with Knox. Luna, looking as stern as possible and glaring at the officer, did not remember asking her to start a fight here. Marin admitted her own guilt, but simply wanted to be sure of Knox's loyalty to the sleeper organization. But only Luna, as the leader, has the right to decide such issues, and Marin has taken on too much. Taking out her combat blade, Luna showed it to her charge to point out one point. The disgruntled captain held up the blade, which had been damaged despite Luna's usual change in the trajectory of Marin's attack. Standing behind both girls, von Reinhafer Jr. heard the accusation of murder against his rival, who had struck a strong blow. When asked if Luna was right, Marin only bowed her head and could not say anything in response that would justify herself. Nodding towards Knox, the head of the organization could understand her assistant, because the guy was clearly hiding a lot. But such actions on Marin's part were too much. The killing of a sleeper member by another is permissible in one case, and Marin is aware of this. Excited and almost in tears, Marin knew about the permission to kill her comrade only in a documented case of betrayal. Luna is not going to let this happen again. She is giving her officer the first and last warning. Turning slightly towards Knox von Reinhafer, the captain of the sleepers pointed this fact out to him as well, and the boy agreed to take it into account. Marin turned away, having received a reprimand from the manager. Her face expressed sadness and sorrow. Then Luna turned sharply to the monster slayer, once again calling the guy a newbie. To the surprise of everyone present, the captain invited the young academy student to go for a walk. Knox von Reinhafer looked at the girl with great surprise but agreed to her proposal. While the members of the sleeping group were fighting and sorting out their relationships, it was night outside and a full moon was shining in the sky. Hoping for understanding, the head of the organization spoke about the need to limit herself to a warning in the name of discipline. The boy looked downcast and remembered his status as the black sheep in the family, and he had heard enough talk about discipline in his life. Captain Luna of the Sleeping Moon did not understand what Knox had said, but decided to remain silent in response. For him, there was nothing terrible about what happened. The guy was not offended, and Marin simply considered him unworthy of trust. According to Luna, an officer doesn't usually behave like this. It's difficult for a captain to explain his reasons to a subordinate, but the guy shouldn't judge Marin harshly. Then Luna smiled and was going to tell her companion something that was necessary now. Young Master Knox heard about his life's debt to the captain of the sleeping organization after today's rescue. Reminding her companion of Marin's nearly fatal shot, Luna is sure they wouldn't be talking now if her assistant had hit the target. Knox chuckled cheerfully and said with irony how terrifying it now seemed to him. Unsure how this didn't surprise Knox, Luna learned from the boy about the many times his life had hung by a thread, something he had long since become accustomed to. For Luna, all this seemed boring, so she understands why Marin disliked the young man. Suddenly the girl fell silent and frowned, remembering the single shot that had caused everything to happen. Knox von Reinhafer turned to his companion and asked with concern what she was talking about. Having stopped walking, Luna told about Marin's shot, which is why she was taken into the Sleepers organization. Even after some time, the captain remembered the incredible destructive power of the shot, despite the girl's rather long period of preparation. Even Luna is unable to completely block Marin's shot due to its exceptional power. Listening to the girl, Knox became convinced that his sword would have been shattered into pieces if Marin had been hit by an arrow. But the guy found it strange that there was no trace of Marin during the main story, even though she had such power. The officer was the last representative of the marine race, having mastered both archery and the power of water. It is for this reason that the captain of the sleeping organization considers Marin's shots to be so powerful. Suddenly, the clever Luna pressed her lips together and fell silent, not finishing what she wanted to say. This change in the girl's behavior did not escape the notice of young Mr. Reinhafer, who looked at her with suspicion. The Marine were a special species among those who disappeared on the continent and were mentioned in history, but they did not influence the plot. If Knox ever had to face Officer Marin again, he simply wouldn't give her time to use the arrow. Captain Luna looked at her opponent with a smile and jokingly called him a scoundrel. Touching the guy's forehead with her finger, the girl asks him not to think about the fight with Marin at all. He has no idea how dangerous she is when she loses her temper, so Knox could actually die. Clutching his head and closing his eyes, the guy began to think about what the girl had said. To Luna's surprise, Knox smiled unexpectedly. He felt more comfortable here than he could have imagined. One powerful attack is a pretty strong card to use in his understanding. Lost in his thoughts, the younger von Reinhafer stepped aside while Luna remained standing behind. He had to turn around when the captain of the sleeper organization called out to him, calling him a newbie and mentioning his strength. Luna stated with all her determination that the student had the ability to defeat Marin before she could do anything. The girl considers Knox to be a cold-blooded and calculating enough person to eliminate Marin without hesitation. A smiling von Reinhafer doesn't understand why he's getting so many compliments. Suddenly, the young man's companion became serious because of the request intended for the guy. While they stood on the bridge, Luna gave Knox instructions on what to do if Marin got out of control during the mission. In this case, Luna orders the warrior Reinhafer to kill the sleeper officer, the dangerous Marine. According to the organization's leader, only the brave Knox could accomplish such a task. Another lecture for young people was taking place in the huge educational building of the Eldine Academy. The mentor explained how to become a great magician or knight by unlocking the potential of the upper, lower, and central energy cores. He mentioned the importance of talent, but only persistence and training can help to reveal it. The class was attended by young Master Knox von Reinhofer, Princess Penelope, and other students of the academy. Talia sat on a higher step in the auditorium, her eyes never leaving the young man. He himself could not understand what he had done wrong, because Lady Stilliner could have given him the opportunity to explain. Noticing the guy's nervous thrashing, the smiling princess finds Talia's gaze scorching. The nobleman's son asks not to start all this. He himself initially did not want to sit next to the heiress. Before the lecture, Prince Louis's sister, along with Akina, approached the brave slayer of monsters. Penelope reminded the guy about their engagement, so people might get suspicious if the guys are sitting apart. Looking at the girl, Knox thought about the importance of being able to separate work and personal life. She was a princess, after all. For the laughing Penelope, things aren't so bad. At least Louis won't touch Knox after she chose him as her betrothed. Remembering this during class, the guy looked ahead with displeasure. He had nothing to say. From her perch, Talia Stilliner continued to look at the man she had been with in the forest of lost children. The young man's proximity to the princess irritated Talia, and she looked at the boys with displeasure. A lady with purple hair was coming down to von Reinhofer, but he hadn't seen her yet. Hearing approaching footsteps, the guy suspiciously turned his gaze in that direction. Finally, he turned around and began to look at the lady, who was still behind him. The girl stopped moving and gave her full name. Her name is Jana von Sader. Reacting with distrust to the approaching guest, Knox thought about the next head of the succubus family, the satyr. This lady's lineage is famous for its ability to take away male energy through the skill of charm, and it is also capable of strengthening itself and others. Everything was clear to Knox. He simply lowered his gaze to the girl's strong surprise. Realizing the need to study all night long, Leon got tired and didn't expect any additional classes. As far as Akina knows, the students only have 3 classes left, but she wonders if Knox will be able to endure it all. A wary Mr. von Reinhofer doesn't think these classes will take place at all. Concerned, Leon von Marvis quickly turned towards his comrade, not understanding what he meant. Suddenly, a wild, terrible scream was heard, causing all the students to jump up from their seats in fear. Eleanor de Rivelin's expression changed in fear. She didn't understand what was happening to them all now. She glanced at Knox von Reinhofer and saw him rise from his seat in the audience. The determined nobleman's son learned the beginning of the main plot episode about the suppression of Paimon. A huge black shadow grew across the wall, resembling a giant kraken with monstrous tentacles. Everything was burning with a bright red flame, and in front of Rick stood a huge, creepy demon in full growth. Eleanor's servant smiled. His black soul rejoiced. What he had been waiting for all this time had begun.